I thought I had it bad enough, but the parallel world version of me is even worse. At Jiangxing University, in his dormitory, Xu Hao sat alone in front of his computer. Just moments ago, he had transmigrated. Before the transmigration, Xu Hao was an ordinary programmer at a game company, spending his days finding bugs, writing bugs, and fixing bugs. Then came the meetings. Daily stand-ups, requirement reviews, technical design discussions, sprint planning retrospectives. Due to staying up late and working overtime, his health had long since deteriorated, and he ultimately couldn't hold on. The original owner of the parallel world was even worse off. He had spent 4 years of university developing a game demo by himself. From Xu Hao's perspective, this demo, whose gameplay was similar to Tanwan Blue Moon, was quite mediocre, but it had a few small, innovative elements that were not bad. Yet this demo, which had taken 4 years of painstaking effort, was stolen by his roommate, who submitted it as his own work to the giant game company Nanji Group. How did the original owner find out? Facing graduation, that good-for-nothing good roommate, Zhao Feng, after being anxious for several days, suddenly became calm. He even began to boast everywhere that he had successfully received an offer from Nanji Group. Nanji Group was the biggest giant in the domestic game industry, without equal. On the same day, the original owner's computer hard drive mysteriously disappeared. The cloud backup was completely deleted, yet the dormitory door lock was intact. And that day, the original owner and the other 2 roommates attended class together and never separated. Only Zhao Feng claimed he had gone for an interview. However, there was insufficient evidence to convict him. So having lost everything, the original owner started over for his dream. He bought a new hard drive, changed the cloud password. Then he began a schedule of coding for 20 hours a day, all in order to enter the game industry he had always dreamed of. In just a few days, the original owner was consumed by resentment and anxiety and finally collapsed. Eating and sleeping only 4 hours a day. How could he not collapse in front of the computer? After absorbing the original owner's memories, Xu Hao propped up his throbbing head with both hands, but a smile crept onto his lips. Even though it's also 2026, the parallel world version of me has just graduated and is several years younger. The memories in his mind told him that this world was largely similar to Xu Hao's original world, except for the game industry, which had changed drastically. Those games that once took the world by storm had all failed to appear after Legend became a hit. Here, only one type of game is popular. Start with a knife, become a tycoon in 3 seconds. Equipment drops from monsters, yuan bao instantly recycled. VIP given for free, max level cutting, every hit paralyzes. No money needed, no liver damage, hang up overnight and graduate. Dragon slaying saber, click to claim. Solo boss farm equipment. A game to play when the wife is away. Xu Hao opened the game platform on his desktop, and instantly all kinds of flashy advertisements filled his view. Special effects flew everywhere, severe light pollution, extremely gaudy. Skeleton legend, a skeleton kills a big monster in 2 strikes, and the light pillar of equipment glows bright red. Dragon Realm World, a divine dragon soars through the sky and lands to become a character's mount. 1/epic, every monster is killed in 1/, and the monsters literally copy all the creatures from the classic of mountains and seas. Xu Hao tried to enter the #1 game on the rankings. As soon as he entered the game, in less than a minute, it started bombarding him with gift packs. First recharge 6 yuan, unlock autoloot. Limited time gift pack, graduate 1 step ahead. Various limited time packs, first recharge gifts, supreme privileges, kept unlocking. It seemed like 1/ could drop god tier equipment, but high quality gear almost always pointed to VIP dungeons or sponsored packs. Xu Hao played for a little while without spending a dime and unsurprisingly got stuck. At this moment, the system precisely adjusted the monster's health to create the illusion that the boss could be beaten with just a little more effort. Looking at the limited time pack popping up on the screen, if it weren't for his own extensive experience, he might have been tempted by this trick. Humph. Xu Hao sneered and leaned back in his chair. This kind of game is rank #1. Truly a game industry stuck in the browser game era. In this world, since the peak of browser games, the development of the game industry had completely changed. Mobile games, PC games, and browser games all charged forward along the successful path of Legend. They were racing toward flashiness, special effects, and light pollution. No wonder the original owner also made a similar game demo. He was restricted by the industry's limited vision. Looks like I need to teach this world's game industry a good lesson. The moment this thought arose, Xu Hao felt the original owner's obsession within him. The resentment of being betrayed by his roommate, the frustration of an unfulfilled dream, the injustice of fate. Don't worry, parallel world me, watch everything that happens next from heaven. Ding, detected, host establishing life goal. Congratulations, your system has arrived. By consuming reputation points you can exchange for resource packs of all games in the host's mind. The resource pack includes core source code, art assets, UI design, game design documents, operational plans, anti-piracy technology, and all other game assets. Ways to earn reputation points: player downloads, game activity, positive reviews, industry influence, media exposure, etc. Current reputation points 10. Xu Hao smiled and leaned back again. The system came just in time, otherwise starting from scratch to make a game, even a small one, would take months. With the system, everything would go more smoothly. Newbie gift pack has arrived. Please choose one of the following 3 random games to obtain a resource pack. Happy Farm, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, World of Warcraft. It's actually these 3 games. Xu Hao was shocked. This random selection was too good. Could he really get this from a newbie gift pack? Not to mention Happy Farm, the newbie gift pack actually gave PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and World of Warcraft. Mind you, these 2 games are no ordinary titles. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds brought the battle royale genre to global popularity, even compelling internet cafes to upgrade their hardware. World of Warcraft, on the other hand, is the memory of a generation, the ultimate embodiment of the MMORPG genre. In comparison, although Happy Farm held a lower status, it was once all the rage. When it came to choosing, Xu Hao's first reaction was PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or World of Warcraft. The money-making ability of these 2 games was terrifying. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds sold 75 million copies at a price of 98 yuan before it became free-to-play. In 2022, after PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds became free-to-play, its first quarter revenue reached a staggering $82.3 million. In 2024, it peaked with annual revenue reaching a terrifying $680 million. World of Warcraft was even more impressive in terms of data. As the gaming memory of a generation in Xu Hao's original world, its data was absolutely historic. In the first full year after launch in 2005, global revenue reached $900 million. In 2010, it peaked with annual revenue reaching $21.6 billion. Happy Farm's data was much more modest. It was popular but not commercially successful. After being copied by many, it couldn't survive the competition. Let's first eliminate Happy Farm. So which one to choose between PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and World of Warcraft? Xu Hao fell into thought. From the data perspective, World of Warcraft made more money. But PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds had a genre more suitable for the current era. Who to choose? So frustrating. Just as Xu Hao was deeply torn, he suddenly thought of a key issue. This forced him to cast his gaze back to Happy Farm. The issue Xu Hao was pondering was that whether it was PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or World of Warcraft, both were massive online games that required long-term operation. Even if he could obtain the complete game assets to keep the game running, he was only one person. Setting aside issues such as game maintenance, early-stage promotion, and global publishing, he alone would never be able to cope with all the players' requests. For long-term operation, he would have to rely on a group of seasoned professionals. Even if he tried to rope in classmates from school to help, they could never handle updates for a game of this magnitude. Unless he went outside to poach talent, but with his current circumstances, he simply had no such leverage. Damn system, you've thrown such a huge problem at me. Biting his lip, Xu Hao pondered for a long time, yet truly could not find any way to resolve the dilemma. No matter how fun a game was, without a competent game company devoted to its operation, an online game could never survive. If he were to force PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or World of Warcraft online, the best-case scenario would be having to sell them to another game company, because he could not operate them. Although the launch would very likely garner tremendous acclaim, an inability to handle bugs, player feedback, and all sorts of update issues would cause the game to die a sudden death. Thus, though he felt it a pity, Xu Hao could only set his sights on Happy Farm. By comparison, Happy Farm was just a browser game, very light in scale. Lightweight meant it would be far easier to operate. The game was simple, so players' issues would not be too numerous. The only things he needed to pay special attention to were how to monetize it and how to deal with plagiarism in the future. Sigh. Xu Hao let out a slightly regretful breath. System, I choose Happy Farm. Redemption successful. The resource pack has been automatically synchronized to the host's current device. The resource pack supports dual adaptation for PC and mobile. The next second, the computer in front of Xu Hao, the one the original owner had used for 4 years, suddenly lit up on its own. On the previously cluttered desktop, a new folder instantly appeared, named Happy Farm Complete Project. Inside, everything was meticulously categorized: source code, art assets, audio installation packages, down to every crop's texture and every interaction's logic, all flawless. Looking at the fresh, clean art style of the farm interface on the screen, Xu Hao felt a blaze in his heart. The first step had been taken. Just as Xu Hao was about to seize the momentum and distribute Happy Farm to the game platforms, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. 3 roommates walked in, including Zhao Feng, who had stolen the original owner's demo. Xu Hao halted his movements and fixed his gaze on Zhao Feng. Being stared at made Zhao Feng feel a little uneasy. After a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he pretended nonchalance and spoke. Xu Hao, I'm only saying this for your own good. You need to know your limits. When Zhao Feng saw that Xu Hao remained silent, only fixing him with an icy stare, he did not feel the slightest shame. Instead, his sense of triumph grew stronger. Curling his lip, he turned to sneer. That crappy demo you made is just a pile of trash. The gameplay is dull. No one would want it even if you gave it away for free. If you really think that, why did you steal my demo then? Xu Hao rose to his feet, his 1.8-meter frame looming over Zhao Feng as he stared down at him. Whoa, who said I stole it? The demo I used for my interview is my own. Don't pin it on me just because yours got stolen. Xu Hao pointed a finger at Zhao Feng. Don't get cocky. I'm telling you now, this won't be the end of it. Xu Hao, just give up. From today on, we're no longer people from the same world. Zhao Feng pulled a stack of documents from his bag and slapped them a few times against his palm. See this? It's the contract I signed with Nanjing Group. I'm now officially an employee of Nanjing Group, an assistant engineer. The supervisor said I'll be promoted to T5 next year. Xu Hao knew that this contract was something that should have belonged to the original owner. An unusual emotion surged through his heart. Xu Hao touched his chest, and only then did that surge of emotion gradually subside. Rest easy. He would no longer need such things. He stopped wasting words on Zhao Feng, and instead turned to look at the other two roommates. One was named Gao Jihong, the other Huang Chongjiang. At this moment, both were standing behind Zhao Feng with their heads lowered. Their expressions were awkward, and unlike before, they did not speak up in Xu Hao's defense. Seeing where Xu Hao's gaze had fallen, Zhao Feng's expression grew even more triumphant. Xu Hao, let me tell you this, from now on the two of them are no longer your lackeys either. Once I found my footing at Nanjing Group, I'll bring Gao Jihong and Huang Chongjiang in as well. The faces of Gao Jihong and Huang Chongjiang flushed red. This promise was something they had once hoped to receive from Xu Hao. From their freshman year onward, Xu Hao's abilities in programming, design, and art had already begun to shine on campus. Those three skills, programming, planning, and art, were what people abbreviated as Chengsamai. Many teachers and students believed that with Xu Hao's talent, he was certain to enter a top game company like Nanjing Group. So over these 4 years at university, even if they had not exactly waited on Xu Hao hand and foot, their care for him had at least been meticulous. Yet only a few days after his demo was stolen, the two of them had already defected to another banner. Xu Hao turned his gaze back to Zhao Feng. What's wrong? Does a stolen demo really give you such a sense of achievement? Everyone in our class knows exactly what you're capable of. At most a month from now, Nanjing Group will know your level as well. Trash like you will at best toil there for a month before being kicked out like a dead dog. What did you say? Zhao Feng exploded in fury. Getting an offer from Nanjing Group had instantly elevated him from the bottom rung of the school to someone in the spotlight. Xu Hao's words made him both ashamed and enraged. Didn't you hear me clearly? Xu Hao gave a chilly snort. Garbage like you who likes to steal will pay for it one day, until you're ruined down to the last cent. The expression on Zhao Feng's face froze instantly. He had clearly not expected Xu Hao, who had always been submissive, hardly daring to raise his voice, to speak to him in such a tone. He slammed his palm down hard on the desk, glaring at Xu Hao with a vicious look. So how did you get brain damaged in your sleep, or something? You dare talk to me like that? Steal. Do you have any evidence? If you've got the guts, go report me to the school. Take me to court. Zhao Feng panted heavily a few times, bluster masking his inner guilt. Look at how poor you are. You can't even afford a lawyer. I'm telling you that demo is mine. What can you possibly do to me? If you know what's good for you, just shut up and never bring this up again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't even find a waiter's job in Jiangxing. It was a threat, naked and undisguised. Zhao Feng was banking on the fact that the original owner had no background, no money, and a weak personality, convinced that he could only swallow the insult. Gao Jihong and Huang Chongjiang, faces full of embarrassment, tried to smooth things over. Forget it, Feng, stop arguing. The school said you should hurry over to sign the tripartite agreement. Zhao Feng's expression once again turned smug. For 4 years he had been overshadowed by this poor kid Xu Hao. Worse grades, the girl he liked, preferring the handsome, high-achieving Xu Hao. It had seemed as if everyone revolved around Xu Hao, and now he had finally turned the tables. You hear that? I'm going to sign the tripartite agreement right now. You just stay here and keep working on your demo. He burst out laughing. Just as Zhao Feng was about to turn and leave, his eyes fell on the new project open on Xu Hao's computer. What's this? Happy Farm. This is your new game, Xu Hao. Ha ha, what kind of ridiculous name is that? I'm dying of laughter. With that, Zhao Feng glanced over at Gao Jihong and Huang Chongjiang. What, isn't that name hilarious? The two exchanged a look, then forced out awkward chuckles before following the still chortling Zhao Feng out of the dorm room. Xu Hao let out a cold laugh. Zhao Feng and the entire rotten game industry, your nightmare is about to begin. And what you owe the original owner, what you owe me, I will personally reclaim in full with interest. Pock. Xu Hao kicked the dormitory door shut and sat back down. I can't let scum like that affect my mood. Ooh, I still have things to finish. Xu Hao knew that dealing with useless trash like Zhao Feng in the future would be a mere afterthought. After calming himself, he prepared to distribute Happy Farm to the gaming platforms. However, not entirely at ease, Xu Hao decided to run a round of game testing first. Soon he entered his work state and became busy. Amidst the humming of the computer fan, Xu Hao finally completed the tests after several hours of work. Night had fallen, and the three men, including Zhao Feng, had returned to the dormitory at some point and were now snoring. The test results were flawless, a testament to the system's output, which also allowed Xu Hao to breathe a sigh of relief. In this world, uploading a game was relatively straightforward. Both PC and mobile platforms had game platforms built by major gaming companies. Among them, the largest platform undoubtedly belonged to the South Pole Group. On the South Pole gaming platform, Xu Hao registered a developer account under the name Quantum Games. This was the name of his future game company and the foundation of his foothold in this world. Subsequently, he began filling in the game details. Game name: Happy Farm. Game genre: casual social simulation. Game description: bid farewell to tedious monster grinding, refuse forced in-app purchases, and build your own exclusive pastoral farm. Sow, water, fertilize, and harvest. Experience the joy of farming. Visit friends' farms, quietly harvest ripe crops, and feel the thrill of interaction. Suitable for all ages with zero learning curve, this is a healing world for everyone. System requirements: extremely low. Supports PC web version and mobile devices Android OS. No flashy slogans, no words inducing consumption. Just a fresh picture of a farm, simple and pure, returning to the most essential joy of gaming. Xu Hao meticulously checked the information, uploading game screenshots and promotional images, working from dusk until late into the night. The faint glow of the computer screen illuminated his focused profile. He felt no fatigue. Instead, he grew more excited with each passing moment. The thought that this game, which had taken the world by storm on Earth, was about to launch in this backward world and break the monopoly of legendary games filled him with boundless energy. He would make up for the 4 years of regret left by his predecessor. He would change the helplessness of gamers in this world. He would counter all mockery and humiliation with masterpieces of gaming. At 4 a.m., all adaptation work was completed. The installation package for Happy Farm v1.0 was officially packaged. Xu Hao took a deep breath and clicked the upload button. The progress bar advanced slowly but steadily. 10, 50, 100. Upload successful. The game has been submitted for review, expected to complete within 12 working days. Xu Hao didn't stop. Happy Farm was a social game and needed to integrate with the South Pole Group's social system. The South Pole Group virtually monopolized online social networking in Huaxiao, with its social tools QQ and WeChat being household names. This was also why Xu Hao chose the South Pole gaming platform as the launch platform for Happy Farm. Integrating the social system was not expensive, costing only 300 yuan per year. After completing all this, Xu Hao turned off the computer, leaned back in a tactical posture, and closed his eyes to rest. He could imagine the immense impact Happy Farm would have on the stagnant gaming market once it launched. The game had simple controls and an extremely low barrier to entry. It required neither complex operations nor a significant time investment. It could satisfy people's pastoral longings while forming a social loop through stealing vegetables and mutual assistance. Crucially, Happy Farm's target audience was not just existing gamers, but all internet users. Whether students, white-collar workers, or the elderly, anyone with internet access could quickly get started. And those players who had been worn down by pay-to-win games would instantly fall for this relaxing, healing, genuinely fun game that demanded no excessive spending. And this was just the beginning. Once Happy Farm became a hit, he would amass a sea of reputation points. He could then exchange for the true masterpieces in his game library, one by one, gradually eroding the market of legendary games and ultimately overturning the entire industry. As for Zhao Feng, Xu Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the sleeping Zhao Feng, a flicker of coldness passing by. With the game not yet launched and his fame and popularity not yet accumulated, rashly seeking revenge on Zhao Feng would only seem like an overreaction and could even backfire. The best timing would be when Happy Farm's downloads reached 10,000, 100,000, a million, when he had earned his first pot of gold and become the focus of the industry. At that time, Zhao Feng, the current forbearance was not cowardice, but a means to a more thorough revenge. Daybreak. The morning sunlight streamed through the dormitory window. Zhao Feng yawned as he climbed out of bed and immediately saw Xu Hao slumped over the desk. Last night was Zhao Feng's last night in the dormitory. Today, he would start his job at South Pole Games. A smug expression was already plastered on his face. "Oh, you really pulled an all-nighter." Zhao Feng rubbed his eyes, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. "Did you finish the game? Let Big Brother have a look and see how impressive your all-nighter masterpiece really is." He deliberately emphasized the word masterpiece, his voice brimming with mockery. The other two roommates also woke up and gathered around to watch the spectacle, their mindsets already changed as they anticipated Xu Hao's embarrassment. Xu Hao straightened up, stretching his stiff neck, and said calmly, It's already been uploaded to the platform and is under review. It will be launched soon. Zhao Feng's mouth gaped open. He had only been speaking casually, never expecting Xu Hao to have actually made a game. Impossible. In just these few days, how could you have made a new game? Are you dumb? Xu Hao shot Zhao Feng a contemptuous glance. I started learning programming at 6 and making games at 9. It's only natural I have some stuff in reserve, isn't it? Xu Hao planned to exchange for a large number of games in the future, so he needed to establish a persona of having a stockpile. TCH, you're all talk. I'm not going to waste more words on a nobody like you. Your lord and master here is off to the South Pole group today. Goodbye, Xu Hao. For the rest of your life, looking up to me is your only path. Without turning his head, Xu Hao said, Zhao Feng, just enjoy your last moments of glory. The dormitory fell silent, and Xu Hao, overwhelmed by the encroaching drowsiness, kept yawning before sinking into a deep sleep. Sometime after Xu Hao fell asleep, a notification popped up in his email. Dear user, your game Happy Farm has passed the review and will be launched on PC and mobile platforms at exactly 1200 today. Of course, Xu Hao was fast asleep and didn't notice the email notification right away. At exactly 1200 noon, Xu Hao was still sleeping. His predecessor had burned the midnight oil for many days, and he himself had pulled an all-nighter. His body was extremely exhausted and needed rest. Meanwhile, on the South Pole Group's gaming platform, a new game called Happy Farm had quietly appeared. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Hao woke up. The first thing he did was check his email, confirming the game was online. He then opened the backend. The backend displayed that the download count for the mobile version was only 8, and even fewer for the PC version, just 3. After hastily eating something, Xu Hao returned to his computer. He believed that among the plethora of flashy game interfaces, Happy Farm would surely achieve success. However good wine fears the deep alley, the quicker success comes the better. Currently, he lacked the funds and capability for extensive promotion. He couldn't advertise or do grassroots marketing. But that didn't mean he couldn't promote the game. Xu Hao then opened WeChat, copied the link to Happy Farm, edited a message, and sent it to his familiar group chats. My new work Happy Farm is officially online today. The controls are easy, it's simple to pick up, and there's absolutely no forced spending. Come join me in experiencing the leisurely life of a farmer. Click here to download Happy Farm. Xu Hao sent the message to various groups, including middle school, high school, and college class groups, as well as various gaming groups and strategy groups. Soon Xu Hao's phone began to buzz incessantly. How's it? Your game is online. I'm here to support you. Xu Hao, what kind of game is this? Did you make it? Wow, how God actually released a game. If our strategy team must be the first to join. A flood of messages ensued as Xu Hao replied to each one, but he paused when he noticed a friend's avatar flashing. Su Lin. Su Lin was a girl in school whose grades were second only to Xu Hao's. Besides her excellent academic performance, Su Lin also possessed an angelic face, and countless people in the school were her admirers. Xu Hao and Su Lin didn't interact much, but there was a bit of fate between them. They were from the same hometown, having been classmates and alumni from elementary school to middle school to high school. However, Su Lin's brilliance overshadowed him. Her father owned a company, her mother was a university teacher, and she herself was radiant. Xu Hao, on the other hand, came from a poor family with little to show but his grades. As a result, despite having known each other for over a decade, they rarely interacted. On the day Xu Hao's demo was stolen by Zhao Feng, he had a heated argument with Zhao Feng at school. School leaders and police arrived, but ultimately, due to the lack of evidence, it ended without resolution. Just when Xu Hao felt his life was at its darkest, Su Lin appeared before him. Ignoring others' gazes, she resolutely held Xu Hao's hand. I believe that you, Xu Hao, will rise again. It was this sentence that pushed the original owner to recklessly start from scratch. Now Su Lin's message came through again. The message expressed a hint of excitement. Xu Hao, congratulations on proving yourself again. I've played Happy Farm, and it really caught my eye in today's gaming market. You truly are the genius I remember. Xu Hao's mouth slightly opened. After the transmigration, surrounded by betrayal and ridicule, Su Lin's words made him involuntarily stirred. But after much thought, he simply replied with a thank you. Thank you, Su Lin. Su Lin didn't stop sending messages. Xu Hao, keep it up. If there's any way I can help, make sure to call on me. Okay, if there's really a situation, I won't hold back. At that moment, Su Lin felt a bit surprised. The Xu Hao she remembered was much shyer. She wondered if he had changed after suffering the blow of his demo being stolen. Ending the conversation with Su Lin, Xu Hao opened the backend again. After his efforts, the mobile download count had exceeded 30. The PC version had also surpassed 12. This was not enough, he could do more than this. Xu Hao began posting on major gaming forums and Tieba. He then turned his attention to short video platforms. He registered a short video account and filmed gameplay videos for Happy Farm. The video featured no complex explanations, simply showcasing the processes of planting, watering, harvesting, and stealing crops, paired with light and cheerful background music. The text read, a must-have for slacking off, bored at work or class. Come plant crops and steal vegetables to relieve stress and cure all unhappiness. After an afternoon of work, the download count for Happy Farm still hadn't broken the 100 mark. Among the games released on the same day, some had promotional resources and reached over 10,000 downloads in just a few hours. Many games that fared as poorly as Happy Farm were produced by small studios, also lacking promotional resources. Just as Xu Hao was anxious about the insufficient download numbers, he failed to notice that the views on the video he posted were rapidly increasing. The barrage and comments section began filling with various comments. This game looks quite relaxing. Is it a farm-type game? I haven't tried it yet. You can steal crops. Sounds a bit interesting. I'll go download it. Hey, it's been 5 minutes. Did you try it out? How is it? Is it really not forcing spending? Hey, can you respond? Forget it, I'll check it out myself. If it forces spending, I'll uninstall it right away. Hey, you guys who are trying it out, why isn't anyone replying? In fact, those commenting about trying Happy Farm had already become immersed in the game, completely ignoring the comment section. Until one of the earliest players, after completing a series of initial guidance and operations like planting pest control and watering, gradually came back to his senses. I accidentally played for over an hour. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the harvest. Still not satisfied, he looked at the sparsely populated friends' farms and quickly sent the link to his friends. Oldly, play this farm game. You can steal crops. Old Wong, this game is good. Oh, let's play together. At that moment, he remembered his comment in the video and went back to check. The numerous comments startled him. Hey, can you speak up, OP? Could it be that he got poisoned? Maybe he spent all his money on it. The OP quickly began to reply. Everyone in back. Trust me, go download the game quickly. Seeing the OP's reply, many who were still hesitating hurriedly inquired for details. Is it fun, OP? It's quite fun, just like in the video. Oh, very relaxing. I accidentally played for over an hour. OP, does this game really not force spending? Don't even mention force spending. This game doesn't even have a recharge channel open yet. Huh, no recharge channel. This is a first for me. The game's announcement said the recharge channel will only open in the next update, and it guarantees no forced spending. That's great, I'll go try it out. Wait, let's add each other as friends and steal crops together. Soon the comments section was filled with messages to add friends. This also meant that more and more players were starting to enter the world of Happy Farm. The comments section of the video became a bridge for everyone to communicate. While I was guarding my crops to harvest and just missed a second, a bunch of vegetables got stolen. You guys are ruthless. I finally grew a pest on my farm, but at the same time, over 10 people helped me get rid of it. The pest was caught as soon as it appeared, and I didn't even get to see what it looked like. I'm dying of laughter. I had one patch of land dry up, and at the same time, 10 buckets of water were poured onto it. Thank goodness it's not a real farm, otherwise my crops would have drowned. Through the word of mouth of players, the download rate of Happy Farm began to soar. At 4 p.m., the downloads surpassed 100. Just a few minutes later, the downloads exceeded 500. Half an hour later, it directly broke through 2,000. Even Xu Hao, who was well aware of the potential of Happy Farm, displayed a look of astonishment. Xu Hao kept refreshing the backend, and by 5 p.m., the downloads reached 5,000. Opening the comment section for Happy Farm, thousands of people had rated it 4.8. A high score indeed. Xu Hao carefully reviewed and replied to the highly praised comments. This game is quite addictive, simple, and fun. It seems like a game with a conscience. The author didn't rush to open paid channels, unlike other games that are eager to maximize their monetization on day one. I've realized that to enjoy this game fully, you need to have many friends. Everyone should add friends together. 5 stars. Absolutely 5 stars. How should I put it? I thought of a phrase, a crane standing out from the flock. Among a sea of homogeneous games, a refreshing stream has emerged, bringing tears to my eyes as a professional game reviewer. As he continued scrolling, a highly praised comment made Xu Hao both laugh and cry. Author, look here. I want you to open paid channels right now. Immediately. What about speed up items, anti-theft systems, land expansion tools, and automatic harvesting systems? I want them all. This comment had hundreds of likes, and the replies below were even more exaggerated. I agree. I was originally going to spend money on skeleton legends, but I won't now. Oh, I'll wait for you to open paid options. No paid options. Who do you look down on? My dad saw me playing this game and directly gave me 5,000 yuan as pocket money, asking me to set up a farm for him. When I told him that 5,000 yuan wouldn't be enough, he surprisingly got angry. Xu Hao helplessly replied below. Thank you for the support of all players. Currently, Happy Farm is operated solely by me, so the speed might be a bit slow. I hope everyone can bear with me. Just a few seconds after replying, a response came in. Is it really the producer himself? Quantum Games, that name is quite interesting. Operating alone. Then hurry up and open paid options and take our money to hire more people. Yes, I want to give you money. Quickly take my dirty money. Xu Hao began to sweat coldly. The players in this world seemed somewhat abnormal. It seemed like they had been brainwashed by legendary games for years, their minds filled with thoughts of monetization. After refreshing the comment section a few more times, the demand for opening monetization continued to rise. Xu Hao felt restless, plans had changed, and it was time to start making money. However, all of Xu Hao's abilities were focused on programming, and he lacked experience in operations. The first update for Happy Farm absolutely could not fail, as the amount of paid content would impact future success or failure. While Xu Hao was deep in thought, a message notification rang. It was Su Lin. Congratulations, Xu Hao. The download count for Happy Farm has already surpassed 100,000. Xu Hao was taken aback. So soon it had hit 100,000. Just a little while ago, he had seen it break 5,000, and now it was over 100,000. Opening the platform page for Happy Farm, the download count had indeed just crossed 100,000. To his surprise, Su Lin sent him a message the moment it broke 100,000. Thank you for your attention. Su Lin had spent the entire afternoon playing Happy Farm, while monitoring various data, and had also left her own positive review in the comments. She truly hadn't expected Xu Hao to create such an innovative game. Farming, land cultivation, sowing seeds, watering, pest control, and harvesting. As a farming nation, even though she grew up in a big city, the genes of agriculture were ingrained in her. Su Lin was utterly captivated by the game and quietly recommended it to her close friends. She quickly realized that Happy Farm was not just a simple game. From her professional perspective, she soon discovered the potential of Happy Farm. Men, women, old and young, no one would refuse this type of game. This indicates that Happy Farm possesses tremendous market potential. Moreover, most games on the market are combat-oriented, which means the competition is extremely fierce. Yet, Happy Farm is a complete blue ocean with no competitors. With this understanding, Su Lin felt that the opportunity was right before her eyes. Furthermore, the producer of Happy Farm is him. Su Lin began typing on her keyboard, and soon after finishing a document, she opened the chat window with Xu Hao. Xu Hao, I think we need to launch paid content for Happy Farm as soon as possible. Xu Hao felt a surge of indescribable emotions seeing Su Lin so invested in his game. I was just pondering that. After sending this message, the other party fell silent for a few seconds. Then Xu Hao saw a document being sent over. Happy Farm first version update operational plan. Xu Hao was astonished as he received the document and opened it to take a look. His astonishment quickly turned into focus. This document was like a pillow for him when he was drowsy. 1. Introduction. Happy Farm has been on the Antarctic game platform since 1.2.0 today. With its unique planting and management gameplay and the stealing vegetables interaction mechanism, it has already entered the top 10 new games on the Antarctic game platform in less than 6 hours. Considering the almost non-existent promotion, the growth potential is extremely strong. This version update is the first major content update since the launch of Happy Farm. The core content is the introduction of a paid system. This marks the transition of the game from the free user acquisition phase to the value-added service monetization phase, a key milestone in the project's commercialization. This plan will systematically outline the operational tasks for this update from 6 aspects: background analysis, event design, operational strategy, risk control, execution plan, and effect evaluation. 2. Market analysis. The gaming industry is entering a phase of slowing growth, and the item charging model as the mainstream revenue system has already shown signs of decline. The life cycle of legendary games is generally short, with the industry commonly believing it to be about 6 months. Continuous content updates are needed to extend the lifespan of the game. Xu Hao carefully read through the entire document, and his eyes lit up. Su Lin is undoubtedly a talented operator. She approached the game's current situation, industry, environment, analysis of payment, willingness, payment systems, operational activity design, and strategy. From many angles, creating a complete game operation plan. And Xu Hao at this point was in need of such a thing. Although he knew what content he had to update, he lacked the details laid out on paper. Updating the game version is not something that can be decided on a whim. It requires comprehensive analysis combining market and player insights. If he simply replicated the update strategy of Happy Farm from his past life, due to changes in the gaming market, unforeseen problems might arise. Immediately, Xu Hao sent a message to Su Lin. Let's meet at the milk tea shop on the school commercial street. Su Lin anxiously waited for several minutes, and upon seeing Xu Hao's meeting message, her heart leaped with joy. This joy was not merely for a game she believed in. There was more content that even Su Lin herself could not articulate. She slightly flustered as she tidied her dress, making several expressions in front of the mirror. After changing a few hairpins, she suddenly realized that the matter to be discussed might not suit hairpins, and Su Lin regretfully took them off. Then, feeling a bit desolate, her mood quickly lifted as she gave a peace sign in front of the mirror. Hey, is our campus flower going out? Su Lin's roommate asked. Su Lin immediately hugged the printed document to her chest, her face already regaining its calm. I'm going for an interview with a company. What? The roommate looked over in surprise. Didn't Antarctic Games send you an offer? You're still going for an interview? Su Lin smiled brightly. Just to try more he. After saying that, Su Lin left the dormitory with her document and laptop. At Jiangxing University, the commercial street is alive with the vibrant energy of youth tinged with a sense of impending societal pressures. Thus, places like bubble tea shops and coffee houses are not merely infused with the scent of romance, but also carry a hint of commercialism. Xu Hao arrived at a bubble tea shop and chose a spot to sit down. While waiting for Su Lin to arrive, he passively absorbed the information around him, also noticing the whispers and pointing fingers directed at him. Isn't that Xu Hao? Have you heard? He got into a fight with someone a while back. Huh, what happened? You don't know? Apparently his game demo was stolen. What? Xu Hao is in deep trouble, graduating only to be unemployed. Trouble? You can barely get your diploma while he's a genius with skills. You're the one in trouble. Wow, so harsh. That hurts my heart. Sorry. It's fine, I just stole your food, so we're even now. You jerk. Xu Hao smirked, ordered 2 cups of the most ordinary bubble tea, and waited quietly. It wasn't long before Su Lin walked in. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Su Lin spotted Xu Hao, who was smiling at her. A smile appeared on her face as she quickened her pace. Realizing that she might be a bit too forward, she paused for a moment and slowed her steps. Yet she couldn't suppress the slight upward curve of her lips. Xu Hao didn't quite grasp Su Lin's girlish feelings. He simply thought she looked particularly beautiful today. Hello, old classmate, did you wait long? Su Lin took the initiative to speak. Not really, just arrived. I ordered bubble tea. I don't know if you'll like it. I like it. The sweet chewy pearls are really nice. Their small talk ended with just these 2 sentences, and they quickly delved into a meeting regarding the updates of Happy Farm. Old classmate, even though players are calling for a paid system for Happy Farm, I believe we shouldn't rush it. Xu Hao nodded. I think so too. Considering the silent majority, I prefer to be more restrained with the payment system for Happy Farm. Su Lin opened her laptop, revealing the game's review section. As of now, the download count has surpassed 300, with a score hovering around 4.8. Looking at Xu Hao, who was focused on the screen, she continued, I've compiled the data. Over 800 people have rated it, with a focus on analyzing negative reviews. Su Lin paused, took a sip of her bubble tea, and narrowed her eyes slightly. A significant portion of the negative reviews is due to the absence of a payment system, mostly with a humorous undertone. Xu Hao nodded again, aware that in Happy Farm's review section the payment topic had become a meme. Comments like, it'll change my rating to 5 stars when the payment system is implemented, it's a good game, just can't spend money, and I want to spend money to buy land, why not let me, have become running jokes. The remaining small fraction of negative reviews mainly focuses on. Xu Hao waved his hand to interrupt Su Lin. The current sample size is too small, it won't serve as a proper reference, let's skip this part for now. Su Lin raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. She knew that Happy Farm's data would see continuous improvement in the coming days, with the potential for hundreds of thousands of downloads. However, what she didn't know was that for Xu Hao, the player count for Happy Farm was not just a mere hundreds of thousands. In his previous life, Happy Farm reached a daily active user count of 1 million, just over a month after launch, peaking at over 16 million daily active users, 3 times that of World of Warcraft at the time. Note, this is daily active users, not downloads. Therefore, 300 downloads were far too few for Xu Hao, lacking the necessary sample size. Alright. Su Lin felt a bit helpless and continued, a payment system is now imperative. I've analyzed the current game market and devised several payment systems for you to review. Xu Hao nodded and seriously looked through them. In Su Lin's plan, the payment system for Happy Farm referenced many game review sections. The opinions in the review sections were similar, focusing on automatic harvesting, automatic stealing, automatic watering, automatic pest control, and time acceleration items, among others. Xu Hao shook his head slightly. Indeed, Su Lin's thoughts were constrained by the norms of the game industry in this world. Su Lin, sometimes our thinking can be a bit more open. There can be paid items like fertilizer, Su Lin replied. Xu Hao explained players can spend money to buy fertilizer to accelerate crop growth. Premium seeds can yield more valuable crops. Su Lin looked at Xu Hao with confusion, as she didn't see the so-called more openness in this. Xu Hao continued, at the same time, paid items like fertilizer and premium seeds will be distributed to players for free in the form of countdowns. For instance, giving players a portion every hour without accumulation. Su Lin's brow furrowed. Even more, what about what I just mentioned? Xu Hao chuckled, those won't be included. Instead, we'll add a monetization point for decorations. Decorations? Yes, farm decorations. For example, nice little houses, scarecrows, crop skins, and so on. Su Lin seemed to understand they can reduce crop growth time and increase yield. No, Xu Hao immediately interrupted her. Su Lin, what I mean by openness is not to be blinded by the current payment methods in the game market. Why must we disrupt the balance? Is there anything wrong with decorations? Su Lin became a bit anxious. Xu Hao, this won't work. Weak monetization points will lead to revenue difficulties. Weak. Xu Hao chuckled lightly. My game has one premise. It must be relatively conscientious. Automatic harvesting and stealing will only hasten the game's demise. Your report states that games on the market generally have a lifespan of only a few months. Have you considered the reason? Severe homogenization, aesthetic fatigue, lack of updates. Su Lin counted on her fingers. These issues had been taught countless times by their teacher. Could it be that the monetization has become too severe? Nowadays, game companies launch a game and can't wait to take all the players' money immediately. They make a quick profit and then swap skins for the next game. Games collapse, internal strife, and reputations decline, while my quantum game will follow a completely different path. But this game model hasn't been validated by the market. All right, let's make a bet. Xu Hao said. A bet? Yes. Fertilizers and premium seeds will be priced at $1 to $2, while non-enhancing decorations will range from a few to dozens of dollars. Let's bet on the income of the first day of the payment system launch. Su Lin quickly calculated in her mind. The paid items were not essential, just speeding up the game process, while the decorations had no enhancements. The payment system might take 35 days to launch, by which time Happy Farm should have surpassed 1 million downloads, and the daily active users should be in the thousands. The important thing is that these monetized contents are not necessary, so the payment ratio will be very low. I bet the income won't exceed 300 yuan on the first day. Okay, the bet is that if you lose, you come work for me, even though I haven't registered the company yet. Huh. Su Lin was taken aback, her face flushed, and her heart raced. I should have said 300 yuan, but she didn't show this thought on her face. If you win. Xu Hao pondered for a moment and shrugged. I currently have nothing, so I can only promise you one request. Su Lin was stunned for a while, wondering if she could ask to go to his company if she won. Before Su Lin could respond, another voice interjected from the side. Xu Hao and Su Lin turned to look behind them, where a man with an obvious elite aura was sitting. The man smiled and said, sorry, I accidentally overheard your conversation. Standing up without a hint of apology, the man took a few steps closer. My name is Zhou Mingxuan, and I am your senior. I just happened to overhear your conversation. After saying this, Zhou Mingxian looked at Xu Hao. You are Xu Hao, the producer of Happy Farm. This is indeed a remarkable game. Zhou Mingxian showcased his phone screen, which displayed the game interface of Happy Farm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the art director of Yiwang Games Laser Studio, and I am very interested in you, Xu Hao. Nice to meet you. When you mentioned joining the betting pool, what did you mean? Zhou Mingxian chuckled heartily. To be honest, I came specifically for you. Zhou Mingxian explained his intentions. He had heard Xu Hao's name and had come to plan bringing him into Yiwang into his studio. The reason he was at the milk tea shop was that he didn't have Xu Hao's contact information and planned to ask a school teacher for it, only to unexpectedly meet the person himself. To be honest, I have long been dissatisfied with the current gaming industry. After years working as an artist, I am exhausted from all those special effects. You cannot imagine how tired I am. Your Happy Farm has truly impressed me, so would you let me join the betting pool? How do you want to bet? Zhou Mingxian glanced at Su Lin and smiled again. I have more confidence in Happy Farm. I bet the first day revenue will exceed 100. If I lose, I will also join your company. Xu Hao's expression remained unchanged. What if you win? If I win, let's work together at the studio in Yiwang. After all, it's a big company with security. Xu Hao barely hesitated. I agree. It was a joke. An artist talent coming to his doorstep, someone who could become the art director at Yiwang Studio, was no small character. Xu Hao was also aware of Zhou Mingxuan's intentions. The data for Happy Farm was promising, but the payment system Xu Hao had proposed earlier was not overly aggressive. In this case, if the game's payment system could break 100 in first-day revenue after launch, it would indicate a bright future. Joining such a company, Zhou Mingxian had nothing to fear regarding prospects. If it turned out that Happy Farm's revenue model was not viable, he wouldn't lose much. He might even bring Xu Hao, a recognized programming expert, into his studio. Very well, very decisive. I hope I can join your company. Zhou Mingxian smiled and asked, when do you expect to launch the payment system? Xu Hao made an okay gesture with his right hand. In 3 days. Zhou Mingxian nodded. In 3 days, I will come to find you again. After saying this, the two exchanged phone numbers. Su Lin felt a bit anxious. Xu Hao, you agreed, just like that. Xu Hao nodded. I have confidence in my game. That's not what I meant. It's fine. In 3 days, we will see the outcome. My future operations department director, Miss Su. Su Lin's face turned red, and she slightly stamped her foot. In her view, a first-day revenue of 300 was already the limit. Xu Hao was actually betting 100 with someone else. I will take this report with me. Don't worry, I will ensure you are compensated. The payment system report Su Lin prepared was not solely focused on pay-to-win items. It included event planning, execution plans, data monitoring, and metrics. It was a complete operational plan that Xu Hao currently needed. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't dare say he could launch the payment system within 3 days. All right. Su Lin felt a little lost, but after a moment, she collected her thoughts. The two parted ways, and Xu Hao returned to his dorm. In the next 3 days, he had to ensure the payment system was flawless. Meanwhile, Su Lin returned to her dorm, still feeling a pang of loss. Her roommate found it strange that she had returned so early. Su Lin, why are you back so soon? How did the interview go? Su Lin wasn't in the mood, maybe. I didn't pass. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you seem so low-spirited? Su Lin pouted, I don't know. Then don't dwell on it. I just stole your vegetables. Su Lin was taken aback and hurriedly opened her computer to collect vegetables, only to find her remaining crops were barely enough. As if recalling something, Su Lin opened the Antarctic game platform, found Happy Farm, which had already ranked first in the new games list, and refreshed the page. Downloads 84332. Su Lin's eyes gradually widened as she looked at that number again. 84332 with no change. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and refreshed the page again. 85769. Su Lin suddenly stood up. How can this growth speed be so fast? She had only been out for about an hour, and the numbers shot up from 3000 to over 800, almost reaching 9000. Would it break 1000 today? What would it be in 3 days? Huh. Su Lin, what are you doing? Su Lin turned to her roommate. Happy Farm, the download count is about to hit 9000. Her roommate was only slightly surprised. The growth is so fast. That means I have more vegetables to steal. Do you know who made this game? Her roommate scratched her head. It's called Quantum Games. It's Xu Hao. Her roommate's eyes widened in disbelief. Both Su Lin and Zhou Mingxuan, as well as others, had severely underestimated the data of Happy Farm. After 3 days of fermentation, even Xu Hao could hardly predict how many people would come to play his game. However, concerning the bet of 100 revenue, he shouldn't be too complacent. Thinking of this, Xu Hao, who was flipping through the operational plan, couldn't help but smile. The bet was surely won. Meanwhile, another person who was shocked was Zhao Feng, who had already joined Antarctic Games. Though Happy Farm could not yet be called a massive hit, it had stirred waves in the gaming circle. Many people in Antarctic Games were discussing this game, but only Zhao Feng knew who the author was. Passing by the main planning office, he overheard the head planner on the phone. The phone conversation was about Happy Farm, as the head planner was inquiring about the data. He also instructed someone to prepare, stating that when the first day revenue data for Happy Farm came out, if the data was good, they would send someone to negotiate a new profit-sharing contract with the game's producer. Zhao Feng felt a bit lost. The pain that had been suppressed for 4 years seemed to be resurfacing. At that moment, he kept comforting himself. It's nothing but just a high download count, just the first place in the new games list. Without revenue data, all problems are non-existent. Zhao Feng's inner fear also began to sprout. On the first night after the launch of Happy Farm, a short video titled "Help! This vegetable stealing game is too addictive" began to go viral on the short video platform. In the video, the uploader showcased their farm planting, watering, pest control, harvesting, and stealing vegetables. As the mature crops hung heavily from the branches, the video creator exclaimed, "This is my first time playing such a game, and the sense of achievement is truly fantastic." After clicking to harvest the crops, the creator sighed with nostalgia. "This gaming experience reminds me of my childhood. Back then, games were diverse and varied. The unknown curiosity of the Famicom era, the street corner gatherings of the arcade era, and the flourishing of single-player PC games. Somewhere along the line, our gaming world has narrowed down to just chopping legends. Happy Farm is undoubtedly a new game that has rekindled my joy in gaming after all these years. Although simple, it stands out remarkably." The voice of the video creator quivered slightly. With a design philosophy that is both minimalist and profound, the interface is clear and the gameplay is simple enough for anyone to pick up. At the same time, elements like the realistic growth cycles of crops and random events provide me with a sense of long-term goals and satisfaction. This feeling is something I haven't experienced in years, which is why I'm recommending this game to all of you, hoping everyone can rediscover joy. The video ended here, but its impact continued to ferment. The next day, the download numbers for Happy Farm began to skyrocket, geometrically sparking a viral spread across all age groups. Quietly, on the second day after its launch, the first group ignited was the white-collar workers. On the morning of the second day after launch, it was the perfect time for office workers to take a break. In the cubicles of office buildings, many white-collar workers downloaded the game with the mindset of passing time. There were no complex operations. A simple tap of the finger could complete sowing and watering with one-click harvesting once matured. Even in a brief 3 to 5 minutes during work breaks, they could open the game to sow and harvest, perfectly catering to the need for fragmented relaxation among white-collar workers. In an internet company located in the city center, the receptionist was the first to download the game, busy tending to her virtual farm during lunch, quickly attracting colleagues from nearby desks to watch. "This game is so healing. Watching the little sprouts grow slowly is much more enjoyable than looking at reports, said an operations officer while sneakily harvesting crops from the receptionist's farm with a smile. In just one afternoon, more than a dozen employees at this company downloaded Happy Farm. They added each other as friends, agreeing to water each other's crops and not steal, only to turn around and sneakily harvest each other's mature crops. Laughter occasionally erupted in the office with comments like, "Who stole my vegetables?" and "Quick, help me water, my crops are about to wither." The previously dull office atmosphere became lively thanks to this newly emerged game. On the way home in subways and buses, white-collar workers could be seen engrossed in Happy Farm, with some harvesting crops during their commute, others busy watering friends' plants, and many sharing screenshots of their farms in social groups, lamenting about their tragic experiences of having their vegetables stolen. In no time, stealing vegetables became a new topic among white-collar workers, with spontaneous word-of-mouth spreading rapidly through their circles. The involvement of middle-aged and elderly groups became an unexpected delight in this viral spread. On the evening of the second day after launch, many young players recommended the game to their parents and elders, telling them, "This game is easy to play, and you can enjoy the fun of farming without much thought." For most middle-aged and elderly individuals who are not adept at complex game operations, the simple interface and easy controls of Happy Farm allowed them to quickly get the hang of it. In the community square during the evening hours, the aunties who had just finished their square dancing were no longer huddled together chatting, but instead sat together, taking out their phones to play Happy Farm, asking each other for tips, and sharing their planting achievements. More importantly, with Happy Farm, even elderly people are no longer terrified of games. Naturally, students play the most crucial role in this viral spread. They set alarms to harvest their crops, afraid their vegetables might be stolen, while also eagerly stealing crops from friends who hadn't harvested, yet sending screenshots to each other, followed by hearty laughter. In just 3 days, all players who had played Happy Farm were left wanting more, until a game announcement caught everyone's attention. Happy Farm version 1. One update announcement. Dear players, during the Labor Day holiday, Happy Farm will undergo a version update. Update contents: opening paid channels, updating Labor Day events, winning gifts for 7-day sign-ins. Click to see details. After seeing this announcement, all players rushed to inform each other. Elderly individuals began asking their grandchildren if the game needed to make money and why there were paid channels. The grandchildren dared not speak, fearing that if the old folks found out about the nature of other games, they would never be allowed to play games again. Some children argued, game companies need to make money too. How else can they maintain game operations? The white-collar workers who typically didn't play games felt a bit anxious. They had heard that games could be very money-grabbing, and if Happy Farm was also a money trap, how would they continue to play? Someone explained, Quantum Games has already stated that they will not force in-game purchases. We will know the truth tomorrow. The core players, experienced gamers who had battled through many games, were all the more delighted. It's here. It's finally here. Come on. Take my money. I want to spend. Great, I will give a 5-star review immediately. No need to wait until the update at midnight. I want to spend a lot and steal all of your crops, ha ha ha. The next morning at 6 a.m., Happy Farm version 1. One update was completed. At this time, many people's alarms went off. Most were players up to harvest their crops, but a few individuals were special. Zhao Feng set his alarm to pray for the demise of Happy Farm. Zhou Mingxian set his alarm, eagerly awaiting the new version's content. Su Lin was beaming, having hardly slept all night, as this game event was based on her operational plan. As for Xu Hao, the game producer of Happy Farm, the version update required his personal initiation. These individuals all wore expressions of anticipation, and the outcome of that bet had long been a foregone conclusion, if one were to ask why. After 3 days of fermentation, the downloads of Happy Farm surpassed 8,000. The second place on the new game list had only 9,000 downloads. At 9 a.m., Xu Hao got out of bed. After the game entrance opened at 6 a.m., he returned to bed and slept for another 3 hours. He took out his phone and saw a flood of messages. Xu Hao smirked. Fortunately, he had the foresight to turn on silent mode, otherwise he would have been disturbed to death. The most messages were from Su Lin. Starting at 6:05, she sent the first message inquiring about the recharge amount in the backend. After that, she asked again every 10 minutes. Xu Hao, how much is it now? Why aren't you speaking? It's been an hour since the server opened. You should say something. In such an important moment, did you go back to sleep? All right, make sure to tell me when you wake up. Still not awake, lazy bug. The second most frequent messages were from Zhou Mingxian. The event is well done, and the plan to send fertilizer and high-level seeds to players every 2 hours is quite rare. The rewards players can obtain through activities and tasks are pretty good. The decoration for the 7th day of sign-in is really nice. Even I am tempted. I want to know the current recharge data and the proportion players spend on pay-to-win items and outfits. Alright, I know you are not obligated to tell me this data. Let's discuss it tonight. No way. Quickly tell me the data. Oh, I want to know. Okay, you win. I recharged 10,000, now you are my boss. Boss, give me the data. Just as Xu Hao was about to check the data in the back end, there was a loud knocking on the dormitory door. Xu Hao opened the door in surprise, and outside stood Su Lin, bent over and out of breath. What are you doing here? This is the boys' dormitory. Su Lin straightened up her hair, slightly disheveled, her eyes fixed on Xu Hao. Data. Show me the data. Xu Hao had no choice but to let her into the room, while leaving the door open to avoid curious classmates outside misunderstanding. Su Lin sat in front of the computer, opened the back end of the Antarctic game platform, and found the only game under the Quantum Games account, Happy Farm. Then she took a deep breath and ceremoniously clicked in. Xu Hao found it a bit amusing, as if Su Lin were a high school student checking her college entrance examination results. But Xu Hao was quite curious about the data from these few hours, so he leaned in to look as well. Downloads 920000. Daily active user curve 11000 on the first day, 5900 on the second day, 7800 on the third day. There was no data for the fourth day, as it hadn't passed yet. Revenue curve 0 on the first day, 0 on the second day, 0 on the third day, and also 0 on the fourth. Su Lin was shocked. How could it be 0? Xu Hao was both amused and exasperated. You need to click in. There's the real-time revenue input for the day, updated every hour. Su Lin remained silent, clicking vigorously with her mouse. Today's revenue data. Total revenue for the day 27660.00 yuan. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Su Lin's fingers trembled slightly, counting the few digits twice. 27000. And it's only been 3 hours. Xu Hao nodded and smiled. Actually, it's only 1700. 100 of that was from Zhou Mingxian. Oh, that's still impressive. It's only 9 a.m. The peak period will be after work in the afternoon. Su Lin stood up, satisfied, exhaling a breath of relief. What are you guys doing? Asked curious onlookers outside the door. Su Lin proudly replied, we're looking at the data for Happy Farm. Oh, stealing vegetables. And what data? Data. Download numbers. It must have hit 1 million today. We're looking at daily activity and revenue. Su Lin crossed her arms. Don't think just because you're the campus belle you can say whatever. This data can only be seen in the back end of Quantum Games. Hee. Su Lin spread her hands and made a grand introduction gesture towards Xu Hao. This is him, the founder of Quantum Games and the producer of Happy Farm. What? WTF? You must be joking. Everyone was shocked, mouths agape. Of course it's possible. He is Xu Hao. It feels quite normal what's going on. Yeah, after all, it's Xu Hao. Creating Happy Farm is possible. A shorter boy squeezed forward. Hey, Hao Shin Su campus bell, can I come in and take a look? Xu Hao frowned, but eventually nodded. The short boy and a group of people squeezed in. First day revenue of 27000. Such high daily activity. And it's only been 3 hours since the server opened. All right, you've all seen it. Hurry up and go out, we have a meeting to attend. What meeting are you and Hao Shin having? Su campus bell. In the dormitory. Hee. Su Lin blushed. What are you saying? I'm employee number 002 of Quantum Games. Oh, what's wrong with reporting to the boss? Xu Hao had never seen this side of Su Lin and found it amusing. After some playful banter, the two felt it was inappropriate to continue discussing the game in the boys' dormitory and decided to go to a milk tea shop in the commercial street. They didn't notice that the little boy had been staring at their backs, his eyes filled with admiration and longing. At 6 p.m., in a Chinese restaurant on the commercial street, Zhou Mingxian found Xu Hao and Su Lin and walked straight up, throwing a document on the table. I've resigned. HRBP still wants to talk to me, so I'll see if I can speed up the resignation process tomorrow. Don't worry, there won't be a non-compete agreement. Before Xu Hao and Su Lin could respond, Zhou Mingxian eagerly snatched the laptop from in front of them. I want to see the data. Oh, let me see who's not allowing it now. He opened the back end, and the urgency in Zhou Mingxian's eyes was instantly replaced by astonishment. 83000. After being online for 12 hours, of revenue is 83000. With 1 million downloads, 83000 revenue in 12 hours. Is that a lot or not? Xu Hao as a game producer has a lot of say about this data. For a lightweight online game, the basic survival line for individual developers or small teams is a monthly revenue of 300 to 500, the minimum standard for a product to survive. The preliminary qualification line is a monthly revenue of 500 to 200. Meeting this standard indicates that the product has a stable source of income. The upper middle level line is approximately monthly revenue of 200 to 300. This is usually a game with the potential to become a hit, an ideal starting point for a medium-sized team. The high income tier has a monthly revenue of millions to tens of millions, which means the product has entered the industry's top tier and possesses significant commercial value. A phenomenon level hit monthly revenue exceeding 100 million with a dominant influence in the market. The 12-hour revenue of Happy Farm at 8.0, even if calculated as 1.0 for the first day's revenue, would reach a monthly revenue level of 3 million, firmly placing it in the industry's upper echelon. Moreover, Happy Farm is currently in its initial explosive period. A month later, the revenue numbers will only rise, potentially reaching the level of a phenomenon-level hit. Upon seeing this data, Zhou Mingxian seemed to reach a climax and then entered a sage mode. To hell with Ewang Games, to hell with Antarctic Games. The three of them then began to enter more concrete planning and design for the future of Happy Farm. At that moment, Xu Hao received a phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Xu Hao? I am Huang Kaihe, the Senior Vice President of the Pan Entertainment Interactive Division at the Antarctic Group. Hello, Mr. Huang. Congratulations. The 12-hour revenue performance of Happy Farm is quite outstanding. Regarding game revenue sharing and future cooperation, may I request Mr. Xu to have a discussion with us? Xu Hao smiled, of course. Good, see you tomorrow at Jiangxing University. Goodbye. As Xu Hao put away his phone, Su Lin asked, who was that? Someone from the Antarctic Group coming to discuss matters tomorrow. Zhou Mingxian frowned. Their company is not easy to deal with. Xu Hao nodded. I know, but this matter must be discussed. Su Lin didn't quite understand why. Xu Hao chuckled. Because of the money. When signing with the Antarctic Group, if the income is below 1 million, they won't share any profits. But Zhou Mingxian picked up the conversation. Above 1 million, the Antarctic platform's revenue share is 82 to 18. They take 8. Su Lin suddenly stood up. Why is that so high? That's why we need to discuss it. Let's not talk about that for now, old Zhou. Can you handle the company formation? Zhou Mingxian twitched his mouth. He was considered a young talent in the industry. How did Xu Hao end up calling him old Zhou? But then again, he was several years older than Xu Hao. Truly. All right, I'll find someone to take care of it. How should we arrange the company? I will hold 90 of the shares with 10 set aside for an option pool initially held by me. All right. Pan Entertainment Interactive Division, Vice President's office. After Huang Kaihe hung up the phone, he glanced at another man in the office who looked a bit uneasy. Luo Yang, did a new programmer recently join your studio? A graduate from Jiangxing University named Zhao Feng. Luo Yang nodded. Yes, Mr. Huang. I'm quite satisfied. Have him come with me to Jiangxing University tomorrow. No problem, I'll notify him right away. Luo Yang was Zhao Feng's direct supervisor. Although he had only briefly managed him for a few days, he was quite dissatisfied with Zhao Feng's performance. He had Zhao Feng's interview materials as well. Originally, Zhao Feng's written test scores were not great, but his game demo added significant points, leading Luo Yang to recruit him into his team. After a few days of interaction, if it weren't for Luo Yang's decent temperament, he would have started cursing already. Only now did he realize the truth. This kid was Huang Kaihe's person. Damn it. Luo Yang muttered under his breath as he returned to his team's area. Zhao Feng, come to my office for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately felt anxious. Am I going to be fired? I've only been here a few days. Despite his efforts, Zhao Feng could always sense Luo Yang's dissatisfaction. He knew he was lacking in skills, but he didn't expect to be this inadequate. As he entered the office, Zhao Feng's heart raced. Please don't fire me, please don't fire me. Luo Yang suppressed his inner discontent and forced a smile. Zhao Feng, I have 2 things to discuss with you. Zhao Feng broke out in a cold sweat, sitting stiffly. Director Luo, please go ahead. After observing you for a few days, I believe you are more suited for a management track. What do you think? Zhao Feng was taken aback, not expecting such content. At the Antarctic Group, the programming level system is not entirely uniform, but generally follows 2 parallel development paths: technical T-line and management line. The technical path generally delves deeply into technical expertise, becoming a leading figure in a specific field. The management path gradually shifts from programmer to team management, leading teams to overcome project challenges. Both paths have their own advantages and limitations, but to switch to management, one must at least start from the senior engineer level, which is around T9, T11. Entry-level T4 and T5 positions do not have this opportunity and can only focus on improving their technical skills. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's eyes widened. He even pointed at himself in disbelief. Director me. Luo Yang suppressed his disgust. That's right. I've decided to let you try to lead a team. What do you think? Of course, that sounds great. Zhao Feng regained his confidence. Right? I am a management talent. Only fools delve into the technical field. It's hard to get ahead while not standing out. I, Zhao Feng, am truly the chosen one. However, given your status as a fresh graduate, I can only provide you with fellow fresh graduates as team members. Do well. Zhao Feng's face was beaming with joy. Thank you, Mr. Luo. I will do my best. They'll make a name for myself. Luo Yang nodded. One more thing, tomorrow morning go report to Mr. Huang. He has arrangements for you. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Mr. Huang. Which Mr. Huang? Luo Yang smiled, still pretending. If you weren't Huang Kaihe's person, would I let you lead a team? However, knowing Zhao Feng's abilities, Luo Yang would not really give him an important project, just throwing him a few fresh graduates to mess around with. Haha, tomorrow morning remember not to be late. Luo Yang, too lazy to explain, wore an expression of knowing everything. Zhao Feng left the office both excited and confused and asked others, do you know who Mr. Huang is? Someone chuckled. Mr. Huang. There are at least a dozen or 20 people with the last name Huang in our Antarctic group. Which Mr. Huang does Director Luo refer to? Zhao Feng became a bit anxious. Is it the vice president of our division? That person was momentarily stunned and uncertain. Maybe the vice president of our division. Zhao Feng's face lit up with wild joy. Am I getting direct access to the top? That night, Zhao Feng struggled to sleep amid joy and anxiety. He had just joined the company for a few days and was switching to the management track. Tomorrow he would meet Mr. Huang. This was more unbelievable than winning the lottery. Tossing and turning in bed, Zhao Feng sent a message in the class group at midnight. Dear classmates, I am about to transition to a management position in Antarctic Games. Please keep in touch if you aspire to enter Antarctic Games, and we can progress together. As soon as the message was sent, the classmates who were still awake exploded with excitement. Wow, Zhao Feng, you are so impressive. You've only been here a few days, and you're already getting a promotion. Brother Feng, take me with you. Zhao Feng was very pleased to see everyone's replies and began to show off again. Just progressing together, just progressing together. Everyone must rest well, I need to rest too. Tomorrow, I am going to meet our senior vice president of the Pan Entertainment Division, Mr. Huang. Good night, everyone. The next morning, after Xu Hao got up, he first checked the back end of Happy Farm. It had been over 24 hours since the paid service was launched and the first day's revenue data was out. The revenue exceeded 1300, which was considered a good start. Next came a period of rapid growth, and he needed to devote more time to fully maintain the operation of Happy Farm. Su Lin, of course, was not idle. After confirming her position as employee No. 002 at Quantum Games, she began her new learning journey. What she was learning was not professional knowledge, but rather absorbing the words Xu Hao had said. This was also the part she found quite difficult to understand. Happy Farm was undoubtedly a hit, but what puzzled her was why the revenue method of Happy Farm was so weak while still achieving such high revenue. Su Lin browsed through the other games on the ranking list. While many games had over 1 million users, their revenue was quite low. After spending a lot of time comparing Happy Farm with these games, Su Lin felt she had found a glimmer of insight. With a similar user base, the pay-to-win elements and legendary games were everywhere, yet their revenue was still inferior. After digging deeper into the data, Su Lin finally found the difference. The pay-to-win mechanics in legendary games revolved around wealthy players. These players banded together in the game to start guild wars or national wars. To earn the title of the best in the world, they would spend a lot of money to equip themselves and their followers. This meant that such games relied heavily on the wealthy. They provided a substantial income to game companies each month. In contrast, Happy Farm had a low pay-to-win threshold, which meant everyone could afford to spend. With just a few dollars over a day or several days, players could enjoy a good gaming experience. For those who didn't want to spend even a dime, the system would send some free items daily, and players only needed to log in on time to claim them, allowing them to keep up with progress. Wealthy players could also spend money to make their farms incredibly luxurious. At the same time, it was difficult for wealthy players to ruin the gaming experience for others. No matter how much money they spent, if crops weren't harvested in time, they could still be stolen by others. This allowed the gameplay of stealing crops to remain, while also letting the wealthy display their luxurious farms to more people. Those who stole crops would leave messages on the wealthy players' farms, and various words of admiration would also provide satisfaction to the wealthy. It could be said that this model catered to the gaming experience of the vast majority. Wealthy players could spend a lot, ordinary players could spend a little and still play, and free-to-play players were not excluded either. Thus, the revenue of Happy Farm could be so high. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief, and Xu Hao's confident face floated in her mind. How did he come up with this idea? So impressive. Su Lin propped her chin up with her hands, and stars began to appear in her eyes. At the same time, Antarctic Group. Zhao Feng nervously knocked on Huang Kai's office. The door was opened by a secretary with an impressive figure and a delicate face. Zhao Feng even unconsciously swallowed his saliva. This was the life he wanted: a lofty status, a beautiful secretary, and a commanding presence. You must be Zhao Feng. Huang's car will depart from the underground parking lot in half an hour. You should wait there. The license plate number is 98,888, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhao Feng, feeling somewhat dazed, took the elevator to the parking garage, and the thought of this is how a real man should be nearly overwhelmed him. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng met Huang Kai. Mr. Huang, I am Zhao Feng. Huang Kai nodded. Get in the car. The driver opened the door for Huang Kai, and Zhao Feng felt a bit at a loss. Although his family had some money, he had never even touched a luxury car of this level. Fortunately, the driver opened the passenger door for him, and he finally realized and got into the car. Inside the car, Huang Kaihe closed his eyes for a moment. The car was extremely quiet, and Zhao Feng felt stiff all over. After a long while, Huang Kaihe spoke. Xiao, you were Xu Hao's roommate, right? Zhao Feng was startled, wondering why Xu Hao was mentioned. Yes, mister. Huang Xu Hao is my roommate. Huang Kaihe stopped speaking. He only needed Zhao Feng to act as a bridge to build a closer relationship. However, he never imagined that although they were roommates, Zhao Feng and Xu Hao were actually enemies. Soon they arrived at Jiangxing University, and fear began to grow in Zhao Feng's heart. Could it be that he was going to meet Xu Hao? He saw Huang Kaihe in the back seat take out his phone and dial the number personally. Mr. Xu Hao, I have arrived at Jiangxing University. Yes, the milk tea shop on the commercial street. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Feng wanted to ask something, but the car door opened. Reluctantly, Zhao Feng had to hold back what he wanted to say and got out of the car. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. So impressive. Who is it? Did you see the license plate number? 98,888. Do you know who it is? I don't know, but isn't it impressive? The person is getting out. That person is Zhao Feng. Soon there was a commotion on the commercial street. Senior Zhao, you even got into a Rolls-Royce? That's amazing. Wow, Senior Zhao is so impressive. Zhao Feng heard many envious voices, and the anxious mood he had felt just moments ago disappeared without a trace. He pretended to be familiar and greeted people, his chest puffing out. Huang Kaihe glanced at Zhao Feng. Later play the emotional card and find a chance to cooperate with me. Zhao Feng was startled when he heard this, seeing Huang Kaihe already walking over, and hurriedly jogged a few steps to keep up. Upon entering the milk tea shop, Zhao Feng saw Xu Hao at a glance and felt as if the sky had collapsed. Xu Hao looked at Huang Kaihe and Zhao Feng with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes slightly narrowed. Haha, Mr. Xu Hao, it's a pleasure to meet you. As the vice president of the Antarctic Pan Entertainment Division, Huang Kaihe was a profit-oriented person. Xu Hao was originally just a novice game producer. Logically, someone of his level shouldn't take the initiative to contact and personally meet people. However, Huang Kaihe had a keen eye, and the moment the data from Happy Farm exploded, he had already decided to personally reach out. This was bound to be a hit, and it even had the potential to become a phenomenon-level game. How many years had it been since a phenomenon-level game appeared in the domestic gaming industry? Even hit games were not something seen every year. Therefore, he had to secure Xu Hao and Happy Farm, as it would become his achievement. Xu Hao stood up, shook hands with Huang Kaihe, and then glanced at Zhao Feng behind him. Zhao Feng's body became stiff, not daring to look at Xu Hao. Huang Kaihe did not notice Zhao Feng behind him, and said to Xu Hao, Zhao Feng is your roommate, right? Yes, indeed. He joined us at Antarctic. Why didn't you think to send us your resume? With your ability, we could at least offer an T8 position. Haha, it's still because of Zhao Feng. Moi. Huang Kaihe turned to look at Zhao Feng with confusion, only to see the latter with his head down, silent, seemingly trembling. Something seemed off. Xu Hao continued, it was because of Zhao Feng's encouragement that I was able to develop Happy Farm. Xu Hao emphasized the word encouragement. Huang Kaihe instinctively sensed that something was amiss, but he did not pay much attention to it. After sitting down and engaging in a few casual pleasantries, he got straight to the point. I looked at the first day revenue of Happy Farm, which was 130000. It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding game. Huang Kaihe's words left Zhao Feng in disbelief, his eyes widening. 130000 on the first day. Zhao Feng knew that the data for Happy Farm was good, but the revenue figures had not been disclosed. Besides Xu Hao, only the higher-ups at Nanji knew this number. What does this mean? It's undoubtedly a blockbuster. Zhao Feng felt his legs trembling under the table, unable to steady the milk tea in his hands. Huang Kaihe frowned, beginning to regret bringing Zhao Feng along. It's just the first day. Oh, we still don't know how it will develop in the future. Haha, Xu Hao, you are being modest. Our Pan Entertainment Division has great expectations for you. After a few commercial flattery exchanges, Huang Kaihe began to speak about his intentions. Xu Hao, I am here to discuss cooperation on behalf of Nanji. Mr. Huang, go ahead. My idea is that I can set up a separate studio for you in the division, and you will lead it. Rest assured, our Nanji group has 3 top-tier game studio clusters: Cube, Tianmi, and Photon. You should be aware of these, right? Xu Hao nodded. Indeed, they are the industry's top tier. They are the 3 most elite studio clusters of Nanji, producing countless top-notch blockbusters, excelling in revenue, data, and users. Except for reputation, I can make the decision for you to establish the 4th equal-level studio, Quantum Studio. Within 5 years, it will be elevated to a studio cluster, and you will be the president. How about that? The one most shocked was not Xu Hao, but Zhao Feng beside him. The conditions proposed by Huang Kaihe would make even countless senior game producers agree without hesitation. That is the dream of countless gamers. Zhao Feng looked at Xu Hao with a twitching mouth, his heart screaming. Why? I even stole his demo. How can he still rise to prominence? And to reach the pinnacle so quickly? I have only been lucky enough to start a small team. Such a team can only assist ordinary studios not even worthy of being called a studio. Above ordinary studios, there are secondary studios, primary studios. And above them are the 3 top-tier studios. No, now there are 4. This is unfair. Zhao Feng's mind was twisting wildly, while Xu Hao crossed his arms, reclining strategically. Mr. Huang, to be honest, I am not interested in this. Huang Kai's expression remained unchanged while Zhao Feng's face turned bright red. He rejected it. Did I hear wrong? Did he really refuse? If Xu Hao were an ordinary person, he might have accepted. After all, it's a top studio of Nanji. If he succeeded, it would be considered a significant achievement. But I am not an ordinary person. How many games would die if those in my mind were placed within Nanji's framework? How many games would be rejected for project initiation? And how many games would be cursed by players? Nanji Group is a massive graveyard. They never innovate, never consider the players. They only care about generating countless KPIs, focusing on financial reports, and controlling the market. How did the single-player game market in this world fade away? It was because Nanji Group acquired almost all the popular single-player games and turned them into online versions. After profiting massively, the single-player market fell into a slump. Moreover, although I am nominally the head of the studio, I still have to follow the board's directives for major decisions. Xu Hao knew this better than anyone. It's okay. The doors of Nanji will always be open for you. Huang Kaiha didn't care why Xu Hao refused, he was indifferent. This was originally a big pie he had drawn. Even if he had to ensure the birth of a top studio, it would be very troublesome. At the board level, without 2 to 3 years or multiple blockbuster outputs, it would be impossible to agree. If Xu Hao agreed, he would just drag it along after entering Nanji occasionally, giving some hope. After all, by that time, Happy Farm would already belong to Nanji, and it would also be his achievement. Unfortunately, let's discuss the revenue sharing. Huang Kaiha glanced at the Xu Hao saying, how about a 5,050 revenue split? Zhao Feng stared wide-eyed again. When has Nanji Games ever been this generous? Even those past blockbusters, as far as he knew, had only offered a 6,040 split, with Nanji getting the larger share. Ordinary games had even less chance to make demands. This highlighted Zhao Feng's lack of professionalism. The previous blockbusters were all games that chopped down legends. Such games had a short lifespan, and Nanji Games would exploit the game developers just like those games exploited players. But Happy Farm is different. It is a game that can operate in the long term and has the potential for blockbuster revenue. This means there will be more long-term income, and the total revenue can surpass those worthless reskin legend games. Huang Kaiha continued, at the same time, we at Nanji will also assist in increasing traffic channels and promotional resources for Happy Farm. Xu Hao, what do you think? Zhao Feng was almost dying of envy. If only he had stolen Happy Farm back then. Everything Xu Hao has now would be his. Xu Hao smiled. His focus was no longer on Zhao Feng. The current priority is profit. Mr. Huang, you must have more to say, right? Huang Kaiha also smiled. Indeed, with Nanji investing so much, there must be other requests. Actually, it's very simple. Our requirement is that Happy Farm must be an exclusive platform for Nanji Games. Although Happy Farm is currently only on the Nanji Game platform, the previous standard agreement was not exclusive. Xu Hao could completely put the game on more platforms. Everyone shares the cake. Who would enjoy it alone? Signing an exclusive deal. How about an 8,020 split with Nanji getting the larger share? Huang Kaiha frowned, resolutely refusing. That's impossible. Then a 70-30 split is acceptable, but only for 1 month. We can discuss further cooperation later. Huang Kai's expression was half smiling, half serious. Young people are still too young. 1 month. Waiting for a price. Do you know how many people are involved in Nanji Games? In 1 month, they could completely replicate a Nanji farm. Originally, there was concern about excessive competitive pressure within the group, but now signing for 1 month is like having a pillow when sleepiness strikes. What good is it for you to earn money for a month? Additionally, I have one more request. After Xu Hao finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Feng, a half smile on his face. Go ahead. I hope that an investigation can be initiated within the Antarctic targeting. Xu Hao pointed at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng suddenly stood up, pointing at Xu Hao, wanting to say something, but finding himself at a loss for words. Mr. Huang, you may not know, but Zhao Feng's position was originally supposed to be mine. Huang Kaiha frowned. What do you mean? This person is Zhao Feng, my roommate, who stole my demo and joined your Antarctic Games. Is that true? You are slandering me. Zhao Feng's face flushed red. Saying this in front of Huang Kaiha, regardless of the outcome, felt like mud sticking to his pants. Mr. Huang, don't listen to him. This is slander. Huang Kaiha chuckled dismissively. Xu Hao, is this one of your conditions? Yes, I have these 2 conditions. A 70-30 split for a month, and then investigate Zhao Feng. No problem if it's true, no? This is true. Zhao Feng is the kind of person who steals others' achievements and deceives our Antarctic group for a position. He probably doesn't know the power of Nanshan Pizza Hut. Zhao Feng's face instantly showed panic and paleness. He knew very well the power of Nanshan Pizza Hut. Whether online or through word of mouth among peers, countless legends of Nanshan Pizza Hut existed. Huang Kai's smile widened. Now it made sense. The young man was still too reckless, lowering the split from 80-20 to 70-30 for such a matter, even agreeing to sign for only a month. This money is enough to buy the lives of countless small characters like Xiao Feng. To show sincerity, Huang Kai immediately made a call to the Antarctic Group's Audit and Anti-Fraud Investigation Team. This investigation team is also known as the Anti-Fraud Investigation Department. It operates independently, reports directly to the upper management of the group, and has extensive investigative authority. It also regularly releases anti-corruption bulletins, case announcements, and reporting channels through the Sunshine Antarctic WeChat public account. Hello, I am Huang Kai. I request an investigation into a new graduate Xiao Feng in the Pan Entertainment Division suspected of having an improper source for his job demo with a huge apology suspicion. Xiao Feng panicked and fell to the ground. Mr. Huang, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. This is a misunderstanding. No one paid him any mind, so he simply hugged Huang Kai's leg. Mr. Huang, really, I didn't do it. Don't listen to him. Oomph. Huang Kai signaled to the driver near the door, and the driver understood, walking over in a few steps and picking Xiao Feng up like a chick. A person with such a corrupt mind does not deserve to be in our Antarctic group. Prepare to receive a subpoena. No, Mr. Huang, you can't do this. I didn't steal his demo. Are you still stubborn at this point? Do you want to beg me? Let me tell you, you are begging the wrong person. Xiao Feng instantly realized something and struggled in the driver's grasp. Xu Hao, I was wrong. Please spare me. Xu Hao looked at the struggling Xiao Feng with a smile. Oh, you want me to spare you? I am willing to do anything. Oh, please let me go. Is that so? I am willing to do anything. I will resign right now. Oh, please forgive me. That's not enough. Don't you think what you did before was excessive? Xiao Feng was taken aback and then raised his hand, slapping himself hard on the face. I am not human. I am a beast. Xu Hao, please forgive me. At this moment, the sudden commotion attracted a lot of attention. Originally, the halo welcoming the Rolls-Royce had already attracted many onlookers, and people occasionally came to check the situation at the milk tea shop's entrance. Suddenly, Xiao Feng began to wail, and more people looked at this scene in surprise, then took out their phones to film. As long as you kneel in front of me and publicly confess what you have done, I can forgive you. Xu Hao stood up and began walking outside. You have 1 minute to plead with me. Hearing this, Xiao Feng struggled even more frantically. Let him go, Huang Kai told the driver. Xiao Feng was thrown down, and ignoring the pain in his body, he quickly rushed out of the milk tea shop. Then he crashed to his knees in front of Xu Hao. I am not human. Oh, I should not have stolen your demo. Oh, please forgive me. The crowd around grew larger, and Xiao Feng's voice unconsciously grew quieter. Who are you talking to? If you want to apologize, do it louder. Xiao Feng was startled, his inner fear deepening. He slapped himself mercilessly while loudly bowing his head in apology. Xu Hao, I am sorry. Please let me go. What are you apologizing for? I stole your demo. Louder. I am sorry. I stole your demo. Xu Hao smiled. Everyone heard that this guy stole my demo while I was away from the dormitory, and now the truth is out. So it was him who stole it. Using someone else's demo to join Antarctic Games, truly shameless. There are actually people like this. Hurry and expose him online. The God of Hao is still the God of Hao. Even after losing the demo, he could still create Happy Farm. What? Happy Farm was made by the God of Hao. You still don't know? Xiao Feng gasped, tears and snot streaming down his face. Xu Hao, can you forgive me? Xu Hao smiled, of course. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, at worst, he wouldn't work in the gaming industry anymore. He could still go home and inherit the family business. At this moment, Xu Hao spoke to Huang Kai, who had followed him. Mr. Huang. Huang Kai interrupted Xu Hao, looking at Xiao Feng. You deceived our Antarctic group for a position and think you can just walk away. It's not that simple. Xiao Feng trembled all over, looking up in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Xu Hao shrugged. It seemed Huang Kai had understood his intention well. Indeed, he was an elite who had been deep in the business world for many years, which saved him some effort. Yes, how could Xu Hao let Xiao Feng go so easily? It's just that Huang Kai cooperated perfectly, directly sealing Xiao Feng's prison life for the rest of his days. Xiao Feng stared blankly at Xu Hao and Huang Kai as they left, feeling weak in his limbs. When he looked up, the glaring sunlight made his heart feel icy cold. Deserved, despicable thing. I thought he was impressive, stealing the demo from the God of Hao and still daring to return to school. Pak. Expose him online. Xiao Feng's heart filled with fear again. Ignoring the pain on his face, he pulled out his phone to call home. At this moment, he could only hope for help from home. The call connected. Dad. Woo-woo. However, a small company owner going up against Nanshan Pizza Hut in court, everyone knew what the outcome would be. Xiao Feng, this life is over. 2 days later, Xu Hao obtained the company's license. Now that we have officially established the company, in order to operate Happy Farm, we need to quickly expand our talent pool. Zhou Mingxian worked swiftly and Quantum Games was officially established today. Their office location can only be registered at the Entrepreneurship Activity Center in the school for now. There were just a few computers inside, including Su Lin's laptop and Xu Hao's desktop. Xu Hao looked at the two of them. There's no need to rush to expand the numbers. The operations department is currently the priority. Su Lin and Zhou Mingxian both nodded. Xu Hao could handle the content updates alone, but Su Lin could not manage all the operations by herself. As for Zhou Mingxuan, he couldn't officially join Quantum Games yet, as he had not completed the resignation procedures with Yiwang. However, for now we are still managing quite well, mainly due to our good reputation. Su Lin chuckled upon hearing this. Now you're a web celebrity boss. Xu Hao felt a bit awkward. There was indeed a lot of information about him circulating on the internet. First was the title of Genius Game Producer. A senior student whose first released game became a hit, he had already gained considerable popularity in the industry. Most netizens did not quite understand what a game producer does, but they recognized Xu Hao from several viral short videos from a couple of days ago. In the videos, Zhao Feng was tearfully kneeling in front of Xu Hao apologizing while slapping his own face. The video creator explained the background of the incident, and thus Xu Hao's fame began to rise. A genius scholar whose work was stolen, who then did not falter, but instead created Happy Farm in just a few days. With this story combined with the current popularity of Happy Farm, Xu Hao also became a sensation. So there was such a bizarre experience behind Happy Farm. This game producer named Xu Hao is truly impressive. Isn't the most satisfying part the final outcome? The feeling of having your enemies trampled beneath your feet is even more exhilarating than a victory story. Without knowing the full picture, I won't comment. What if that Zhao Feng didn't actually steal the demo? What if he succumbed to Xu Hao's power? Is this a conspiracy theory? Evaluations of the incident continued to spread. After all, Xu Hao himself was quite photogenic, and he unknowingly gained quite a few female fans. Meanwhile, his reputation in the gaming industry was also on the rise. However, this was not necessarily a good thing, as many gaming companies, including those from Antarctica, both giants and small studios, had set their sights on Happy Farm. With a successful model right in front of them, why not copy it? Nonetheless, the benefits brought by the increase in fame were also evident. The school leaders approached them, and understanding the difficulties Quantum Games faced, offered a sponsorship of 2,000 yuan. Originally, the school intended to invest 2 million yuan for a 20% stake. But Xu Hao did not want the school to acquire shares of Quantum Games so easily, with just 2,000 yuan. After being refused, the school only provided a symbolic sponsorship of 2,000 yuan. This amount would be considered a favor Xu Hao owed to the school, which would not be insignificant in the future. However, with this 2,000 yuan, the expansion of Quantum Games was now within reach. At the same time, many gaming media outlets approached them, eager to interview Xu Hao. Xu Hao originally did not want to accept interviews, but upon seeing his reputation value on the system panel, he changed his mind. This was the greatest benefit since the launch of Happy Farm. At this moment, his reputation value had reached 3,000. It is worth noting that when he first obtained the system, he only had 10 points of reputation. In just under 10 days, he had gained 3,000 reputation points. In the system store, Xu Hao was already selecting his next game. Many phenomenon-level games required too high a reputation. For example, PUBG required 3,000 reputation points, while World of Warcraft required 4,500. Every time he saw this, Xu Hao felt a pang in his heart. If the conditions had been more mature back then, he could have easily obtained hundreds of thousands of reputation points for free. Unfortunately, constrained by the realities of the situation, he could only choose Happy Farm. After selecting through the system, Xu Hao's gaze landed on a particular game. Identity V Exchange required reputation 5,000. The core gameplay of Identity V is the asymmetric competitive game of 1v4. Even in Xu Hao's original world, it was considered an extremely bold attempt at the time of its birth. The gameplay partially drew from the classic PC game Dead by Daylight. The background story was greatly inspired by Agatha Christie's novel, and then there were none adopting a similar manner game mode, inviting people to participate in a mysterious gathering and falling into a survival dilemma. The art design employed a Tim Burton-style Gothic painting style with character designs resembling stitched puppet figures reminiscent of the films Coraline and Corpse Bride, creating an absurd yet eerie atmosphere. In the original world, Identity V was globally tested on all platforms in 2018. Upon its debut, it achieved a phenomenal report card, over 6 million pre-registrations across all platforms before launch. On the first day of release, it quickly topped the App Store's free download chart, Game Free chart, and the overall iPad chart, achieving the feat of being #1 on all three lists. Within a week of its launch, the daily active users (DAU) surpassed 4 million. In less than a month, the total registered users exceeded 50 million. By its first anniversary, the global cumulative user count had surpassed 150 million. At the time of its launch, it even temporarily outperformed PUBG, which itself was quite telling. That was a bloody path carved out amidst the craze for battle royale games. Identity V was not without its flaws. Poor balance and excessive pay-to-win were its two major criticisms. These were also areas Xu Hao needed to address. Additionally, its high difficulty in getting started severely deterred many players. However, this was one of the reasons Xu Hao chose Identity V. He could not allow Quantum Games to be perceived solely as a casual game developer with low barriers to entry. Quantum Games must be an all-encompassing game company capable of producing a wide array of games, avoiding any stereotypical impressions. And those AAA titles should definitely not be overlooked by Quantum Games. Those games are the ones that are genuinely difficult to master. Only by being comprehensive can they truly change the gaming industry and stand out in this field. Moreover, compared to true high-difficulty, Identity V can only be considered average. Identity V requires a reputation of 5.0, while Xu Hao with only 3.0 reputation points still had a long way to go. This was also the reason he chose to accept the interview. Once the interview is published, he should be able to gain some reputation again, and then he would be close to reaching 5.0. A few days later, an interview article from the renowned gaming media IGN Huahua appeared online. The title was The Rise of the Genius Game Developer Before and After the Birth of Happy Farm. Half an hour after its release, the article's readership surpassed 100,000 and the comments section was flooded at an increasing speed. The first sentence of the article broke the defenses of countless industry professionals. Before interviewing Xu Hao, we thought that a phenomenon-level product like Happy Farm could only be produced by a veteran developer with at least 10 years of industry experience. It should at least be a medium-sized team that has gathered numerous talents. It wasn't until we met this 22-year-old young man that we realized the future of the gaming industry might not belong to those old players who only know how to pile up recharge entries. The article meticulously outlined the terrifying data since the launch of Happy Farm 10 days ago. Daily active users surpassed 4 million, with the average user online duration reaching 73 minutes, a next-day retention rate of 91, and a 7-day retention rate of 82. Each piece of data felt like a loud slap in the face of the entire industry. Yet what truly ignited the article's virality online was a statement made by Xu Hao during the interview. When the reporter asked me about my view on the mainstream games in the market, I said 4 words: the end and the means are reversed. The essence of gaming is to bring joy to people, not to make them spend money. Spending money can bring happiness, but it is absolutely unacceptable that not spending money leads to suffering. However, many game companies now devote 90% of their effort to designing recharge traps, using psychological tricks to make players feel competitive, and applying probability theories to ensnare players in a gambling-like sunk cost. This is not game development. This is running a casino. This statement was bolded and enlarged, turned into a screenshot that went viral across major social platforms. On Weibo's hot search list, Xu Hao criticizes the industry's misplacement rocketed to the top, followed by a purple explosion character. The comments section exploded. Damn, finally someone dares to speak the truth. I spent 20,000 yuan on that legendary dominance game for a month, not seeing a single return. Looking back, I feel like a complete fool. Xu Hao's words struck a chord with me. Nowadays, you can't even play games without spending money, and once you do, you find it even harder to play because there will always be someone who spends more waiting for you. My dad is over 60 and never touched games before, but a few days ago, I saw him sneaking vegetables on his phone, smiling like a child. That's what gaming is meant to be, my friends. To be honest, I initially looked down on these casual games thinking they lacked depth and skill, but after downloading it, I found it quite delightful. Now my whole family is playing, and my mom even asked me to help her remember when whose vegetables are ripe. The family group has turned into a vegetable stealing intelligence exchange. The comments section of this interview saw many industry professionals also anonymously speaking out. Our company is a domestic giant, and the supervisor's face was ashen during today's meeting. He slammed this report on the table and asked us, how can such a small team create this kind of product while you dozens of people are doing what? The room fell silent. Which company are you from, layer host? I feel like our company will also have the same meeting today. You might not believe it, but our chief planner downloaded Happy Farm this afternoon and played it for an entire afternoon. After a long silence, he finally said, we have been running in the wrong direction all along. Don't you all find it terrifying? A person with no industry experience has managed to rub the entire industry on the ground with his first game. Ooh, just how terrifying is this person's talent? The most popular comment, which received over 100,000 likes, came from an account certified as a game planner from a major studio. I have been in the industry for 8 years and participated in the development of 6 games, each of which had at least 10 meetings before launch discussing how to improve the conversion rate of payments. We study psychology, behavioral economics, and how to make players unknowingly spend money. After seeing Xu Hao's interview today, I suddenly feel like what I have been doing for the past 8 years is not game development, but fraud. Under this comment, Xu Hao himself replied, "It's still not too late to change careers." A simple 6 words paired with that classic dog emoji caused the comments section to explode into fireworks once again. Ha, Xu Hao is killing it. This dog emoji is so lively. Oh, I declare Xu Hao to be my internet spokesperson this year. Big studio planner and broken. Xu Hao, don't worry, he'll give you another stab. Meanwhile, at the end of IGN Wagwo's special interview article, a piece of news that set all players ablaze was disclosed. Quantum Game's second game is already in planning. Xu Hao only revealed a few keywords: asymmetric competition, difficulty, no force spending. The news about the new game sent players into a wave of excitement. A new game is coming so soon. Quantum Games is so efficient. Did you not carefully read the interview content? Xu Hao said he started learning programming at 6, started making games at 9, and has a lot of information in his head and on his hard drive. I hope Xu Hao's Quantum Games can truly bring us more joy rather than just liking our money. The last part of the article discussed Xu Hao's change in mindset before and after the birth of Happy Farm. Xu Hao said, "After my demo was stolen, I fell into a period of despair. But in a sense, I have to thank my roommate Zhao Feng. The demo he stole was made to cater to the market while I have been struggling internally. Ultimately, encouraged by classmates and friends, I stepped out of the shadow and decided not to cater to the market anymore. I decided to return to my original intention, which is that games should just be fun and interesting. Thus, Happy Farm was born." This statement resonated with many players and even ordinary people. I suddenly feel like traveling. I've always wanted to take a road trip on 318, but when I had time, I didn't have money, and when I had money, I didn't have time. I read the interview article while working overtime in the early morning. After finishing, I shut down my computer. Looking at my wife, who was already asleep, but frowning, I decided to take my wife and child back to my hometown for a few days to see my parents, who have already turned gray. I am a college entrance examination student, and my parents and adults have always wanted me to study computer science or popular majors. But now I have decided to study geology, which has been my dream since childhood. By the way, what did Xu Hao say about the demo being stolen? You don't know? A netizen tossed a link into the comment section. Investigation report on new employee Zhao Feng, who stole the demo of a renowned game developer and joined our company. This is an investigative report released by Antarctic Games on its official WeChat account, detailing the events surrounding Zhao Feng stealing Xu Hao's demo, which has now been handed over to the public security authorities. I see such people are truly detestable. Just as detestable as those who impersonate others to enter university. However, I must thank this Zhao Feng. If he hadn't stolen Xu Hao's demo, we probably wouldn't be able to play Happy Farm dog emoji for protection. Indeed, we should thank Zhao Feng. Haha. You upstairs, don't forget to add the dog emoji. Just one day after the interview was published, Xu Hao discovered that his reputation had surpassed 50,000. He immediately exchanged it for the game Dead by Daylight. However, now is not the time for the new game to launch. Xu Hao still faces several major challenges. The first is the expansion of the company. Zhou Mingxian has already begun scouting new office locations for Quantum Games, and the recruitment of talents will quickly follow. For talent acquisition, Quantum Games will adopt a combination of campus recruitment, social recruitment, and headhunting. Currently, it is graduation season, making campus recruitment timely. As for headhunting, there is no rush. They are just seeking proposals from headhunting firms to find suitable candidates for Xu Hao. It is not easy to acquire senior talent, and Xu Hao must personally engage with potential hires. The company's expansion must be orderly, and Xu Hao is not overly anxious about this. He does not need many personnel. He only requires elite programmers and artists, as he can exchange resource packs. The new hires, such as Chung Su and Mei, will primarily modify game assets according to Xu Hao's requirements rather than starting the game development from scratch. Another challenge is even more crucial. The competition in farming games is about to begin. Surprisingly, it is not Antarctic Games that is first to act, but Longting Interactive Entertainment. This well-established PC game company held an emergency strategic meeting 3 days after the explosive success of Happy Farm. In the conference room, over 30 people sat staring at the projection screen, including project managers, chief planners, and technical directors. The data report for Happy Farm revealed expressions as complex as if they had just eaten leftover food. Look at this daily activity. Over 90% retention the next day. This data could even turn into a phenomenal game in a month. Longting Interactive Entertainment CEO Zhao Longfei slammed the data report onto the table. Can anyone tell me why a farming game can crush all our products into the ground? The conference room fell silent. Initiate the project. Zhao Longfei made a decisive call. I want a farming game launched as quickly as possible, named Joyful Manor, with testing to start within 2 weeks. Copy the gameplay, but we must refine the commercialization. Since this game can attract so many people, there must be significant monetization potential. Will copying everything lead to legal issues? A chief planner raised his hand. Gameplay does not constitute infringement. Don't you understand industry practices? Zhao Longfei waved his hand impatiently. Besides, we're not copying their art or code. The game logic is merely similar and it stands legally. Just look at the games on the market. They are all legends and the lawsuits have lasted for years without conclusion. What are we afraid of? Longting has established a farming special group, drawing together the company's elite team of 30 people aiming to complete development within 10 days. The technical team was required to work 16 hours a day while UI design directly extracted elements from Happy Farm to modify colors. The gameplay logic was copied and pasted almost intact. At the same time, at least 7 or 8 other game companies in the country launched similar projects. The most prominent yet secretive was Antarctic Games. Huang Kaihe became the overall head of the dreamy countryside project with development overseen by one of the top 3 studio groups, Tianmi Studio Group. We have an exclusive platform agreement with Happy Farm, so we must complete development and testing within a month. Huang Kaihe had long since left the technical side, but he knew he did not need to worry, as nearly all top talents in the industry were with him. My requirements are simple. Dreamy countryside must be outstanding. Use the strongest art talent in Tianmi to defeat all future competitors. Mr. Huang, since we have an exclusive platform agreement, will launching a farming game harm our reputation? Asked Yi Wenyuan, president of Tianmi Studio Group. You don't need to worry about this. Huang Kaihe glanced around and explained our agreement with Quantum Games lasts only a month. After a month, I will remove Happy Farm from our platform and seamlessly connect to Dreamy Countryside. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Happy Farm is currently thriving, they were not worried about competition. With the largest traffic access in the country, this type of lightweight online game combined with Tianmi's top-notch art should easily yield results. I want to emphasize one point: monetization must be restrained. Huang Kaihe tapped the table, stressing, we need to stabilize users first. Quantum Games has set an example for us. We must first win reputation, then gradually increase revenue. After this meeting, everyone at Tianmi was filled with fighting spirit, but only President Yi Wenyuan had a trace of worry in her eyes. First win reputation, then gradually increase revenue. Is this method feasible within Antarctic? Can Huang Kaihe withstand the board's questioning about revenue? Once Dreamy Countryside is launched, another month will pass and Q2 will end. If the revenue doesn't look good, Yi Wenyuan's worry deepened. In a giant like Antarctic, other data is unimportant. The focus is on revenue. It's all about financial reports. It's about stock prices. The road ahead won't be easy. 3 days later, Quantum Games moved into an office building not far from the university town. As per Xu Hao's request, they only rented half a floor of the office building, and the lease was signed for only 6 months. In Xu Hao's plan, they must purchase an office building of their own within 6 months. Spending too much on leasing is not cost-effective. Simultaneously, campus and social recruitment began. Currently, Quantum Games definitely lacks funds. The total funding of 2.0 from the school for purchasing equipment and paying rent is already dwindling. However, the revenue split for Happy Farm in its first month is about to be settled. The game has been online for 19 days, with the payment system open for 16 days, and total revenue has surpassed 3 million. Unfortunately, they cannot achieve a monthly income of over 100 million in one go, but caution during the startup phase is also necessary. A few days later, the first personnel expansion at Quantum Games came to a close. 11 new employees were hired, including 6 for operations managed by Operations Director Su Lin, 2 for art under Art Director Zhou Mingxuan, and 3 programmers temporarily managed by Xu Hao. The outsourced translation must be done with good partners for localization. Besides, English-speaking regions Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia are also key directions. Old Joe, how is the progress on the art redrawing? Mr. Su, the progress is fine, it's just simple localization, and we will definitely keep up. Although Zhou Mingxian cannot officially start, he has quietly begun to help out. Su Lin, is the operational plan for the overseas market ready? You haven't worked in overseas market operations before, this is a challenge. Su Lin looked up from her busy work and smiled at Xu Hao. Don't worry, boss, I'm very capable of learning. Xu Hao nodded, a smile appearing on his face. His strategy to tackle the domestic farming game competition is simple. Everything he is doing is for one purpose: going overseas. Quantum Games' Happy Farm possesses a first-mover advantage. The domestic blue ocean will gradually turn red, but the overseas market is larger and even bluer. While major domestic companies were busy launching farm games, his vision had already shifted to overseas markets. By the time everyone was fighting fiercely over farm games, Quantum Games would have already expanded globally. Once they have endured a harsh competition and the victors set sail, they would belatedly discover that a new game has already emerged. However, to complete the overseas expansion, Xu Hao must concurrently develop a a tool that allows quantum games to stand firm in the industry without relying on anyone. Its importance surpasses the revenue generated by one or several phenomenal games. This foundation is the gaming platform. The revenue split of 80-20 for the Antarctic platform is quite terrifying, right? Other platforms are not any better. They hardly provide any promotional resources. The channel for mobile manufacturers often comes with a 9,010 revenue split. In this world, the revenue split for PC platforms is slightly better than that of mobile, but a 50-50 split is already considered reasonable. This isn't the end. Besides platform revenue sharing, there also needs to be promotional channels, which means a share for the publishers. Ultimately, if a game company manages to keep 30 of the revenue, that would be quite good. This is still on the PC side. On mobile, they take both the platform and distribution payments. If a player recharges 100 yuan, you might only get 10 yuan. Isn't that frustrating? Frustrated? Well, if you have the ability, then don't develop for mobile. But if Quantum Games has its own gaming platform, everything will be reshuffled. The 3 new programmers are not here to develop games. They are here to assist Xu Hao in building the gaming platform. The platform itself isn't hard to create. The challenge lies in differentiation. User experience, the advantages of exclusive games, and the attractiveness of the revenue split. Fortunately, Xu Hao was a heavy user of Steam in his past life with hundreds of games in his library, and he knows every detail about Steam. With a platform, he can take games worldwide. Although this world is filled with legendary games, that is only because there are no other games for players to enjoy. By utilizing the platform, he can continuously change the gaming habits of players worldwide, and with a plethora of new games emerging, the platform is bound to succeed. Of course, since the system's game resource library does not include a platform option, Xu Hao has to do it himself. After work in the evening, Xu Hao called Su Lin and Zhou Mingxian for a meeting. I have already discussed my strategic development path with you. The current priority is the platform. Zhou Mingxian nodded, and for the sake of rigor, he couldn't help but ask Xu, I'm not against building a platform, but given the current market situation, if the platform wants to survive, it needs good games. I know. I will be responsible for game production. You don't need to worry about that. Zhou Mingxian was taken aback. How could he casually say the phrase responsible for production? No, Su, what I mean is to stand out from the games on the market, even if it's not something entirely innovative like Happy Farm. Xu Hao interrupted old Zhou. I understand your point. Xu Hao opened his computer to show Zhou Mingxian and Su Lin. The two turned their heads to look. Identity V. They exclaimed in unison, a new game. Xu Hao smiled, leaning back in his chair. That's right, this is a new game. In a couple of days, I will initiate internal testing, but everyone will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. So soon there's a new game. How come I didn't know? There was no indication at all. When did you make this? Xu Hao maintained his relaxed posture. I've said it before, I learned programming at 6 and started making games at 9. Zhou Mingxian was taken aback, while Su Lin rolled her eyes quietly. When did he learn programming and make games? He was busy playing after school in elementary school, playing soccer every day in middle school, and focusing on studying in high school. Back to the main topic, let's continue discussing the platform issues. Xu Hao started to elaborate on his concept for the quantum gaming platform. To handle the massive concurrent access from users and complex data processing, the quantum gaming platform needs to adopt a microservices architecture, breaking the large system into multiple independent small services for easier development, deployment, and scalability. The two nodded. They were not completely ignorant about gaming platforms, and Xu Hao's concept seemed sound. On the back end, we need to split core modules such as users, games, orders, payments, and community into independent microservices. The API gateway will serve as the unified entry point for the system, handling request routing, authentication, and authorization, implementing request aggregation rate, limiting retries, and circuit breaking to protect internal services. The database will utilize separate databases and tables along with read-write separation to address massive data and high concurrent read-write operations. A mixed storage strategy will use relational databases to handle core transactions like orders and accounts. NoSQL databases will be used for caching sessions, recommendations, and other frequently accessed data. Object storage will be used to store user avatars, screenshots, and other static files. Using globally deployed CDNs to accelerate game file downloads, employing differential update technology to let players only download the differing parts, saving a significant amount of time and bandwidth. As for the front end, Xu Hao discussed a topic that was not particularly specialized for the two, and they felt somewhat lost. Wait, shouldn't we find a professional architect? Zhou Mingxian had to interrupt. Xu Hao pointed to his own nose. Aren't I? Then. So you just decide. But won't it seem like I'm being too dictatorial without holding a meeting to discuss it? But we don't understand. Alright, I'll just start working on it. Sai, why is there no common language? Xu Hao said helplessly. Shouldn't we add some programmers with architectural expertise? Xu Hao nodded. This can be prepared. The platform needs to be launched as soon as possible. What about the domestic farm competition? Are we not participating at all? Of course we are, we just need to go step by step. Isn't that too lacking in participation? After all, we are the pioneers. What do you mean? Updates. Exactly. Xu Hao pondered for a moment. While updates are possible, wouldn't that significantly shorten the game's lifespan? There are also directions for updates like the black soil, and so on. After some thought, Xu Hao remained non-committal. No updates for now, but we can prepare the update content first. In Xu Hao's mind, he was aware that Happy Farm's future always held some concerns. Initially, the choice of the Antarctic platform was due to its social traffic entry. But what if the Antarctic group closed the traffic entry later? What if they directly kicked Happy Farm off the Antarctic gaming platform? After all, they are truly capable of doing so. After thinking it over, Xu Hao began to smile. Farm games have limited potential. Meanwhile, Quantum Games faces a significant funding gap. Thus, the option to sell the domestic operating rights of Happy Farm appeared before Xu Hao. Even if he had to sell the domestic operation rights of Happy Farm, Xu Hao would not do so at a low price and would find the right moment. Time is on his side. On May 14th, the first game similar to Happy Farm was launched. This was the first domestically produced farm-style imitation quietly released in major app stores. It wasn't a product from a major company, but a game called Xu Network developed by a small team. The moment the game opened, it could make people laugh out loud. The UI interface was almost identical to Happy Farm, except the buttons were changed from green to blue. The images of the crops were clearly downloaded from a free material website with a quality that was shockingly poor. But what really made players explode was the built-in VIP system of the game. On the first day of logging in, a large pop-up appeared. Dear player, activate the VIP monthly card for only 30 yuan to enjoy privileges like 20 crop acceleration, early land expansion unlocks, and double stealing opportunities. The comment section was flooded with one-star reviews just 2 hours after the game launched. I thought this was a sequel to Happy Farm, but what the hell is this? When I opened it, you have to spend money to steal someone else's crops. Are you treating players like chives? You can't even be bothered to change the UI that was copied, all the materials are stolen, and you still have the audacity to charge money. You have no shame. I've already reported it. This game won't last a week. The customer service of Xu Network tried to salvage the situation in the comments. Thank you for your feedback. The VIP system is designed to provide more choices for players. As a result, they were scolded by players in 100 comments. For days after the game launched, daily active users plummeted from 500 on the first day to 200. The top comment in the user review section was a message that received 300 likes. You are mistaken. Oh, players don't dislike farming, they dislike being treated like chives. Just 6 days after its launch, Happy Manor announced that it would cease operations. According to some insider leaks, in those 6 days, Happy Manor's total revenue reached an astonishing 980 yuan, almost breaking 1,000. The rapid collapse of Happy Manor exposed the fatal flaws of the brutal imitation-heavy monetization model to the entire industry. At the very least, in the realm of farm games, with the example of Happy Farm ahead, it seems that the revenue model everyone relied on has suffered a setback. However, well-established companies like Longting Interactive Entertainment, Yuan Games, and Antarctic Games were clearly not deterred by this lesson. On May 21st, Longting Interactive Entertainment's Happy Manor entered internal testing. Compared to the poor imitation of Happy Manor, Longting's product was indeed more refined. The art team redrew all the scenes and crops, adopting a realistic style that looked significantly more sophisticated than the cartoonish style of Happy Farm. When players opened the shop page, they nearly dropped their phones. The VIP levels ranged from V1 to V15, each unlocking different acceleration privileges. V15 required a total recharge of 200 yuan to reach, with privileges such as a 50 increase in crop maturation speed, 100 success rate in stealing crops, and unlocking the golden scythe, a paid item that doubled the harvesting output. In addition, the game also featured a lottery system. Players could pay to draw rare seeds, with the drop rate of the colorful rose seed being only 0.5. On the forum, a big shot was already bragging about spending 200 yuan to obtain one, with a flood of replies in the comments saying what a sucker. The discussions in the player groups quickly took a turn. Originally eagerly anticipated players, after half an hour of experience, expressed this game, compared to Happy Farm, has more problems except for the slightly better graphics. You need VIP just to plant crops. Why not charge by the second? I calculated that without spending money, my planting speed is 1/3 of AV15 players. What kind of fair competition is this? This is a competition of cashability. Has the planner from Longting Interactive just switched from a casino? With a lottery probability of 0.5, isn't this just gambling in disguise? Ironically, the admin of Longting's internal testing group couldn't stand the planner's outrageous practices and sent a message in the group before leaving. As a game industry worker, I sincerely advise you not to play this game. I am the operations specialist for this project, and I raised objections several times in internal meetings saying this payment system would ruin the game, but the leadership did not listen. I apologize to everyone. This message was screenshot and posted on Weibo with views exceeding 1 million overnight. Longting Interactive Entertainment's official account posted a lengthy apology stating that the employee had been dismissed for violating the confidentiality agreement and emphasized that the charging system of Happy Manor was being optimized. However, the most liked reply in the comments was optimize what? Optimize how to extract more money from players. Compared to Happy Manor, which died after just a few days, Longting Interactive's Happy Manor indeed seemed to be more conscientious. Actually, it's not bad. Compared to those legendary games, Longting has managed to be somewhat human this time. Although it's still heavily monetized, it is still enjoyable to play. At least spending money brings some rewards. You really can't change your nature ignoring Happy Farm and going for pay-to-win. Besides, Longting Interactive farm games continued to launch in the past few days. Some require spending money while others do not. Overall, the core gameplay is identical, with micro-innovations flourishing. Some allow attacking other players' farms while others enable equipping crops. Some allow establishing farm guilds while others can automatically harvest crops. In no time, players were dazzled. This battle left Xu Hao and others in shock. These people really know how to play. Zhou Mingxian looked at several games and felt they posed no significant threat to Happy Farm, a smile constantly on his face. Su Lin bit her silver teeth lightly, saying these people are so annoying. They only know how to copy. This is clearly the boss' hard work and innovation. Xu Hao maintained a serious demeanor while continuously writing the code structure for the quantum gaming platform. He took a moment to reply, no rush, the Antarctic farm game hasn't launched yet. Until they launch, this war hasn't reached its climax. Currently, Happy Farm's revenue has not been significantly affected by market competition. The revenue not only hasn't decreased, but has instead increased somewhat. The reason lies in more game companies entering the market, making the farm game market larger. However, many of them still cling to the monetization model and cannot retain users. It should be noted that the target audience for farm games is almost all ages, and not all users are willing to follow a pay-to-win model. At the same time, through word of mouth, those who felt cheated were recommended Happy Farm, which made them realize what the original game was. However, by the end of May, the agreement between Quantum Games and Antarctic Gaming Platform expired. Happy Farm's total revenue for the month exceeded 15 million, with around 12 million in earnings. At the same time, Antarctic Games' Dreamy Countryside finally launched. Huang Kaiha fully utilized the social traffic advantages of the Antarctic group. On the first day of the launch of Dreamy Countryside, traffic infusion was initiated vigorously on both WeChat and QQ platforms. Although some users were dissatisfied with this method of attracting traffic, it objectively brought a large number of users to Dreamy Countryside. Dreamy Countryside, under the leadership of CEO Yi Wenyuan from Tianmi, also introduced its own minor innovations, including a pet system and home decoration features. The pet system became the biggest highlight. Players can obtain a small pet by completing tasks. The pet will run around in the fields, help chase away pests, loosen the soil, fertilize, and even interact with other players' pets. When two pets meet in a friend's farm, a play animation is triggered, and the scene of the little animals rolling on the ground and acting cute captivates countless female players. This game is too cute. My little dog helped me catch bugs for half an hour. I've already taken a screenshot to share on my moments. I thought it was just another pay-to-win garbage game, but after playing for 2 hours, I didn't spend a penny and can raise pets. Xu Hao would have to give it a thumbs up. The home decoration system also received a lot of praise. Players can purchase decorative items like fences, small windmills, and flower beds with in-game currency to decorate their farms as they like. All decorative items are free of charge. The only way to obtain them is by completing tasks and collecting resources. A player posted on the forum with the title, "I spent a whole morning arranging a heart with fences," accompanied by a picture of a flower bed surrounded by exquisite fences in the shape of a heart, which received over 20,000 likes. What did Antarctic Games do right? They understand what players want: companionship, a sense of achievement, and creativity. It's not about spending money to buy a VIP level to show off. That's vanity, not happiness. A gaming media outlet wrote in a review article, Dreamy Countryside proves that Happy Farm is not an isolated case. There is a team that truly understands players working in this genre. More gaming media are praising Dreamy Countryside, not sure if it's genuine enthusiasm or marketing funded by Huang Kaiha. The art design of Dreamy Countryside can be considered the best among all farm games. In this regard, Happy Farm cannot compete with Dreamy Countryside. The top-notch artistic output from Tianmi Studio truly lives up to the name Dreamy Countryside. In terms of monetization, Dreamy Countryside has shown the same restraint as Happy Farm, marking a significant advancement in the gaming industry. A multitude of game reviews and praises continue to associate Happy Farm with the name Dreamy Countryside. Su Lin's shoulders trembled with anger. Boss, look at them. They're all using our Happy Farm name to promote their game. Xu Hao shrugged. Just get used to it. The practices of Antarctic Games reminded Xu Hao of a very famous domestic game company from his past life. The same team, Dota-like games. It was quite similar in nature. But Xu Hao was not worried at all. In this world, Antarctic Games had already become a colossal entity, and such a behemoth must have its flaws. Antarctic Group Entertainment Division CEO's Office. Kaya, the results of Dreamy Countryside are quite impressive. 3 days after the launch of Dreamy Countryside, Huang Kaiha routinely came to the CEO's office to report. He wore a broad smile on his face. Mr. Liu Yi Wenyuan and his team at TME have put in a lot of effort to achieve the results of Dreamy Countryside. After 3 days since the launch, Huang Kaiha was beaming with joy. On the first day, over 10 million users entered Dreamy Countryside, with revenue exceeding 200,000. The next day, total users surpassed 15 million, with revenue nearing 300,000 and a retention rate of 90%. On the third day, total users approached 22 million, with revenue exceeding 500,000 and a retention rate of 86%. The average gaming session duration for users over these 3 days exceeded 2 hours. Except for the revenue data, not looking very pleasing, other statistics for Dreamy Countryside were quite explosive. As a result, Huang Kaiha was called to the CEO's office for a strong commendation. Kaiha, go to the board meeting this Friday. Mr. Ma and the directors need to hear the report on Dreamy Countryside. Huang Kaiha was incredibly excited. He had won his bet. Not just a report to the Antarctic Group's headquarters, but to the board. If it were the former, it would only be a report to Mr. Ma. Although that was already quite rare, he was heading to the board meeting. Mr. Ma definitely held the highest authority at Antarctic Group, but the board was the highest meeting that decided everything. Even Mr. Ma would feel pressure facing the entire board. And now he was about to report to the highest power center of Antarctic Group. The path to success was right at that moment. The next day, Huang Kaiha waited for more than half an hour before being notified to enter and give his report, stepping into the boardroom for the first time. Mr. Ma, esteemed directors, I am Huang Kaiha, VP of the Entertainment Division, and I will now present the data report for Dreamy Countryside. Huang Kaiha suppressed his excitement and opened the PPT to give a detailed report. After 1 week since the launch of Dreamy Countryside, leveraging our traffic advantages, we have just crossed a total of 50 million users. In terms of health diagnostics, the overall state is quite healthy. This week, the overall rating advantage is evident. The score for the PC version is 4.8, while the mobile version scores 4.5. The high-frequency keywords in the comments section are conscience and top-notch art. Daily active users DAU show a clear upward trend, with yesterday's DAU exceeding 37 million and a 7-day retention rate of 74%. The payment rate is over twice the industry average, exceeding 9%. User acquisition cost. Huang Kai's report lasted quite a while. Generally, such reports are rarely presented at board meetings, but everyone in the meeting, including Mr. Ma, listened intently. Currently, the total revenue data for the 7 days has surpassed 3 million. I believe this data will steadily improve. That concludes the data report for Dreamy Countryside. As Huang Kaiha finished his report, applause erupted, led by Mr. Ma. Although it was not thunderous, it was enough to make Huang Kaiha excited. Kaiha, you did well. Mr. Ma affirmed, a smile on his face. Huang Kaiha attempted to be modest, but was interrupted by a director sitting next to Mr. Ma. The data for Dreamy Countryside is quite good, but I have one question. Why is the revenue data so low? Huang Kaiha's expression changed slightly. Was the inevitable question finally coming? Director Wang, Dreamy Countryside is a product designed for long-term operation. The revenue targets were not set high to begin with, but overall revenue. What I mean is, when can we raise the revenue? Director Wang's face showed little emotion, but his tone was not very pleasant. This, according to the plan, revenue will be gradually advanced. The director, known as Director Wang, wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Mr. Ma. All right, Dreamy Countryside has a planned development path. There is no need to demand revenue so harshly at this time. Mr. Ma reaffirmed and said to Huang Kaiha, keep it up and steadily improve. Huang Kaiha's face was filled with excitement as he stood straight. Yes. After leaving the board meeting, Huang Kaiha finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there were some twists and turns this time, he finally felt proud. But in the next second, his phone received a message from Mr. Ma. The message contained only 2 words. Q2. Huang Kaiha suddenly felt anxious. Although General Ma mentioned steady growth, this implied that revenue should be increased. Since the emphasis was on the second quarter, it was certain that revenue would be scrutinized. What to do? Huang Kaiha's good mood vanished instantly. Quantum Games. Currently, Quantum Games has added 3 relatively experienced programmers focusing on architecture. Their responsibility, of course, is for the gaming platform. However, before they officially started working, all Quantum Games employees, including them, received an internal email. At 2 p.m., oh, come to the conference room, everyone will play games together. Participation is not mandatory, but participants need to sign a confidentiality agreement. How there's an email from the boss about playing games together. What does it mean? Li Yun, a member of the art team who had jumped from a large company, was relatively experienced. The reason for joining was similar to Zhou Mingxuan's. They were optimistic about the future of quantum games and were fond of Happy Farm. What does it mean? The boss is launching a new game. Another girl from the art team said excitedly. And we need to sign a confidentiality agreement. What kind of game is it? I'm going to give it a try. I'll definitely go too. The operations team. Su General is the boss, organizing an internal playtest for a new game. A member of the operations team, Fan Jian, who also transitioned from a large company, asked. So sensitive, you guessed it right. That's great. A new game is coming. The current quantum games primarily attracts talent in two ways, both related to Xu Hao. Firstly, the innovation of Happy Farm has made it very appealing to game practitioners. For over 20 years, the gaming industry has been producing different legends, and many have long experienced aesthetic fatigue. Especially for those with more age and solid skills, they have long been extremely exhausted. The reason they did not rush to pledge loyalty to Xu Hao is simply that they need a more stable environment. If quantum games can overcome the initial difficulties, more and more people will come to seek employment. Secondly, Xu Hao's understanding of games is nearly unique in the industry. As long as the game is fun, forcing players to spend will lead to a lack of enjoyment. This was something Xu Hao mentioned during an interview. It resonated with many players and reminded many industry insiders of their initial intentions. With these 2 points, as long as quantum games does not falter, it will surely develop well. Zhou Mingxian hurried back to the company, busy with recruitment, logistics, and his own job, all of which he had to juggle. I immediately came back from outside for the new game playtest. At 2 p.m., everyone gathered in the conference room, where 5 mobile phones had been placed at an unknown time. Xu Hao walked in and directly said, "The success of Happy Farm is evident to all, but that was just our first card." He plugged in a USB drive to the projector. "I called everyone here to let you play our second product." The conference room instantly fell silent. A member of the operations team asked, somewhat confused, "Su General, the second product? Happy Farm has only been online for a month and a half, and the user growth curve is still soaring. Shouldn't we focus all our efforts on content updates right now? Besides, we don't even know about the new games project. When was the second product made?" Xu Hao smiled, and before he could speak, Su Lin and Zhou Mingxian had already seen the familiar smile and knew what he was about to say. "Just kidding, I learned programming at 6, started making games at 9. Isn't it normal to have some inventory?" Su Lin secretly rolled her eyes, while Zhou Mingxian chuckled. "All right, let's not waste time." Xu Hao opened the PPT. A completely different interface appeared on the screen. No longer the bright and fresh pastoral style of Happy Farm, replaced by a dark color palette, retro parchment texture, and a mysterious icon resembling a telegraph machine. The title was in cursive, Identity V. "This is an asymmetrical competitive game." Xu Hao's voice was calm. 1 person plays as the regulator and 4 play as the survivors. The survivors need to decrypt 5 cipher machines to open the gate and escape. The regulator must catch everyone and send them away on the chair of revelry. He paused. "Now let's play together." A dozen people looked at each other. Asymmetrical competition. Competition. These terms were from a completely different dimension than Happy Farm. But no one raised any doubts. After all, it was a new game, and Xu Hao had already proven himself once. In the first playtest, Xu Hao himself took on the role of the regulator, while the others drew lots to select 4 survivors, with the rest watching. The character selection interface was very simple. The regulator had only one selectable image. It was a figure wearing a mask and holding a scythe named the Hunter. The survivors had 4 characters, each marked with different traits. Some were good at decrypting code, some excelled at sprinting, and others could dismantle the regulator's traps. The 4 survivors selected were Su Lin, Li Yun from the art team, Fan Jian from the operations team, and an older programmer named Chun in his 30s. Chun was the first to sit at the computer, choosing the character engineer, who specialized in decryption. Su Lin followed suit, selecting the athlete, who could accelerate. Fan Jian chose the mechanic, who could dismantle traps. Li Yun opted for the lucky guy, who had no special abilities. The game loaded for 10 seconds before the screen transitioned. The perspective was third person and the map resembled an abandoned manor. With dark tones, crumbling walls, scattered wooden boards, and windows, a brightly lit large house could be seen in the distance. The locations of 5 cipher machines were displayed in the top left corner, outlined in yellow on the map. Old Chun controlled the engineer, following the guidance to the nearest cipher machine. A circular calibration interface appeared on the screen. A pointer rotated on the dial, needing to press the button in a specific area to successfully decrypt. He pressed down for the first calibration, and with a ding, the progress bar of the cipher machine moved forward slightly. This calibration mechanism is quite interesting. It requires concentration. Old Chun muttered, sliding his fingers across the screen. Meanwhile, Su Lin's athlete found the second cipher machine on the other side of the map. Just as she intended to start decrypting, a prompt suddenly flashed on the screen. The heartbeat icon began to accelerate, and the background music shifted from calm strings to tense drum beats. "The regulator is near me," Su Lin whispered urgently, immediately abandoning the cipher machine and controlling her character to run towards the nearest wooden board. Xu Hao's hunter slowly emerged from around the corner. The eyes beneath the mask glowed red and the scythe dragged along the ground, creating a spark. His perspective was different from that of the survivors, being first person with a narrower field of view, but he could clearly see the orange outline near the cipher machine, the traces left by the survivors while decrypting. Xu Hao accelerated and dashed forward. At the last moment, Su Lin pulled down the wooden board, and with a bang it hit the hunter, stunning him momentarily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Lin leaped over the board and sprinted towards the distant ruins. "While my heart is racing," Su Lin clutched her chest, her real heartbeat also quickening. Fang Jian was not so fortunate. His mechanic was dismantling an execution platform, an interactive point where the overseer could tie up escapees. Once dismantled, the overseer would have to take the escapees to a more distant location. But just as the progress bar reached halfway, Xu Hao's hunter had already circled around to his back. The scythe swung down. Off. Fang Jian was so startled that he nearly threw his phone away. The mechanic on the screen fell to the ground, and the character began to bleed and struggle. Xu Hao lifted him up, slung him over his shoulder, and secured him to the nearest carnival chair. Red progress bars appeared around the chair, indicating the countdown for the mechanic's sacrifice. "Save him! Save him!" Fang Jian anxiously slapped the table. Old Chen hesitated. His engineer was deciphering the last cipher machine, having completed 80% of the work. If he went to save him now, such a good opportunity for deciphering might not come again. The overseer would likely lie in wait near the chair. If he didn't save him, the mechanic would be eliminated after 40 seconds, leaving only 3 escapees, and the deciphering speed would significantly drop. This was the core game design's most critical gamble. Should the priority be to complete the objective or to ensure the safety of teammates? This mechanism clearly embedded a trolley problem style of choice pressure into every match. Wow! Su Lin, the closest athlete, crawled out from the ruins heading towards the chair. The heartbeat icon began to accelerate, and Xu Hao was indeed nearby guarding the chair. But she noticed the hunter seemed to glance in another direction, likely having heard the deciphering sounds from the distant cipher machine. "Now's the time." Su Lin rushed up to save him. The hunter reacted and swung the scythe, but her timing allowed Su Lin to successfully untie Fang Jian's mechanic. The two fled in different directions. Xu Hao hesitated for a moment, but chose to chase the injured Fang Jian. Li Yun's lucky player completed the last cipher machine during this time. A siren echoed across the entire map, and the location of the gate lit up on the map. "The door is open. Run." In the end, 3 of the 4 managed to escape through the door. Old Chen's engineer was caught by Xu Hao at the last moment, collapsing less than 10 meters from the gate. The screen displayed the results interface, showing the escapees victorious. The match concluded, and the meeting room fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into chatter. "My hands are still shaking." Fang Jian placed his phone on the table, both hands trembling slightly. The heartbeat sound at the end was so oppressive. "I knew it was just a game, but I couldn't help but feel nervous." Old Chun adjusted his glasses, a professional habit, prompting him to start dissecting the technical details. The frame rate is stable, and there are no noticeable lags in scene loading. The interactive feedback is timely, and the animation for jumping over the wooden board is smooth. However, the network synchronization needs further testing. Just now, when Su Total saved someone, the overseer's attack judgment had a slight delay. Even though the rescue was successful, he still got hit. That's an issue with the priority of the judgment frames. Xu Hao nodded. Currently, the logic is that attack judgment takes precedence over interaction judgment. It needs slight adjustment. This game's ceiling is very high. The timing of using the acceleration skill with the athlete I just used directly determines whether one can widen the distance. Moreover, there are many tactical locations in the map, wooden boards, windows, and ruins as obstacles that skilled players can utilize to evade the overseer for a long time. This is what I wanted to say. Xu Hao walked to the whiteboard and drew a simple diagram. The core enjoyment for escapees lies in the strategy and tug-of war, while the core enjoyment for overseers lies in hunting and prediction. Both sides need to think, unlike the mindless brawling common in many games in our industry. He sketched out a 3-layer structure. The bottom layer is operation, the middle layer is strategy, and the top layer is psychological warfare. Many competitive games fail at the middle layer, where players can win just by memorizing the optimal strategy, leading to mechanical and formulaic gameplay over time. Although even the current legendary genre games can't achieve this. Xu Hao joked lightly, and everyone laughed for a moment. But the top layer of Identity V, which is psychological warfare, holds significant weight. The overseer guesses which window the escapee will jump through, while the escapee guesses whether the overseer will take a detour to block them. The real opponent is not the game mechanism, but the living person on the other side. Zhou Mingxian had already started considering the visual representation. This Gothic art style is very recognizable. Few mobile games dare to use such a dark fairy tale style. But if the lighting is too dark, will players be unable to see the overseer's position on their phones? So we added a red light effect next to the overseer. When the escapee's heartbeat accelerates, there will be a red halo at the edges of the screen. Xu Hao continued, players don't need to see the exact position, they just need to sense that danger is approaching. The feeling of fear comes from the unknown, not from clear visual information. The operations specialist Feng Jian had been silently taking notes and finally couldn't help but speak up. Boss, how do you plan to design the payment model for this game? This question caused everyone in the meeting room to turn their attention to Xu Hao. The monetization model of Happy Farm is extremely restrained, which has contributed to its good reputation and is one reason everyone trusts Xu Hao. However, Identity V is clearly a completely different category. It has competitive attributes, character development, and a skin system with many places to charge. Xu Hao leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. You can rest assured about this. Quantum Games aims to change the market, not to increase the pressure on players. The bottom line for competitive games is fairness. If players can run faster or hit harder just by spending money, it's no longer competition, but a contest of who has more money. What we want is to put free players and paid players on the same starting line, making the outcome depend solely on skill and strategy. Upon hearing this, Feng Jian wrote a line in his notebook. This person truly wants to make the game more enjoyable. The playtest continued until 7 in the evening. A dozen people took turns playing, over 20 matches in total. Programmer Old Chun noted down 3 full pages of technical optimization points. The planning team organized over 40 suggestions for balance, and the art team sketched over 10 skin concept designs that matched the style. As the meeting adjourned, Xu Hao stood by the door, patting each person's shoulder as they left. In the end, only Xu Hao, Su Lin, and Zhou Mingxian remained in the meeting room. Seeing everyone leave, Su Lin asked, "Boss, when do you plan to launch this game?" Xu Hao maintained a tactical reclined posture. "It depends on the situation. It should be soon. There aren't any similar games on the market. Should we do a large-scale test first?" Su Lin reminded. "We will conduct tests," Xu Hao said, "but not to validate the gameplay. I've run the gameplay myself hundreds of times, and it's fine. The test is to help players learn how to play." He paused, his expression clear. The biggest difference between this game and Happy Farm is that it has a learning threshold. Many players will have no idea what to do the first time they play. They will get lost, chased by the overseer, run all over the map, and quickly get knocked down. We need to teach them how to play, helping them endure the frustration of the first 3 matches to experience the fun that follows. Zhou Mingxian smiled. "It seems President Su already has a plan." Xu Hao smiled. Su Lin eagerly asked, "So how do we do it?" "Let the streamers teach them." Xu Hao's smile grew even broader. The next morning, Su Lin brought a list and called all members of the operations department for a brief meeting. "Here is a list of streamers. We will discuss cooperation with Identity V one by one." Feng Jian and others gathered to take a look, seeing a dozen or so names on the list, mostly familiar game streamers. However, these streamers were not merely popular influencers. Xu Hao had clear criteria for selection: good reputation, high audience engagement, and no gimmicky hype. Soon the team members who received their tasks returned to their workstations, starting to communicate with the streamers according to the plan laid out by Su Lin. Su Lin did not personally engage in this matter. Her focus needed to return to Happy Farm for the time being. With the entry of Antarctic games, the competition in farm games had become fierce. Various companies began launching their own activities, with incremental innovations happening non-stop. Within just a few days, major companies were attacking each other in the media. "You say I am the culprit disrupting the ecology of farm games. Do I say you are the cash cow, indifferent to player experience?" Then someone jumped in, claiming that farm games could even conquer cities, which was unheard of, while others began attacking the notion of sacrificing reputation for user acquisition. Happy Farm maintained a relatively quiet status. "While you all argue, as the inventor of farm games, I was born to enjoy certain privileges." Although both user numbers and revenue were increasing, everyone in Quantum Games knew that this tranquility would likely not last long. Su Lin's mind was racing when she suddenly thought of a fantastic idea and prepared to report to Xu Hao. It was only after taking a few steps that she remembered Xu Hao was on a business trip today. Su Lin couldn't help but stomp her foot. Xu Hao seemed completely unconcerned about the competition in domestic farm games. His mind was solely focused on the gaming platform, international expansion, and Identity V. These 3 matters were indeed crucial, but Happy Farm was their current foundation. She wondered what Xu Hao was thinking. Xu Hao returned to Quantum Games in the afternoon and immediately summoned Su Lin and Zhou Mingxian to the office. The 3 of them discussed for a while, and eventually reached a consensus. However, Su Lin's expression carried a hint of resentment. "Stop looking," she said, returning to the operations department area and lightly tapping her fingers on the table. "Let's hold a brief meeting." After reviewing the communication status with the streamers, Su Lin expressed satisfaction with the progress. Then she ordered, "Starting tomorrow, we will pause operations of Happy Farm in the domestic market. We will focus all efforts on preparing for the initial operations in Japan, South Korea, North America, and Europe." Everyone was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Su, what's going on? Isn't the domestic operation going well?" "Don't ask, this is Z's decision, oh just follow it." Many were puzzled, with some even developing a sense of resistance towards Xu Hao. To abandon the domestic market for the sake of overseas markets, what sense does that make? However, just a day later the situation changed drastically. Antarctic Games. General Entertainment Department. Huang Kaiha was under significant pressure, and just as stressed was Tianma's president Yi Wenyuan. Huang Kaiha had been hinted multiple times about the revenue issues surrounding Dreamy Farm. Just moments ago, the board had also notified Yi Wenyuan with similar revenue demands. With no other choice, Yi Wenyuan approached Huang Kaiha, who was the head of Dreamy Farm, and needed him to make a decision. "Director Huang, what does the board mean? What should we do?" Huang Kaiha bit his lip. He already had a plan in mind, but the side effects would be significant. Now it was mid-June, and the pressure for revenue requirements was mounting. It seemed they had no choice. "Yi, for the sake of the future, we can only tier up the platform contract." Yi Wenyuan covered her mouth, saying, "Director Huang doing this." Huang Kaiha shook his head. "That's not all. A Dreamy Farm needs additional revenue points, or else we might not survive Q2. Yi Wenyuan abruptly stood up. "This is too rash. The current market is not yet at the point where competition has ended, and adding revenue points according to our internal assessment at TME would definitely harm the game's longevity, making it not worth the cost." Huang Kaiha felt a sharp pain in his forehead and couldn't help but press his palm against it. "Director Yi, the board knows nothing about games or the market. They only judge based on the standards of the past 20 years. Do I not know the difference between farm games and legendary games?" But the board won't listen. Yi Wenyuan sat down in despair, but suddenly a glimmer of hope arose. "What about Director Ma? What does Director Ma say? He understands games." Huang Kaiha shook his head. "Director Ma has already tried to, otherwise today's conversation would have happened 2 weeks ago." The two sat down helplessly, and then a phone call was made from Huang Kaiha. Half an hour later, an announcement appeared on the Antarctic gaming platform. "Dear players, due to the leakage of user data from Happy Farm under Quantum Games, which severely violates the privacy agreement of the Antarctic gaming platform. In line with the principles of fairness and justice, the gaming platform will officially remove Happy Farm tomorrow and reserves the right to hold Quantum Games accountable." This stirred up a huge uproar. Can someone tell me what this announcement means? Removal. Happy Farm won't be playable tomorrow. What does this mean? My farm is gone. What about the money I spent? What logic is this? Did Quantum Games really leak user data? Selling privacy. This is terrifying. Is there anyone who can explain? The public opinion exploded. Removal of Happy Farm, Quantum Games suspected of leaking user data. These two trending topics shot to the forefront. Netizens were in an uproar, and Xu Hao learned of the news immediately. The people at Quantum Games were furious. No one knew better than them whether user privacy data was leaked. Antarctic was out to kill Happy Farm. Xu Hao's office was immediately surrounded by everyone. "So what's going on? What should we do? Sue them. We must take Antarctic to court. Overseas. No wonder there was a need for rapid overseas distribution. I see now. Someone realized. Sue, did you foresee Antarctic would take action? But what about the domestic players?" The office door opened, revealing Su Lin. "Should keep your voice down. Sue is on a call. In an hour, everyone will gather in the conference room. Don't worry, Sue has a plan." Everyone returned to their workstations with mixed emotions, starting to sweat as they handled user feedback. With the Antarctic announcement out, the phones and feedback channels at Quantum Games were instantly overwhelmed. In the office, Xu Hao made a phone call. "President Chun, I believe you have seen it," or just 2 days later, Nanji couldn't wait to take action. "The bet. I have won." "Haha, Suzong, you understand them better than my greatest enemy," from Nanji, truly impressive. "However, this also signifies the official start of our collaboration, right?" Xu Hao smiled while holding the phone. "Of course, I am looking forward to the partnership with Dashing, both in the present and in the future." The story must begin 2 days prior. 2 days ago, Xu Hao had a trip to Dashing Games. Dashing Games was the largest gaming giant in the country over a decade ago. The legendary game was introduced to the country by Dashing. With the national-level popularity of the legendary game, Dashing made a fortune, and its owner Chen Xiaoyan even became the richest man in Huagua. At that time, Nanji Group was still striving to expand its social tool market, while Wang was still managing its portal website. In front of Dashing, their gaming business could only be considered infantile. However, Dashing's glory did not last for many years. Nanji Games opened its Sharingan and highly replicated the legendary game, then announced its entry into the gaming industry. Chen Xiaotian was certainly not going to stand by. How dare you plagiarize me? Thus a lawsuit was initiated. The lawsuit dragged on for years, and eventually, it was concluded that gameplay similarities did not constitute plagiarism as long as the underlying code was different. As a result, Nanji Group reaped the rewards of the gaming market. Other companies saw that plagiarism was permissible and promptly joined in, leading to a market explosion and a boom in the gaming industry. Everyone profited from their own legends, companies like Nanji and Yi Wang through micro-innovations, and a significant investment in pay-to-win mechanics surpassed Dashing in revenue, directly taking away its market share. Dashing's legendary game was an official version, yet they were unable to replicate it themselves. If they did replicate it, it would only lead to their own downfall. Thus, Chen Xiaotian loathed these companies that plagiarized his work. All gaming companies around the world shared the same sentiment. The most detested was, of course, Nanji Group, the instigator. Over a decade later, Dashing, relying on the revenues from the official version of the legendary game, remained at the forefront of the gaming industry, but its revenue continued to decline day by day. Until the emergence of Happy Farm. Chen Xiaotian immediately instructed the development department to create a farming game, and even before Nanji launched Dreamy Fields, his own farming game was completed. The delay in launching was due to two reasons. Firstly, for the past 20 years others had been copying him. It was Chun Kaiyoshan's first time copying someone else, which felt somewhat awkward. Secondly, just before the game was about to go live, Xu Hao came to his door. Chen Xiaotian hated all gaming companies, and no one else would approach him. However, Quantum Games was the only company he didn't dislike. After all, only Quantum Games had not plagiarized their legendary game. Xu Hao came in and directly stated his purpose for collaboration: to have Dashing act as the agent for Happy Farm in Huagua, and to sell the operational rights as well. For Chen Xiaotian, this was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Firstly, their own farming game had not been tested in the market, and whether it would succeed was uncertain. In contrast, Happy Farm was the pioneer of farming games. Its market recognition was second to none. Secondly, obtaining the agency rights for Happy Farm meant that Dashing would no longer be in the position of plagiarizing, it would be the genuine article. This greatly satisfied Chen Xiaotian's sense of superiority. Thus, both parties quickly reached an agreement and signed a preliminary contract. Xu Hao packaged the domestic agency rights and operational rights of Happy Farm for Dashing Games at a price of 50 million. This price was not expensive, even considered quite cheap. However, Xu Hao's condition was that Dashing Games must fully accept player data without omission and ensure that Happy Farm maintains its reputation, with monetization points being carefully considered. Chen Xiaotian agreed and swiftly moved forward with the formal contract signing with Quantum Games. During this period, Xu Hao and Chen Xiaotian chatted casually about their views on Nanji Games. Xu Hao calculated that Nanji Games would definitely target Happy Farm and that it would happen in the next few days. Chen Xiaotian believed he knew Nanji Games, while saying they were shameless, but would not act so shamelessly. Thus, the two made a bet: if within 7 days Nanji Games were to embarrass themselves by compromising their platform's credibility to target Happy Farm, then the contract amount would automatically increase by 10 million. Conversely, it would decrease by 10 million. Just 2 days later, Xu Hao won. Therefore, just 1 hour after Nanji Games released their announcement, Quantum Games and Dashing Games jointly issued a cooperation announcement. Dashing Games would take over the exclusive agency and operational rights for Happy Farm in Huagua. They would fully accept player data, maintain Happy Farm's traditionally restrained payment model, fully cooperate with players for data transfer. One announcement after another, all focused on safeguarding player rights until the final one. Quantum Games announced they would take Nanji Games to court for breach of contract, seeking 200 million in damages. Players sighed in relief, at least their data was secured, and within a few days they could continue playing Happy Farm, minimizing the impact of the takedown. All employees of Quantum Games also felt relieved, sitting in the conference room, their faces filled with joy from surviving the ordeal. Fortunately, President Xu had a backup plan. I said, why prepare so diligently for going overseas? Nanji Games is truly unscrupulous. Although the crisis has passed, I am still very angry. Xu Hao walked into the conference room, his expression not revealing much. Everyone, I apologize for causing concern. Everyone stood up, waving their hands, saying, President Xu, it was all thanks to you, or we would have been in real danger this time. Xu Hao gestured for everyone to sit down. This is the survival of the fittest in the market. Even if we did nothing wrong, we would still be punished for our virtue. Being weak means that even if we win the lawsuit, by that time Happy Farm would have long disappeared. Quantum Games couldn't endure such a prolonged lawsuit. Everyone felt a wave of fear. Yes, their opponent was Nanshan Pizza Hut. They could drag things out for years without lifting a finger, easily dragging Quantum Games down. When Happy Farm first launched, I was already considering this. Choosing the Nanji platform would bring us traffic and allow us to progress quickly. But if we progressed to the point where Nanji Games took notice, we would become the fat meat in their mouths. Xu Hao's voice trembled not from relief, but from anger towards Nanji Games. Launching on the Nanji platform was akin to seeking skin from a tiger, leveraging their traffic to grow and leaving before being devoured. We barely managed to pull it off. What we sacrificed was the domestic version of Happy Game that could have been operated for a long time. We are still not strong enough, not capable of confronting Nanji Games Hedon. But in the not-so-distant future, they will have to pay this debt back in multiples. When Happy Farm launched, I had already thought of a countermeasure. Xu Hao raised a finger. Before Quantum Games collapses, we must find another path. At this moment, I can tell everyone that this path has been established. That is, Xu Hao surveyed the room, his voice firm. Gaming platform, multiple high-quality, new games, global market. Everyone's posture unconsciously straightened. Everyone's posture unconsciously straightened. Selling the domestic agency rights has brought us a substantial amount of funds, which will serve as our strong foundation. Everyone, let us work together and follow my lead to become the global overlord of the gaming industry. The crowd appeared invigorated, and Xu Hao expressed his satisfaction. He indeed lost the domestic revenue from Happy Farm, having sold it for 60 million, which compared to long-term operations is a loss. However, with a game like Happy Farm, it was originally difficult to support long-term operations. It is too lightweight, too casual, and the gameplay expansion would soon reach its limits. Now comes the main event. Antarctic Games right. Happy Farm is easy to copy, but what about Identity V? What about Elden Ring? PUBG? Black Myth, The Witcher, GTA, Cyberpunk 2077, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Dungeon Fighter, Overwatch. Are you ready to challenge me? Why should I? Antarctic Games. Huang Kaihe did not concern himself with the online rhythm between Quantum Games and Antarctic Games. The subsequent matters were for the legal department. He was only focused on the revenue of Dreamland. In his plan, by removing Happy Farm, the immense social traffic that the Antarctic group controlled would be entirely redirected to Dreamland. And indeed, things turned out as he wished. After Happy Farm was taken down, Dreamland experienced a surge in users and revenue. At the same time, inevitably, Dreamland's reputation began to decline. Its rating swiftly dropped from around 4.6 to 4. To address this, TME Studio released a media article claiming that Dreamland was under attack from rival players and negative reviews. Everyone knows who this article is targeting. This is truly shameless. It's hard to imagine that a game company that has finally emerged with innovation and consideration for players is being suppressed by a giant like Antarctic, relying on its size, crushing others with funds and time. What a pity for Quantum Games. They had to sell the domestic agency rights of Happy Farm to Dashing. How much less would that earn? As expected, Antarctic Games is still the same Antarctic Games. With one less direct competitor, their practices are likely to become more apparent. What privacy data leak? Wasn't Dashing fully receiving everything? If it were truly a privacy leak, would Dashing dare take it on? Damn, I'm so angry. Let's first hit them with a wave of negative reviews. To counter the public opinion, TME released new events and version updates. With strong technical capabilities and art, Dreamland's expressive power has been further enhanced. At the same time, new monetization points were launched alongside the events. VIP level privileges. Huang Kaihe and Yi Wenin were almost forced to launch a new monetization system. The board saw more users, but the revenue growth was insufficient, and they roared for Huang Kaihe to immediately increase monetization points. As June approached its final countdown, the pressure of the Q2 financial report weighed heavily on everyone in the Antarctic group. The board did not care about game life or reputation. An unparalleled Q2 financial report was the key to boosting stock prices and filling their pockets. Coincidentally, the most critical revenue point that made the report look good was Dreamland. On the day the VIP system launched, undoubtedly Dreamland's cash flow significantly increased. Meanwhile, the rating dropped to 3. I knew it would come eventually. You can't teach a dog not to eat shit. Dreamland has met its downfall. Once Dashing relaunches Happy Farm, I will never touch an Antarctic game again. I thought Antarctic had turned a new leaf, but just over a month, and they can't wait any longer. A day later, the paid premium costumes were launched. Revenue soared, yet Huang Kaihe remained silent for several days. As July began, the dust settled. Huang Kaihe was promoted to Vice President of Antarctic Group, also serving as the Senior Vice President of the Pan Entertainment Division, fully responsible for game operations, reporting directly to the Chief Operating Officer of Antarctic Group. Tianmi's President Yi Wenin was promoted to Vice President of Antarctic Group, concurrently serving as the President of TME Studio Group. With many farming games disappearing from the market as Dashing's agency of Happy Farm returned to public view, the farming game market formed a three-way stalemate. Joyful Farm by Longting Interactive, Dreamland by Antarctic Games, and Happy Farm by Dashing. Joyful Farm has the fewest users and maintains a relatively restrained monetization approach. Dreamland has the most users with monetization points being continuously increased. Happy Farm is in the middle developing steadily. The market competition for farming games has stabilized. However, many aftershocks from this are still rippling. Quantum Games has established a legal team with a renowned lawyer from a well-known law firm serving as the legal contact, formally initiating a lawsuit against Antarctic Games for breaching the platform contract. Although this is a protracted battle, Quantum Games has a great chance of winning. Meanwhile, Quantum Games continues to expand steadily. They began collaborating with headhunting companies, reaching out to many high-end talents in the industry. Roles include planning, operations, marketing, administration, legal, finance, human resources, and overseas markets. The company's headcount exceeded 100, officially becoming a force to be reckoned with in the industry. At the same time, Happy Farm officially entered the overseas market. Along with the overseas expansion came the quantum gaming platform. A new blue ocean, Happy Farm's overseas launch struck hard. The quantum gaming platform, which only had Happy Farm, performed poorly due to the lack of games. Other platforms, such as Google Play, Facebook, and Mixi, attracted a massive user base upon Happy Farm's launch. Xu Hao's goal is that within the next year, Happy Farm will undergo localization efforts targeting various countries. It will cover over 400 million overseas users, including over 30 countries besides the mainstream markets of Europe, America, and Japan. The expected revenue is at least tens of millions of dollars per year. Of course, this requires time. The development strategy of the quantum gaming platform has also been determined. Firstly, the marketing department will contact domestic and overseas game companies that have previously released classic single-player games. Although single-player game development has lagged over the past 20 years, classic games still exist. However, due to the market stagnation, these companies have been struggling. Xu Hao's plan is to reach out to these game manufacturers, urging them to put their classic games on the quantum gaming platform, enriching the game offerings on their platform. By offering discounts and events, they aim to attract a portion of players. Xu Hao plans to launch multiple single-player games to raise the temperature of the single-player game market. Of course, these are all plans that will proceed steadily. The critical aspect will definitely be the release of new games. As a result, the domestic streamer community began to ripple with new developments due to Quantum Games. The Douyin live streaming platform. In the live stream of the popular host Lu Datu, with millions of followers, he announced, "Family, today's goal is to spend one zillion dominating this newly launched skeleton legend." Lu Datu, wearing glasses, had gained fame for several years. He claimed to be the son of a listed company owner, and his favorite pastime was spending money on live streams, creating a super top-tier character in the game that led the viewers in battle. Whenever he grew tired of a game, or when it ceased operations, he would switch to another game and repeat the process. This skeleton legend seems not much different from the previous games. Let's spend 100 to level up. Here we go again, Data's leading us to eat shit. Data, the endless spending. Streamer, hurry and create a guild, I want to join. Sigh, it's always these games, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I'm going to sleep now, goodbye streamer. Data, aren't you playing your farm anymore? Lu Data glanced at the comments. I'm still playing the farm, but it doesn't have much effect when streamed, everyone can just play it themselves. The comments replied, indeed, no need to watch the streamer spend money. The farm can be quite enjoyable to play alone. However, that dreamy farm is becoming unplayable. I heard from the uncle faction that a power system is coming soon. What a joke to introduce a power system in a farming game. Upon seeing this comment, Lu Data couldn't help but respond with sarcasm. Even I, a money-spending pig, can't stand dreamy farm anymore. Damn it, the more I play, the more I want to go back. Just then, a new friend request on WeChat caught his attention. It was his private WeChat, unknown to most people. Wait, I received a friend request. Lu Datu picked up his phone to see that the applicant claimed to be from the planning department of Quantum Games for Identity V. Lu Data couldn't help but exclaim, wow, someone from Quantum Games added me as a friend. The comments exploded. Quantum Games. What do they do? You don't know Quantum Games. Happy Farm is theirs. I see. Data, why is Quantum Games looking for you? Are they asking you to stream Happy Farm? But wasn't Happy Farm licensed to Dashing? They're going overseas. They probably want you to stream for the foreign audience. Nonsense, why would they look for Data overseas? He's not a foreign streamer. Lu Data quickly clarified. It seems not for Happy Farm. This person claims to be from the planning department of Identity V. Identity V? What is that? Oh my, could it be? A new game. A new game from Quantum Games. Oh my god. Could it be a game about chopping legends? I remember many game companies approached Datu for collaboration. That shouldn't be the case. After all, it's Quantum Games. How could they make such a game? Data quickly asked what's going on. Lu Data nodded at the camera and accepted the friend request. Hello streamer, I am from the planning department of Quantum Games Identity V. We're contacting you for a collaboration. Lu Data directly asked, what kind of game is Identity V? The other party replied immediately, it's an asymmetric competitive game. One person is the hunter and 4 people are survivors. The hunter is very powerful, while the 4 survivors must cooperate to decode the password and escape. The entire experience is heart-pounding, tense, and thrilling, making it perfect for live streaming. We will provide you with exclusive beta testing qualifications and installation package. This is the first announcement for Identity V. Lu Dadu read the message from the other party several times and couldn't help but say, "Brothers, this Identity V is described as a game where one person catches 4. Lu Dadu explained it again. The comments started flooding in. This seems quite interesting. Can we play it now? I'm a bit curious. It seems this isn't about chopping legends. I haven't heard of this game before, Dada. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Dada thought this might be an opportunity. Many viewers were already tired of chopping legends, and even if he spent a lot of money, it wouldn't conceal the loss of viewers. Farming games are not really suitable for live streaming. Those classic single-player games had already been streamed several times. With this in mind, Lu Dada decided to give it a shot and inquired further. Can we play it now? Yes, I will send you the installation package and beta testing account now. At the same time, there is an online confidentiality agreement that you need to sign, which only restricts the flow of the account and installation package. Lu Dada looked at the confidentiality agreement and completed the signing. The other party quickly sent over the installation package and account. Hello streamer, this is a 5-player online game. At the same time, we've matched you with 4 other streamers who have also signed contracts with us, so you can play together. The installation package was 3 gigabytes, featuring a dark-themed icon labeled Identity V. Lu Dada took a deep breath and the live stream continued. Brothers, today we won't be playing chopping legends. He said, Quantum Games sent me a new game called Identity V. They'll change the title of the live stream. Today's trial play of Quantum Games' new game Identity V. The comments instantly started flooding in, and Lu Dada noticed an increase in the number of viewers. Many new viewers were unaware of the situation and began to ask, Dada switched games. A new game from Quantum Games. The streamer is impressive. Identity V. What a strange name. It sounds like a psychological test. Lu Dada chuckled. I don't really know what kind of game it is. Let me explain to the newcomers. Just now someone from Quantum Games reached out to me asking me to trial Identity V with a few other streamers. Most of the others are already prepared, and we are going online now. The game loaded and the opening featured a black and white animated scene. A little man in a suit walked into a manor, and the screen began to display various bizarre elements, a spinning carousel, an upside-down clock, and a masked figure. The BGM was a somber orchestral piece accompanied by a heartbeat, creating a strange, yet uniquely beautiful atmosphere. The comments became serious. This art style is quite interesting. I find it a bit scary. Dada, will you be afraid playing this? Lu Dada did not respond. He watched the entire opening animation and then entered the main game interface. There were several characters on the screen, and he chose the beginner's guide. The tutorial was a brief introduction. He played as a survivor, tasked with finding a password machine, decoding it, and escaping through the door. In the tutorial, there was also a hunter chasing him, moving quickly, and the sound effects accompanied the side swings. The comments were wildly discussing the tutorial content. This is getting interesting. I've never seen a game like this. I'm already thinking about how to play. Dada, hurry up and start a game. At this moment, several other streamers connected to the microphone with Lu Dadu. Oh, it's you guys. Let me introduce myself. I am Lulu Jia. Welcome to my live stream. 5 hosts began to connect, and the popular host Lulu Jia immediately started to boost her popularity. Maybe we should pass on that. It's rare for the client to take an interest in us, and Quantum Games is likely to have great potential in the future, so let's take it seriously. Someone suggested. Okay, no problem, let's play seriously. Lu Dadu adjusted his headphones and waved to the fans in front of the screen with a smile. The popularity of his live stream suddenly surpassed 20 million, with comments flying in like a snowstorm. The arrival of Identity V was a bit sudden, and tonight's live stream attracted many viewers. 5 top hosts with millions of followers connected to the stream just for the exclusive premiere of Identity V. Quantum Games is indeed bold. Dada, have you fixed the delay yet? Lulu Jia's sweet voice came through the audio. Lu Dada nodded and entered the game lobby. As they formally entered the game, it was no longer a tutorial, and the 5 live streams instantly went crazy. Lu Dada stared at the gloomy forest and the burned mansion in the background image, momentarily speechless. After several seconds, he slowly spoke up. Brothers, this art style is something special. Lu Dada placed aside the cola he had just sipped, his expression suddenly serious. Lulu Jia's laughter echoed in the headphones. What do you mean by something special? This version of Identity V, crafted by Xu Hao, is truly remarkable. I just asked the staff for a bit of the background art, and it can certainly be considered art-level Gothic style. Another host, Xiao Shui, chimed in, adding a touch of exaggeration. As the 5 of them finished loading simultaneously, the low narrative-like background story slowly unfolded. A down-and-out private detective receives a strange commission letter to investigate a woman who vanished in a sinister estate. From the overgrown gardens to the dark cellar, the entire storyline was unexpectedly articulated in a manner reminiscent of a stage play. The comments were already bombarding the screen. This game must be real-time calculated right. It's full of sincerity. Data, don't forget you're here to promote, not to be a couch potato. Who allowed you to make it so high quality? This feels like an animated movie. Let's pay respects to producer Xu Hao. The comments set the tone, and Lu Dadu also cupped his hands and said, Director Xu, you made this opening so good, how can my live stream audience bear to watch other games in the future? Next, the true curtain of the game was finally lifted. The core interface of the game unfolded in an extremely simplistic, yet extraordinarily elegant layered design. The 5 hosts would randomly form a 4v1 asymmetric confrontation, with 4 acting as survivors and 1 playing the lurking guardian. As one of the 4 survivors in the first round, Lu Dada hadn't reacted yet when he heard the heartbeat pounding through the headphones in the night. Wait, what's up with this heartbeat? Lu Datu controlled his character through a corridor filled with dead branches, and the footsteps behind him were so clear it felt like someone was chasing him. Oh no. Due to his panic, the action of his character jumping through the window was half a beat slow, and the guardian descended from the sky and lunged at him. His teammates' heart-wrenching shouts and the laughter in the headphones exploded instantly. The comments went even crazier. Data, how did you fall? You barely lasted 5 seconds. Are you trying to force us to go to other live streams? Datu, you're terrible. This is great. Datu is terrible. What's with this Datu is terrible meme? The mustard greens are called Data Kai. Don't you think it fits Lu Data perfectly? Lulu Jia almost cried from laughing, probably tears of joy. Another host claiming to be a tech-savvy player roared, I knew it. Data, are you an actor? How could you fall for that hook? If you just shifted your position to the left, you could have survived this round. Lu Data looked at the dreary spectator perspective, feeling utterly hopeless, but the comments were completely embracing the meme. Is there even a newbie protection period? Data proves with strength that money can't help being terrible is a limitation of personality. Enough, I admit this game is indeed hardcore. Lu Data hurriedly tried to regain his dignity. Then he forcefully shifted the topic, starting to recommend the game's finer details. Did anyone notice the transition animation? From the detective's deductions on the map to the mysterious estate's circuit breaker, even the sound effects for decoding the cipher machine had a specially designed metallic resonance effect. Even more astonishing, the circuit breaker is not just for filling a progress bar. Each judgment point directly influences the noise alert of the entire estate. It's starting. Datu is trying to change the topic. First one out now, trying to praise the game. Datu, if you're this terrible, in the next match, I'm switching streams. On the other side, Lulu Jia was also caught, and after her sweet voice, she began to praise. Xu Hao truly understands. Lulu Jia began to mimic Datu. From the footstep sound design to the stylistic details of foggy London, every frame of the original art could individually serve as wallpaper. Moreover, the 4v1 strategy is not something that can be casually figured out. This game is simply too good to not be popular. Are you two together? That's just talking nonsense. But what they're saying isn't wrong, but really does have great potential. Is it just called great potential? I think in today's gaming market, it's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. The first round ended with the remaining survivors winning, and both the hosts and comments were left wanting more. In the second round, Lu Datu was randomly assigned as the guardian. Oh no, I'm the guardian. Am I not going to dominate this round? Then Lu Datu was busy the entire round being toyed with by the other 4 players. Lu Datu was furious. Let me spend money. Give me some paid items. I want to take them down. The comments erupted in laughter, and at that moment a comment from ID Quantum Games appeared. Sorry Datu, our Identity V has no paid items, and it won in the future. Instantly this comment received a lot of likes. Lu Data's eyes widened. No paid items. I was thinking of going straight to pay to dominate after the launch. How am I supposed to play this? Data's money ability is useless now. Hurry up and practice your skills, Datu. Otherwise your fans will crush you in the future. No way, I can't beat Datu in Legends, but right now I just want to dominate Datu in Identity V. Quick, ask when the game will launch. I want to play. The comments returned to a unified format, filling the screen. Datu, you're terrible. Boss, the initial response to the first live broadcast of Identity V was quite good. Su Lin, with an excited expression, was reporting to Xu Hao about the recently concluded live stream. The event, featuring 5 streamers with millions of followers, had an immediate impact on hundreds of thousands of viewers. As the operator, Su Lin had actually prepared a promotional plan for Identity V, and live interaction was certainly one aspect, but she did not expect it to be this effective. Boss, multiple clips of Identity V live content are already available on major video platforms, and in a short time, the vast majority of comments in the section are positive. Identity V is just perfect for live streaming. The 5 collaborating streamers are currently discussing the follow-up live activities with us, and they all strongly demand to increase the streaming hours. Xu Hao nodded in satisfaction. This result was anticipated, but the streaming duration shouldn't be too long. It should only serve as a pre-launch warm-up. At the same time, other promotional methods must be intensified, especially for the quantum gaming platform, which should be a primary target for resource expenditure. Su Lin, please gather the heads of all departments. Let's hold a meeting. Shortly after, directors from the marketing, operations, and other departments gathered in the conference room. Everyone should be aware of the focus of our upcoming work, which is Identity V and the quantum gaming platform. However, I know that you are not very optimistic about the platform's development. Zhou Mingxian took over the conversation, and this was also the aspect he found most puzzling. So to be honest, the only product we are about to launch domestically is Identity V. Recently, the marketing department has secured cooperation deals for several old games totaling 15 classic single-player games to accompany the platform's launch, but this is too singular for the platform's content and ecosystem. Xu Hao was well aware of the platform's content weaknesses. Compared to the Antarctic gaming platform, which has thousands of games, ours has only a dozen, even though most of them are subpar. I understand your concerns, and that's why I called this meeting. There's only one agenda item. Xu Hao paused and uttered 4 words. Content matrix. Content matrix. Yes. Xu Hao connected his computer to the projector, and then everyone saw several new icons and names they had never seen before. Everyone stared in astonishment, their fingers involuntarily lifting. Is this? Could it be? No way is it a new game. Let me see. Plants vs. Zombies, Stardew Valley, the clown card, Slay the Spire. Xu Hao was quite satisfied with the shock on their faces. After all, these games are phenomenal works. Plants vs. Zombies, released in 2009, surpassed 40 million sales in 3 years. The mobile version sold 3,000 copies in 9 days, it becoming the fastest paid app to earn 1 million in history. Stardew Valley, released in 2016, has total sales exceeding 50 million copies with a 98 approval rating. In July 2025, Stardew Valley surpassed Portal 2 to top the Steam historical approval rating chart. Released in 2024, the clown card sold 2,500 copies in 72 hours and broke 1 million sales in its first month. At that year's TGA, the clown card was nominated for 5 awards, ultimately winning Best Independent Game, Best Indie Debut, and Best Mobile Game. For example, the debut of these games crushed the competition, while Slay the Spire was entirely unexpected. 3 days before its official release, it had a mere 800 sales. It only skyrocketed to fame thanks to the crucial push from Chinese streamers and communities. That year it surpassed 1.5 million sales, creating a unique genre of games similar to Slay the Spire. So are these all new games you brought up? Zhou Mingxian looked at Xu Hao in disbelief. Forget about quality. Even if they were all just reskin games, which person, which team, which company could casually produce 4 games like this? Not even Antarctic Games could do it. Xu Hao smiled and leaned back. Didn't I say? I started programming at 6, began making games at 9. Isn't it normal to have this bit of inventory? Everyone looked at him with complex expressions, feeling a myriad of emotions. He truly is a genius. Clearly, everyone here is also in the game industry, all hardworking, highly educated individuals who doesn't dream of creating a great game while in university. Yet he is continuously releasing great games, and now he has 4 in a row. What about us? Though the quality of these games is uncertain, the fact that they were produced by Xu Hao already serves as a guarantee of quality. In the next few days, the company will conduct playtests on these games and strive to provide feedback for modifications. A month later, we will head to America for E3. E3 Game Expo. Exactly. The E3 Game Expo is a well-known event in the industry, gathering numerous game manufacturers and studios each year. If recognized at the expo, or even if awarded, it can lead to extensive exposure. Many games that were once obscure gained fame and became hits at the expo. Xu Hao proposed internal playtesting and revisions for these games entirely to better align with the current era. Although these games are classics, times have changed. In the end, Xu Hao will synthesize all these opinions and decide whether modifications are necessary. The prestige required for these 4 games is significant, but after the overseas launch of Happy Farm, Xu Hao earned a substantial amount of prestige. With this prestige, Xu Hao can directly exchange for game resource packs rather than starting from project initiation and spending years to develop them. It saved a considerable amount of time. And right now, what Xu Hao needs the most is time. Although he spent all his prestige at once, new prestige continues to accumulate daily. As the quantum games and Xu Hao's notoriety rise, and as the new games attract numerous players globally, the prestige will eventually overflow. Xu Hao's gaze was already set on the next game, which required a prestige of 300,000. This exceeded the sum of the 4 games he just exchanged. While its sales are not explosively high, around 2 million copies in 10 days, it is still at the level of being the best game of the year. Of course, it is undoubtedly a AAA game. The Quantum platform needs a AAA game to establish its presence, and considering the prestige, performance, and quality, Xu Hao chose it. Let's form a large team. We are going to create our first AAA game. As soon as Xu Hao's voice fell, everyone turned to look at him. The flames of excitement ignited in everyone's hearts. AAA. In this world, the concept of AAA games has become obsolete. With the release of the last AAA game GTA 3, the single-player game market was completely replaced by legendary games. Many established projects were shut down, and many single-player developers either went bankrupt or could only survive on their past successes. And now Xu Hao said he was going to start making AAA games. How could this not excite everyone? The new team must be formed after E3. Lao Zhou, you will be responsible for team formation with 2050 members, and if that's not enough, find headhunters. Zhou Mingxian nodded excitedly. Currently, the Quantum game development team was decent, as there were projects available on the Quantum platform. The planners were also busy with Happy Farm and Identity V. However, it seemed that the art department had very little work to do. The UI of the Quantum gaming platform was developed by them. Besides that, Happy Farm only required some update materials, while Identity V had no room for contribution at all. At last, things could finally get busy. Xu Hao's reason for forming a large team was not due to a lack of resources from the system, but to accomplish localization. The games he chose were from Xiao Rizi, and the background was also based on Xiao Rizi's story. Therefore, he had to reconstruct the game's worldview to make it a true, made-in-China product. Alright, let's end the meeting here. Please call in the heads of finance and legal. The team members left the office with copies of the game, each starting to prepare for internal playtests. Su Lin first went to the finance room and the legal office to notify the heads to meet Xu Hao. In the meeting room, a man and a woman in their 30s knocked and entered. Mr. So you called for us. Yang Sha was the finance director recommended by a headhunting agency, and after a series of assessments, she became the finance director of Quantum Games. Lida was a well-known lawyer in Jiangxing specializing in corporate law and was now serving as a consultant rather than a formal employee of Quantum Games. Xu Hao had contacted Lida yesterday because there were matters to discuss today. Please have a seat, both of you. Once they were seated, Xu Hao began. I believe the current nature of Quantum Games needs adjustment, but it is not a complete transformation from a limited liability company to a joint stock company. Both were already prepared for this. Under the current circumstances, Xu Hao owned 90 of the company's shares, with the remaining 10 of the option pool also held by him. This meant that from a legal registration perspective, the only publicly listed shareholder was Xu Hao. Legally, a company with only one shareholder cannot prove that the company's assets are independent from the shareholder's personal assets, and thus the shareholder must bear joint liability for the company. This essentially penetrated the protection of limited liability, making Xu Hao personally responsible for the company's debts, with all his assets presenting a considerable risk. Mr. Xu, why not directly change to a joint stock company? Given the current revenue from Happy Farm and the soon-to-be-launched Identity V, Quantum Games could easily transition to a joint stock company to prepare for future listing. Lido, a lawyer specializing in corporate law, found it hard to understand why Xu Hao was not preparing for an early listing. Because I have no intention of going public. While a public company can raise funds from the capital market, it also inevitably becomes shackled. Not to mention the meddling of the board of directors. Although Xu Hao could certainly suppress this to ensure that Quantum Games remained under his control, it still represented trouble. As for making money, Xu Hao did not need it. The revenue from a series of game launches would not be less than that from going public without having to endure the annoying chatter of capital and shareholders. Lita was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Many companies, once they show signs of growth, immediately consider going public. Yet Xu Hao clearly stated his intention not to do so. However, Lida did not elaborate further. He believed Xu Hao's mindset would undoubtedly change in the future. Aside from that, the option pool also needs to be established, and I need a plan for the exercise method. Xu Hao looked at Yang Sha. Director Yang, your side will be responsible for the financial accounting, fund management, and tax planning of the equity incentive plan. He then turned to Lida. Lawyer Li, please assist Director Yang with all legal matters. Both nodded simultaneously. They had already been preparing for such situations. Because no boss would be willing to bear joint liability, this step was unavoidable sooner or later. Mr. Xu, we will handle the option pool well, but do you have candidates for the shareholders? A limited liability company requires at least 2 shareholders to avoid many risks. Xu Hao thought for a moment, nodded, and realized it was time to return home. After the two left, Xu Hao took out his phone to book a plane ticket. His eyes were blurred from looking at the tickets. It seemed he would need to prepare a secretary as well. The next day, Xu Hao took a taxi to the airport. The flight was at 7 a.m., and he arrived in Chengdu before 8 a.m. After eating something at the airport, he intended to take a taxi straight home. Xu Hao's home was in a village in the suburbs of Chengdu, about 60 kilometers from the city. However, the final segment of the journey home was not easy to navigate. Fearing that the taxi driver would be unwilling, Xu Hao quickly abandoned the idea of taking a taxi. He decided to buy a car first. He took a taxi to a car dealership where a salesperson greeted him as he entered. There weren't many opportunities for pretentious show-offs, and the salesperson didn't exhibit any disdain for Xu Hao as a young man. "Sir, are you looking at cars?" Xu Hao did not respond and walked around the showroom. "M9, pure electric red, is it in stock?" The salesperson was taken aback. "We do have the M9 in stock." "Sir, you have a good eye. The pure electric M9 has a range of 630 kilometers and is equipped with the Advanced Intelligent Driving System ADS 3.0 and Harmony OS 4.0 cockpit and Tuling Intelligent Chassis. Xu Hao interrupted the salesperson's long-winded pitch. "Is the certificate of conformity available? Is it mortgaged?" The salesperson was once again taken aback. "Sir, the certificate is available and not mortgaged. If you want to finance, we have very generous discounts." "Don't ramble. Oh, just answer what I ask. Can you handle the invoice, mandatory insurance, temporary license plates, and vehicle inspection in 3 hours?" The salesperson's lips twitched slightly. "Sir, do you mean you want to pick up the car today?" "Of course. Sir, although we can issue the mandatory insurance immediately, the effective time is from midnight tomorrow. If you pick up the car today and an accident occurs, you will have to bear all the losses before the insurance takes effect. Our suggestion is to wait until tomorrow. My question is, can you get it done in 3 hours? If you can, I will pay by card." The salesperson's breath quickened. This indicated that the customer was ready to pay immediately. The salesperson had never encountered such a generous customer before. After all, this was the M9, the pure electric version priced at 5,600 yuan, and his commission would be substantial. "Please wait a moment. Oh, I will immediately communicate with my supervisor." "Go ahead, it's 9 a.m. now. Well, I need to depart before noon. Also prepare a rest area for me with a laptop." The salesperson dashed away like the wind and returned panting a minute later. "By 12 p.m., I will definitely have everything ready for you. Shall we take this gentleman to the rest area, provide excellent service, and prepare the computer?" A young girl with a pleasant appearance approached. "Sir, this way, please." At 11:44 a.m., Xu Hao drove off in the new red M9, heading back home. Xu Hao hadn't spent the company's assets. The money was his own. When Happy Farm was launched on the Antarctic game platform, the receiving account was his personal one. After Quantum Game was established, no changes were made. Although he paid a considerable amount in taxes, the revenue ultimately went into Xu Hao's own pocket before he reinvested it into Quantum Game. It was only after Antarctic removed Happy Farm that the account was changed. The 60 million agency fee from Dashing Game was credited to Quantum Game. After buying a car, he had over $1 million left. Xu Hao wasn't one to spend lavishly, but since he now had money, he naturally wanted a more comfortable ride. Along the way, Xu Hao drove strictly according to traffic rules and speed limits. The last stretch of road was rough, so he slowed down and finally returned to the village. Hearing a car pull into their yard, Su Mingkai and Gu Xiaohua, who were having lunch, rushed out to see. Su Mingkai limped slightly due to a leg disability, lagging behind Gu Xiaohua. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Xu Hao stepped out of the car with a smile. "How's he?" The couple stared in astonishment, unable to believe he had driven home. They had no idea Xu Hao was returning. "Where did this car come from?" Su Mingkai immediately asked about its origin. "I just bought it in Rongqing. The last part of the road home wasn't great, so I got my own car." "Huh, you bought it. Where did you get the money?" "Where did the money come from?" "Well, I made a game at school and later started a company." Xu Hao briefly summarized his experiences, omitting details like the 60 million agency fee to avoid startling his parents. They believed their son would achieve great things, but they hadn't expected it so soon. He had just graduated and already owned a company. "Haven't eaten yet, Howsy. Come have something. Dad oldly next door caught some fish this morning. Go get one, and he'll make fish soup." "No need, let's just have a simple lunch." Xu Hao stopped Su Mingkai from going next door and ushered his parents inside. On the table in the main room were a dish of pickled vegetables, a bowl of stir-fried greens, and a bowl of cabbage stir-fried with lard cracklings. "But there's not enough rice." Xu Hao waved dismissively. "It's fine, I ate this morning and am not that hungry. I just miss home-cooked food. We'll just have the dishes." The meal stretched on. Though the dishes were simple, his parents kept piling food into his bowl. After eating, Xu Hao went to the yard and pulled a bag from the trunk. "Dad, I bought you some cigarettes. Smoke them, and he'll get you more when you're done." "Mom, I didn't know what you needed, so hey, raise 300 in cash I just withdrew. Just buy whatever you need." The couple was stunned. It was one thing for Xu Hao to say he'd made money, seeing so much cash was another. "Don't say that." Gu Zuiwa's first instinct was to cover Xu Hao's mouth. What if someone overheard about the 300 in cash and got ideas? "It's not much. I'm thinking of buying you a house in Rongqing this year, so it'll be convenient when I come back. But if you don't want to move to the city, we can rebuild the old house here. Don't worry about money. We have plenty now. It'd be best if you moved to Rongqing. You're still young. You could run a small supermarket or something. It doesn't need to make money, just something to keep you busy." His parents weren't even 50 yet, and given their nature, they wouldn't want to idle away. Su Mingkai had been injured on a construction site years ago, leaving him with a limp. Unable to do much at home, he seemed a bit lost. Xu Hao now handled farm work and pig feeding, bearing the family's expenses. It was time for her to take it easy. Moving. Let us think. The couple didn't decide immediately and asked why Xu Hao had come back. Xu Hao took the opportunity to speak. Hey, race the thing. The company now needs a shareholder, someone I can trust. That's why I came to discuss it with you. Shareholder. The word felt so distant. Su Mingkai and Xu Hao never imagined such a term would ever involve them. Yes, the law requires a company to have at least 2 shareholders. In truth, one was allowed, but citing the law made the urgency more palpable to his parents. Dad, why don't you be the shareholder? Su Mingkai quickly waved his hand. With this leg of mine, wouldn't I be a laughingstock as a shareholder? Xu Hao started to say something, but Su Mingkai continued. What if I have to go out somewhere? Wouldn't I embarrass Haozi? Xu Hao's mouth opened, but no sound came out. She couldn't bear the thought of shaming her son. That won't happen, Dad. If you want to be a shareholder, there's no problem at all. No one would dare mock you. Xu Hao's expression was stern and resolute. Su Mingkai still waved his hand. No, let your mom do it. So as a shareholder, do I get shares? Xu Hao nodded with a smile. Of course. How much? Xu Hao thought for a moment. 10%. Xu Hao immediately mimicked Su Mingkai's gesture, frantically waving her hands. No, I can't take that much. What if someone cheats me? I'd lose a fortune. The 10 shares terrified Xu Hao. If her son could earn a car and 300 cash in such a short time, wouldn't he make millions in a year? 10% would be hundreds of thousands. What if someone got jealous? Who would dare? Still no. Xu Hao knew this would pressure his mother, so he changed his offer. Then how about 1%? Xu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. 1% probably wasn't much, right? A few tens of thousands a year. She could handle that responsibility. Little did she know how much that 1% would be worth in the future. Xu Hao spent the afternoon at home, mostly chatting with his parents about work. At 4 p.m., his parents insisted on going to the town market to buy ingredients for a proper feast. Unable to dissuade them, Xu Hao drove them to town. That evening's meal was lavish: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, pickled fish, and white-cut chicken. Xu Hao ate heartily, savoring the exceptional flavors and polishing off 2 large bowls of rice. After a night at home, he left the next morning, instructing his mother to cooperate when needed later, and drove back to Rongqing. All the subsequent paperwork for the new car, like registration, was entrusted to the dealership, and the car was left there as well. This gave him another reason to urge his parents to move. What if something happened to the car worth over $500,000 with no one to look after it? Then Xu Hao boarded a flight to Jiangxing. Xu Hao thought his trip home had gone smoothly, but little did he know that some unexpected troubles were already on their way to find him. On the very day Xu Hao returned to his hometown, Quantum Games conducted the first round of internal testing for 4 games. The initial test, primarily involving core members from planning, programming, art, and operations, took place in a closed evaluation room, where Su Lin opened the project package for the first game. As the installation progress bar completed, a vibrant lawn battlefield appeared on the screen. The tower defense logic of Plants vs. Zombies was immediately clear, but what truly silenced the testing team was the near-perfect coupling between the sunflower's sun-producing economy and the zombies' escalating attack rhythm. This looks like a casual game, but the strategic depth is far from shallow. Several members of the numerical design team were rapidly typing on their keyboards. From what I've seen, every zombie type has a clear counter. Balloon zombies must be handled with cactus or blubber, while minor zombies break through from the rear, forcing players to defend both ends of the line. This isn't a simple stat-stacking product, it's a genuine strategic puzzle. Su Lin made a point of noting another detail that left a deep impression on everyone. In the minigame mode, subgames like bowling, whack-a-mole, and slot machines each offered distinct pleasures. Every minigame reused core assets while delivering a completely different fun curve. The new interaction designer Su Tingting added, President Su has broken the game into countless short, snappy gratifications. Players can open it in any 5-minute gap and get positive feedback, yet never feel it lacks challenge. Another group was testing Balatro, a minimalist poker interface devoid of flashy effects or intricate plots. Only the deck chips and ever-increasing multipliers. Some in the test team initially looked puzzled, but 10 minutes later the doubts turned into rapid mouse clicks and occasional table-slapping exclamations of admiration. This reminds me of a 1980 game called Rogue. Has anyone heard of it? Zhou Mingxian asked, but few responded. In 1982, college students developed Rogue, establishing core mechanics like procedurally generated levels, turn-based play, and permadeath. In 1993, during player community discussions, the term roguelike was coined to describe games like Rogue. Zhou Mingxian, well-versed in industry history, explained the background of Rogue, and everyone finally understood. So that's it. President Xu mentioned the concept of roguelite in his documents, which probably refers to the out-of-front growth features of blockbuster, right? Originally, this term would have been proposed in 2008, but the gaming industry's major detour prevented roguelite from emerging. Exactly. Zhou Mingxuan's eyes lit up. Xu Hao truly lived up to being the genius he had recognized at first sight. So the question is, what's the benefit of this change? Xiao Wang, you answer. Xiao Wang, who had just spoken, was flustered by the question, but fell into deep thought for a few seconds before replying. First, I think President Xu's translation of rogue as rouge helps localize the concept, making it easier for players to understand the genre. Second, the shift from roguelike to roguelite adds out-of-front growth, allowing permanent character enhancements after multiple deaths, which reduces frustration. Well said. Zhou Mingxian added, you can think of roguelike as a strict inheritance of rogue spirit. Roguelite, on the other hand, is a modernized refinement of the gaming experience within the framework of randomness and permadeath. It retains the hardcore charm while lowering the barrier and smoothing the experience. He continued with admiration. President Xu used poker to create a roguelite deck-building game. This creativity is truly beyond reach. Members responsible for numerical balance were practically glued to the screen studying the multiplier formulas. President Xu has fused Texas Hold'em hand judgments, the random thrill of slot machines, and the long-term planning of card construction into one. Each Joker card's special effect challenges your understanding of multiplicative stacking. It seems luck-based, but actually demands strong probability management and resource allocation. This technique of generating exponential strategic depth under minimalist rules, I've never seen anyone else in the industry pull it off. Everyone simultaneously thought of one thing. Texas Hold'em has a certain learning curve, but in President Xu's blockbuster that difficulty thins out. Even players with no concept of poker can easily pick it up. Is this the weight of genius? Meanwhile, the Stardew Valley test group primarily consisted of the art team's young women. Unlike the frequent communication in other groups, Stardew Valley testers mostly played alone. There was no help for it. This game was too addictive. Amid the seemingly crude pixel art style, a low cello melody opened the game. The protagonist inherits a rundown farm from their grandfather, working from dawn to dusk, plowing, mining, fishing, and socializing through the cycle of seasons day after day. This game. When reporting their impressions, the art team's young women carefully chose their words. Stardew Valley has no forced goals, no leaderboards, no obvious pay points. But you just can't stop. President Xu takes over your dopamine system in an incredibly gentle way. Every tomorrow has a little something new, and every season holds secrets waiting to be discovered. This kind of stickiness design is leagues above those daily quests plastered with red dots. Right, and what's terrifying is that it's still a farming game. Exactly. It's another farming game, but completely different from Happy Farm. One focuses on social interaction, the other on gameplay. As a single-player game, the joy of multiplayer is even greater. Right now, I just want to know if I can take it home to play. My mind is full of that 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. farm life. Me too. I just want to know why the mayor's shorts are in Aunt Marnie's house. The art team's young women seem to have stars in their eyes. President Xu, young, handsome, a genius, and the boss. They wanted to marry him. Blush-inducing thoughts began to stir in their hearts. The final test group was responsible for Slay the Spire. Like blockbuster, this was another card-based roguelite. For this reason, the two groups conducted cross-testing. When the test team saw the first map, node path, and card selection screen, the entire evaluation room fell silent. The silence wasn't due to a lack of words, but to sheer awe. A turn-based game that perfectly combined card construction with climbing tower dungeon exploration. Map branches, relic systems, random events, and differentiated card pools for each class. Every design element felt like a masterpiece honed through over 100 iterations. How did President Xu make these games? It's astonishing. It seems President Xu really loves the roguelite genre. With these two games, I feel like I've seen the ceiling of this category, even though they've only just been created. Zhou Mingxuan's voice carried a rare solemnity. If we tried, randomness often becomes a negative experience. Either too strong, making everything feel luck-based, or too weak, making each run feel the same. In President Xu's blockbuster and Slay the Spire, construction and randomness are at their peak. Every choice offers distinctly different growth paths. And every path has undergone sufficient strength validation. This kind of underlying design capability can't be built on creativity and enthusiasm alone. It requires deep mathematical logic and the determination to repeatedly tear down and rebuild. Hearing Zhou Mingxuan's words, everyone pictured Xu Hao's signature tactical lean-back pose. But wouldn't that make us look weak, unable to offer even a decent opinion? Everyone exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. How can President Xu be so strong? An ordinary person, if they could create just one of these games in a lifetime, would definitely become a globally renowned game producer. But wouldn't that make us look weak, unable to offer even a decent opinion? Everyone exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Exactly, but President Xu made 4 at once. Unbelievable. Why even test? Just launch them directly. But wouldn't that make us look weak, unable to offer even a decent opinion? Everyone exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. But wouldn't that make us look weak, unable to offer even a decent opinion? Everyone exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. But wouldn't that make us look weak, unable to offer even a decent opinion? Everyone exchanged glances, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. If we were to discuss the impact that this internal testing brought to the members of Quantum Games, it would undoubtedly be multifaceted. The highlights of several games are secondary. The most crucial aspect is that they further recognize the significance of the name Xu Hao. The already launched Happy Farm, the upcoming Identity V for games and internal testing, and the mysterious AAA project. In just 2 or 3 months, which game company has managed to produce such a lineup of games? Even the pioneer of the gaming industry, Atari, could not achieve this. Nintendo, which rebuilt Order from the Ruins, could not accomplish this either. The currently most profitable Antarctic Games is merely focused on making money. Yet now perhaps they are witnessing the birth of a legend. Upon returning to the company, Xu Hao was met with employees who appeared eager, yet hesitant, their eyes filled with admiration. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Xu Hao chuckled. Boss, you are amazing. The ladies from the art team were the most proactive, rushing over to surround Xu Hao, chattering excitedly. What's going on? Why are our beautiful girls so well dressed today? Of course it's for the boss to see. Sisters bloom beautifully just for the boss. Xu Hao found it a bit overwhelming, and Zhou Mingxian stepped in to help him out. President Xu, I have been in the industry for nearly 10 years and have participated in the full process testing of dozens of games. But never have I seen 4 products in a single day that left me utterly speechless. This is not just a matter of being good or having potential, as we discussed before. Zhou Mingxian's expression was serious, and everyone in the company shared the same seriousness. If Happy Farm is a good game with a large user base and decent reputation, that is merely a market-level judgment. In reality, Happy Farm has a simplistic gameplay that lacks depth. It has already shown difficulties in sustaining long-term operations and adding new content, making it hard to continue. Due to its overly simple gameplay, it could be easily copied by others. Identity V is completely different, with substantial innovations in gameplay and sufficient depth. The addition of content is also much easier, presenting great potential as a long-term online game. This is also why the internal company view of Xu Hao has changed significantly with this game. Identity V can be said to have laid the foundation for Xu Hao's reputation as a top-notch producer, although it has yet to be launched and face the market's scrutiny. At this point, as the boss of the company, Xu Hao earns the respect of his employees, allowing Quantum Games to gain some reputation while surviving and making profits. However, with the emergence of Plants vs. Zombies, Stardew Valley, Joker Card, and Slay the Spire, Xu Hao has begun to be mythologized within the company. Each of these 4 games alone is already representative of the pinnacle of their respective genres. These games will undoubtedly lead to overall progress in the gaming industry, creating a celebration in the user market. Any one of these 4 projects could sustain an entire medium-sized game company. Yet President Xu, you have put them all on the same portable hard drive. Zhou Mingxian took a deep breath. How can we not be moved? In an instant, Zhou Mingxian led the applause. The others exchanged smiles and joined in clapping. The applause grew increasingly fervent, and the employees' expressions turned more and more admiring. Xu Hao nodded in acknowledgement, then raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Now that everyone recognizes me so much, when the AAA project and future projects are released, won't you all be clapping your hands raw? Huh. We are waiting for the day our hands get sore from clapping. As long as the company doesn't fire me, I will definitely follow President Xu forever. That's right, me too. And me? Okay, I appreciate your sentiments. Let's all work hard to make the games even better. Good. Everyone responded in unison. Seeing this, Zhou Mingxian took out the testing report and handed it to Xu Hao. President Xu, these are all the testing opinions we could provide. After saying that, he coughed twice. Cough, cough, let's get to work. Everyone finish your tasks together, and let's get these masterpieces online as soon as possible. Upon returning to the office, Xu Hao found that the testing suggestions only contained a few lines. Suggest to invest in promotional resources for the 4 games as soon as possible. Suggest to enter the DLC project initiation process early. Suggest to create a demo for download on the Quantum Game platform. Xu Hao's mouth involuntarily twitched. Oh, was this really a suggestion? However, Xu Hao understood them well. These games were already highly complete and had been tested in the market of his previous life. Their inability to provide further suggestions was not due to a lack of capability. It was simply because the games were too good. Since that's the case, let's proceed according to the established plan and create a demo for the exhibition. Just as he was about to issue the order, Xu Hao heard a notification from his WeChat. He took it out to find a message from his third aunt. "How's I am your third aunt. Do you still remember me? I carried you when you were little. I heard you started a company. My son Qinchuan Yuan, your cousin, is 20 years old this year, just graduated from high school, and he's quite clever. Could you arrange for him to work at your company? Just a simple, easy job will do. The salary doesn't need to be high, just enough for him to spend." Xu Hao seemed to see a joke unfolding, silently curling his lips. He didn't even know when he added her on WeChat, there were no historical chat records at all. "Third, and I'm really sorry, our company has standards for hiring. We require relevant professional skills and qualifications. Your cousin has only graduated from high school, so he might not meet the criteria." "What criteria? We are relatives, it's just a matter of asking. Although your cousin doesn't have a high education, he is smart. The teachers all say he didn't study seriously, his cleverness wasn't applied to school. No, third, and we really can't hire him, or I can't break the rules set by the HR department. Now that you've become successful, don't forget your roots. When you were little, you even ate my family's eggs. You can't help with this little favor. We are family, isn't it right to help each other?" Xu Hao was speechless. Forget it, after all, there's a layer of familial relation. Ignoring it would be fine. Just as he was preparing to arrange work, unexpectedly the phone rang again. An unknown number. Xu Hao picked up the phone. "Hello. Hello. How's it's your third aunt." Xu Hao was taken aback. How did she even get his phone number? A third aunt, hello. "How's I couldn't clarify things over WeChat just now. Please arrange a job for your cousin. Just give him a salary of 5 or 6,000. By the way, you still have to pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund. I'll have him come to Jiangsheng to find you tomorrow's train." Fortunately, Xu Hao hadn't taken a sip of water, otherwise he surely would have spat it out. What nonsense, he's coming over by train. This is ridiculous. Xu Hao suppressed his anger. "Third, and I've said it before, our company has standards. We have enough staff already, and we're not hiring. Hey, what's wrong with you? It won't do to have only outsiders in the company. It's better to hire family. If there are too many staff, just let one go, you're the boss." What the hell? Dismissing highly educated, experienced talent from the company, only to hire someone utterly unqualified. How dare you speak like that? "Auntie, I'm busy right now. I'll hang up. And please don't send anyone over, we're not hiring." "Hey, how's he? Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, this is ruining my mood." Auntie Sue was vaguely familiar. They'd last met about 5 years ago. Her son was nothing short of a menace, stealing money from home and classmates to fund his internet addiction, expelled before finishing high school. And yet they still call that graduating. The phone rang again, same number. This time Xu Hao was truly furious and blocked it outright. No contact for years, yet the moment he started a company, she appeared out of nowhere. Then they casually offered a salary of 5 or 6,000 yuan. "How about I send you to work in Myanmar?" How on earth did distant relatives hear about my startup so quickly? Xu Hao dialed home. "Mom, how did Annie know I'd started a company?" "Huh, Auntie." Xu Hao paused briefly, her tone turning noticeably sharper. "It must be your father. Your uncle came yesterday to discuss farmland matters. Then they drank and boasted all night. He's the one who blabbed." "All right, got it. What's wrong, Howsy?" He recounted the whole incident. Xu Hao exploded. "You were absolutely right to refuse. I'm going straight to your father. I'll hold him accountable. It's broad daylight, and he's still asleep. A few sips of cheap wine, and he's forgotten his own surname." Beep, beep, beep. Xu Hao sighed helplessly. It was clear his father had let it slip. Still, he could understand when their child succeeds, parents naturally want to boast. And after drinking, well, what else could one expect? Setting the matter aside, Xu Hao turned his attention to upcoming tasks. That afternoon, his phone rang again. "Howsy, it's your second uncle. So, you're a big boss now?" "No, uncle. I'm just scraping by." "Howsy, you became a big boss and didn't tell me. I only heard through your auntie's family. I haven't even congratulated you yet. It's just a small company. Nothing worth congratulating. Your auntie says her son Qinchuan Yuan is joining your company. Well, our Su Yifan is far more capable than him. Why not bring him on board too?" "Uncle, we're not hiring. Pay him a bit more than theirs. After all, Su Yifan holds a junior college degree. He hasn't worked for several years, but he needs to marry and buy a house. I heard Jiangxing's average salary exceeds 10,000 yuan, so make it 20,000 for him. Assign him something light. He'll need time for matchmaking." Snap. Xu Hao slammed the phone down onto the desk, his shoulders heaving with anger. "Fine, let them try to sponge off me. But why this endless self-assured monologue? And a bit more than average. At 34, with only a junior college diploma. If he can't find work, then why has he been living off his parents for years?" Xu Hao knew Su Yifan well, unwilling to endure hardship, playing video games all day at home. Silent, reclusive, utterly unproductive. Get lost. Deeply unsettled, Xu Hao wore a grim expression all afternoon, only softening somewhat the next day. Just as he thought the ordeal was over, another unknown number lit up his screen. "Howsy, why didn't you answer my call? I've just sent your cousin off on the high-speed rail. He'll arrive in Jiangxing this afternoon." Xu Hao steadied his breath. Auntie, you actually sent him. Of course. I'll text you his number. He'll call you once he arrives this afternoon. Fine. Auntie, coincidentally we have an overseas assignment opening in Myanmar. Your cousin arriving would be perfect. Instantly her voice tightened with alarm. Myanmar? Isn't there rampant fraud online? Don't worry, it's a legitimate project. Oh. She hesitated, then murmured something to someone nearby. How's he? Couldn't your cousin just stay in Jiangxing and work with you? No. If he's coming, he must accept the company's assignment, without exception. You're obviously stringing us along. Who dare go to Myanmar these days? A wry smile flickered across Xu Hao's lips. Annie, tell your cousin to head straight to a factory and tighten screws. Might even bring home a factory girl for you. Of course you're welcome to send him, but as I said, it's Myanmar. Think carefully. The outside world is dangerous. You. Fine, don't help then. Who needs your job anyway? Let's go home. After hanging up, Xu Hao exhaled deeply, relieved. But if they did actually send him, Xu Hao would send him to Myanmar. A simple market expansion project that wouldn't cost much. A little extra investment to let his cousin tour the industrial park. Surely no harm in that. Minutes after the call ended, his second uncle called again. Same old tune, but at least this time no immediate demand to dispatch personnel. Uncle, to be honest, Quantum Games is still in its infancy. We're operating entirely on loans. Here's an idea. Ask your brother to join us unpaid for a few years. Family helping family. Once we turn a profit, I'll pay him back double. Agreed. Uncle, we're family. Helping each other is what makes us family. Oh, and uncle, could you lend me 500,000 yuan? The company needs capital to grow. Rest assured, I'll repay every cent once we're profitable. How's life? Hasn't been easy for you, but neither is ours. Xu Hao cut in smoothly, then let your brother come. Salary deferred for a few years. That works, doesn't it? Well, your brother's job prospects have finally improved. No need to trouble you in Jiangxing after all. And with that, his uncle hastily hung up. Xu Hao leaned back in his chair, strategically. So, am I really powerless against you? With familial distractions temporarily quelled, Xu Hao refocused on Quantum Games' urgent priorities: pre-launch marketing for Identity V and preparing playable demos for 4 new titles bound for E3. Schedules grew intense, yet paradoxically, Xu Hao felt slightly lighter. One advantage of running a company: tedious operational tasks needn't fall solely on his shoulders. Had this been a tiny studio, perhaps even a solo venture, he'd be drowning in work. Just as he considered taking a brief pause, Su Lin knocked and entered. Boss, a representative from IDG Capital is here requesting a meeting about potential investment. Su Lin now oversaw operations and increasingly functioned as Xu Hao's de facto executive assistant. Investment? We have no current fundraising plans. Still, let's receive them politely. I'll meet them. Truthfully, Xu Hao preferred not to waste time courting investors. Quantum Games had no intention of raising capital, and he intended to uphold that stance. Yet meeting them wasn't unwelcome. Hearing outsiders' valuations of Quantum Games, even as idle conversation, could lift morale across the team. In a conference room of Quantum Games, 2 individuals sat across from each other at a long table. The man in the deep gray suit appeared to be in his early 40s, his hair meticulously styled, and his tie knotted just right, exuding an elite and seasoned aura. Beside him, a young assistant wore a serious expression, sitting upright with a laptop in front of him. IDG Capital partner, Zhou Mingyuan. Mr. So we have actually been paying attention to Quantum Games for a long time. Zhou Mingyuan leaned slightly forward. To be honest, we noticed you when Happy Farm first became popular. You have created a new game that has transformed a stagnant gaming market into a vibrant one. Frankly speaking, those of us in investment have not looked at the gaming industry for several years. After all, it has always been about legends, hasn't it? Zhou Mingyuan chuckled, and Xu Hao smiled as well. Mr. Zhou, our company's art director, is named Zhou Mingxuan, quite similar to your name. That means there is a certain affinity between IDG and your Quantum Games. Xu Hao, having lived 2 lifetimes, was meeting an investor for the first time, yet he felt no chaotic emotions, as he would not accept such investments. Desireless, then resolute. The emergence of Happy Farm disrupted the gaming market. However, in the eyes of capital, low-cost social entertainment is merely a benign competition among acquaintances, capable of stirring stagnant waters, but ultimately destined to return to tranquility. So what you are interested in is not Happy Farm. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. Mr. So according to our analysis, Happy Farm had a peak daily active user count of over 16 million, with the highest cost not exceeding 100 yuan. The global market you are laying out is progressing, and the revenue figures are astonishing. However, whether it is Happy Farm or other farms, it ultimately cannot break through the blockade of legendary games. IDG's analysis is quite professional, so what is the meaning of your visit today? Our main purpose today is not to discuss Happy Farm. Zhou Mingyuan glanced at his assistant, who deftly flipped the laptop screen around, revealing the original artwork of a game character. The character design of Identity V. Non-symmetrical competition 1v4 mode absurd gothic art style. This is what a game should be. This is exactly what capital wants to invest in. Xu Hao took a sip of coffee and remained silent. Zhou Mingyuan was not surprised by Xu Hao's reaction. He had already seen Xu Hao's entrepreneurial resume graduating from university and starting from scratch, never accepting face-to-face interviews from the media. Such a person has a wariness of capital that is almost ingrained in their DNA. Mr. Xu, I know what you were thinking. Zhou Mingyuan leaned back in his chair, his tone becoming a bit softer. You think we are here to take a piece of the pie, that after receiving funding we will meddle in the direction of the company, or worse, coerce your creativity and market judgment into the short-term profit mechanisms of capital? Xu Hao finally raised his eyes to look at him. I have been in the investment industry for 20 years, and I have seen too many good products fail halfway. It's not that the products aren't good, nor that they didn't work hard. It's that at some crucial juncture they clearly needed to take a step forward, yet they found themselves unable to move. Why can't they move? Xu Hao finally spoke. Zhou Mingyuan raised his finger to start counting marketing channels, expanding the team. At every crossroads, the same question arises: is there enough money? Identity V is currently in the marketing phase, and the activities with streamers have been successful, with the preheating effects exceeding expectations. But you should be clearer than I am about what the situation will be like after the official launch. Xu Hao had not considered these issues much, but after a moment's reflection he calmed down. Zhou Mingyuan noticed the change in Xu Hao's expression and continued. On the day of launch you will face competition in the iOS free rankings, and this is not something that can be sustained with just a reservation page. Identity V features asymmetrical gameplay exceeding that of previous markets, and if successful, the word-of-mouth effect among users will be extremely strong. But Zhou Mingyuan's tone became more serious. However, the entry threshold is very high. This means you must within the first month exert maximum promotional efforts to turn users from observers into participants, helping them cross the threshold of wanting to come in and see how to play. This is the first hurdle. The assistant struck the keyboard again. According to our calculations, if Identity V achieves a DAU of 4 million within the first week of launch and accumulates over 50 million downloads, the corresponding user acquisition costs, server expansion investments, subsequent operational manpower allocations, and initial funding requirements for global market layout conservatively estimated should at least match these figures. The assistant displayed a financial model on the laptop listing dozens of detailed cost items. 150,000, 300 million. Money is just the first hurdle. Given Quantum Games' current financial capacity, it should barely be able to hold on. Xu Hao felt relieved. The company's talent pool was too small, and this data from IDG indicated that Quantum Games could indeed be sustainable. The second hurdle is the continuous retention of users and content iteration. Non-symmetrical competitive games are far more challenging to operate than Legends or Happy Farm, because asymmetry implies that the adjustments for balance must consider twice the number of variables. To what extent must the regulators be strong, and to what extent must the 4 survivors be weak, so that both sides can create that feeling of just enough excitement without despair? This is not something derived from data. It is gradually explored through repeated updates and calibrations. An excellent operational team, a responsive technical platform, and an agile content production mechanism. All of these require money, a lot of money. Is there a third hurdle? Xu Hao's expression showed no change, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. Zhou Mingyuan was taken aback, then nodded. The third is future competition. The artistic style and gameplay concept of Identity V have inherent advantages, but let me ask, can others not replicate it? The capabilities of the Antarctic group, the foresight of Happy Farm. Since Quantum Games was able to swiftly launch Identity V, it indicates that other companies will not be slow in their actions. In the future, what about the competition after the emergence of Identity 6 and Identity 7? Would you sell the operating rights again? Even if it expands overseas, given the scale of Identity V, how many countries can Quantum Games support for localized operations? After listening, Xu Hao felt relieved. No matter how excellent the data from IDG was, or how clear their analysis was, they were still outsiders. What IDG did not know was that other gaming companies would absolutely not have enough time to produce competitors, nor did they understand their own platform strategy. He could quickly produce Identity V, while others wouldn't be able to create something in just 2 to 3 years. In overseas markets, he would cover it using his platform, and ultimately, it was just about money. Zhou Mingyuan mentioned 3 points, and at the end of the day, it all boiled down to money that he could earn, and the more he earned, the more he would have. However, what he said next made Xu Hao reconsider whether to seek financing. I understand your concerns, Zhou Mingyuan observed Xu Hao's unwavering demeanor, yet continued speaking. Control voiced the independence of the company. These are things any founder would care about. But Xu, have you considered one question: why would IDG Capital come at this time? Xu Hao awaited his answer. Because what we value is your judgment and your instinct for products. We are here to find a partner, not a subordinate. You probably know a bit about IDG's investment style. We invest in companies that can become industry infrastructure within the next 3 to 5 years, not short-term cash-out projects. Zhou Mingxian looked at his assistant, who understood immediately, and pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase, handing them to Xu Hao with both hands. Xu Hao took it, and it detailed the core terms of the investment plan: investment amount, equity ratio, board seat arrangements, priority investment rights for subsequent rounds, and unilateral veto rights on key matters. Each clause seemed to protect Xu Hao and Quantum Games' interests, lacking any terrifying conditions like liquidation preferences or anti-dilution clauses that would chill a founder's spine. On the contrary, the entire proposal appeared to be a blend of rationality and strength. Furthermore, fundraising is not merely about getting money for Quantum Games. Gaining our investment fundamentally represents a form of resource acquisition. Being recognized by us will also instill strong confidence in the market. Xu Hao had indeed not considered this aspect. If the fundraising news is released, it would declare to users, the market partners, and potential employees, this company has undergone rigorous due diligence by top professional institutions, and its strength and prospects are promising. This would directly enhance Quantum Games' recognition, user trust, and talent attraction. Besides, collaborating with top capital is also a strategic resource. For instance, IDG's other capital or technology partners, patent pools, technology platforms, and research and development tools would all give Quantum Games an inherent advantage if needed. At critical junctures, such as recruiting executives, selecting business models, and handling legal risks, top capital provides unparalleled assistance. Capital regularly shares in-depth industry reports, market dynamics, and introduces potential key executives, technical experts, or other entrepreneurial communities, all with significant professionalism. This cognitive dividend can sometimes be more valuable than money. Additionally, what Xu Hao currently needs most is the standardization upgrade of Quantum Games. Transitioning from bootstrapped entrepreneurship to regular army is a perilous leap, and IDG can help accomplish this upgrade. No one is better at establishing standard financial systems, contract management, and intellectual property protection systems than capital. In the short term, these things may seem cumbersome, but in the long run, they enable the company to go further. As for the financial director Yang Sha, the option pool has yet to be established, but IDG excels in designing a scientifically sound core employee option pool. Zhou Mingyuan stood up. Today is our first meeting. There's no rush to make a decision. But keep the proposal, and I can send you an electronic version later, or we can discuss it when you have time. Zhou Mingyuan stepped closer to Xu Hao, extending his hand. This matter of cooperation is one that needs to be discussed. I understand you don't want any external forces disrupting your pace right now, but capital is not the enemy. Capital has no emotions, it is merely a tool. Those who can utilize this tool well are the ones who can truly go far. Xu Hao looked at him for 2 seconds and extended his hand. Thank you for your consideration, Zhou. Regardless, I will treat this fundraising matter with the seriousness it deserves. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. We will review this proposal internally once more. But if you really feel we can't be of any help, then consider my visit today as having come too late. He said this without much emotion, and Xu Hao couldn't tell whether he was being casual or indifferent. There was no relentless pursuit, and the impression left was quite good. The assistant had already neatly packed away all the documents and equipment, standing behind Zhou Mingyuan waiting. Zhou Mingyuan stepped aside from the sofa area and suddenly paused at the door, turning to look at Xu Hao. By the way, I forgot to congratulate you. What? Happy farm. Zhou Mingyuan pushed the door open. What you are creating is not just a game, you are creating a cultural phenomenon. There are not many people in the world who have had such an experience. Identity V will be even more outstanding, I am sure. Zhou Mingyuan left. Listening to the gradually fading footsteps, Xu Hao picked up the proposal on the table again. Then his gaze lingered on the budget detail page for a long time, staring at the densely packed financial planning table. Finally, he flipped to the last page where IDG's financing proposal was outlined. IDG valued Quantum Games at $4 billion with an investment of $800 million for a 20% stake. This price aligns with the current projected overseas annual revenue of Happy Farm being 20 times that, indicating IDG has great confidence in itself. Xu Hao emerged from the conference room, where several director-level individuals were waiting to know the outcome. Xu Hao casually handed the financing plan to Su Lin. Take a look. A few minutes later, exclamations rang out. Valuation of $4 billion. IDG is going all out. While we've only been established for a few months, this story is about to take off. The crowd hurriedly pursued Xu Hao, asking, Xu Hao, are you deciding to accept or not to accept? Xu Hao shook his head. I haven't made a decision yet. The crowd's emotions varied. Fundraising itself is a temptation. Under Zhou Mingyuan's persuasion, even Xu Hao began to reconsider, let alone them. Apart from money, capital can indeed assist greatly. $800 million for a 10% stake seems quite favorable at present, but it is certainly not a lot. IDG thinks it has provided a tremendous temptation, but that surely won't satisfy Xu Hao. So can we share this financing proposal? Let me check with IDG. Xu Hao understood their implication of disclosing this financing proposal would be beneficial for quantum games. So he picked up the phone and called Zhou Mingyuan. Zhou, what if I accidentally showed the financing proposal you gave me to someone else? Zhou Mingyuan paused for a moment, then laughed. Xu, it's fine. However, please don't disclose the specific proposal. The valuation part is fine. Generally speaking, companies do not leak unconfirmed financing proposals. Especially for those preparing to enter the capital market, financing proposals are considered significant non-public information. If disclosed prematurely, it could lead to employees, early investors, and others using that information for improper trading, triggering compliance risks. From Xu Hao's question, Zhou Mingyuan gleaned a fact. Xu Hao is unlikely to go public and is probably only considering accepting one round of financing. IDG really needs to re-evaluate its investment proposal for quantum games. How about this? I will disclose it from my side, but only the valuation aspect. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xu Hao informed everyone IDG will release a notice about the financing proposal. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly returned to their positions, opened their browsers, and began searching for keywords. Found it. IDG plans to invest in quantum games, valuing it at $4 billion. Where did you find that? Right on IDG's official website. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. What gives a startup the right to achieve a valuation of $4 billion? Beware of the risks of excessive capital involvement. Major media outlets quickly followed up, delving into the operational status of quantum games over the past few months. Happy Farm peaked at 16 million DAU, but how can a casual game justify a valuation of $4 billion? A columnist from a financial media outlet dissected quantum games' financial model thoroughly, and the conclusion was ambiguous. Either IDG has gone mad, or we all haven't grasped it yet. 2 hours after the article was published, the reading count surpassed 1,000. The most accurate analysis came from a deep dive post on a gaming forum. The poster conducted an in-depth market research comparing the current pre-launch data of Identity, streamer feedback, and market acceptance, ultimately reaching a conclusion. The $4 billion is not the money paid for the farm, it is the ticket for entry into the next era. The post was pushed to the homepage, accumulating over 2,000 replies. The reactions of the player community were the simplest and most genuine. $4 billion valuation? Can we get more skins when Identity V launches? I'm ready to spend, let's go. Wait, this company made Happy Farm. The one that steals my crops every day. So should I spend the money or not? Upstairs, I suggest you spend. How else will you get your crops back? But others were seriously worried. If capital is keeping an eye on it, will the game change? Will it start to pressure for money? The most liked reply below this comment simply said, play first then talk. The alumni group from Jiangxing University's computer science department had been buzzing since the news broke. Xu Hao? Is he the one who graduated first in his major this year? The one who never speaks? Yes, that's him. Did he actually create quantum games while in school? Does that mean the school has shares in quantum games? Old Sher from the department could no longer sit still. The leader responsible for the startup back then lamented, hitting his chest and stomping his feet, saying that the initial investment of $2 million was too stingy and they should have invested more. Perhaps Xu Hao would have agreed. Now it's a matter of hundreds of millions. The executive vice president decisively stated at the administrative meeting contact. Xu Hao asked him to come back for a sharing session. Not to donate money, but to talk to the students about what product thinking is. Even Xu Hao didn't expect that this matter would ferment so quickly. Not long after IDG announced the news, teachers from the school called inviting him to give a report. Xu Hao initially refused, citing being busy, but then received a call from his counselors saying the principal wanted him to come back when he had time. Xu Hao was suddenly overwhelmed. Back in his hometown of Rongqing, Xu Mingkai and Xu Hao were having yet another discussion about whether to move to Rongshi when suddenly their neighbor burst in without knocking, panting. Come and see, is this Haozi? He looks exactly the same and the name is the same. The neighbor had just watched a video titled Young Man Graduates and starts a company valued at $4 billion. After exclaiming about the young man's good fortune, they realized that the young man's face looked familiar. The short video only had a few pictures of Xu Hao during his time at Jiangxing University, likely obtained by the media from students at the school. The more the neighbor looked, the more they recalled the day Xu Hao drove home, and they immediately came over to confirm. Xu Mingkai and Xu Hao were completely unaware of the situation. After denying a few times, they persuaded the neighbor to leave, quickly shutting the door and calling Xu Hao. Haozi, is that real on the internet? What? That one saying it's worth $4 billion. Oh, that's true. Xu Hao's voice trembled with urgency. How did it suddenly go to $4 billion? Didn't you say you made a few 100,000? Xu Hao was still thinking about how to explain when Xu Hao continued, your company, is it really worth $4 billion? That's a valuation, not cash on hand, Xu Hao replied. The financing is indeed happening, but don't worry about it. I haven't accepted financing yet. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Xu Hao clearly didn't fully understand the difference between valuation and cash, but she sees the core, so it's true. Yes. There was another moment of silence. Suddenly Xu Hao lowered her voice even further. Your dad is listening. He asked me to ask you. This money, it doesn't have to be paid back, right? Xu Hao couldn't help but chuckle. No need to pay it back. Investment means others invest money for shares. It's not a loan. Moreover, I may not even need this money. The voice on the phone changed to Su Mingkai. How's he? What you're doing we don't understand, but you must obey the law. Got it. After hanging up, Xu Hao hurried back to the room to start packing. Su Mingkai looked at her in surprise. What are you doing? What do you mean? Getting ready to move. We'll rent a place in Rongsha first, and then move over. Why do we have to move? Didn't you say you didn't want to? Xu Hao glared. Your son's company is worth 4 billion. Tomorrow our home will be filled with people. Villagers, relatives. Even those far away will have to come. Su Mingkai was still confused. What are they coming for? What for? To borrow money. At this point, Xu Hao raised her eyebrows. Last time you let it slip, they were all planning to send people to your son's company. Now that 4 billion is exposed, it would be strange if our home isn't filled. Su Mingkai started to sweat. Quick, let's pack up. We should stay in a hotel first. Xu Hao hadn't thought that far yet. He had spent the entire day just answering calls. At that moment, neither of his assistants nor secretaries were around, which was somewhat annoying. He simply turned off his phone, then thought about the issues at home. He hurriedly called his parents. Mom, I'll send 5 million home. You guys go buy a house in Rongsha and move over. I'm afraid people will come over recently. How's he? Don't worry, we're already on our way. Xu Hao was taken aback. On your way? Where to? To Rongsha. The neighbor told me you made 4 billion, so we're preparing to move. Xu Hao sighed in relief. His parents were quite perceptive. Alright, I'll transfer the money. You guys buy a house first. I need to keep most of the money here for company development, and I don't have enough cash for now. Xu Hao's salary was just over 3,000, which was only enough for daily expenses. This 5 million was manipulated by finance, considered as a loan from the company to himself. The profit-sharing system had yet to be established, and financial freedom was still shrouded in a veil for Xu Hao. Although the disclosure of news today caused Xu Hao some trouble seeing the thriving scene in the company, he still felt it was worth it. As for whether to accept IDG's investment, and if there are other investment institutions to negotiate with, Xu Hao was not in a hurry. At the very least, he would wait until Identity V was launched and achieved certain results before considering the issue of whether to accept financing. Of course, by then the valuation would not be limited to 4 billion. The news of financing indeed has a significant impact on quantum games as a whole. For instance, when you tell your family about the products your company has developed, they may not play games and might not understand how great the products are. However, if you mention that your company has financing news and is valued at 4 billion, everyone would look at you with renewed interest. The pride of employees is also a form of motivation, but if such emotions linger for too long, it can hinder progress. During the Monday meeting, Xu Hao prepared to redirect everyone's attention from the financing issue back to work. Alright everyone, it's a good thing that someone is interested in us, but I think IDG is a bit stingy valuing us at only 4 billion. That doesn't make much sense. Wow, Su Zong, are you saying that a 4 billion valuation is stingy? It's been many years since I've seen a gaming company with such a high valuation, and we only just established ourselves. So you see, your perspective is limited. Su Zong saying this clearly has his own judgment. The whispers from below were soft, and Xu Hao chose to ignore them. Do you know why they only valued us at 4 billion? Because it's calculated based on the projected revenue of Happy Farm. Although they gave a 20 times model multiplier, they deliberately ignored one thing. What is it, Su Zong? Xu Hao smiled. It's Identity V. According to the operational plan, Identity versus revenue target is set to far exceed that of Happy Farm. The fact that they didn't estimate this portion of the revenue is just to lower our valuation. So for the sake of our own worth and your interest in future stock options, we must make the launch of Identity V in 2 days and the subsequent operations flawless. After the meeting, the countdown to the launch of Identity V began, which was set to go live on all platforms except for the Antarctic gaming platform. This includes the quantum gaming platform, which has yet to gain traction due to its game lineup. Starting from letting major streamers like Luda2 trial the game, Identity V has already opened pre-registration activities. As of today, the number of pre-registered users across all platforms has surpassed 23 million. Just 2 days ago, it was 18 million. Su Lin's voice was filled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with a sense of achievement. The trial clips from streamers like Luda2 and Lulu Jia have accumulated over 500 million views across the internet. Boss, we might really have created a phenomenon-level product. During Happy Farm, they ultimately failed to reach that threshold, which was a small regret for Xu Hao. Su Lin felt the same way. Although a hit product is wonderful, Identity V clearly has the potential to become a phenomenon. Who wouldn't be excited? Xu Hao took a sip of coffee, feeling relatively clear-headed. The success of Happy Farm had propelled Quantum Games to become a new darling in the industry. But it was actually quite dangerous. In the game against Antarctic Games, one misstep could lead to total failure. At that time, he hadn't yet built up the capital for direct confrontation, but everything would change after the launch of Identity V. Thus, Identity V is a do-or-die battle to change our circumstances. How is the marketing going? Xu Hao set down his cup. Su Lin flipped through her tablet and projected the page onto the screen. According to your instructions, we didn't take the traditional user acquisition route. We designed 3 tiers of marketing combinations. The first tier is the letter from the Manor event. We have sent customized invitations to over 50 million potential users, with each invitation featuring character illustrations and dialogues generated based on the user's gaming preferences. According to the operational model, the expected conversion rate exceeds 30. The second tier, a week ago, we opened offline detective agencies in 8 cities nationwide. In the core business districts, subways, and comic conventions of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Jiangxing, Chengdu, Shenzhen, Hangzhou, and Chang'an, we have secured dozens to hundreds of outdoor big screens. Simultaneously, cosplayers portraying game characters will interact with pedestrians in high-traffic areas, and all interaction videos will be edited and uploaded to short video platforms in real time. The third tier will start every night at 8 p.m., with streamers like Luda2 and Lulu Jia hosting the final feast in their respective streams. This is a scripted murder mystery-style live broadcast that we specially designed, where several streamers will portray opposing factions and audience votes will influence the game's direction in real time. This interactive gameplay. Alright, Xu Hao raised his hand to interrupt her. What's the budget? Su Lin hesitated. The total budget is 47 million. Xu Hao felt a pang of toothache. Making money is not easy, but spending it is too effortless. This 47 million, along with the initial investment, basically exhausted the money from selling Happy Farm's Chinese server. The meeting room fell silent for 2 seconds. This figure is nearly everything for a newly established company. Although Happy Farm brought in ample cash flow, there are simply too many areas for spending, including research and development expansion and new project reserves. Spend it. Xu Hao took a deep breath. Either we don't take action, but once we do, we must make everyone remember our name. The data chart on the screen switched to real-time public opinion monitoring. On social media, the related topics of Identity V have been trending all day long. I received an invitation letter from Quantum Games. It features Dr. Emily. How does Quantum Games know what type of characters I like? This company must be devilish. I'm on Nanjing West Road in Shanghai, and just now I saw a group of actors dressed in Victorian clothing handing out something. As I got closer, I realized it was character cards from Identity V. This marketing is something else. Luda2 and the others' live broadcasts have been exploding with results recently. This wave of promotion is top-notch. Positive feedback came flooding in, but Xu Hao's gaze fell upon the glaring negative reviews. Quantum Games is just a nouveau riche company. Even a simple game like Happy Farm can be a hit who domestic players have no taste. Identity V. What a ridiculous name, so nonsensical. The promotion sounds grand, but it will surely flop once it launches. These voices were to be expected. Xu Hao even felt that it would be abnormal if there weren't such voices. This proves that competitors are getting a bit anxious. In recent days, the core planners, programmers, and artists of Quantum Games have received over 60 headhunting invitations. The salaries offered are typically 1.5 to 3 times their current pay. Xu Hao had a list in hand, including Iwang Games, Antarctic Games, and Longting Interactive Entertainment, almost covering all the game companies big and small in the country. Competitors are getting anxious. The reactions of competitors only prove one thing: the product Identity V has struck a nerve with them. When Happy Farm first became popular, the initial reaction from major companies was one of disdain. They thought it's just a farming game that won't amount to anything. But later, as they watched the skyrocketing download numbers and revenue reports, their expressions turned to shock. Soon after, the market was flooded with knockoffs, and within just a month or two, dozens of reskin farming games emerged. But Identity V was different. The asymmetric competitive genre was a blank slate in the global market. Technical barriers, balance of values, and world building. Each required solid research and development expertise, not something that could be casually replicated by hiring a few programmers for 2 months. Capital may not understand this, but game developers certainly do. Especially the major companies, who are quite aware of this fact, which is why they are anxious. They are so eager that they resort to the most primitive methods of poaching talent, attempting to undermine this threat at its source. Within Quantum Games, there is also a storm brewing. Some are discussing the recent upheaval in private. Screenshots of conditions sent by an HR from a major company have circulated: a salary doubled, attractive stock options, accompanied by a poignant note: it's uncertain whether Quantum Games will survive until next year. Why risk it? One core planner exclaimed, brothers, I directly blacklisted that HR. Why would I abandon Identity V to go work on something else? Am I supposed to chop legends? They want to tempt me with money, I believe Mr. Xu will definitely improve our benefits. The project is about to launch, leaving now would be foolish. Mr. Xu has said that we are to create a work that can be recorded in the history of games. I trust him. Everyone echoed in agreement. Of course, some still quietly left for other companies. Xu Hao felt there was no issue. Those who left were free to do so. Yet only they would know how much they would regret it later. 2 days later, Identity V launched. At 8 a.m., all 137 personnel from operations, maintenance, customer service, and development were present, with not a single person absent. Xu Hao stood before the large screen in the operations center where the real-time data monitoring panel displayed. 1 minute countdown. Su Lin's voice echoed through the internal broadcast across the entire floor. The large screen showed the total number of pre-registered users halted at a very satisfactory figure: 36 million. As of yesterday, there were also 1 million pre-download users. In the final 48 hours, the total number of reservations surged by an additional 5 million, while the peak viewership of the live script murder show The Last Supper, hosted by popular streamers like Lu Data, broke 12 million, sending Identity V straight to the top of trending searches. 30 seconds. Xu Hao's palms were slightly sweaty. This was far more exhilarating than when Happy Farm launched. When Happy Farm went live, he was still asleep. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Server launch. The data panel on the large screen exploded as various statistics began to climb rapidly. The concurrent online user count surpassed 8,000. The load on the North China server is at 67. The East China server load is at 72, triggering the auto-scaling mechanism. The South China node. Old Shun was moved from programming to take on the technical supervisor role in operations. His voice came through the headset, tinged with a hint of tremor. Mr. Xu, our estimated peak was 6,000 online in the first hour, and we're already exceeding it by 30. I request to immediately activate the backup server cluster. Okay. Xu Hao only said one word. In fact, he had sensed this before the launch. Tens of millions of reservations, 1 million pre-downloads. Why aren't more people coming in? Even if 8,000 players entered the game, even 3,000 players squeezing into the servers would be a significant number. In his past life, even larger scale MMO mobile games launched at this level. Yet now Identity V reached this number in just 7 minutes after going live. The data on the right side of the large screen was fluctuating in real time. Users who completed downloads and entered the game 892467. Players waiting in line to enter 24000. Servers have launched 47 instances. New instances are launching 23. The queue number is still increasing at a rate of over 1,000 people per second. Customer service team reports that complaints about the queue have begun to appear on social platforms. Su Lin was the busiest one, quickly coming over to ask, should we issue an announcement to reassure everyone? Before Xu Hao could respond, the customer service team leader's voice followed closely. Wait, that large batch of queued users didn't complain. Instead, they started posting the queue interface on various platforms. The large screen quickly switched to social media monitoring. Wow, this queue interface is so well thought out. It turned out to be a detective agency's waiting room scene, with a moving fire in the fireplace and files on the table that could be flipped through. Each file contained a character's backstory. Quantum Games, are you telling me this is the queue interface? Whoever said Identity V has poor production, come out and take a beating. Have you ever seen a game with a fully interactive queue scene? After 10 minutes in line, I've already finished 3 character stories. Now, I want to play even more, damn it. Laughing to death reading a novel while in line. What kind of brain circuit does this company have? Haha. Family who understands. While waiting in line, the system tells me you have 358247 visitors ahead of you. The agency's archive room is open for you. And then I started reading. After finishing one piece, I found only 5 minutes had passed, and it was pretty good. Xu Hao looked at these comments, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This queue interface was something he insisted on creating during the early promotion stages. Waiting itself is a negative experience, he had said during the planning meeting, but if the wait becomes content, the emotional curve changes entirely. To this, and the copywriters had been quite busy for a while. But now it seems this gamble paid off. At 820 m, the server load finally stabilized. The concurrent online user count stabilized around 1.2 million, and the queue was digesting at nearly 100 people per minute. The tech team began to gradually ease the entry rate for new users. Xu Hao switched to the real-time revenue panel. The store had already opened, and as of now, some of the first wave of players entering the game had begun to recharge. Do we have the first hour payment data yet? He asked. It's still processing, but the trend looks very good. Su Lin leaned closer to Xu Hao, lowering her voice slightly. Boss, there's an issue. At 9 a.m., Olin Xiao lowered his head in the classroom, finally finishing the queue for Identity V. The moment he transitioned from the queue interface to the game loading screen, he was so excited that he nearly caught the teacher's attention. He was a junior student at South China University of Technology and the 100870H user to reserve identity V. A 5-digit reservation number proved that he was among the earliest followers of this game. After waiting in line for 40 minutes, he finally got in. The loading screen depicted a panoramic view of an estate rich in oil painting texture, dark yet exquisite. A massive Victorian-style mansion stood in the twilight with secrets seemingly hidden behind every window. Gothic music flowed from the headphones, a string melody imbued with a slight sense of unease, as if something was watching you from the end of the dark corridor. The atmosphere is incredibly immersive, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Entering the game, the design of the tutorial was nothing like those exaggerated legendary mobile games. There were no mandatory click-through tutorial pop-ups, no mechanical prompts of click here or click there. Instead, a complete storyline unfolded. You play as a detective who receives an unsigned invitation letter, traversing through a rain-soaked forest, pushing open the heavy doors of the mansion. The butler stands in the hall addressing you in a flat tone. "The master has been waiting for quite some time, sir." Then it naturally transitioned to the character selection screen. Instead of a stiff UI list, a row of characters stood on either side of the mansion's hall. Survivors stood on the left, their faces illuminated by warm candlelight. The regulators stood on the right, most of their figures shrouded in shadow. Clicking on any character, he or she would interact with you in a manner befitting their persona. Dr. Emily would slightly bow, while Director Leo would emit a low grunt. Lin Xiao spent a full 10 minutes selecting a character, not due to difficulty in choosing, but because the presentation, animations, and voice acting for each character were so exquisite that he felt it would be disrespectful to the production team not to view them all. Ultimately, he chose the magician Sui, whose character introduction read: "This once-renowned magician lost everything due to a fatal accident, yet he insists that there is more to the story. His ability is to create phantoms to confuse the regulator." The first match for beginners is a tutorial match against AI, but even against AI, Lin Xiao felt an odd sense of tension. The game's sound design was incredibly oppressive. When the regulator approached, the heartbeat would shift from faint to rapid, the background music would swell and change, and the magician character he controlled would begin to breathe heavily. Despite knowing that his opponent was an AI, he instinctively lowered his breathing. This is too immersive. The tutorial match ended, and the official matchmaking began. The matchmaking was instantaneous. The loading screen flashed, and the match composition was clear: 4 survivors against 1 regulator. Lin Xiao noticed a small prompt on the left side of the screen: "The regulator player's rank is similar to yours in this match. Good luck." This detail made Lin Xiao's heart stir. A matchmaking prompt written so politely made the company intriguing. The match began. The map was the military factory, a dilapidated industrial area characterized by crumbling factories, rusted machinery, and dim lighting forming the entire scene. Lin Xiao controlled the magician, weaving through the ruins, carefully avoiding the regulator's pursuit. For the first 5 minutes, he was so tense that his palms were sweating. Without having watched many live streams, he surely would have been caught by the regulator. There were 2 particularly dangerous moments, both of which he narrowly escaped thanks to his phantom skill. The footsteps of other survivors, the beeping of the cipher machines, and the distant sounds of heartbeats intertwined, creating a suffocating symphony. In the 7th minute, he noticed a detail. He was crouching behind a pile of wooden crates while the regulator strolled in the corridor just 10 meters away. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the sound of the regulator's footsteps had a sense of spatiality. It wasn't just simple left-right stereo switching. He could clearly perceive the sound's reflection and decay in the narrow corridor, as if he were truly crouching in that space. What level of audio team produced this? Lin Xiao murmured. In the 11th minute, the match intensified. 1 teammate had already been caught and placed on a chair, so Lin Xiao and 2 other survivors decided to go rescue. Just as they approached the chair, the regulator suddenly burst forth from the shadows. He was a seasoned player who had been waiting to fish. The heartbeat thundered. Lin Xiao's fingers danced across the screen, adrenaline surging. The phantom skill was unleashed, and the regulator was momentarily confused, giving him enough time to create distance. But the other 2 teammates were not as fortunate. One was hit by a knife, and the other got stuck while vaulting. At that moment, Lin Xiao thought they were doomed. In Identity V, if 3 survivors were caught by the regulator, that meant the survivors lost. However, the regulator failed to seize that opportunity. Lin Xiao and 1 teammate escaped, while 2 were eliminated, resulting in a tie. After the match, Lin Xiao quietly removed his headphones, realizing his heart was still pounding fiercely. It was so exhilarating. He glanced at the time. The match lasted 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Felt like it was only 1 minute. Without hesitation, he clicked play again. At 11 a.m., on a topic titled Identity V, matchmaking mechanism quietly rose to the trending searches. The reason was a player posting a Weibo update. After queuing all morning, at first everyone had similar skill levels, but then some became stronger while others remained weak. As a result, the regulator and the other 3 teammates in each match were all about my skill level. It wasn't a crushing defeat or being crushed. Every match reached the final moment before the outcome was decided. Is the matchmaking algorithm of quantum games being managed by some mathematical genius? Thousands of comments flooded under this Weibo post. I feel the same way. I noticed this pattern after 9 a.m. matches. Played 10 matches, lost 5, won 4, and tied 1. Not a single match felt like a waste of time where I could predict the result right from the start. Every match made my palms sweat. I initially thought I could dominate after the launch, but after a few fun rounds I encountered tough opponents. In one match, the opposing regulators showcased their skills, and later I realized they were around my level, which made the game interesting. I reasonably suspect that this matchmaking system has been monitoring my gameplay footage. In fact, although these players' guesses might not be entirely accurate, they were not far off. The matchmaking system of Identity V is not a feature brought along with the resource package, as the era of the original world launch has changed. The new matchmaking system was developed by Xu Hao, who hired an overseas AI company's algorithm team. The core logic is not merely based on rank matching, but rather on modeling behavioral data across over 60 dimensions. Factors such as operational precision, decision-making speed, path selection preferences, error rates under pressure, and even the player's familiarity with certain maps are all taken into account in the matchmaking. The system has only one goal: to make each game as close to a 5050 split as possible. It doesn't aim for you to win or lose, but rather to make you feel as if you were just a breath away from victory or narrowly escaping defeat. The effect of this matchmaking experience is incredibly addictive. Throughout the morning, Lin Xiao had already played 8 matches, not even taking a break to go to the restroom. Even when it was time for lunch, many classmates, including Lin Xiao, hesitated for a long time before continuing to click play again. As for going to the cafeteria for lunch, the cafeteria would be overcrowded at noon. It was better to play another match. Aside from the matching mechanism, another topic regarding Identity V has surged in popularity. The source is a post titled, "I spent 5 minutes browsing the shop in Identity V and then decided to spend money." After it was posted, it became a sensation in major gaming communities. The poster is a user who claims to be a seasoned spender, and the post provides a detailed analysis of the payment design in Identity V. Let me first share my own situation. I have been playing mobile games for 8 years and have spent over 6,000 with around 2,000 spent in the last 2 years. Therefore, I consider myself reasonably discerning when it comes to game payment designs. I looked at the shop in Identity V for 5 minutes and then decided to make my first purchase of 648. Not because there was anything forcing me to spend, but quite the opposite. I found the game's payment design to be remarkably restrained. Characters can be unlocked using in-game currency called clues, which are awarded at a rate of 200 to 400 clues per match, with each character priced between 6,000 to 12,000. In other words, if you don't spend money and rely solely on gameplay, you can unlock a new character after playing 20 to 30 matches, which is commendably generous in today's mobile gaming market. Where is the monetization? It lies in the skins. And hey, race the key point: all skins do not enhance attributes. They are purely cosmetic. I saw a skin for the character the Hunter called Mechanical Heart, featuring a steampunk-style cyborg design with craftsmanship details that are truly on par with console-level quality. The texture of metal rust, steam effects at the joints, and exclusive execution animations. The prices are not unreasonable, certainly not the outrageous schemes of charging exorbitantly for mere color changes. Importantly, I spent 15 minutes without encountering any first purchase rewards, limited time packages, or VIP levels, which are all standard monetization traps in the current gaming market. The items in the shop are quietly displayed, and you are free to buy or not. A company, despite its explosive popularity on the first day, did not rush to release any limited-time forced spending content. What does that indicate? It indicates they are not eager to exploit players or simply do not intend to. What they seek is reputation. This 648 is what I willingly contributed, as good work deserves to be rewarded. This post was published at noon, and within an hour received over 800 replies and more than 10,000 shares. The comment section saw a flood of players sharing the same viewpoint. It's true, I played for 4 hours wanting to spend money, but I found myself unsure of what to buy. In the end, I bought a skin simply because I enjoyed the game and wanted to support the developers. I used to play a mobile game from a large company, and on the first day of launch, the shop popped up with 7 packages. Here, I opened just one shop page, quiet as a mouse. Quantum games, we don't make much money, so feel free to play around. The comment above is hilarious, but it does indeed feel like that. My girlfriend, who doesn't play mobile games, watched me play a match and is now downloading it. She says the graphics look like a movie. Huang Kaya has been keeping an eye on the news about Identity V, the discussions in the player community, the heat on trending topics. It's been years since he has seen such a lively scene. New players even have to queue to enter the game. Is it because quantum games can't afford servers, or is it a successful marketing stunt? Huang Kaya knows neither. It's simply because there are many people. The spending model remains restrained. As a player, Huang Kaiha genuinely wants to give Xu Hao a thumbs up. This is great for players if Quantum Games doesn't repeatedly make 20 major mistakes. The lifespan of Identity V could easily be 5 to 10 years. And what about the average lifespan of the mini products from Antarctic Games? 11. 6 months, not even a year. Huang Kaiha senses a crisis. Before Identity V launched, many of the smear campaigns against it were organized in collusion with him and other game companies. As early as when Identity V began its live streaming promotional activities, he knew this wasn't a game that could be created in just a few months. At that time, he made a request to his superiors: either immediately start researching new game projects or suppress Xu Hao's new game. This time is different from when it was about farm games. A lightweight game like Dreamy Farm could be launched without much investment. Even if it were handed to Tianmi, it wouldn't cost too much. But a game like Identity V definitely wouldn't work. The investment required would be at least tens of millions. Although he is in charge of the gaming division, he couldn't make that decision. After presenting his opinion, he was scolded within half a day. The board's opinion was: Huang Kaiha, are you out of your mind? You're suggesting we invest tens of millions or even billions into a game type that hasn't been marketized? Is money just blowing in from the wind? In this day and age, who would spend tens of millions on a game? Even spending $1 million is considered a major project. Spending a few million a month to create dozens of different hack-and-slash legend games, then earning tens of millions to over 100 million sounds much more appealing, right? However, the idea of buying smear campaigns to suppress was indeed agreed upon. Huang Kaiha sighed helplessly. He has been promoted, but the future seems increasingly bleak. After years in the gaming industry, he thought of a problem that others might find difficult to conceive, yet even if they did, they would choose to ignore. With the rise of quantum games, will their revenue model change players' consumption habits? When everyone is forcing spending, there's nothing wrong with following suit. But now an outlier has emerged. They don't force spending. The game's quality is still high, and the frequency of new releases is fast. How will players choose? Huang Kaiha thought of a terrifying possibility. Could there come a day when games produced by Antarctic Games are completely ignored? This thought is not without reason. Happy Farm launched, and the market for legendary games experienced a certain degree of decline. The market defined this decline as an adjustment-type fluctuation, meaning it's nothing to worry about, no trouble. But wouldn't an insightful person consider the subsequent developments? Even if the board is filled with idiots, what about Ma? Buying smear campaigns won't stop Quantum Games. Now there are only two ways to reverse the impending decline. Either Antarctic Games must unconditionally keep up leveraging their Sharingan ability to seize the market, or they must acquire Quantum Games. Those on the board will only seriously consider whether to follow suit once they see the market situation of Identity V. Continuous meetings to study this will likely lead to decisions being made by autumn. As for acquisition, the board will absolutely not agree. What? A game company valued at $4 billion. This is no joke. The only one who can save Antarctic Games is Ma. It is essential for Ma to personally exert pressure on those in the board to have any chance of allowing Antarctic Games to evolve. Huang Kaiha pondered for a long time, then submitted a report requesting to meet Ma in person to discuss the changes in the gaming market. Ma agreed to meet him, and it will be tomorrow. The next day at 8 a.m., Quantum Games. The first day of war where everyone was on standby has come to an end, and looking at the data, the entire company is celebrating. First day downloads ranked first on the App Store free chart, first on the iPad chart, first on TapTap, with a total download count of 10.88 million. First day total registered users 8.7 million. Peak simultaneous online users 2.44 million. 7:12 p.m. current simultaneous online 1.31 million. First day total revenue 33.61 million yuan. First day average game duration per user 1 hour and 52 minutes. Percentage of paying users 4.2. Average payment amount per paying user 92 yuan. Current App Store rating 4.8. 2800 reviews. Current TapTap rating 9.2. 4100 reviews, not to mention everyone in the company. Even Xu Hao took a deep breath. This world is truly insane. 300 million revenue on the first day. In the original world, the total revenue of Identity V in its first month was only over 200 million. The players in this world have long suffered from the lack of legends. This is just too powerful. Media ratings have also started to come in. The first batch of ratings from several mainstream gaming media in the country is displayed on the right side of the big screen. Gaming Sky 9. For 10 in the almost blank field of asymmetric competitive mobile games, Quantum Games has presented an astonishing report card. Art, sound effects, and gameplay mechanics have all become new benchmarks of the era. The innovative design of the matching algorithm shows the ambition and strength of this young company, far exceeding the industry average. Game Grape 9. 310 Identity V proves that the success of Happy Farm was by no means accidental. This is a game that truly respects the intelligence and aesthetics of players, conquering users with solid quality rather than marketing tricks. The only drawback is the currently limited number of available characters, facing pressure for content updates and long-term operations. Touch Fun 9. 310. In a time filled with various skin-swapping mobile games, the emergence of Identity V itself is a wake-up call. It reminds us of a concept long forgotten, the ninth art. IGN Huawei 9. 210. An impressive debut. The Gothic aesthetic style produces a wonderful chemical reaction with the 1v4 asymmetric gameplay. The intelligence of the matching system is astonishing, but the beginner teaching curve still has room for optimization. Xu Hao read through it all without showing much expression. The big screen switched to another page displaying a real-time, scrolling wall of player comments. This page captures user comments across all platforms containing the keyword Identity V, refreshing at a speed of several comments per second. If it weren't for the large screen, it would be difficult to see clearly. I played at 10 a.m., now it's 9 a.m., and I'm still playing. This game is addictive. The art is top-notch. I want to buy every skin, but my wallet says no. Then I bowed to my wallet, and it agreed. The matching system is really impressive. I finally lost on my 5th game, but I lost with admiration. The opposing regulator just thought one step ahead of me, that's all. This feeling is wonderful. It's not about being crushed by numbers, but by awareness. I even want to applaud after losing. I regained the feeling of playing games from childhood. Not for tasks, not for check-ins, just wanting to play. Is the production team asleep? I can't sleep. Quantum Games has something special. I thought Happy Farm was luck, but this time I'm convinced. I was number 8,000 in line for reservations, and this morning I was still wondering what if it's not fun when it launches. By the 3rd game I forgot that question. Not fun. What I'm worried about is that it better not crash later. Who on earth created the voice sound effects and music for this game? Putting on and taking off the headphones feels like 2 different games. I recommend all friends who say games are trash to play a round. Just 1 round will do. The screen continues to refresh. Everyone at Quantum Games' attention is fixed on one highly praised comment. For the first time in a mobile game, I feel taken seriously. From the little stories in the queue interface, to the humanized matching mechanism, to the absence of any forced monetization design in the shop, every detail tells me that the people who made this game truly regard players as humans, not as cash cows. Xu Hao took a deep breath again. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. I believe yesterday's efforts were meaningful. If the celebration can be a bit larger in scale and quality, all of us. Xu Hao looked at everyone, should be proud. Applause erupted like thunder. The applause grew more and more enthusiastic. Some people began to jump uncontrollably. Cheers and screams spread. The data on the screen continues to run with gasps heard repeatedly. For a whole hour the cheers at Quantum Games did not stop. Many from other companies came to watch, feelings of envy and jealousy permeating the entire office building. After all the data finished running, it is unclear who planned it, but everyone rushed forward, lifting Xu Hao up, nearly throwing him to the ceiling. Xu Hao was startled and promised a bonus before being put down amidst the cheers. Everyone looked at him with shining eyes, having begun to see Xu Hao as a deity. Don't look at me like that. Everyone is tired. Those who should rest can rest, and those who want to slack off can slack off. However, the operation of the game must be strict. At the same time, at the Antarctic Group in the general manager's office, the legendary Antarctic headquarters, Ma's office, Ma Tinghua is not very old and does not have an ostentatious personality. Aside from a cringeworthy dance video from a company annual meeting that circulated online, he is quite low-key on social media. After all, coming from a technical background, being reserved is quite normal. Ma Tinghua is aware of today's schedule, and next he is to meet Huang Kaihe. He knows Huang Kaihe's abilities well, even understanding that his request to meet is for a specific purpose. Identity V, to be precise, it's Quantum Games. This, a game company that has emerged out of nowhere. At 1030, Huang Kaihe knocked on the door right on time. Good morning, Mr. Ma. I'm here to report to you. Ma Tinghua nodded. Kaihe, have a seat. The secretary brought in a fine cup of Bai Luo Chun tea. Neither Huang Kaihe nor Ma Tinghua glanced at the secretary despite her noticeable curves. Mr. Ma, I've obtained the first-day data for Identity V through personnel arranged at Quantum Games. Ma Tinghua nodded and took the data sheet from Huang Kaihe. He read it seriously, his expression unchanged, taking a full 7 minutes. Then Ma Tinghua raised his head and put down the sheet. An absolutely phenomenal game. In the last 20 years, such data has never appeared before. By the way, the last time the market stirred was also due to their Happy Farm. Kaihe, what do you think we should do? Huang Kaihe sat up straight, stating what he had always wanted to say. Mr. Ma, I believe it's time for Nanji Games to change its course. We have been on the path of legend for 20 years now, and such a long time has led to user fatigue, as well as fatigue within the entire industry. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen the launch day revenue of 30 million for Identity V. Ma Tinghua remained silent, gesturing for Huang Kaihe to continue. Ever since quantum games emerged, the revenue of legend-type games has generally declined. This is not just our issue at Nanji, the entire industry is facing the same situation. My judgment is that the industry is about to enter a period of significant change. Ma Tinghua spoke up. Kaiha, I share your concern and have a similar premonition. However, Nanji Games is already too big to make a sudden turn. The board of directors will only proceed along the established path, and we all know this. Mr. Ma, it's all up to you now. You have to convince those short-sighted individuals. Huang Kaiha was a bit anxious, his tone more intense. Nanji possesses immense strength in the gaming industry. No one in the industry can match the capabilities of our 3 top-tier studio groups. Even Xu Hao cannot surpass us on a technical level. As long as we find the right direction, we can absolutely launch a brand new project that will make the entire industry and users take notice. Ma Tinghua smiled. Kaiha, Nanji is a giant and giants should not take risks. If the board is like antiques refusing to change, then you are the gambler wanting to win but unable to bear the losses. Huang Kaiha calmed down a bit. What Ma Tinghua said made sense. If it were a startup, we must be bold and dedicated to product development and innovation. But the situation at Nanji Games is different. It is part of the Nanji Group and the largest creator of benefits for the entire group. It is precisely because of Nanji Games that the Nanji Group has weathered early difficulties and grown into a giant corporation of significant global importance. For the current Nanji Group, stability is the top priority. Huang Kaiha asked, somewhat troubled and confused, so what should we do? Ma Tinghua lifted his head. Since we can't participate directly, we can achieve our goals through acquisitions. If we can acquire or become a major shareholder of quantum games, they will become part of us. Their influence on the market will also be our influence. They have created new game types which will also be our achievement. Huang Kaiha's face grew more conflicted, but Mr. Ma, the money required to acquire quantum games is astronomical. With the successful launch of Identity V, their valuation will far exceed 4 billion. If we spend that much money on an acquisition, we could fully invest in developing new games ourselves. In fact, we could achieve this for just 1% or even 1,000th of the cost. In Huang Kaiha's view, after Identity V launched, quantum games valuation would at least increase by 5 to 10 times. Spending less than 1% of the acquisition cost could provide enough resources to explore new paths for game development, which is much more cost-effective. However, Ma Tinghua waved his hand. Kaiha, you still haven't escaped the mindset of a product manager. We need to view the acquisition from a capital perspective. First, quantum games is a massive cash cow. The people you've arranged have already mentioned that besides Happy Farm and Identity V, Xu Hao has also produced 4 other outstanding single-player games and a mysterious AAA game. Even if we were to spend 10 billion or 20 billion on the acquisition, capital will view us more favorably and the board will be more supportive of this move. Moreover, by incorporating them into our fold, they will be responsible for innovation and leading the market, and we will follow up immediately. From that point on, the entire market will be under our control. The board would not agree to spend tens of millions or 1 or 2 billion on unproven new games, but they would agree to spend hundreds of times that to acquire quantum games. Do you understand? Huang Kaiha was stunned for a while, then fully grasped Ma Tinghua's meaning. He had always thought the board was foolish, but without them the Nanji Group would not be so stable. They are not unwilling to explore new markets, rather they have given up that choice for the sake of stability. Then Huang Kaiha furrowed his brows again. But Mr. Ma, regarding the removal of Happy Farm, Xu Hao must be very resentful towards us. Will he agree to the acquisition? Ma Tinghua smiled. In front of capital, personal grudges are minor issues. Xu Hao is also a businessman and businessmen seek profit. At most he will just ask for an exorbitant price. Huang Kaiha nodded, half understanding, but Ma Tinghua had already stood up. I have called Mr. Zhang from the investment department. Today we will study the investment and acquisition regarding quantum games. Kaiha, you are well aware of quantum games situation, so let's attend the meeting together this afternoon. Although Huang Kaiha did not achieve the desired outcome of developing their own game, he felt relieved to hear of the potential acquisition of quantum games. If he could be in the same group as Xu Hao, he was very curious about how Xu Hao created those games. Curious, very curious. All right, Mr. Ma. The two ended their discussion and Huang Kaiha's mood settled down considerably. Meanwhile, at the IDG Huagua investment headquarters, Zhou Mingyuan helplessly raised his hands in front of a middle-aged man. Old Wang, I have already offered Xu Hao a great incentive, an 8 billion investment for 20 of the shares, but he still didn't agree. With their new game launching so quickly, our previous plan has to be scrapped. The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Wang by Zhou Mingyuan, is Wang Jijun, the president of IDG Huagua. I know, Old Zhou, your plan is very comprehensive. At least when I was in my 20s, I certainly couldn't resist such temptation. But at this point we need to prepare a new plan. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. This new plan may significantly increase the valuation of quantum games. Additionally, from my last meeting with Xu Hao, I confirmed that he has needs from us, but that need might not be monetary. Oh, what do you mean? I looked at the structure of Quantum Games. To put it bluntly, their management is basically a disorganized crowd. Xu Hao likely has a significant need for talent and systems. And after gaining the financial support from Identity V, they are likely less focused on money. Old Wang was silent for a few seconds. Create a management plan targeting the talent and system needs of Quantum Games. I hope this investment can become another shining achievement for IDG Huagua. After a pause, the two exchanged smiles, even if they don't go public. After finishing their work, the two began chatting. What do you think? How capable is this young man, Xu Hao? The first day revenue was 30 million, isn't it? It's terrifying. I thought the gaming market was stagnant, yet it can still unleash such tremendous energy. If the investment is successful, this long-dormant market will have a share of ours. Let's go for it, old Joe. Once again, it was a Monday. Su Lin, as always, was the first to arrive at the company. There was no other choice. As the operations director, she had just graduated from university. If she didn't work hard, how could she justify holding this position? In contrast, Xu Hao, also a recent graduate, was no longer seen as a novice. With two successful games, one a hit and the other a phenomenon, there were hardly any game developers in the country who had achieved such results. In recent months, Su Lin had been incredibly busy. At first, she took on the responsibilities of operations, marketing, business, and customer service, handling the workload of 4 people all by herself. After the explosive success of Happy Farm, the company became financially secure and the team began to expand. The operations department she led became the one with the most overtime in the entire company. The upcoming Identity V represented a colossal challenge for her. The marketing plan went through 13 revisions, and the advertising agency claimed she had gone mad. Who has a distribution strategy that doesn't focus on purchasing channels and instead pours the budget into creative content? Her peers said she didn't know how to handle distribution, often hearing colleagues suggest that Xu Hao should consider a more experienced operations VP. She explained nothing, merely leading her team through countless all-nighters, meticulously perfecting the logic behind each invitation letter, the scripts for every offline interaction, and the programming for every live streaming event. Identity V released its first-day data, and the entire company went into a frenzy. Su Lin was among them, but after the excitement, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It was a tremendous relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, because she no longer had to fear. She was terrified of ruining Identity V, of seeing disappointment in others' eyes, and of hearing her colleagues' voices filled with despair. After wiping her tears, Su Lin realized her abilities had reached their limits. From now on, she would be a competent operations director, but nothing more. Boss, you're here so early today. As Su Lin was reviewing the content for the upcoming meeting, she noticed Xu Hao walking in. I knew you would be here. Xu Hao walked over and sat beside her. Last time you cried, right? Su Lin's face turned red. I did not. Let's not talk about that. I know you come in early. I need to discuss something with you. Sure, go ahead. The company is too busy right now, and we're still short on staff. I know the pressure you're under, so I brought you this. Xu Hao handed over a stack of papers, which Su Lin accepted. The overall operations plan for Identity V 2026. Su Lin suddenly looked up at Xu Hao. What is this? Did I not write it down? The operations plan. I see that, but you did this. Xu Hao nodded. I've noticed your pressure increasing. When you first gave me the operations plan for Happy Farm, you were very confident. After a few months, I've realized that your confidence has almost been eroded, so I brought you this. Su Lin, you need to recharge. Quantum Games will develop faster in the coming future, and your pressure will continue to grow. It won't be long before you're overwhelmed. So what does this mean? You need to embrace the mindset of a true operations director. First, take a look at the plan. Once you've finished, come find me in my office, and we will discuss it further. Around noon, Su Lin knocked on Xu Hao's office door. Xu Hao was busy confirming the team members for the 3A project, which had many applicants. He needed to ensure that only the elite were selected. Seeing Su Lin enter, Xu Hao gestured for her to sit down. Did you finish reading it? Su Lin's expression was quite complex. She had studied operations, yet she was astonished at how strong Xu Hao's plan was. In the plan, he wrote, the current industry trend is shifting from short-cycle reskin games to a long-term operational model, extending a game's life cycle to several years or even decades through continuous version updates and refined operations. After a new game launches, the core of long-term operations is to construct an evolving game world that gives players a sense of belonging. Xu Hao's words undoubtedly confirmed the market direction, at least for the operations strategy of Quantum Games online games. Long-term operations have not been experienced in the industry for many years. Xu Hao outlined the version roadmap for the next 6 months to a year in the plan, planning seasons, expansions, new characters, holidays, anniversaries, and various online and offline events. The first version update will introduce the first official season featuring core systems like ranked matches, the path of reasoning, and seasonal highlights. This establishes the pursuit of long-term goals and competitive systems for future seasons. The second version will introduce the new character Red Butterfly along with the deduction task system and the experience system. Red Butterfly is a regulator, and even her character design has been completed. Her unique beauty and prajna mechanism designs have left Su Lin eager to jump into a game. Next comes the new map Lakeside Village, the new regulator Lord of the Yellow Clothes, and the offline carnival event Summer Treasure Journey. This event is a large online selection plus an offline finals event planned to take place in Joy Valley, Jiangxing. Following this, there will be various new characters like the Survivor Cowboy and Prophet. Did he really do all this by himself? Su Lin stared in astonishment at Xu Hao. Did you secretly study operations? As for the role of operations director, you might as well take it on yourself, since you can make games quickly and surely create operational plans even faster. I can't shake the feeling that you're harboring some resentment, Xu Hao said with a hint of pride. What exactly do you mean by the mindset of an operations director? Xu Hao put away his smile, already having prepared his speech. He had called Su Lin in primarily to broaden her horizons. As the employee number 002, Su Lin needed to elevate her role to assist him further. If ordinary operations are about executing tasks, then top-tier operations directors are about setting the stage and establishing patterns. What you need to be responsible for goes far beyond the KPIs of a single event or the operation plan of one game. It's about the entire product's long-term lifecycle, commercial model, user ecosystem, and cultural shaping. What you need to be responsible for goes far beyond the KPIs of a single event or the operation plan of one game. It's about the entire product's long-term lifecycle, commercial model, user ecosystem, and cultural shaping. What you need to be responsible for goes far beyond the KPIs of a single event or the operation plan of one game. It's about the entire product's long-term lifecycle, commercial model, user ecosystem, and cultural shaping. What you need to be responsible for goes far beyond the KPIs of a single event or the operation plan of one game. It's about the entire product's long-term lifecycle, commercial model, user ecosystem, and cultural shaping. What you need to be responsible for goes far beyond the KPIs of a single event or the operation plan of one game. It's about the entire product's long-term lifecycle, commercial model, user ecosystem, and cultural shaping. To advance further, you need to progress simultaneously in the strategic execution and ecological aspects. Ecological. The first two are understandable, but what exactly is the ecology? Strategically, the distinction between business and strategy construction is the most essential point that sets it apart from the execution level. At the early stages of product initiation or launch, it is crucial to design a business model and core objectives for the coming years based on market insights and product genetics. For example, one must clearly plan whether the game will rely on superficial purchases or depth of gameplay for monetization. What will the core revenue points be? Characters, skins, or something else? This directly determines the revenue structure and ceiling for the product over the next few years. At the same time, it is essential to build a complete economic system that supports this model, anticipating long-term risks such as inflation and resource overflow. Su Lin nodded. She had learned these concepts in school, but had no real sense of them until now. Speaking of which, I will introduce a brand new payment system after the exhibition, and I will discuss it with you then. Su Lin continued to nod. Well, what I mentioned just now is merely textbook content. What comes next is something quite different, not covered in textbooks. Oh, aesthetics and user empathy. What do you mean? Here, aesthetics does not refer to art appreciation, but rather the advanced judgment of gameplay, emotions, and cultural strata. The operations director must be the product's primary user, clearly understanding what core players are truly willing to pay for, whether it is the thrill of competition, the joy of collection, or the satisfaction of puzzle solving. Returning to our game identity, your team must promote the binding of users from the game and the ACG animation comic and games community, followed by one significant task: pioneering the synergy between film and gaming. The reason I believe that targeting ACG users and film gaming synergy is the right direction lies precisely in the accurate grasp of the target user's aesthetics. Su Lin frowned. ACG. Isn't that community related to anime? The film gaming synergy is quite self-explanatory. Have someone conduct research and you will understand later. Su Lin nodded, indicating Xu Hao to continue. The execution level reflects hard power. It requires comprehensive content planning for the entire life cycle and control over version pacing, along with data-driven, refined operations and decision-making. This is still textbook content. Your understanding should be deeper than mine, and you've done well. Su Lin felt flattered, and her chin lifted slightly. Finally, we come to the ecological aspect, which is very important. Xu Hao took a sip of water. Ecology is something this world lacks. In an industry filled with legendary games, without long-term operations, ecology cannot even be discussed. Let me ask you a question. Why is our game Happy Farm facing such fierce competition from other games despite being created by us? If Antarctic games didn't self-sabotage, how could we compete against them who have immense traffic? Xu Lin fell into deep thought. Theoretically, this question is simple, but what Xu Hao wanted to ask was not the reason, but the solution. The reason? They have strong technical capabilities and can easily replicate the same game, plus they have a traffic advantage. How to compete? Ecology. I understand now. Xu Lin's eyes lit up, but all makes sense. After a few seconds, she attempted to answer. User ecology and community culture building. That's it. It can give us a competitive barrier, a protective moat. Xu Hao smiled and nodded, indicating her to continue. We need to personally understand and define the cultural core of the game, planning community events that can resonate emotionally with players. That's not enough. We must lead the establishment of a system for key opinion consumers, KOC, key opinion leaders, KOL, and content creators. We want everyone to feel that they are not just here to play games, but have found a community. When the game faces a public relations crisis, we can sincerely communicate with enough emotional intelligence and skill, transforming it into an opportunity for crisis management. That's a good point, but what about practical operations? For example, in Identity V. Xu Lin opened her mouth. She had an idea, but still needed Xu Hao to guide her through practical implementation. Xu Hao extended a finger. First, define and spread the slang and sense of ritual. You know, although our game has only been launched for a few days, there is already exclusive slang in the community, like sharpening the blade and pressing the machine. These phrases serve as a natural barrier to distinguish insiders and are also a source of belonging. Operations need to dig, amplify, and officialize these interesting contents. After a pause, Xu Hao extended a second finger. Second, build a healthy user ecology. For instance, content creators like owners and game streamers for major video sites are our ecological expanders. We need to provide them with tiered incentives and construct a growth path for authors, from novices to experts. Small authors need traffic support, while larger authors require recognition and monetization opportunities. It's not just about video content. We should guide the flourishing of various content types, such as fan art, fan fiction, cosplay, MMD, fun commentary, and plot analysis, to satisfy the tastes of different community users. I see there can be so many operations. Xu Hao sighed inwardly. Even a genius like Xu Lin in operations is constrained by the industry's current state. No one in operations cares about ecology. They only care about revenue and content. The third point is events and esports. Xu Lin was puzzled. This concept had not been mentioned for years. In the 1990s, with the rapid spread of the internet, gaming platforms shifted from arcades and local networks to the vast online world, and the concept of esports flourished. In 1997, the first large-scale first-person shooter tournament, Red Annihilation, was held, where two players faced off directly, marking a significant event in the birth of esports players. Unfortunately, as the market changed, the concept of esports, which should have peaked, faced an endless decline. I understand the current situation. The so-called events are just everyone attacking Shabak offline together, and whichever side invests more money and has more players wins. And no one even mentions the concept of esports anymore. Xu Hao shook his head in disappointment, noting that they need to do a lot of foundational work to explain the concept to players. He himself didn't have that much time and could only pass it on to Xu Lin. For games with competitive attributes, events are a powerful tool to extend their lifespan and elevate brand stature. Coincidentally, Identity V is focused on competition. Although it is asymmetric, there is no issue in exploring the esports market. Once I create a proper competitive game for computers, you will see just how vast this market is. I have formulated a 3-step strategy for esports development. You should listen to it. The first step is a nationwide entertainment competition. For example, platform hosts friend matches and player-customized event systems. The core focus is on participation rather than winning or losing, allowing ordinary players to experience the joy of events. The second step involves semi-professional platform tournaments. I plan to contact various live streaming platforms like Douyin and Dogtooth to organize a cross-platform elite tournament for Identity V, led by top streamers. In this stage, we will nurture the first batch of star players and teams, paving the way for professionalization. The third step is to establish a professional league system. Identity V IVL Professional League will introduce a club alliance system and salary cap to ensure ecological stability. It will also create a clear promotion pathway from city tournaments to top leagues, instilling hope in everyone and maintaining ecological vitality. Finally, the commercialization of this segment will be designed with team collaboration skins and in-game items sharing, allowing clubs and players to directly benefit from the popularity, ensuring a healthy ecological cycle. Xu Lin's eyes brightened even more. How did Xu Hao come up with these ideas? He is just a game producer, not an operator. No wonder he said he would teach her to be an operations director. With this capability, even operations directors worldwide would have to bow to him. Regarding the earlier question on how to face competition, aside from ecology, there's also the aspect of IP creation. IP. Xu Hao nodded, referring to another concept unknown in this world where all legends are merely cut down and no one would think to create an IP for a legend. This is the ultimate form of ecological construction, turning games into cultural symbols that permeate all aspects of players' lives. Earlier, I mentioned the synergy between film and gaming, which is not just about selling skins, but also about accurately exchanging user demographics. Identity V could completely collaborate with Animal World or Harry Potter movies, borrowing popularity and enhancing brand quality. This case will likely make it into textbooks in the future. Apart from this, collaborating with restaurants, trendy brands, and cultural tourism attractions to bring game elements into the real world. For instance, opening themed restaurants, launching co-branded apparel, and hosting offline concerts and carnivals to provide immersive experiences that meet players' deeper emotional needs. Coffee, milk, tea, merchandise. We can collaborate in any way we like. Xu Hao looked up at Su Lin, his whole being leaning back in a strategic manner. With these, even 10 Dreamland farming games couldn't compete with Happy Farm. Su Lin felt her whole body trembling. It was hard to describe this feeling, like dinosaurs facing an asteroid 66 million years ago, like ancient humans striking fire facing a supernova explosion, like an author facing their readers. That's about it. I've made it into a proposal. You take this and make sure to understand it thoroughly. Su Lin was still in shock, but Xu Hao took out an agreement. This is the option exercise agreement. You are my second employee. You are the first to sign. The option pool is set at 10 of the total issued shares, which is 1 million shares from a total of 10 million shares. Su Lin is granted 1,200 shares, accounting for 12 of the total option pool. The exercise price is 1 yuan per share. The maturity period is 48 months with a 1-year cliff and 25 unlocking at the end of the 12th month, with the remaining 75 unlocking in equal monthly installments over the next 36 months. The so-called cliff refers to the period before the employee completes 12 months of employment, during which, if they leave before reaching the cliff threshold, they will have 0 options, thus incentivizing long-term commitment and reducing the risk of equity loss due to early departures. Hey, are you listening? Su Lin subconsciously nodded, then came back to her senses. Options. You're giving me options. Do I look like I'm joking? I created a tailored capability enhancement plan for you. Can I use equity to keep you bound to this? What if you run away? Su Lin ignored him and started reading the options agreement. A few minutes later, she looked at Xu Hao with a strange gaze. Exit and repurchase, is this really so harsh? Xu Hao smiled. For your level of executive exit, both exercised and unexercised portions will become void, and the company will only repurchase at the original price. This means you will only have the right to dividends. That's too cruel. At least I should be able to exercise my options and increase my wealth. Xu Hao shook his head. You hold 12 of the option pool. Oh, do you know how much that is? Calculated, it's 1.2 per thousand of the company's total. What's the current valuation of the company? 4 billion. No, it's definitely going to rise. Even if calculated at 4 billion, how much is 1.2 per thousand worth? Su Lin tilted her head and then widened her eyes. 4.8 million. Su Lin began to indulge in calculations. The valuation is definitely more than 4 billion. Oh, doubling, that means nearly 10 million in net worth. And if it doubles again in the next 6 months, that could be 20 million in wealth. Not to mention dividends. The expected annual revenue from Identity V and Happy Farm combined is around $800 million, which would mean annual dividends of $1 million. Su Lin looked at Xu Hao in disbelief. So much? You are employee number 002. You deserve this much. However, I must correct you. You can only exercise 25 after 1 year, and you can fully exercise after 4 years. Your income this year won't be so high and might even be very low because there are no dividends. Dividends also can't all be distributed. The company needs to expand and develop, and without money, that's impossible. That's still impressive. After 4 years, Quantum Games' annual revenue could reach astronomical numbers, and I will become a wealthy woman. Hello, wealthy woman. Su Lin turned to Xu Hao. What about you? You have 90 of the shares, 75 times more than me. Xu Hao chuckled. The important thing isn't the 75 times, but the power of discourse, which is what he could never give up. With the gradual improvement of the financial system, Xu Hao can finally fill his pockets. However, he currently has no time to experience what it feels like to be a millionaire. So will you sign it? Su Lin immediately nodded. Who wouldn't sign? That would mean following you for a lifetime. After saying that, her face suddenly flushed. Ahem, shouldn't we find a lawyer to help you look it over? By the way, the non-compete agreement also needs to be signed. Su Lin waved her hand, still blushing. Then came a series of signatures. After finishing, Xu Hao said, please call old Joe over. He is the art director and employee number 003. I will personally discuss it with both of you. Su Lin hesitated, wanting to ask something, but didn't say it out loud. You want to know how many options he is, right? Anyway, it won't be more than yours. It's less than half of what you have. Su Lin's blush deepened, but she also felt relieved. As long as he doesn't have more than me, he. Su Lin left with a pile of documents, locking them in her desk drawer before finding Zhou Mingxian. "Zhou, the boss is calling for you." Seeing Su Lin's ecstatic expression and flushed face, Zhou Mingxian wondered what had happened between them. Could it be something in the office? Tisk Su is really something. Upon seeing Zhou Mingxuan, Xu Hao did not initially mention work, but instead took out the stock option agreement. "Old Zhou, you are my employee number 003. Here is your stock option plan and non-compete agreement. Take a look at it." Zhou Mingxuan's calm face finally revealed excitement. Previously at E-Network Games, he was merely the art director of a studio. Although he had reached a mid-level position, the stock options there had not fully vested. Leaving E-Network meant a drastic reduction in his potential future income. However, he had his own thoughts. Compared to the stagnant waters of E-Network and the entire gaming market, he chose Xu Hao. This was related to his dreams, but if he could still have a decent income, who would refuse? The stock options he received amounted to 5 of the entire option pool, equaling 500 shares. The exercise method was largely similar to Su Lin's, but the final buyback terms were not as stringent. The buyback terms he received would be based on a percentage of the revenue from the year he left Quantum Games. Of course, he would also have to wait 4 years to fully exercise the options and obtain those 500 shares. This arrangement was made by Xu Hao with consideration for Zhou Mingxuan's abilities and loyalty. Su Lin could be considered one of their own who, despite their limited past interactions, her future growth would be nurtured by him. Zhou Mingxian already had abilities, but they were not top tier in the industry, so there was no need to bind him with a higher proportion of stock options. After all, if Quantum Games were to replace the art director now, there would surely be someone more capable than Zhou Mingxian willing to step in. He was only offered 5 of the option pool because of his status as employee number 003. Zhou Mingxian was far more seasoned than Su Lin, and he had his own judgment on this plan. "Mr. Su, I accept this plan, but at the same time I would like to make a suggestion." "Oh, go ahead," Xu Hao replied. "I have been in the industry for many years and know many talents in the field of art. I hope to retain the possibility of negotiation provided we can recruit more artistic talents for Quantum Games." Without waiting for Xu Hao's response, Zhou Mingxian continued, "I know that, Mr. Su, your abilities are exceptional, and Cheng Su Mei is among the world's top tier. However, in the future we will certainly have many games to launch, especially AAA projects. There is a significant shortage of art resources for AAA projects, and I am willing to contribute to strengthening the artistic talent pool for the company." Xu Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, no problem. Let's implement this plan for now. When you feel the conditions are ripe, come back to me for further discussions." Zhou Mingxian nodded and did not leave immediately, knowing that he was called in for more than just this. Speaking of AAA projects, the production of artistic assets must take precedence. The background of this project is set in an alternate history, but the game scene's architecture and style must reference the authentic historical styles of the Warring States period in Huagua. "Mr. Su, has the project proposal been finalized?" Zhou Mingxuan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. "Not just that, the core of the project is ready to begin testing as soon as the specific artistic assets are completed." Zhou Mingxian was stunned. "Mr. Su, what do you mean? What do you mean by just missing specific artistic assets?" "It's just a matter of the literal meaning." Xu Hao paused for a moment and simply stated, "Anyway, the members of the AAA project have already been confirmed. You go notify everyone, and let's hold a project meeting after lunch." Zhou Mingxuan's mind was buzzing, and he could hardly remember how he left the general manager's office. This was not a small-budget indie game like Stardew Valley or Joker Card. This was an AAA project. How could one person create it? "What do you mean by just missing artistic assets?" Even if Mr. Su had been making AAA games since he was 9, he still couldn't create it all by himself. What is happening in this world? Am I going crazy? At 2 p.m., in the largest conference room of Quantum Games, a group of people sat together full of excitement, whispering to each other with expressions of pride on their faces. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Xu Hao." Xu Hao entered the conference room, immediately greeted by a round of applause. Once the applause subsided, he began the meeting. "As everyone knows, I learned programming at age 6 and started making games at 9. However, what is not so well known is that over the years I have designed and refined many games, not just small indie titles, but also including this AAA project that is yet to be announced, along with many other A-level projects." Everyone's breathing quickened. After 20 years, this was the world's first AAA project, and the weight of its history in game development was palpable. The project is titled Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Sekiro? What do the last 4 characters mean? What kind of game is this? Oh my god, I have goosebumps all over. Xu Hao opened the PowerPoint presentation, and everyone finally learned the name of the project. Logically speaking, Xu Hao could have revealed the project much earlier. It had been a while since Sekiro had been developed from its system. The reason for keeping it under wraps was entirely due to the need for localization changes. He did not want Quantum Games' first AAA title, and indeed the first AAA game in the global market in nearly 20 years, to have a Japanese background. Originally, there were many potential games to choose from. Those well-known AAA works were countless in Xu Hao's mind. However, in the end, he chose Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. Strictly speaking, it is not in AAA, but belongs to the AA category. With a budget of $20 million, it cannot be considered a large investment, especially compared to games like GTA V, which often have total costs exceeding $65 billion. The reason for choosing Sekiro was that its required prestige value of 3.0 was relatively suitable for the amount Xu Hao currently possessed. Additionally, it provided a margin for error. The budget was not high, and if localization failed, the consequences could still be borne. The costs here included not only the artistic assets testing and marketing expenses, but also that 3.0 prestige value. Overall, it was within Xu Hao's acceptable range. But aside from these factors, Sekiro was indeed a masterpiece-level game. It was initiated in 2015, the first teaser trailer was released in 2018, and it was globally launched in March 2019, with a pricing of 268 yuan in the national region. In just 10 days, global sales surpassed 2 million copies. Within 3 months, sales exceeded 3.8 million copies. It received high scores of around 90 on aggregate rating sites like Metacritic and was recognized as one of the best games of 2019. At TGA 2019, Sekiro triumphed over Death Stranding, Control, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and The Outer Worlds, winning Best Action Adventure Game and Game of the Year. It was named the Game of the Year by numerous authoritative game media outlets such as GameSpot and IGN. Most importantly, the design of Sekiro represented a complete innovation. Not only did it redefine the combat system, but it also provided important new insights for the design of action games. The core innovation point is parrying and posture. It transformed blocking from a passive defense into a proactive offensive tactic that dominated combat, encouraging players to actively suppress their opponent's posture through continuous parrying and precise deflections. This design turned combat from a mere exchange of blows into an intense duel akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, successfully creating the flavor of classic melee confrontations. This concept of integrating offense and defense has revolutionized the design logic of action games, with Sekiro hailed as the design origin of contemporary block-oriented action games. For instance, the upcoming game Expedition Team No. 33, inspired by it, has a core combat system driven by Sekiro. Additionally, the game has given rise to many community memes such as Danger, Deathblade, Clash, Forging Hesitation leads to defeat, and this is offense, this is defense, this is Wei Ming Zuanyulang. Even the meme My Lord, the times have changed has gained widespread recognition due to Sekiro. In the game, the final boss, Sword Saint Wei Ming Yisin, suddenly draws a firearm to shoot at the player in the second phase of battle, a setting that breaks the samurai spirit by using modern weaponry against traditional confrontations, perfectly embodying the contrasting humor of My Lord, the times have changed, leading to a flood of comments and social media, was ultimately breaking into mainstream culture. Everyone, the project proposal will be sent to you after the meeting. Let me first discuss the design philosophy of Sekiro. Sekiro will be a hardcore action game with a high level of difficulty set against the backdrop of a fictional ancient warring states period driven by the spirit of chivalry, which will permeate the character design and motivations of the protagonist. The entire plan will revolve around the following aspects. The PPT turned to the next page, and everyone focused intently. In this fictional warring states setting, the game begins on the land of Huaxiao, where various states coexist. In ancient times, you cast the 9 tripod cauldrons to pacify the 9 provinces. 1,000 years later, the Zhou dynasty declined, and the 9 tripod cauldrons scattered among the various states. Legend has it that the cauldrons seal the essence of ancient divine beasts, and whoever possesses the cauldrons can command the masses. The one who loses them loses their heavenly mandate. To compete for the fragments of the 9 tripod cauldrons and the secret arts within the 7 great nations are embroiled in endless warfare, while countless small states face imminent peril in the cracks. Ing State, the setting of the game, is such a small nation. Nestled in a corner with generations relying on agriculture, Ing State lacks strong military forces and vast wealth, yet possesses something it should not have: the 9 tripod fragment Kuei Long Bai. This object bears the power of immortality and is a secret guarded by the royal family of Ing State for generations. Hearing of this, the strong Qin sent troops 20 years ago to annihilate Ing. The last king of Ing sealed the power of immortality within his only son Gongzi Hung at the moment the city fell. Gongzi Hung survived the calamity, and his power of immortality went undiscovered. He was appointed as a proxy by a general of the Qin and rebuilt Ing State upon the ruins. The protagonist, codenamed Wolf, is an orphan who wandered the battlefield after the fall of Ing State, rescued from a mass grave left by the Qin army by the Mo family craftsman Gong Shuyin. Gong Shuyin took him back to the Mo family's old stronghold, raising him as an adopted son, training him as an assassin. Wolf was instilled with a singular creed: he is the sharpest sword in his master's hand, a sword that does not need to think, only obeying his adoptive father and future master. 20 years later, Gongzi Heng and Wolf grew up successively, and Wolf's adoptive father Gong Shuyin presented Wolf to Gongzi Heng, thus Gongzi Heng became Wolf's master. Gong Shuyin knows the entire truth. He is a highly skilled craftsman of the Mo family with techniques traceable back to Liu Ban. He adopted Wolf and trained him as an assassin, ostensibly to protect Gongzi Heng, but in reality Gong Shuyin had long since deviated from the Mo family's creed of universal love and non-aggression. He is obsessed with the ultimate mechanism arts, pursuing the completion of an ultimate creation, the immortal soldier doll. For this, he needs the power of immortality within Heng as the core of the doll. Wolf is merely a pawn in his grand scheme. This is the background of the game's narrative. Next comes the beginning of the game. As the PPT turned, the content of the plot diminished with more focus on various game systems. However, Xu Hao briefly touched on the development of the game's plot. At the start of the game, the adult Wolf will go to meet his master Gongzi Heng to take him out of Qin's captivity and save him. As a result, after rescuing Gongzi Heng, they are discovered by a general of the Qin, and after a fierce battle due to a plot twist, he loses his left arm. The Qin general takes Gongzi Heng while Wolf is rescued by Gong Shuyin, who installs a mechanical arm on him. Xu Hao cleared his throat. Attention, this is key. The mechanical arm is a significant auxiliary combat system in the game, allowing players to collect materials to craft various functional mechanical arms, such as flying star darts, mechanical crossbows, iron bone fans, and more. Later on, after the protagonist acquires the mechanical arm, he goes to rescue Gongzi Heng again, but dies once more only to find he is resurrected. It turns out Gongzi Heng has granted Wolf the ability to resurrect, allowing him to revive once at the same spot, but dying again will return him to a resurrection point. Details about the resurrection system are elaborated in later documents. Afterward, Wolf's resurrection ability is discovered by the Qin, and the game officially unfolds. A segment explaining the background and development of the plot left everyone in stunned silence. This plot, it's a pity Su Zong isn't writing a novel. I'm already looking forward to the next developments. Is it true that AAA games need such detailed plot development? It's completely different from previous games. Pay attention, this meeting is crucial. If you don't grasp it, you might get kicked out of the team. Hearing the warning, everyone calmed down. Xu Hao continued speaking. The core gameplay and combat system are based on ancient swordsmanship, and Mo family mechanism arts. Character designs and faction systems reflect the character types of the Warring States period, and the level design and architectural style follow the Chinese ancient architectural system, with the narrative mainline and branching endings reshaping the plot's tension through the unique political and ethical dilemmas of the Warring States. First, let's discuss the core gameplay. The main point is the blade clash mechanism, where both sides alternately engage in offense and defense through successive blocks and perfect blocks. Each perfect defense increases the enemy's posture gauge, and once filled, triggers an execution. This system will be refined to meet the standards of rhythm games, with the clash of metal creating a clear rhythm and feedback for each weapon impact. Next, Xu Hao elaborated on many combat systems of Sekiro and how they are expressed, including the auxiliary combat system of the mechanical arm, the active skills of the faction skills, and the previously mentioned resurrection system and its costs. Of course, Xu Hao couldn't possibly cover everything verbally. He selected what he deemed important to discuss. After a meeting lasting over an hour, Xu Hao finally addressed the artistic aspects. Our Sekiro project team consists of 46 members, 28 of whom are artists necessitated by the game's requirement for a large number of Chinese Warring State-style artistic assets. Zhou Mingxian straightened up. He knew his task was coming. Do not work in isolation. Go out to gather information, visit ancient sites, seek professional assistance. In short, develop the best plan to achieve the optimal artistic expression as per the document's requirements. Zhou Mingxian immediately nodded in response. No problem, we will arrange a plan on our side right away. Xu Hao nodded. Sekiro is not merely a realistic style. Since there is resurrection, there must be mythological elements involved. You must pay extra attention to this aspect. Zhou Zong needs to propose corresponding artistic plans based on the design document. Zhou Mingxian accepted. This is the biggest challenge he has faced in his career. A level art of this caliber has not been seen in the industry for 20 years. If he completes this project, he can elevate himself from a mid-level position in the industry to a top-tier status. President Xu Hao turned to Su Lin. The launch of Sekiro won't be long, as I have already completed the primary work. Therefore, we can now begin the production of the first trailer. I request to contact the top CG production team in the industry to create a trailer that will shock players worldwide. No problem, boss. After the meeting, I will discuss the trailer's content with you. Su Lin nodded and Xu Hao turned to the programming and planning team, where the team leader was Lao Chun. Lao Chun, the numerical plan for Sekiro is relatively simple. I need you to focus more on the auxiliary combat system. I already have the specific plan, and you need to perfectly replicate it. The protagonist's main weapon is the Warring States longsword, which is not the lightweight and soft sword commonly seen in films, but is designed based on the form of bronze swords from the Warring States period. However, for visual appeal, the sword is narrow and long, combining stabbing and light, slashing motions requiring swift and fierce actions, while eliminating a sense of heaviness, as the protagonist's identity is that of an assassin. The combat animations will showcase more stabbing, wrist flicks, sword entanglement, and sword sticking, highlighting the characteristics of Warring States swordsmanship. The blocking actions must respond differently based on the enemy's weapon. For light weapons, use a side stance with one hand holding the sword, employing the sword's spine to neutralize force, while for heavy weapons, use both hands on the sword to enhance the performance. Without waiting for Lao Chun to speak, Xu Hao continued, the various systems of Sekiro are already mostly complete. Each group should detail the responsibilities of each member within today. If there are conflicts or unexpected issues, we will adjust later. Now each of you go back and thoroughly understand the design plan, then complete the project breakdown. I will do my best to assist you. After the meeting, the Sekiro project team began their respective kickoff meetings and work arrangements. The planning team's work arrangement had just concluded when a newly hired level design engineer, Wu Kaiqing, who possessed strong technical skills, was assigned to work on a portion of the auxiliary combat system, specifically the transformation design of the mechanical arms. Though it was called design, Xu Hao had already completed it. He was responsible for the performance aspects such as the transformation of the Flying Star shuttle mechanical crossbow and Ironbone fan, focusing on how they should be presented. Just as Wu Kaiqing was preparing to fully immerse himself in the work, a phone call interrupted him. Caller Huang Kaiya. Wu Kaiqing hesitated for a moment. Yes, he was the inside man sent by the Antarctic group to Quantum Games. He had leaked data on the launch of Identity V and information about 4 independent games to Huang Kaiya. Xiao Wu, is it convenient? Wu Kaiqing hesitated, turned, and walked out of the office, headed to the fire escape. After confirming no one was nearby, Wu Kaiqing said, President Huang, it's fine now. Xiao Wu, what has Quantum Games been busy with lately? What is Xu Hao up to? Wu Kaiqing felt very conflicted. Before joining Quantum Games, he worked for another game company as a core member. The reason he followed Huang Kaihe's advice to join Quantum Games was that the latter sponsored his college tuition for 4 years. He excelled in high school, but his family was very poor. His parents divorced early, and he grew up with his grandparents. His grandparents could not afford his college tuition. In desperation, he was sponsored by the Antarctic group, graduated from college, and became a game engineer. After several years of graduation, he had drifted between various game companies, secretly selling company information to Huang Kaiya. Xiao Wu. Is it still inconvenient to talk? I'm sorry, President Huang, this is my last time providing you with information. Quantum Games is working on a AAA game, and I can only say this much. AAA. Xiao Wu, what's going on? President Huang, after all these years, I should have cleared my debts to you, right? In the past, I had no choice, but now I want to be a good person. Are you playing the role of a mole here? What's the situation with the AAA? Specifically, tell me. I promise this will be the last time I contact you, and we will have no further relations in the future. Wu Kaiqing's lips twitched. I'm sorry, President Huang, I can only say that Quantum Games is currently working on a AAA project. I cannot disclose further details. After years of drifting, Wu Kaiqing was already quite weary. The companies he previously worked for either faced project leaks and failures resulting in acquisition by Antarctic Games or went bankrupt. Since joining Quantum Games, he genuinely felt a different atmosphere. While the entire industry was focused on creating legendary games, Quantum Games was innovating on a large scale. After Identity V was launched, the excitement he felt while celebrating with others was completely genuine. When he played the 4 independent games internally referred to as masterpieces, Wu Kaiqing fully understood why everyone idolized Xu Hao. And now he had joined the Sekiro team, a unique AAA project in the world. Such an opportunity was held by only a few dozen people globally. Who would give up such an opportunity to be a mole? President Huang, goodbye. After saying this, Wu Kaiqing hung up the phone, deleted the record, and blocked him all in one go. Returning to the project group, Lao Chun shouted, Wu Kaiqing, where have you been? Have you been in the bathroom for so long? Sorry, Supervisor, my stomach is a bit upset. You can't let your health suffer. If not, I will tell President Su that you should be responsible for other projects first. Wu Kaiqing quickly waved his hands. No problem, Supervisor, I assure you it won't affect progress. After saying this, Wu Kaiqing seemed to have made a determination. I will ensure that I am the first to arrive and the last to leave, and I will do a good job on the auxiliary combat system for Sekiro. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Huang Kaihe put down his phone. Xu Hao, what kind of charm do you possess? There are many people like Wu Kaiqing whom the Antarctic Group has nurtured not only in the gaming field, but also in many other industries with similar reserves. However, it was the first time he had seen someone so resolute as Wu Kaiqing today. It's like this President Ma, we have lost an external personnel who could assist us only gaining news about a AAA game. After listening to Huang Kaihe's report, Ma Tinghua fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally looked at Huang Kaihe. Kaihe, contact Xu Hao. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet for him at Jiangwan. Huang Kaihe's eyes widened significantly. President Ma, do you mean to personally host a banquet for Xu Hao? Ma Tinghua nodded. Someone like Xu Hao has already transcended the fields of technology and game production. Next, I will personally discuss investments or acquisitions with Quantum Games. I understand. Huang Kaihe retreated in fear and confusion. After exiting the Antarctic headquarters, he somehow felt relieved. In front of Xu Hao, he had lost the superiority of being the VP of the Antarctic Group's Pan-Entertainment Division. If President Ma cared so much about him, if Xu Hao really entered the Antarctic Group's system, his position would inevitably belong to Xu Hao. And that's not all. He estimated that the COO position would not be vacant for too long. The reason is simple: Xu Hao's performance in the gaming sector is too strong. Most people in the industry are still unaware of Xu Hao's 4 independent games and the AAA project. However, Huang Kaihe knows, and so does General Manager Ma, who is also aware of the internal trend of deification surrounding Xu Hao's developments at Quantum Games. If such a genius cannot be obtained, the only option may be to destroy him quickly. Huang Kaihe picked up his phone. Xu Hao saw the caller ID and felt a hint of disdain. On the surface, his relationship with Nanji Games is that of enemies, yet in reality, he harbors a strong dislike for each other. This animosity is not entirely personal. A gaming giant that is the largest in the world has no real influence on the industry. Moreover, this concept of largest is merely a result of money grabbing. Holding massive social media traffic, they are solely focused on how to monetize. Many players and industry insiders fundamentally look down on each other. Xu Hao is certainly one of them. Hello, General Manager Huang, how may I assist you? How have you been, Xu General? Quantum Games is thriving, congratulations. Huang Kaihe's voice was infectious, clearly indicating he had painted a rosy picture for his subordinates. General Manager Huang, have you forgotten something? What do you mean, Xu General? Nanji Gaming Platform has taken down Happy Farm, and until now there has been no explanation. Oh, that? Haha. Huang Kaihe chuckled and continued, the matter is trivial. I called you today because our General Manager Ma wishes to invite you for a feast. When mentioning his superior, Huang Kaihe referred to Xu Hao with respect. Your General Manager Ma Tinghua. Of course. Huang Kaihe felt slightly displeased hearing Xu Hao address Ma directly. Just as Xu Hao was deified in Quantum Games, Ma Tinghua had a similar situation in Nanji Group, though not as overt. You want to treat me to a meal? I'm not going. Tomorrow afternoon at Jiangwan Club, we look forward to your presence, Xu General. What? Huang Kaihe was quite surprised. Could he have misheard Xu Hao? Hadn't he just said he would attend the banquet? Sorry, Xu General, what did you just say? I said. Xu Hao enunciated, I will not go. You're not going. Huang Kaihe was shocked. His superior Ma Tinghua is one of the most prominent figures in China and the world. For a big shot of this caliber to invite a young man who has just started a company a few months ago, shouldn't he immediately prepare for the occasion with utmost respect and humility? I'm not going. I have to go abroad. I don't have time. Let's talk when I return. Huang Kaihe became anxious. Abroad. Attending E3. That's not for several days. E3 is at the end of this month, but still early. Our general manager is inviting you tomorrow. Huang Kaihe again emphasized the honorific you. Oh, how did you know I was going to E3? Oh, well, Xu General, you must be going abroad for the Game Expo, just a guess. Let me be clear, until there is a resolution regarding Happy Farm, I will not dine with Ma Tinghua. That's it, goodbye, General Manager Huang. Xu Hao hung up the phone. Huang Kaihe was left dumbfounded. He had truly been rejected. How dare he? How would he explain this to General Manager Ma? Having no other choice, Huang Kaihe called back. Xu General, can you reconsider? I need to conduct some research regarding Quantum Games. Xu Hao sighed. General Manager Huang, I hope when you call next time you will have a corresponding compensation plan ready. Until then, goodbye. Huang Kaihe, holding the already disconnected phone, fell into a daze. Regardless of how he handled this situation, Xu Hao had just hung up. Another call soon rang. Fortunately this time, it was not Huang Kaihe, but Zhou Mingyuan from IDG. Xu General, Identity V has launched quite successfully. Congratulations. It seems Quantum Games is destined to soar higher and faster. Thank you for your kind words, Zhou General. Zhou Mingyuan continued, regarding investment in Quantum Games, we at IDG have a new cooperation plan. I wonder when it would be convenient for Xu General to discuss it. This time Xu Hao did not refuse. After all, he held no grudge against IDG, and their last conversation had indeed moved him. With capital support, the formal development of Quantum Games would be much smoother, and he wouldn't have to invest most of his energy into management. That works, but let's schedule it for early next month. Is it inconvenient for Xu General? I have to go abroad. Understood, I will reach out again after Xu General returns in early next month. Wait a moment, Zhou General. Does Xu General have further arrangements? Not arrangements, I just hope IDG can prepare a bit more. What preparations? Regarding the investment plan. Please clarify, Xu General. I'm going to America for E3. Are you familiar with it? It's one of the largest gaming expos in the world where quantum games will showcase a new game. I understand, but what does this have to do with the investment plan? What I mean is when I return from America, I should achieve good results. Therefore, the valuation of quantum games is likely to rise a bit more. My suggestion is that you at IDG can certainly prepare a higher valuation proposal. This Xu General. Zhou Mingyuan chuckled helplessly before hanging up the phone. Xu Hao simply did not want to waste time. If financing could be discussed, he would engage, but if it couldn't be agreed upon, it was fine. Worst case, he could hire a few professionals to help design the company's development and talent planning. Capital wasn't the only way to achieve this. Putting aside matters outside the company, he needed to pay attention to the situation regarding E3. Xu Hao left the office and found Su Lin. 2 things for the first trailer of Sekiro. I hope it can be released at the August Magic City CJ. I have sent out the trailer content, and you need to pay close attention. The trailer needs to be reviewed in stages. No problem, boss. E3 is very cooperative. They said they have given us the most central exhibition space upon hearing we are exhibiting. That's good. In 2 days, I will lead the team to America. You need to keep an eye on things at home. Su Lin nodded, her cheeks flushing again. What does it mean by keeping an eye on home? However, thinking about Xu Hao leaving quantum games for abroad, she felt the pressure mounting, as she would at least on the surface be responsible for the company's daily operations. Nonetheless, she still presented herself energetically in front of Xu Hao. Don't worry, boss. I will take care of the company and ensure everything runs smoothly. Nonetheless, she still presented herself energetically in front of Xu Hao. Don't worry, boss. I will take care of the company and ensure everything runs smoothly. E3, a short for the Electronic Entertainment Expo, is an electronic entertainment exhibition. Due to having 3 ES in its name, it is referred to as E3. Before 1995, video games often occupied the fringes of mainstream exhibitions. To change this situation, the Interactive Digital Software Association initiated the first E3, held from May 11th to 13th, 1995, at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Unexpectedly for the organizers, the inaugural exhibition attracted over 4,000 participants, achieving great success. At the first E3, a Sony's PS console, and its price of $299, gained fame, marking Sony's entry into the console industry and officially igniting the console wars. In the same year, the renowned game IP Resident Evil made its public debut at E3, and since its first edition, E3 has directly become one of the grand events in the gaming industry. In Xu Hao's original world, E3 had actually announced its permanent cessation in 2023. The reason was that game developers complained about the high costs of participation. E3 refused entry to regular players, opening only to media, reducing the number to around 100. After experiencing the pandemic, the transition to online proved ineffective. Most importantly, the core manufacturers, the 3 console giants, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, withdrew, leading to E3's permanent shutdown. However, in this parallel world, E3's fate has seen significant changes. After legendary games dominated the market, manufacturers worldwide fought fiercely, resulting in the global renowned gaming exhibitions thriving. Game developers continuously invested in exhibitions of E3's caliber, hoping to use this platform to promote their games. This was unavoidable, though everyone was creating similar games and manufacturers had to keep spending money to gain visibility, allowing exhibitions like E3 to flourish. The organizing body ESA made substantial profits, and their aspirations grew higher. Their focus was not on the games, but entirely on which company was willing to pay more for prime exhibit space. Companies like Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, and the likes of Antarctic all paid hefty sums to secure their core positions each year. This time, Xu Hao initially planned to invest some money to secure a good exhibit space, but upon hearing it was quantum games, the ESA's attitude changed drastically. Not only did they provide one of the most prime locations for free, but they also supplied many materials, frequently contacting quantum games to confirm exhibition details. The reason Xu Hao went to America early was to expedite the confirmation of the venue. If any issues arose, immediate adjustments could be made. Why was ESA treating quantum games so well? It was entirely due to Happy Farm. The overseas launch of Happy Farm had directly ignited the overseas gaming market. Unlike the domestic legendary games, the overseas versions were filled with various monsters and demons. Different legendary versions based on ancient myths flooded the overseas gaming market. The Norse mythology system, Greek mythology system, Arab mythology system, pirate system, Western cowboy system. The reskins were thorough, but fundamentally they were all based on the same legendary framework. However, the overseas launch of Happy Farm introduced variables into the market: lightweight, casual, social-centric, suitable for all ages, and a blue ocean market. Happy Farm significantly boosted data communication between users on major social platforms, with farming topics consistently dominating social discussions. Happy Farm was either first or second on various charts, completely overshadowing the legendary games that players had long deemed stale. As a legitimate gaming exhibition, E3 would certainly pay attention to quantum games. They were aware of the explosive popularity of Identity V within China, even knowing about the first day's revenue of 30 million. Upon learning that quantum games would attend E3, ESA immediately decided to waive the participation fee and offer strong support, hoping quantum games could present Identity V not yet familiar to overseas players to the world at E3. However, Xu Hao informed them that Identity V would not be showcased at E3. Quantum Games was bringing 4 brand new independent games. ESA was a bit anxious, but after receiving the demo for playtesting, their attitude became humble once again, deeply understanding the significance of Xu Hao's decision. There is indeed a foundational market for console games abroad. The recognition of independent games surpasses that of the domestic market. In contrast, the domestic market is nearly non-existent, as Antarctic Games has caused players to forget those classic single-player games, such as Meteor Butterfly Sword and The Legend of Sword and Fairy. They have rebranded these games into Meteor Butterfly Legend Sword Fairy Legend. Although the situation is somewhat better abroad, what's left is merely a lingering recognition. 2 days later, Xu Hao led his team to LA. The city of Los Angeles resembles the domestic Shanghai, which is also known as Little Los Angeles. The famous Beverly Hills is home to some of the richest people in the world. Even the mineral water of the same name sells for over $60 a bottle. Hollywood is also here, along with Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. Universal Studios and the world's first Disneyland are also located here. At this moment, Xu Hao stood at the most central position in the West Hall of the Los Angeles Convention Center, in front of a giant exhibit area exceeding 300 square meters. Mr. Xu, are you satisfied? This is the largest and best located exhibit in the entire West Hall. There are only 4 exhibits of this caliber in the convention center, and yours is one of them. The ESA organizer, a middle-aged man named Leslie, was introducing the venue to Xu Hao. Meanwhile, the huge logo of Quantum Games was already affixed to the top of the exhibit, and the large promotional posters for the 4 games had been prepared by ESA staff. They even created some merchandise dolls from Happy Farm, which Quantum Games had never authorized. Many people from other game companies were personally setting up their exhibits, and a portion of them were quite dissatisfied with the obvious favoritism shown by the organizers. What exactly is this Oriental company about? Leslie is introducing the venue like a butler. It must be a Japanese or Korean gaming company, after all the legendary games developed over there. Regardless, this is too excessive. How can they secure the core exhibit space? Damn, ESA saying that core positions are only accessible through company strength to participate in booth bidding. This Quantum Games, I've never even heard of them. Let's go protest. At the very least, we want part of the booth space allocated to us. Yes, let's go together. A voice rang out from among them. You really don't know about Quantum Games. No, do you know? The person looked at the Quantum Games logo with a hint of reverence. The creator of Happy Farm, the first to break the monopoly of legendary games coming from Hua country. I heard that their new game had millions of players on the first day of launch in Hua country. Gasps of astonishment followed. So it's them. The developers of Happy Farm. No wonder that makes sense. Are they bringing new games this time? I want to check out their promotional posters. Hurry and see, they're bringing 4 new games at once. I want to check out their promotional posters. Hurry and see, they're bringing 4 new games at once. Xu Hao found his impression of this year's E3 rather exasperating. He had known before arriving that the venue would be dominated by legendary games, but he hadn't anticipated so many. The Quantum Games exhibition area was besieged by all kinds of legendary titles. On the screen of the booth to the right, a warrior clad in armor swung his blade at a fire-breathing dragon, with the golden characters Legendary Overlord gleaming on the lightbox above. To the left, a booth looped the advertisement tagline, 10,000 Siege the City equipment recycled credits arrive instantly, the speakers vibrating the floor itself, albeit in an English version. Looking further ahead, there were Bloody Legend, Blazing War Anthem Dragon, soaring the 4 seas. Every signboard was inseparable from the 3 classes of warrior, mage, and priest, with occasional appearances of roles like assassin or orc. Essentially, every screen and poster was replete with flashy monsters and skill effects. This was the E3 of this world, the largest global gaming expo, where every developer was creating the same kind of product. Occasionally, a few farming games imitating Happy Farm could be seen scattered sporadically in corners, serving as the sole specks of green in this crimson sea. Of course, the central Quantum Games exhibition area stood out conspicuously. Spanning 300 square meters, it was divided by a cross-shaped aisle into 4 equal zones. Each of the 4 zones had its own entrance and exit. Though the overall 300 square meters was quite spacious, allocating it to 4 games for trial plays made each area feel cramped. Is the Quantum Games exhibition area this large? Nonsense, if you could innovate, you'd get a space this big too. Let me see what their games are. Nearby developers, both large and small, began to gather around the Quantum Games exhibition area. Plants vs. Zombies, Balatro, Slay the Spire, Stardew Valley. The promotional posters for the 4 games highlighted their unique features. Someone looked at Xu Hao, this young man, standing resolutely in the Quantum Games area, accompanied by Leslie, the venue manager from the ESA. Everyone understood. This was the management staff for the Quantum Games exhibit. Aside from being puzzled by Xu Hao's youth, they were all sufficiently curious about the 4 games. Excuse me, can we start playing your games now? I see your booth is fully set up. Could we give them a try? We're all exhibitors at E3, fellow industry peers. Just as Xu Hao was about to speak, Leslie stepped forward and flatly refused. No. Everyone, the 4 new games from Quantum Games will only be available for trial after the expo officially starts tomorrow. If you have time to be curious, go back and better arrange your own booths. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, while Xu Hao was invited by Leslie to dinner. After a decent night's sleep at the hotel at 9 a.m., the next day, E3 opened its doors to the public and media. At 10 a.m., the expo officially began. The crowd surged in through the main entrance, almost all flooding toward the large booths on either side of the main aisle. At the Blizzard booth, the offline finals of the legendary arena were underway. 2 players on stage passionately battled with warrior and mage characters, while the audience below was sparse with a few diehard fans hoisting light-up signs and shouting hoarsely. People soon entered the Nintendo area, where a large screen played the opening CG of a new legendary game. A world of dragons and magic paired with a Japanese art style still featured the iron triangle of warrior, mage, and priest, just with improved graphics. The Japanese players in the audience watched with fervent excitement. Of course, many players had seen information about Quantum Games in the E3 promotional brochure. A large crowd of players and media were on their way. Here, this is the Quantum Games exhibition area with 4 games indeed. Is this the developer of Happy Farm? I heard they also have a game called Identity V. Why isn't it here? For games, everyone line up separately. A developer that can release so many games at once. I want to see what they're made of. Players and media began to flood in, and the 300 square meter area was instantly packed to capacity. Xu Hao's team consisted of only about 10 people, tasked with managing queues, answering questions, and explaining the games. Far from sufficient. Xu Hao quickly instructed go find the organizers and asked them to send some help. Soon the ESA dispatched a dozen staff members to assist with crowd control. The first wave of queued players and media finally found seats and opened the new games. A white young man with black-rimmed glasses had a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. He had ignored all other game booths on his way here, heading straight for Quantum Games. A badge hung around his neck bearing the GameSpot logo. His name was Mark, a journalist for a gaming media outlet. Like Mark, many attending journalists had their first destination fixed on Quantum Games. Mark's first target was Stardew Valley. In his view, as a farming game, it would surely share similarities with Happy Farm. This would also make it easier for him to write a media article after the trial. A comparison between Quantum Games' 2 farming titles was bound to attract significant clicks. The game started. After a quick character customization, the story began. The protagonist worked in an office, exhausted day after day, a situation that reminded Mark of his own life as a fellow workhorse, giving him a sense of immersion. The protagonist received a letter. His grandfather had passed away, and he was to inherit the farm. The scene shifted, and Mark found himself on a farm overrun with weeds and rubble. Mark clicked the mouse a few times, and the character began clearing the weeds and debris from the farm. Then Mark used an axe to chop down a tree, picked up the fallen wood, and used a hoe to till a small patch of farmland, planting the parsnip seeds from his backpack one by one. After finishing, he guided the character out of the farm, following a dirt path into a small town. Mayor Lewis greeted him at the entrance to the community center. Pierre from the general store invited him to browse the goods on the shelves. A purple-haired girl named Abigail walked past, a dialogue bubble appearing above her head. Lovely weather today, isn't it? Mark felt very relaxed. He greeted every resident of Pelican Town he encountered. Each NPC had their own traits, creating an overall lighthearted atmosphere. Back at the farm, he continued chopping trees and mining rocks until his energy ran out, then went to sleep. The next morning, he watered the crops and saw that the seeds had sprouted. Fishing, chopping trees, mining rocks, buying seeds, wandering around. After 20 minutes on the 6th day of the game, Mark harvested his first batch of crops. The joy of the harvest turned into in-game currency, allowing him to buy more seeds. He also ventured into the mines, where he killed a slime with a rusty sword, which dropped 2 slime blobs. Mark picked up the slime blobs and stuffed them into his backpack, gazing contentedly at the miscellaneous items, filling it a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. After finishing another day's work, the screen indicated that the trial time was over. Already out of time. Mark then remembered he was a journalist here to work. He turned his head sharply, looking at the busy staff nearby, clearly of Eastern descent. Mark asked, "Where is the creator of this game? I'd like to do an interview." He turned his head sharply, looking at the busy staff nearby, clearly of Eastern descent. Mark asked, "Where is the creator of this game? I'd like to do an interview." The venue was quite noisy, and Mark had to ask several times before receiving a response. "Sorry, the producer doesn't have time for an interview." "I can wait. May I ask where I should wait?" Mark felt a bit anxious, thinking that if he could get some answers to his questions from the producer, his article would be much better. "Sorry, I don't know, but you could try out our other games. You might be able to wait for our CEO, Xu." Mark thought for a moment. He already had a rough draft for his article on Stardew Valley. If he could also obtain a report from another game, it would certainly shine even brighter. He stood up and looked towards the other three areas, his mouth agape in shock. Long lines. Crowded long lines. Mark panicked. How long is this going to take? The staff ignored him further. Mark scanned the crowd and spotted several fellow journalists from gaming media. He decided not to wait any longer and estimated the queue lengths in the other three areas, noticing that the line for clown cards seemed to be shorter. Thus, Mark hurried to the end of the line for clown cards and anxiously began to wait. Above the clown cards demo area, there was a screen displaying a game introduction video featuring a retro pixel-style card table. The faces of the clown cards were constantly flipping and changing, with hearts, spades, clubs, and diamonds flashing in alternation, accompanied by lively jazz background music. After waiting for more than an hour, Mark finally reached an available demo machine. The demo time for clown cards was limited to 30 minutes per person, and Mark knew he had to make good use of the time. Upon starting the game, Mark's first impression was the simplicity of the interface. Within less than a round, he completely dismissed his previous underestimation of the game. This game, titled Clown Cards, cleverly combined the classic poker hands of Texas Hold'em with roguelike elements. If it weren't for Mark being a professional game journalist, he might not have thought of the ancient game rogue. Mark discovered that with the 8 cards in his hand, he needed to choose 5 to form combinations like flushes and straights, aiming to earn chips by playing high-scoring hands to get through the so-called blind bet levels. The system directly displayed a series of recognizable hand types on the screen: pairs, 2 pairs, straights, flushes, full houses. With this nearly straightforward nanny-level tutorial guidance, Mark felt he could finish the first level without even knowing the rules of Texas Hold'em. As the second level began, Mark glanced at the score requirements, then at the 10 Jack Queen King, an ace in his hand, even starting to envision himself standing on the podium of a victorious poker tournament. With such a dream start, it would be a shame not to clear the game right. With ease, Mark advanced to the third round of the blind bet. Just as he was still basking in the ease of surpassing the previous round's score, a feeling of extreme unease began to rise within him. The blind bets in the game were essentially the levels divided into small blind bets, big blind bets, and boss levels. In the earlier rounds, Mark didn't even need to exert himself. He could easily pass just by playing basic hands. However, as he confidently entered the third round shop, preparing to spend all his coins to fully upgrade his lineup, a red flash suddenly flickered across the center of the screen. That ominous large blind bet instantly wiped out all his underestimations and pride. The highest flushy blind played couldn't even reach 1/10 of the boss score. It was only at this moment that Mark carefully examined the brief scoring formula displayed at the end of the game: chips, multiplier, final single card score. Even before Mark played his flush, due to the high score of the hand, the numbers in both the chips and multiplier score boxes began to bounce violently. The entire scoring frame erupted with fiery effects, accompanied by a shocking sound explosion, and the crisp, rapid ding-ding sounds rose higher with each increment, igniting the atmosphere. Playing cards can be this intense. Mark instinctively rubbed his hands together. This kind of pure numerical feedback could actually be so exhilarating. Since simply playing basic hands wouldn't lead to victory, he had to seriously incorporate what he had previously overlooked, namely the clown cards, into his lineup. Finally, Mark realized the core gameplay of clown cards. The game's scoring is based on the concept of poker, but its growth logic entirely depends on the props clown cards equipped in the card slots, providing BD builds. A fully equipped high-spec clown card deck could produce several times or even exponentially enhanced effects in the game, boosting the final score from tens of thousands to tens of millions, or even into the billions. Unable to proceed any further, Mark quickly clicked to start the next round. In this round, he not only drew a dream start for obtaining growth-type clown cards, but also spent every last penny to secure a crucial card that doubled the base multiplier. In the later stages of the shop, he gradually acquired the other support cards that could multiply the increment count. Mark's card-playing level underwent a tremendous transformation. Based on the multiplication stacking of this ferocious clown lineup, the million-plus boss score barrier didn't even deserve to give him a second round to make a move. As all the chips were placed on the table and the total score was calculated, the score box, which clearly only had 2 digits, skyrocketed to over 1,000,000 times the flush bonus. The exhilarating music, the crackling sparks, and the clinking sound of coins all transformed into the most primal stimulation, causing Mark's heart to race several times faster. Wow, that's amazing. A dream start is surprisingly exhilarating. Isn't this score the highest so far? Mark turned around to find a crowd had gathered behind him watching him play cards. The staff was desperately trying to disperse the crowd. Players, please leave in an orderly fashion after your demo ends. The path is blocked, could you please leave? Hey, don't block others from trying out the game. The staff was nearly in tears, unable to move the crowd no matter how hard they tried. Only after Mark's demo time ended did a large group of people follow him out. As they walked, they loudly discussed the builds for clown cards. Some said this build was good, while others scoffed and offered differing opinions, almost ready to argue. Mark also excitedly joined the discussion, having just achieved such a high score, which gave him a considerable voice among the player group. Seeing their admiration, Mark felt a thrill akin to scoring high. After a while, he finally came to his senses. Damn, how did he forget about his job? Turning to look at the lines for Plants vs. Zombies and Slay the Spire, which were now more than double the length from before. Wow, this is absurd. I haven't seen such a terrifying queue in years. Mark spent an entire day queuing at the Quantum Gaming exhibition. Although most of the time was spent in line, he did not find it boring. Players in the queue continuously discussed the game, their faces brimming with excitement, unable to stop. By the way, have you all seen the founder of the Quantum game? I heard that all 4 of these games are his creation. Did the founder come? I didn't really pay attention. That one over there, he looks even younger than us. How could he be so incredibly talented? Mark and the others followed the direction of the finger and saw a young man of East Asian descent chatting with representatives from Ubisoft, Blizzard, and the organizing body ESA. He looks way too young, but it's hard to believe that all 4 of these games are his output. I heard he just graduated from university a few months ago. Besides Happy Farm and these 4 games, there's another mobile game in China called Identity V, which is reportedly extremely popular. That's incredibly impressive. Could he be the new gaming godfather? Godfather. That title suits him well. Someone who can create so many excellent games definitely deserves it. The players' discussions were, of course, unheard by Xu Hao. As leading figures in traditional gaming companies, it was reasonable for Ubisoft and Blizzard's representatives to come and get to know Xu Hao after realizing his capabilities. So how do you judge that independent games still have a market in today's industry? The representatives from Ubisoft and Blizzard were very curious about Xu Hao's motivation for making independent games. Xu Hao raised his voice slightly due to the noise in the venue, wanting to ensure he was heard. From start to finish, there is only one type of game with a market, and that is a fun game. The 2 on the opposite side did not expect Xu Hao to say this and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Only exceptionally outstanding individuals can make such statements. Xu Hao smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, Quantum Games wishes to collaborate with Blizzard and Ubisoft." Oh, what kind of collaboration? This time, the 4 independent games from Quantum Games will be exclusively released on the Quantum Gaming platform. In the future, all games from Quantum Games will appear exclusively on the Quantum Gaming platform. However, the output of my company alone cannot enrich the content of the platform store, so I would like to collaborate with you two to include your games from the last century on my platform. A platform? Quantum Games wants to create a platform. Xu Hao nodded. Actually, the platform has been online for a while now, but it lacks a good game lineup, which has resulted in not many people knowing about it. The 2 thought for a moment. This matter posed no pressure for them at all. These were all games from the last century. Once the Quantum Gaming platform became popular, they might even earn some extra money. Why not? I don't think it's a big issue. Once I report back, it'll give you a prompt response. Both Ubisoft and Blizzard shared this sentiment, and Xu Hao sought out Blizzard's representative alone. "Sir, can we discuss the purchase of the Warcraft IP?" The other party refused immediately, without hesitation. "It's impossible, Xu. The Warcraft IP is currently our strongest IP and is not for sale. Blizzard's Warcraft remains one of the largest game IPs in the world. However, its developmental path has diverged. In 2002, Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne was released, coinciding with the global explosion of legendary games. The Frozen Throne was successfully released and achieved very good results, but the explosive popularity of legendary games led Blizzard to enter the legendary market. They utilized the IPs of Warcraft and Diablo to create Warcraft Legends and Diablo Legends, which are among the few legendary games today capable of long-term operation. Especially the latter, Diablo was originally the ancestor of legendary games, and Blizzard even boldly claimed to be the creator of legendary games in their promotions. Unfortunately, after the market direction changed, Blizzard abandoned further development of Warcraft and Diablo. The Frozen Thrones Legendary Expansion Pack was never greenlit, and Diablo 2 remained stuck at its expansion pack Lord of Destruction. The other party was unwilling to sell, and Xu Hao did not push. Then I would like to collaborate with Blizzard for the licensing of Warcraft. That won't work either. Our Warcraft Legends is evergreen. We cannot grant you the IP license. No, I won't make a legendary game, Xu Hao explained. I assure you that Quantum Games' development direction absolutely does not include legendary games. The other side looked at Xu Hao with confusion. Xu, this is quite difficult. You know, licensing the IP to the same kind of game company doesn't make sense. Xu Hao nodded but did not insist. Acquiring the Warcraft IP was for the consideration of a true esports game. For Dota 2, for LOL. It does not mean that just because Xu Hao exchanged for LOL from the system, he could immediately reap the benefits of esports. The reality is that directly launching LOL is unlikely to explode in popularity as it did back then. It just has the potential to become a successful core-focused game unable to reach the dominating status of Xu Hao's original world. A 5v5 competitive game in the current situation of zero market acceptance will be very challenging to promote. In 2026, it is difficult to overcome the extremely high learning costs and feelings of frustration. A single game session lasting over half an hour imposes too high a barrier for today's players. In the absence of a player community foundation, a novice playing a few rounds completely unaware of what was happening being demolished by veterans will naturally react with this game is poorly designed rather than I should go to the forum to find strategies. In a new game without mentors, this negative feedback will be magnified, leading to a rapid loss of newcomers. Xu Hao would certainly not give up on such a game category that could dominate the player market. To promote Dota-like or MOBA games, Xu Hao's path has two lines. Warcraft, Dota 2, LOL. This is the most classic route, a reliable path, the most secure. The Dota community relies on the player network of Warcraft 3, consisting of relatively core RTS players who have a higher tolerance for barriers. Starting from the Warcraft IP, modifying heroes' skills and various mechanisms from Warcraft to create Dota 2, ultimately transitioning from strategy to tactics, reaching the form that players can most accept, LOL. As for Honor of Kings, due to Xu Hao's personal preferences, he is unwilling to get involved. When someone creates it, let them have the cake. If it's Antarctic Games that makes it, that's not acceptable. Xu Hao dislikes them. The other line is the blossoming of esports categories with games like PUBG, CSGO, Rainbow Six, Hearthstone. A plethora of esports games are continually emerging, relying on a disruptive approach to the gaming industry to forcefully capture the market. If there is no esports market, then Xu Hao will have to create one from scratch. Of course, the exploration and advancement of the esports market cannot be accomplished overnight. Currently, Identity V is attempting to create an ecosystem for competitive gaming, but its scale is limited, merely a spark. The esports market is something that can never be abandoned. Xu Hao had seen a report on the gaming industry in Huagua for 2024 in his past life. That year, the actual sales revenue of Huagua's esports game market reached 45 billion yuan, with the number of users reaching 490 million. It's worth noting that in 2024, the total sales revenue of Huagua's entire gaming industry was only 83 billion yuan, with esports accounting for 43.88. Xu Hao's initial contact with Blizzard could be considered a failure. However, Quantum Games had only been established for a few months, and there were still many methods left. There was no need to rush. After talking with Blizzard's representatives, Xu Hao returned to his exhibition area. Many media personnel who had been waiting for a long time rushed forward, bombarding Xu Hao with various questions, to which he selectively responded. Thus, the first day of E3 came to an end. On the morning of the second day of the exhibition, when the E3 venue opened its doors, the Quantum Games exhibition area was almost overwhelmed by players and media, creating a scene teeming with excitement. The line at the 4 exhibition stands started from the entrance and wound along the corridor. Passing by the mobile accessory vendors, going around Nintendo's exhibition area, passing the restroom entrance, circling around Sony's area, the line extended all the way to the fire exit at the side door of the West Hall. Even Leslie and the other organizers of E3 were astonished by such a spectacle. Representatives from Nintendo and Sony came to complain. We can't exhibit like this. It's all their people, our players can't even squeeze in. Hurry up and get these people out. Our Sony exhibition area is surrounded by them. You Nintendo folks should just set up a stall selling hamburgers. That might yield better revenue than this year's. Representatives from Nintendo retorted sharply. You trashy Sony, with so many players not visiting your area, how dare you bark here? As if anyone goes to your area. What is Mario Legend? Hanging up such a large poster is laughable. Xu Hao watched the two sides arguing and couldn't help but complain inwardly. What are you all doing here? Have you got nothing better to do than to squabble? By afternoon, several exhibitors near the Quantum Games area withdrew from the exhibition, freeing up about 200 square meters of space. This was completely due to the massive trial gaming crowd at Quantum Games, which obliterated the significance of their participation, leading them to withdraw to save costs. Leslie ran over with a beaming face, happily announcing that Quantum Games had expanded its territory, which alleviated the madness of the queue. Thus, the largest exhibition area in E3 history emerged, spanning a vast area. The organizers even brought in more benches, and maintaining order consumed a significant portion of their manpower. What troubled the organizers most was the looming closure of the venue in the afternoon. Hearing that the time was approaching, the line at Quantum Games still remained very long, and protests began erupting. Why should we? I've been waiting in line for so long, and you're saying it's closing. I don't care, I'm not leaving unless I get to play a round of Slay the Spire. Me too, I'm not going anywhere. I've even brought my hamburger, I'm going to play all night here. This is the organizers' problem. Why should we be deprived of our gaming time? We paid for this. The organizers, including Leslie, broke into a sweat. If this matter escalated poorly, it could affect the reputation of ESA. However, extending the closing time was out of the question, violating the contract with the venue would incur a hefty penalty. In the end, it was Xu Hao who stepped forward. Dear players and media friends, I am Xu Hao from Quantum Games. Is he Xu Hao, the founder of Quantum Games? He looks so young. This is what genius looks like. He's presenting 4 world-class games at once. Xu Hao grabbed a microphone and shouted to the crowd. I apologize that we don't have enough time today. The organizers have promised to provide tickets so that everyone can play once tomorrow without queuing. Additionally, we at Quantum Games have felt your enthusiasm. After this E3 event, we will immediately launch free demos of Plants vs. Zombies, Clown Cards, Stardew Valley, and Slay the Spire on our Quantum Games platform. Please download our platform for another trial experience. In the latest demo, we offer more game content for you to experience. I apologize for taking your time. Please head back for today. Hearing Xu Hao's announcement, the players immediately cheered. Only 2 more days, we'll have demos to play soon. He said there will be more content. What is the Quantum Games platform? Is it their own platform? I've never heard of it before. I know their platform has some classic old games along with the official server for Happy Farm. I see, then let's head out today. We can play the demo tomorrow without queuing. The line finally dispersed, and Xu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Leslie approached him with a smile. Mr. Xu, Quantum Games is definitely going to take off now. Thank you, I appreciate your kind words. Leslie waved his hand. Mr. Xu, tomorrow is the 3rd day of E3, and the day after is the closing ceremony. We sincerely invite you and Quantum Games to attend our award ceremony at the closing. So, does this mean we are going to win an award? Leslie rubbed his hands together. Sorry, I can't disclose the awards. After a few seconds, Leslie simply spread his hands. Forget it. Given Quantum Games' performance, I have nothing to hide. You want just win awards, you'll be inundated with them. On the 3rd day of E3, the popularity of Quantum Games has spread beyond the exhibition, with various media articles and player feedback going viral online. Simultaneously, many domestic game media have shared these articles from overseas back to the country. On Weibo, the topic of Quantum Games has dominated several top trending searches. The article titled Plants vs. Zombies, the ultimate textbook of tower defense games, ranked 6th in trending searches, with views surpassing 10 million within a day and comments exceeding 10,000. The article features a clip showcasing gameplay demonstrating the process of collecting sunlight, planting plants, and attacking zombies. The article notes the 1978 game Space Invaders established the victory condition of preventing enemies from reaching a designated position, while in 1982 Nintendo's handheld game Greenhouse introduced the concept of enemies attacking a protected target along a fixed route. In 1990, the game Fortress, published by Atari, allowed players to place turrets to defend their castles, creating a strategy-focused gameplay. Fast forward 26 years, tower defense games have finally arrived at their ultimate form. The brilliance of Plants vs. Zombies lies in its ability to universalize the tower defense mechanism in the most intuitive manner. Joker Card, the genius union of Texas Hold'em and roguelike, ranked 8th in trending searches, also garnering millions of views. Slay the Spire, a milestone defining the roguelike card genre, ranked 5th, with views exceeding 20 million. Ranking 2nd in trending searches is Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley, a one-person rural utopia, has left domestic internet users stunned, as it is their first time witnessing such praise for a game from Huagua by foreign media players and ordinary people. The trending article detailed the queue at the Quantum Games exhibition area during the E3 event. Numerous short video clips of foreign praise for Quantum's 4 new titles were shared back to the domestic audience from platforms like YouTube. Domestic onlookers were filled with curiosity. What on earth did Xu Hao do to receive so much praise from foreigners? So what are those 4 games really like? There are no complete gameplay experiences in the clips. I want to see them. I'm anxious. I'm itching to experience them. I heard Xu Hao announce that the new demos of these 4 games will be launched on the Quantum platform tomorrow, and they are said to be more complete than the demo versions shown at the exhibition. Really? How do you know? There are clips on YouTube. Xu Hao said it himself, although he spoke in English. Did he say when they'll be available? It seems to be after E3, which means tomorrow. The Quantum platform, right? He'll go download it now. At this moment, Xu Hao was still unaware of the situation domestically, nor did he know that his casual remark to the players would lead to millions of downloads of the Quantum platform in just one day. His intention was to announce the strategy for the Quantum platform at tomorrow's closing ceremony awards, but unexpectedly, a single phrase ignited a trend for the platform. IDG's Huawei headquarters. Is this the reason? He urged us to raise our offer. Zhou Mingyuan covered his forehead with both hands, realizing why Xu Hao had appeared so calm during the previous phone call. With 4 more masterpieces in his hands, how could he handle this? The investment plan was just finalized, and now they had new games. With such a popular scene and a trend dominating the trending searches, how would they even calculate the valuation? Adding to that, Quantum Games is quickly becoming the shining star of the gaming industry, and IDG's bargaining chips are dwindling. They had originally said they could help Xu Hao improve the system at Quantum Games, and with their current reputation, they certainly wouldn't lack attraction. Zhou Mingyuan helplessly scratched his head, feeling increasingly passive. At the Antarctic Group in the main office. Mr. Ma, the situation is as follows. Quantum Games has gained momentum, and its reputation has grown globally beyond our expectations. Although Huang Kaihe's expression showed little, the internal conflict was growing. Just a few months ago, Xu Hao appeared as insignificant as an ant in front of him. Now he felt that he couldn't even match Xu Hao's level. Keep an eye on Xu Hao's movements. Once he returns to the country, send him an invitation. No, I should go meet him in person. Huang Kaihe's face suddenly revealed immense shock. Mr. Ma, are you really going personally? Ma Tinghua nodded. Isn't a person like him worth my personal visit? Huang Kaihe fell silent. He understood what Mr. Ma meant. In Mr. Ma's eyes, Xu Hao had already become a figure of significant stature. As for the various stirrings he had caused, Xu Hao currently had no time to pay attention. After the 3rd day of E3, he too felt exhausted. His fatigue did not stem from the popularity of his own exhibition area, but rather from the myriad invitations from various exhibitors. Ubisoft invited him to visit their Montreal studio. Blizzard asked him to attend this year's BlizzCon, and both Nintendo and Sony were eager to have Quantum Games sign contracts for their platforms. Microsoft even sent a publishing executive to discuss the global distribution collaboration for Identity V. There were countless smaller companies whose names Xu Hao couldn't even remember flattering him and inviting him to dinner, or trying to raise their own profile under the pretext of discussing games. Xu Hao knew of a small studio's producer who requested a photo with him, which was promptly tweeted. His tweet read, "Had dinner with top game producer Xu Hao and discussed the future development of the gaming industry." The comments below numbered in the thousands, all echoing the same 4 words. Who are you? Finally, the busiest 3rd day of E3 came to an end. Xu Hao, having spoken too much, had no choice but to buy a throat lozenge to soothe his voice. It surprised Xu Hao that he could still buy throat lozenges in Los Angeles. The next day, the final day of E3. Due to the limitation on ticket sales for players, today had the fewest attendees of the entire exhibition, with playtests only happening for the last half day and limited to gaming media. In the afternoon, there would be the E3 closing ceremony and awards. Xu Hao arrived early and sat at the activity stage, as sitting there would reduce the number of interruptions, allowing him to rest a little. The closing ceremony had little to offer in terms of entertainment, with speeches from the organizers and cosplay performances. It was also a decent program to relax the mind. Meanwhile, backstage, the ESA never anticipated that one day E3 would spark such heated debates over the awards. Why is the best game Plants vs. Zombies? I think Slay the Spire is better. It's a masterpiece that perfectly combines roguelike elements with cards. I have a feeling that all similar games in the future will be labeled as Slay the Spire-like. No, you're all wrong. The best game is undoubtedly Stardew Valley. If I could only play one game, I would choose Stardew Valley. Because in this game, strategy is merely a means. What is truly precious is that healing sense of being surrounded by the rhythms of nature and human warmth. And this precisely is what makes games as the ninth art the most difficult to articulate, and also the most worthy of appreciation. You cannot overlook Jester's Card. It is the most fitting work for this era. In the modern gaming market, taking a break to enjoy a round of Jester's Card perfectly meets market demands. Leslie stood at the door, hearing the fierce argument inside. This was the room where the judges evaluated the awards, filled with prominent figures from major gaming media who had long been active in the industry. Upon opening the door, a thick cloud of cigarette smoke rushed towards him. Leslie had no energy to cover his nose and shouted at the judges. "Gentlemen, haven't you discussed the results yet? The judges ignored Leslie, continuing their heated debate. Not awarding the best game to Stardew Valley would be a desecration of gaming. Get lost. Slay the Spire deserves it. Jester's card is the most suitable for this era. Plants. Bang, bang, bang. Leslie stepped in front of the judges, slamming his hands heavily on the table. Only then did everyone shift their attention to Leslie. Gentlemen, I need a decision. The award ceremony is about to start. One judge handed Leslie a piece of paper from the table and said, "This is the list of the selected winning games and their awards which we have finalized." Leslie sighed in relief. "Since it has been confirmed, what are you all still arguing about?" "Arguing? Because the best game has yet to be determined." "What?" Leslie was taken aback. The most important award was the best game, the one with the highest prestige at the exhibition. How can it still be undecided? Why is it not decided? The judge raised his hand, pointing rudely at the other judges. They don't understand games at all. Stardew Valley is the only game that deserves the best game title at this E3. The argument erupted again. Leslie had to slam the table again. "Gentlemen, there is no time left. We need to make a decision immediately." Everyone was angrily refusing to budge, but it was Leslie who made the call. "Let's vote. The one with the highest votes wins." A few minutes later, Leslie finally obtained the complete list of award winners and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The E3 award stage. The awards ceremony finally began. Leslie appeared completely unfazed, as if he hadn't just gone through a war, stepping onto the stage with a smile, joking and enlivening the atmosphere. "Thank you for your patience. The E3 exhibition is about to conclude, and we are at the climax of the award ceremony. The first award to be presented is for Best Ongoing Game. The nominees are..." As Leslie spoke, the big screen displayed the nominated games. Legend of Mario. Legend of Warcraft. Now let us reveal the award for Best Ongoing Game. The winner is Blizzard's Legend of Warcraft. Let's congratulate them. The Blizzard representatives stood up modestly, nodding slightly to those around them before heading onto the stage to accept their award. The Nintendo representatives, on the other hand, gritted their teeth, visibly displeased. Next, we present the Innovation Special Award. The nominees are Plants vs. Zombies. Jester's card. Slay the Spire. Stardew Valley. The winner is Slay the Spire. Everyone gasped. The Innovation Special Award nominees were all games from Quantum Games, but upon reflection, no one expressed dissatisfaction, as if it were expected. Xu Hao stood up to accept the award. "Thanks to the players who tried it out, thanks to the media on site, and thanks to our peers, we at Quantum Games will continue to strive." Xu Hao's speech was very brief. He knew he would have to go back on stage several more times. Next is the award for Best Puzzle Game. The nominees are Plants vs. Zombies. Jester's card. Slay the Spire. Stardew Valley. The winner is Plants vs. Zombies. The nominees included Plants vs. Zombies. Jester's card. Slay the Spire. Stardew Valley. Plants vs. Zombies. Jester's card. Slay the Spire. Stardew Valley. Everyone was about to go numb. The names of these four games repeated infinitely during the nomination segment, and the awards were continuously cycling through these four games. This scene made many competitors feel sour. The Nintendo representative who was accompanying the event directly remarked to the person next to him, "What awards are left to give? Just mail them back to Quantum Games headquarters, inviting us to participate in the awards only to watch Quantum Games crush us. Exactly how are we inferior to Quantum Games? We are the industry veterans." The speaker's voice grew quieter. Xu Hao went on stage several times in a row, eventually standing in a corner of the stage, too lazy to return to his seat. After all, he had to keep going on stage. Finally, it was time for the most significant award of the entire E3, the best game. Let me tell you quietly, the competition for the best game this time was filled with tension, and the judges nearly got into a fight. You should know that such a situation has never occurred at our E3. Can you guess which game will win the Best Game award? Many media representatives in the audience simply cheered for the games they supported. Plants vs. Zombies. Jester's card. Slay the Spire. Stardew Valley. The shouts grew louder, and all that could be heard were the names of these four games. Leslie no longer kept everyone in suspense. The winner of the Best Game award is Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, we have won. A pinnacle work, truly deserved. The most unquestionable best game. Now let's invite the founder of Quantum Games, the producer of Stardew Valley, the super genius who garnered all nominations for Best Game. Xu Hao to the stage to accept the award. It would be a lie to say Xu Hao wasn't excited. He wasn't at an age where he could remain indifferent and would feel thrilled about the award. Thank you all. Xu Hao took the microphone. Although I've said this many times, I still have to say it. Thank you to the players, thank you to the media, and our peers, and most of all, thank you to my colleagues at Quantum Games. Stardew Valley winning Best Game is thanks to everyone's support. I know this exhibition has left everyone wanting more, and taking this opportunity, I officially announce. Plants vs. Zombies. Jester's card. Slay the Spire and Stardew Valley will have their new demos released on the Quantum Games platform within an hour. This new demo has more playable content than the demo showcased this time. If you'd like to learn more about the games, please download the Quantum Games platform. Additionally, I announced that in 1 week these 4 games will officially launch on the Quantum Games platform. In the future, all games under Quantum Games will be exclusively published and independently released on the Quantum Games platform. Please pay close attention to the Quantum Games platform. Thank you all. E3 has concluded, and Xu Hao leads the team back to the hotel to rest, planning to explore Los Angeles thoroughly the next day. Meanwhile, discussions about the performance of Quantum Games at E3 have reached a fever pitch in the domestic arena. The most liked post features a group photo of the Quantum Games team, with Xu Hao standing in the center flanked by 7 trophies. Best Role-Playing, Best Original Game, Best Showcase, Best Strategy Game. Even though the awards ceremony concluded at 5 a.m. local time, it could not hinder the rapid spread of this explosive news across the Chinese internet. The topic Quantum Games E3 7 Awards surged to the top of the trending list less than an hour after the awards ceremony, accompanied by a bold red character for explosive. The second trending topic right next to it was Who is Xu Hao, followed by Huawei Games snatched 7 awards at E3 and Quantum Game platform. Weibo Douyin Bilibili Jihu. The entire internet is abuzz with praise for Quantum Games' performance at E3. 2 days later, Xu Hao returns to the company. As soon as he walked in, Xu Hao saw everyone gathered inside, bustling together, and then erupted into enthusiastic applause. This kind of applause is becoming a tradition for Quantum Games. Amidst the applause, Xu Hao, along with the team members who attended E3, placed the 7 trophies in a display case near the entrance. The display case, newly purchased and not very large, appeared a bit crowded after accommodating all 7 trophies. Once the applause subsided, Xu Hao smiled and began to speak. In the future, when we acquire a building, we must dedicate a floor for all the various trophies. Just attending one exhibition has filled this display case. If we continue to attend every exhibition, we might soon monopolize all the awards. Everyone laughed their minds envisioning such a scenario. They imagined following President Xu to exhibitions, each returning with a trophy in hand. Behind them were the grim faces of other game companies, and just the thought of it was delightful. After accepting the applause, the new day's work commenced. Zhou Mingxian accompanied Xu Hao back to the office, where Xu Hao noticed several documents already laid out on his desk. Zhou Mingxian smiled, saying, "President Xu, you've worked hard these past few days, but we've also been quite busy." "Oh, President Xu, you wouldn't believe it, and my phone has been almost bombarded with calls while you were away. Just yesterday alone, I received over 40 calls, some for interviews, some for collaborations, and others directly asking to visit." Zhou Mingxian chuckled as he spoke. Even President Xu and Old Shun received many calls. Our company has never been this lively since its establishment. Xu Hao sat down, relaxing his body in a tactical recline, and asked, "What kind of calls were they?" "There were all kinds." Zhou Mingxian almost counted on his fingers. Game media wanting exclusive interviews, tech media wanting to do features, and several TV station teams called to invite you for programs. Additionally, there are various game companies, big and small, who claim they want to exchange ideas and learn, but who knows what they really want. Xu Hao nodded, saying nothing more. He understood well that at E3, Quantum Games had unveiled 4 independent games, each a masterpiece in its own right, causing quite a stir in the global gaming industry. Such a level of exposure generated explosive influence. Those domestic competitors were either looking to ride the wave for attention or preparing to seek joint operations and development deals. Zhou Mingxian picked up the documents on Xu Hao's desk, saying, "President Xu, this is the summary report prepared by President Xu's side, mainly regarding the various reactions of domestic game companies after E3. Xu Hao became interested and took the report from Zhou Mingxian, glancing through it, unable to help but laugh. The report clearly summarized that domestic game companies had essentially displayed 2 attitudes. One was the pragmatic faction, or more plainly, the trend-following faction. These companies observed the success of the 4 games showcased by Quantum Games at E3, and their first reaction was not to study why these 4 games succeeded, but to contemplate how to incorporate these gameplay elements into their own legendary games. Even Xu Hao couldn't help but admire their execution. Previously, when Happy Farm became a hit, they brought the stealing mechanic into their legendary game. When Identity V rose in popularity, they attempted to introduce asymmetrical competition into their legendary game, resulting in significant casualties. The report detailed many game companies announcing plans for tower defense legendaries and farming legendaries. Xu Hao shook his head, unable to commend them. However, it was the subsequent content of the report that made Xu Hao take it seriously. A few small companies described in the report as newly established differed from the mainstream. They highly praised Xu Hao's leadership in the industry and announced plans to learn from Quantum Games to create independent games and innovate. Only then did Xu Hao confirm that the domestic industry isn't lacking in professionals willing to create quality games. It's just that these individuals have been suppressed by the market for far too long, to the point that a generation has aged. But now the success of Quantum Games felt like a shot of adrenaline for them, convincing them that the path of independent games is viable. Zhou Mingxian explained, many founders of these companies have reached out through various channels. Some want to learn from us, others seek collaboration, and most importantly, they want to meet you. They can meet with me. Xu Hao nodded, saying, I think this is great. The market has suffered from legendaries for too long. Once a new breakthrough appears, it will explosively emerge at a rapid pace. I believe that Quantum Games leading the market reform is a mission. Zhou Mingxian nodded seriously. He felt a sense of historical weight in Xu Hao. Xu Hao flipped to the end of the documents where he specifically highlighted the title in red, reading Investment Intention Summary. Xu Hao looked at the lengthy list of names, his pupils involuntarily dilating. Almost all of the top investment institutions in the country were listed: Sequoia, IDG, Hillhouse, Matrix, Jun Fund, without missing a single one. Several strategic investment departments of internet giants also expressed strong interest, conservatively estimating there were about 20 to 30 investment institutions. We don't need to worry about these investment institutions for now. We are not short on money at the moment, and our relationship with IDG is good. We can maintain contact in the future. Are we really not going to raise funds? Zhou Mingxian asked. President Xu, the company is developing rapidly, and this office area will soon be unable to accommodate so many people. According to your previous plan, we will buy a building in the second half of the year, and the money needed for that is quite substantial. I will consider it. Once the discussion was over, Zhou Mingxian had just left Xu Hao's office when Xu Hao received a phone call. President Xu, congratulations on the success at E3. He Huangzong has the compensation plan for the removal of Happy Farm arrived. On the other end was Huang Kaihe speaking in a calm tone. Regarding this, President Ma will visit Quantum Games tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's convenient for you, President Xu. Xu Hao responded in the same calm tone. President Ma is coming. Then I will certainly welcome him. The next day at Quantum Games, Xu Hao did not inform anyone about Ma Tinghua's visit. In this commercial endeavor, Xu Hao was still quite inexperienced, while the other party was a seasoned giant in the industry. The more chaos and noise there is, the quicker one's weaknesses will be exposed. Meeting with Ma Tinghua was essential. The domestic market was the stronghold of Quantum Games, and the biggest competitor was Antarctic Games. Currently, Xu Hao was not strong enough to confront them head-on. However, the fact that Ma Tinghua took the initiative to meet with him indicated that Xu Hao was on the right path. At 10 a.m., Ma Tinghua arrived at Quantum Games in a low-key manner. Out of respect for him, Xu Hao personally went to the company entrance to greet him. The two shook hands in front of the astonished colleagues at Quantum Games, then quietly entered the conference room. Is that really Ma Tinghua? What is he here for? I had no wind of this. The boss Ma personally came to our company. What is going on? Is the Antarctic group planning to acquire us? Or invest? No way, I don't want to get involved with them. Mr. Ma, sorry for the delay. Please take a seat. Ma Tinghua was actually quite approachable in private. Coming from a technical background, he didn't engage in much superficial talk. Compared to another giant founder with the same surname, he left a much better impression. Mr. Xu, heroes are often young. We both come from technical backgrounds and do not hold on to unnecessary formalities. Let's communicate more in the future. Xu Hao nodded. After the front desk served, Huang Kaihe, who came along, also left the conference room, leaving only Xu Hao and Ma Tinghua. They'll get straight to the point, Mr. Xu. My sole purpose for this visit is to establish a relationship with Quantum Games. I do not care about valuation, share ratios, or any decision-making power. I just want to invest to make a friend. Xu Hao frowned slightly. This sounded familiar. In his past life, a certain second-dimensional game company likely heard similar words. Mr. So you are still young. I know you might be resistant to capital or external forces entering your company. To my knowledge, there have been no fewer than 20 institutions expressing investment interest in Quantum Games. Xu Hao remained noncommittal. Mr. Ma, making friends doesn't necessarily require investment. Ma Tinghua shook his head. Mr. Xu, the era and position we are in make it impossible for us to maintain a friendship based solely on personal relationships or anything else. Without a shared direction of interest, it will result in a situation where two tigers cannot coexist. I understand what you mean, Mr. Ma, but your Antarctic gaming platform took down Happy Farm under dubious claims, nearly causing Quantum Games to falter in its startup phase. With this thorn in my side, honestly, I cannot associate the word friend with this situation. Regarding that, we will provide a solution. I would like to hear the details. Ma Tinghua adjusted his glasses. Mr. Xu, our Antarctic group's advantages can complement Quantum Games. As you know, we hold 40 equity in Epic and have unrestricted access to the Unreal Engine. I heard you are planning to develop AAA games and have a platform promotion strategy. Ma Tinghua paused and looked into Xu Hao's eyes. We possess both the underlying technical weapon of the Unreal Engine and the upper-level traffic arteries. No matter what game Quantum Games develops in the future, we can provide assistance. Furthermore, for platform promotion, we can leverage our traffic advantage to help. I wonder if Mr. Xu is satisfied with such an answer. Xu Hao waved his hand, and upon seeing this gesture, Ma Tinghua's expression gradually became serious. Mr. Ma, under normal commercial circumstances, what you said is absolutely correct. Oh, I should even agree to it immediately. However, in the gaming industry, Quantum Games possesses an immense force that can be described as a dimensional strike. Oh, what does Mr. Xu mean? Xu Hao's expression became very serious. This force is the absolute game production capability, a winning chip that transcends all conditions such as market technology and traffic. From Happy Farm until now, this force has only revealed the slightest crack. You have seen the market's reaction, Mr. Ma. Therefore, regardless of engine costs or any other expenses, no matter if promoting the Quantum Game platform requires traffic injection, Quantum Games will achieve everything we aim for in the purest way. Xu Hao slightly slowed down his speaking pace and continued, an unbroken stream of phenomenal games will break through all obstacles. Ma Tinghua fell silent. The core issue facing Antarctic games is essentially a typical prisoner's dilemma. Quantum Games has grown to a size that is difficult to swallow directly, and forced hostile acquisition would lead to mutual destruction, while neglecting it would result in continuous erosion of market share. This has already become a fact in all research reports targeting Quantum Games. Thus, Ma Tinghua's strategy is to make a friend with Quantum Games. At the stage of making friends, if both sides can establish initial mutual trust, they can continue to promote the cooperation from a one-sided investment to a mutual alliance. In the first phase, he becomes a minor shareholder without demanding anything, even using Antarctic Group's resources to assist Quantum Games' growth. In the second phase, the plan is to hold another 510 of shares without seeking a board seat, ensuring Xu Hao's absolute control and dominance. In the third phase, both parties will deepen their ties, building a community of interests in underlying technology distribution and joint operations. Ultimately, they will introduce 12 non-directly competing giants like Sony or Microsoft, forming a cross-shareholding technology-sharing global distribution industrial alliance. In this envisioned industrial alliance, they will possess Quantum Games' absolute game production capabilities along with Microsoft's or Sony's global distribution power and Antarctic Games' product scale expansion capabilities. Then the entire global gaming market will be dominated by this alliance. This is Ma Tinghua's strategic goal. However, the first step does not seem so easy to achieve. As a business magnate, Ma Tinghua fundamentally does not believe in the dimensional strike power that Xu Hao spoke of. Who would dare to say such a thing? Ma Tinghua would not dare to say it in the social field, as there are WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook in the overseas market. The other Ma in the e-commerce sector would also not dare to say it, as there are PDD, and Amazon. The global billionaire in the new energy vehicle sector would not dare to say it either, as there are numerous new energy companies in China. Yet deep down, Ma Tinghua inexplicably felt that what Xu Hao said could actually be possible. Can a company or a person truly force the market to turn around with products, compelling the market to accept them? Is it possible to ignore development laws, market fluctuations, and objective and subjective conditions? Xu Hao looked at Ma Tinghua, who was lost in thought, without any hint of impatience. The reason he spoke so audaciously in front of Ma Tinghua was that he had long seen through the actual operational logic behind Ma Tinghua's strategy of making friends. In the original world, a certain Antarctic penguin had used this tactic against many gaming companies, two of which were quite famous. One was called MiHuYo, and the other was called Game Sci-Fi. MiHuYo reached its peak in 2020 with Genshin Impact, and Game Sci-Fi released the gameplay trailer for Black Myth Wukong in 2021. They had all heard this phrase: it doesn't matter about valuation, it doesn't matter about equity ratio, and no decision-making power is needed as long as I can invest, it's just to make friends. MiHuYo declined. Genshin Impact was already a success and did not lack funds. In fact, as early as during the crash period, MiHuYo had already turned down the initial investment acquisition attempts from the other party. In the end, MiHuYo also succeeded, carrying the core experience and high-quality community through its products, relying on user reputation and a creative ecosystem to drive continuous self-growth, minimizing dependence on channel distribution. Despite MiHuYo's astonishing success, the gap in scale compared to the other side remained evident. In the projected global mobile game revenue top 50 for 2025, the other party occupied 12 slots, while MiHuYo had only 3 products on the list. In the annual revenue ranking of game manufacturers, the other party was overwhelmingly first, holding over 70% of the market share, while MiHuYo had a revenue of 30 billion, ranking 5th. Although it was a level that ordinary people could hardly reach in market terms, MiHuYo could only be said to be maneuvering to survive in the gaps left by the giants. Even during the rise of Genshin Impact, a series of overly aggressive competitive tactics from the other side circulated online. This included actions known as comprehensive encirclement, such as code-level plagiarism, 120 temple completions white papers, although these could not be entirely verified. In other words, if Xu Hao declined, the path he faced would be almost identical to that of MiHuYo. And what about choosing to make friends with Game Sci-Fi? The founder of Game Sci-Fi, who initially strongly opposed the other party's investment, agreed to a 5 equity stake under the condition of making friends. Years later, the other party became the only external strategic investor of Game Sci-Fi, holding 24 of the shares. Although they provided support in terms of the engine, in the future the Black Myth universe of Game Sci-Fi would bring significant commercial benefits to the other party. Whether it is MiHuYo or Game Sci-Fi, they are both incredibly successful companies in a broad sense, and Xu Hao's choice ultimately boils down to whose path to take. Mr. Ma, let me say something that someone my age should say. To be recognized by Antarctica and have you come in person is an honor for us. But being someone of my age, what I should really say is, thank you, Mr. Ma, but Quantum Games does not accept investment. From IDG reaching out to me, to Huang Kaiha calling me, to contemplating capital matters throughout the E3 period, and finally, to Ma Tenghua coming in person, Xu Hao finally made a decision. Quantum Games would not accept any capital investment. Mr. Xu, I see you have made up your mind. Could it be that my arrival is what led you to this decision? Xu Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, Mr. Ma, I am a newcomer in business, so let's discuss the compensation for Happy Farm instead. Ma Tenghua also smiled, not out of frustration or anger, but with a very ordinary business-like smile. Mr. Xu, regarding this matter, we will go through legal procedures, and the Antarctic Group will fully comply with the court's ruling. Xu Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Quantum Games was no longer a small company that could be dragged down by such lawsuits. If they wanted to go through legal channels, so be it. A win or loss would not harm either Antarctica or Quantum Games. Afterwards, Xu Hao and Ma Tenghua engaged in a meaningless round of commercial flattery, and after a few exchanges, both sides perhaps found it a bit nauseating and hastily ended the conversation. Not achieving the goal, Xu Hao shook his head, realizing that the disparity in scale was still too great. Even so, Xu Hao politely escorted the other party out. Upon returning to the company, he did not explain anything to everyone, but went straight back to his office and called Zhou Mingyuan from IDG. Mr. Zhou, this is Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, I am flattered this is the first time you have called me. On behalf of Quantum Games, I officially inform IDG Huagua that Quantum Games does not accept any capital. There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds. No further consideration. All right, I wish Quantum Games all the best. Wait, don't hang up yet, Mr. Zhou. What other advice do you have, Mr. Xu? I hope IDG Huagua can send professionals to guide Quantum Games in organizational structure adjustments. Zhou Mingyuan clearly laughed out loud, a sort of irritated laugh. Wait, Mr. Xu, do you know what you were saying? I am very clear. Then you still want us to help. Mr. So you should know that we IDG charge a high price for such cooperation. But I am not prepared to pay. What? You want us to help with organizational adjustments without paying? Mr. So what do you mean? Just what it sounds like, Mr. Zhou, just say whether you will help or not. By the way, let me reiterate, Quantum Games does not accept any capital investment. Xu Hao emphasized the words Quantum Games. Zhou Mingyuan fell silent, perplexed. Mr. Xu, you are so young, how did you learn to play riddles? Why not just say it directly? I really don't understand. No, Mr. Zhou, just say whether you will help or not. Help. The other party gritted their teeth. I hope you, Mr. Xu, won't turn out to be an ungrateful wolf in the end. The call ended. Xu Hao placed his phone down with satisfaction. Bullying IDG's old Zhou made him feel liberated, alleviating the frustration of not gaining any benefits from Antarctica. At this moment, Xu Hao finally confirmed the development direction of Quantum Games. To follow the path of MiHuYo, but to pave this road over the heads of Antarctic Games. Taking a deep breath, Xu Hao walked out of the office. Everyone looked at him as he announced. Quantum Games has rejected the Antarctic Group's strategic investment request of not caring about valuation, not caring about equity ratio, and not requiring any decision-making power, just to invest and make friends, and has also turned down the various versions of investment proposals from IDG Huagua. I announced that Quantum Games has no need for an IPO, no need for funding, neither now nor in the future. At the same time, I announced that Quantum Games will make adjustments to its organizational structure as soon as possible, and the expanded option pool will be open to all employees after the adjustments. Without giving everyone time to react, Xu Hao continued. Next is the work arrangement. The release of 4 independent games on the Quantum Games platform is of utmost importance. We will fully collect player feedback and maintain the servers in major regions globally to ensure readiness for the release. The operations team for Identity V should prepare to initiate the Call of the Abyss event, and the preliminary work must be compiled into a report for my review. Is President Xu always like this? So decisive and swift? Zhao Xiaoqian was a newcomer at Quantum Games assigned to the platform project handling some operational tasks. Today was her first day as an intern. President Xu is usually quite nice. Maybe something set him off today. Zhao Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief. She had always held Xu Hao in high regard. In her imagination, Xu Hao was always elegant and commanding, announcing the launch of a masterpiece with a smile, uniting the project team with his professional acumen and shaping market trends effortlessly. To join Quantum Games, she had left her previous job, adding 40 minutes to her daily commute. Yet this did nothing to dampen her enthusiasm for the company. Stop chatting. President Xu just asked us to gather player feedback. The trial version is live. Zhao Xiaoqian, the newbie, helped organize the feedback today. Zhao Xiaoqian accepted the task. Collecting feedback was simple. Just summarize player reviews on the Quantum Games platform. She was assigned to the Chinese region for Slay the Spire. She opened the platform, found the store page for Slay the Spire, and scrolled to the bottom. What greeted her were overwhelmingly positive reviews. The trial version had only been live for a day, yet there were already over 10,000 reviews in the Chinese region. What was this overwhelming sense of fulfillment? A wave of emotion washed over Zhao Xiaoqian. At her previous companies, every game she worked on had a comment section flooded with negative reviews. Complaints about pay-to-win mechanics, corporate greed imbalance, and unsightly monetization. Yet the company still demanded feedback collection and reports. Wasn't that just slapping their own faces? At first, Zhao Xiaoqian diligently collected feedback, presenting the scathing player reviews during company meetings. The boss face turned green. That was her initiation into the industry. After being chewed out by her supervisor that day, she learned how to handle such tasks. It was simple: only select reviews tagged as positive, pick the longest and most meaningful ones, and present those in reports. What if there were no such reviews? Then fabricate them. But now she no longer needed to filter tags or exhaust herself trying to make something awful sound appealing. Touched. Reading the players' feedback, a genuine sense of happiness welled up inside her, even though she had just joined Quantum Games. Advice for newbies: don't take every card. For the red character, grab cards that boost strength and just stack attacks mindlessly. That's how I got my first win. I was down to a few HP, but damn, it was thrilling. I still haven't figured out the green character. Poison seems powerful, but it's hard to pull off. I heard this is only difficulty 1. It took me over 4 hours to win for the first time. So tough, but so satisfying. Especially when you assemble a working build. The rush is incredible. Scared the hell out of me. I reached the 3rd floor, and the boss was a giant orb. I finally killed it, but then it got back up with half its health. I was dumbfounded. Screenshot. My poison robe dealt over 1,000 damage in a single tick. Anyone beat that? Unlimited empowered searing blow says otherwise. I just wanted to try it before bed, but then it was dawn. After a whole night, I finally figured out how to win. With the warrior, you need to remove cards aggressively. With the hunter, poison builds are tricky, but the Shiv build is much easier. The trial only has 2 characters and difficulty 1. I'm dying to know how much content the full version has. I heard Xu Hao mention there might be 4 characters. Can't wait for the full version. Cleared both characters in the trial. Zhao Xiaoqian read the comments with a blissful expression, basking in the rare warmth of praise and adoration. A hardcore gamer herself, she had been intrigued by Slay the Spire. After reading so many trial reviews, she could no longer resist the urge. I'm not going home after work today. After clocking out, Zhao Xiaoqian hesitantly made her way to a communal office that had been converted into a gaming room filled with computers. The full versions of Stardew Valley, Slay the Spire, Balatro, and Plants vs. Zombies were available to play in this room. Feeling a bit shy, she was surprised to find every computer occupied. Someone noticed her enter and took the initiative. Hey, our new operations girl. Come on, I'll let you go first. What do you want to play at? Embarrassment forgotten, Zhao Xiaoqian thanked him, sat down, and launched Slay the Spire. Wow, you picked Slay the Spire. I thought girls would go for Stardew Valley or Plants vs. Zombies first. Well, maybe because I spent all day collecting player reviews for it. Got curious. This game isn't easy, it has a steep learning curve. It's fine, I'll just give it a try. You should start with the warrior. The key is to remove cards. Hey, race what you do. Zhao Xiaoqian was getting annoyed by the well-meaning chatter, but as a newbie, she couldn't easily brush him off. I want to check out the characters first. Characters. Oh right, the full version has 4, but only 2 in the trial. The other 2 need to be unlocked, but they're already available here. The warrior is pretty solid, just stack strength. The hunter's poison build is hard to set up, but the burst damage from poison is amazing. I think the watcher is the strongest character. The defect doesn't seem that great. Zhao Xiaoqian felt her ears buzzing. He meant well, but he was way too talkative. Someone passing by pulled the chatty colleague away. Off work now, let the newbie play. Why are you still rambling? Even I'm tired of hearing it. Relieved that the helpful colleague was dragged off, Zhao Xiaoqian was surprised to hear him shout from outside the room. Misplay any of the other 3 characters, but whatever you do, don't play the defect. Mind your own business. They'll play whatever I want. Zhao Xiaoqian grumbled inwardly. Unable to handle such overwhelming enthusiasm, she chose to do exactly what she was told not to. Hours later, it was late at night. If they didn't leave soon, the building would be locked. Like Zhao Xiaoqian, many colleagues were still gaming. It was past 10 p.m., and hardly any computers were free. Someone's alarm went off, eliciting groans. Time to go home already. I wish I could just live at the office. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be stuck. Zhao Xiaoqian stood up, closing Slay the Spire with gritted teeth. Back home, she found she couldn't sleep at all, her mind consumed by the defect. Finally, she booted up her own computer, logged into the Quantum Games platform, and left a review on the store page for the Slay the Spire trial. As an employee of Quantum Games, I have only one thing to say: the defect is my fourth favorite character. During the summer vacation, after returning home for a period, Lin Xiao transitioned from the role of a good son whom his parents hadn't seen for ages back to a shootin' who could do nothing right in their eyes. You're a college student now, and you've been back for so long, yet you don't even step outside. Look at your high school classmates. Some are hanging out, some are dating, while you're just rotting at home. You don't do chores, you don't cook lunch, and all you do is stare at your phone all day. Lin Xiao had grown accustomed to his parents' habitual scolding. If he could, he wouldn't want to come home at all. At school, though, he remained an unnoticed, ordinary student. At least he had freedom. Once his academic tasks were done, he could play Identity V without a care. In the game, he was far from the insignificant figure he was in real life. Since Identity V was released, Lin Xiao felt he had found his true calling. The game captivated him immensely. He was quite skilled as a survivor, the undisputed ace in his dormitory. One day, someone added him as a friend in the game. A girl with a very sweet voice. Brother Dawn, you're amazing at playing survivors. Can you take me along next time? Lin Xiao's in-game name was Dawn, and he was already a player in high-tier matches. After hearing the girl's words, he delved into studying the abilities of every survivor. When was the most optimal time for the coordinator to fire her flare? How should the forward use his rugby tackle to rescue a teammate from the hunter's balloon? How could the magician's illusion deceive the hunter into wasting an attack? He even started playing as the hunter, believing that knowing oneself and one's enemy led to victory. His rank soared rapidly, from Tier 1 to Tier 2, Tier 2 to Tier 3, Tier 3 to Tier 4. Above Tier 4, repeated IDs began to appear. The high-tier community was small, with the same players facing off repeatedly. Lin Xiao's ID Dawn started to be remembered by more and more people. His friend list grew increasingly populated with female players. Every day, different girls asked him to play together. Lin Xiao felt immensely satisfied. Never before had he been actively sought out by so many members of the opposite sex. Honestly, he was a little heady with it. But he maintained his boundaries well. No ambiguity, no flirtation, just pure gaming. He would carry them if he could, and honestly admit when he couldn't. The more he behaved this way, the more people wanted to play with him. In reality, Lin Xiao was still the same Lin Xiao, scolded by his parents, eating the cheapest meal plan in the cafeteria, with no social circle beyond his roommates at school. But he no longer cared about these things as he once did, because he had another world. In that world, he was no longer an invisible nobody. He was needed, the person his teammates said, "With Dawn here, we've got this." Just today, after enduring another scolding, washing the dishes, and mopping the floor, he returned to his room and picked up his phone. Suddenly, he noticed a new announcement in the game. The registration for the first Call of the Abyss tournament had officially opened. This news exploded within the player community. Call of the Abyss was Identity versus highest tier tournament. Although it was the first edition, the official promotional resources were enormous. Online qualifiers, an offline grand final, and a substantial prize pool. Every keyword electrified high-tier players. It's finally here. Lin Xiao couldn't suppress the goosebumps on his back. The officials had hinted at a tournament before vaguely mentioning a large prize pool. Now the announcement was truly out. The several player groups Lin Xiao was in instantly erupted into chaos. Ignoring the group messages and private chats, he immediately clicked on the announcement. The announcement wasn't just text and images, it was designed as an invitation. The visuals were in a dark fairy tale style, perfectly matching Identity versus aesthetic. An ancient manor shrouded in mist stood atop a sea cliff with the faint outline of a dilapidated giant ship visible in the distance. Below the image was a line of gilded text: total prize pool of 5 million yuan, with prizes for the top 32 teams nationwide and the champion taking home $1 million in cash. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xiao scrolled down. Phase 1, the bottle launch ceremony, was the registration phase. Players had to form a 7-person team, and the team captain would complete the free registration at the event entrance. Phase 2, the new route, was the open qualifier. Team members who successfully registered could earn new route points by participating in Abyss match or Abyss ranked modes. During this phase, besides points, players could also earn various tokens to exchange for Abyss treasures, which contained pirate-themed limited skins like the Hell Ember's greedy sea monster and the Gardener's shipwright. Around the time the summer vacation ended, Phase 2 would conclude. The top 100 teams on the new route points leaderboard would advance to the next stage. Phase 3, the Storm Circle, was the top 100 competition. The top 100 teams would continue battling on a dedicated Storm Circle channel to earn Storm Circle points starting from 0 in this new phase. The rewards for the top 100 competition were even more abundant. Besides various in-game rewards, there were also million cash prize draws and numerous physical items. Ultimately, the top 8 teams by points would be invited by Quantum Games to the offline grand finals at Jiangxing Happy Valley. The finals would be held during the National Day holiday. The 8 teams would be split into 2 groups for single elimination matches to determine the top 4. The top 4 would play in a BO3 format, followed by the third-place match, and finally the championship in a BO5 format. The offline event would be broadcast live with countless luxurious gifts raffled off to players watching both online and offline. For Lin Xiao, what mattered most was the substantial prize money for the top 8 teams, which was quite generous. The rewards for the champions are 4,000, 6,000, 7,000, and 1,000. Even if the 7 members of the team share it, each champion would still receive over 1,000. This is an incredibly huge number for Lin Xiao. The discussions in Lin Xiao's group went wild, with everyone looking for a team. Don, have you formed a team yet? Do you want to team up? Various groups and private chats were reaching out to him, and Lin Xiao had never been this sought after. After an entire afternoon of contemplation and discussion, Lin Xiao finally determined his team. The Dawn Battle team consists of 7 highly skilled players, all familiar faces in high-end matches, having teamed up countless times before. ID Northwind specializes in mercenaries and is incredibly reliable in rescuing others. One member, named Nightingale Doesn't Sing, is a top-tier Air Force player with such precise shooting that even the regulators want to smash their phones, and she is a female player. Another is Muscle Monster, who primarily plays as an engineer repairing machines at lightning speed. The 7 of them held a meeting together to decide on tactics and command, and Lin Xiao skipped, helping his family with dinner for this. After being scolded thoroughly, Lin Xiao finally exploded. I have important things to do. I'm going back to school tomorrow. His parents looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief as he began to pack his luggage. If you have the ability, then get out and never come back. Fine, I'll leave then. Lin Xiao glanced at his furious father, grabbed his suitcase, and walked out the door. His mother tried to pull him back, but was stopped by his father. What are you stopping him for? Let him fend for himself. Lin Xiao left home, and night had already fallen. He took out his phone and sent a message to a teammate. Muscle, you're in the same city as me, right? Can I come stay with you? Just as Lin Xiao sought refuge with her teammates, the recent Call of the Abyss event of Identity V ignited a frenzy among outsiders. A competition with a prize of 5 million. What's going on? 5 million in prizes, how absurd. I heard it's for a game called something like Identity. Identity V. My goodness, is the game company really that generous, spending 5 million on an event? I heard it's a newly established company called Quantum Games. I know Quantum Games, they just won an award overseas and dominated the trending topics for days. This company feels a bit different. In the game and community, players entered a state of excitement. Wow, 5 million. Quantum Games has gone crazy. How long has this game been online? I'm a newbie who just started 2 weeks ago and am trembling, but seeing the rewards. Suddenly I feel like my teammates and I can give it a shot. Is there any team looking for a regulator? I have a high win rate with the Red Butterfly. Looking to team up. They don't restrict ranks. Oh, what does that mean? Anyone can sign up. Isn't that going to be chaotic? Hey, that's fair. Being inexperienced is original sin if you have the skill, rise above it. I heard all the streamers are getting ready. Alluded to, said he must participate in the offline finals. It's going to be a spectacle. Puff, just a big head like that thinks they can make it to the offline rounds. Boss, the Call of the Abyss event is performing very well. Thanks to the event announcement, all data for Identity V is stabilizing with daily active users remaining above 4 million. Social media has also seen related topics surpass 400 million in views due to the Call of the Abyss. This time, the entire plan for the Call of the Abyss was led and formulated by Su Lin, of course, with the guidance of Xu Hao in the early stages. It's going well. We must put in the effort for this event, especially for the offline one during the National Day. We need to accumulate experience. When we hold larger esports events in the future, we will have significantly fewer trial and error costs. How many teams have completed their registrations so far? Su Lin was also very excited. Within 24 hours of the event launch, over 8,000 teams have completed their registrations. That means over 5,000 players. Based on our daily active performance, there should still be a lot of potential. Xu Hao touched his lips, feeling a bit overheated due to the recent warm weather. Keep pushing, mainly focusing on community engagement, targeting our own players first. Su Lin nodded, and Xu Hao continued. Tomorrow, our 4 independent single-player games will officially launch. After these few busy days, you, me, and old Zhou should go check out the office building. Are we really buying the building this fast? Xu Hao shrugged. Don't you think it's too crowded? Initially, we only rented half a floor. It didn't even take a month to rent the other half, and now it's cramped again. It's time to buy a building. The agent we contacted has already shown old Zhou several office buildings. We can go take a look in a few days. Su Lin couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect we would be buying our own office building so soon. Quantum Games is developing so rapidly. By the way, do we have enough money? It's only a few $100 million. If the money isn't enough, we can take a loan. The government has already been informed, so buying a building won't be a problem. Su Lin opened her mouth in shock, wondering what just a few $100 million meant. Currently, Quantum Games' main source of income comes from Identity V, and because it's a mobile game, the revenue share isn't low. TapTap is fine. This platform doesn't take a cut, and profits mainly come from advertising and monetizing developer tools and services. The commission rate for iOS just dropped from 30 to 25 recently. The highest commission is from the so-called Hardcore Alliance, formed by mobile manufacturers, which has the lowest commission rate for Identity V at 50. For smaller teams, commission rates of 70 to 90 aren't uncommon. Xu Hao knew that as long as it was mobile, one couldn't avoid the rampant Hardcore Alliance. Even for a game of the scale of Genshin Impact, MiHoYo only talked about a 30 commission, which was unprecedented. As for other games, one might inadvertently get slapped with a 70 or even 90 commission agreement, which one would have to accept begrudgingly. Hence, even if Identity V currently generates a daily revenue of around 30 million, the actual take-home amount isn't particularly high. Taxes, employee salaries, operational costs. Adding all that up, Quantum Games isn't exactly wealthy. Of course, the current operational period is still too short. Looking at the long term, just Identity V alone could cover all of Quantum Games' costs. Can we get a loan? Of course, given Quantum Games' current situation, securing a loan of 1 or 200 million is like child's play. The bank is probably even worried we might repay it early. They might stipulate that we can't repay for at least a year. Su Lin was still a bit shocked. Her role had just transitioned from being a student, and her understanding of the capital world was very limited. By the way, there's a newly released legend that's very popular. The producer even mentioned you, boss. Do you want to take a look? The legend can mention me. Xu Hao was a bit curious. How did he mention me? I'll send you the link to the workstation. Su Lin pointed outside the office and added, it's quite an intricate situation. In just a few minutes, she sent the video over. Xu Hao opened it to find an interview video. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Jinsong, the producer of Legend of Fame. Our latest work, Legend of Fame, features a unique gameplay style in the industry. Xu Hao briefly watched the video and saw the purported gameplay, involuntarily twitching his lips. Isn't this just a roguelite? In simple terms, whenever a player reaches a certain level, they can activate the Defying Fate system and choose one option from 3 random attributes. These attributes can indeed enhance the player's capabilities. The higher the rarity and better the class compatibility, the more combat power can be enhanced. Finally, the interview video mentioned Xu Hao. May I ask, producer Lu Jinsong, how did you come up with such an innovative approach? In the video, Lu Jinsong appeared quite smug. I must thank a junior in the industry, Mr. Xu Hao from Quantum Games, who showcased the roguelite gameplay to the world again. Both Clown's Card and Slay the Spire utilized roguelite elements. However, I want to say that Xu Hao completely went in the wrong direction. We need to cater to the market, not go against it. Can Clown's Card compete? No. Does Slay the Spire have long-term payment points? It won't. Single-player games are always outdated. You see, after we incorporated roguelite elements into Legend, it garnered over 5,000 users on the first day of launch. The first day revenue was nearly 2 million, making it one of the hottest legendary products in recent years. Ultimately, if Xu Hao had integrated roguelite elements into Legend rather than pursuing single-player games, Legend of Fame might have been a Quantum Games product. I can only say that Xu Hao is still too young. He doesn't understand the market or what commercial prospects are. I bet that even if Clown's Card and Slay the Spire were released, their first month sales wouldn't match what we achieved with Legend of Fame, not even half. And we will maintain long-term operations while their sales will only decline day by day. Xu Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes after watching, thinking what a joke. The so-called heaven-defying fate alteration system has long been exploited by gaming companies in the past life. Under the guise of a roguelite, it is in essence a core mechanism for monetization. Items have rarity levels such as blue, pink, and red. If one is dissatisfied with an item, they must spend money to reselect it. Moreover, the cost is not insignificant. But that is not the main point. The real issue is that this person lacks the judgment of the correct market direction. The market has already shifted from the legendary allocaniate model, gradually evolving in various directions. The market, namely the players, has long been fatigued by the same type of games. Otherwise, how could Identity V maintain a daily revenue of 30 million, nearly reaching 40 million since its launch? What accounts for Happy Farm's enduring revenue? Other farming games also achieve remarkable earnings. Lu Jinsong is indeed a game producer and is quite young, not yet 30 this year. The team he assembled is also quite small. It is currently just a studio. Relying on numerous legendary game templates available on the market, he quickly produced a title called Famed Legends. However, this game does not differ much from other similar products. If it were to launch on schedule, the best scenario would be to quickly get into production. At this moment, Lu Jinsong saw Xu Hao showcasing Jester card and Slay the Spire at E3. Suddenly, it was as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Roguelite. It's decided. Thus, the studio began to fully produce the heaven-defying fate alteration system, brainstorming a plethora of items to incorporate into the game, and without extensive testing, the game was launched directly. The result was unexpectedly excellent. On the first day, the revenue exceeded 2 million, an extraordinarily remarkable figure for a low-budget legendary game, even surpassing many products from large firms. Instantly, Lu Jinsong felt elated, proud of his incorporation of roguelite elements into the legendary format, even giving a nod to Xu Hao, suggesting that while the latter introduced the concept, he was the true master of it. Sitting in the small office, Lu Jinsong couldn't help but start envisioning the future. His studio was about to upgrade into a company continuously releasing works and innovating. Identity versus revenue is indeed impressive, but he would inevitably produce a similarly phenomenal game. He would eventually surpass Xu Hao's position. 2 million. Even if the hardcore alliance takes 70, we still have 600 left. 600 a day, reaching the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy beauty, and defeating Xu Hao. Boss, this is bad. The programmer hurriedly ran up to Lu Jinsong, panting. Calm down, what's the rush? I'm telling you, we're not the same as before. We can withstand anything now. Tell me, did Xu Hao respond? What did he say? The programmer struggled to catch his breath. Boss, many heaven-defying fate alteration items have bugs, and some are severe bugs. Fix the bugs. What else are you here for? The game is thriving. It cannot be destroyed by bugs. The programmer looked at Lu Jinsong in disbelief. Boss, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to share joys and sorrows with us, fixing bugs together. Now you've become the one giving orders. Lu Jinsong chuckled in frustration. I'm the boss now. The most important thing is commercial monetization. But there are many bugs. We can't fix them all. It might take several days. I'll find someone to help. You must understand, Famed Legends is just a trial project for us. I'm considering other innovative models, though our company will get better and we will marry wealthy beauties together. The programmer was persuaded and confidently returned to fix the bugs. Lu Jinsong was not speaking recklessly. He indeed had new directions. This direction was still inspired by Jester card and Slay the Spire, that is incorporating card collection elements. Adding various card collections into the legendary game, including Ancient Myths and Three Kingdoms Generals. Different rarities would enhance different attributes, undoubtedly sparking another gaming sensation. Lu Jinsong felt his innovative ability surging like a genius inspiration, but he didn't expect the programmer to return. Not good, boss. What the hell? Lu Jinsong cursed. What now? The South Pole. They launched a heaven-defying fate alteration system identical to ours. What? Lu Jinsong's eyes widened in shock. How dare they copy us? Wait a minute, our Famed Legends just launched over a day ago. How could they release a copycat product so quickly? They are South Pole games. The programmer felt a bitter taste in his mouth. With such minor modifications, their technical capability allows them to release a new version in a day, and they have fewer bugs than us. Quickly tell me which game it is, or I need to check it out. The programmer provided the game link. Lu Jinsong entered the game for just a few minutes, and had he not personally participated in designing his own game, he would have found it nearly impossible to distinguish the differences between the two games. He promptly launched an inquiry against South Pole Games online. However, being a small voice, it sank like a stone in the ocean. The next day, everyone was focused on the official release of 4 games, including Stardew Valley, on the Quantum Gaming platform, while Lu Jinsong was concerned about the second-day revenue of his own Famed Legends. 8100 revenue, more than half of it gone. It's over. This is the end. Lu Jinsong slumped in his chair. Whatever heaven-defying fate alteration or card system he had under the onslaught of South Pole Games' techniques, there was no room for resistance. The roguelite inspiration he gained from Xu Hao was immediately snatched away by South Pole, without even a greeting. And Xu Hao should be watching the release status of his 4 new games. With this thought, Lu Jinsong straightened up from his slumped position. Why could Quantum Games survive under South Pole's hands? Clearly their first product, Happy Farm, was also copied. Even Happy Farm was unilaterally taken down, and how did they manage to survive? Wait a minute. Lu Jinsong realized he had found the crux. Yes, they survived because South Pole needed to replicate a Dreamland farm, which requires starting from scratch, while Famed Legends only needs a day. In this month, Quantum Games anticipated South Pole's actions, selling off domestic operations and turning to overseas markets. Then they released Identity V, a phenomenon generating tens of millions in daily revenue. So why is there no competing product for Identity V? Because even with South Pole Games' strength, recreating Identity V would take at least a year or two. I see. Lu Jinsong stood up. Ooh, everything became clear. Innovation, only thorough innovation could allow one to survive in the industry. Now he fully understood why Xu Hao never touched Legends, and he finally realized that to become the second Quantum Games, or even the second Xu Hao, he must follow the same path as Quantum Games. Huh. Lu Jinsong laughed heartily in the cramped office upon discovering the right path. The programmers exclaimed, "Boss has gone mad, oh, we are finished." Xu Hao simply turned around and forgot about the situation that had been brought up. With the rising fame of Quantum Games, the number of people trying to take advantage of the situation would surely increase. Everyone would feel compelled to respond, wasting time on this matter. The next day, Plants vs. Zombies Joker card Slay the Spire and Stardew Valley officially launched. The pricing strategy for the four games varies by region: 28, 38, 38, and 48 in the domestic market, while in Europe and America the prices are 3 times that of the domestic region, and other regions have adopted different pricing strategies based on local economic conditions. In addition to individual purchases, players can also opt for a bundle package. If they buy all 4 games together, it will only cost 108 yuan, which is approximately a 30% discount. In fact, this pricing is on the lower side. Xu Hao primarily considered the current market factors as a price that is too high could deter many players. After all, games sold under a buyout model have not appeared for many years, and the whole world is watching the sales of these 4 games. If the situation is good after the launch, both game developers and investors will see the potential of the single-player market, and a flourishing era may likely follow. The entire Quantum Games team is focused on the first-day sales performance. Even the art team, who had been sourcing materials outside for days, kept sending messages in the company group to inquire about the situation. On the back-end data screen, the first-day sales figures of the 4 games are fluctuating wildly. Plants vs. Zombies broke 1.0 sales in the first hour, followed closely by Joker card, while the comment section for Stardew Valley had transformed into a large venue for emotional expression. Slay the Spire also showed reliable data performance, but Xu Hao's attention was more focused on aspects beyond just the sales figures. The key aspect of single-player games is the immersion. Once the game is sold, it becomes just a number, and only the player's game time is what truly matters. As time passed into the afternoon, Xu Hao looked at the data and asked, "It's been 6 hours since the game launched. Oh, what is the current completion rate for Slay the Spire?" Zhao Xiaoqian from the platform operations team quickly raised her hand, as everyone knew that Slay the Spire was her favorite. She had been tirelessly working on the glitch robot for several days and had indeed discovered some very high-capacity builds. Mr. Xu, the average online time for players in the domestic region for Slay the Spire is 3 hours and 18 minutes, with a completion rate of 0.3. Upon hearing this number, most people present gasped in shock. This means that out of every 1,000 players, only 3 have seen the final boss, while the remaining 997 are caught in a cycle of relentless retries. Such a low completion rate. Could it lead to too much frustration? Yes, at this rate, it could be dangerous. Slay the Spire is still too difficult. Xu Hao smiled. You are all players of Slay the Spire. How long did it take you to complete it for the first time? I took about 6 hours for my first completion. I should be around 4.5 hours. Xu Hao nodded. You all spent so much time, but did the repeated retries give you a sense of frustration that made you unable to continue playing? Everyone exchanged glances, and it seemed that indeed the sense of frustration wasn't strong. Each retry seemed to bring an understanding of the cards, the monsters, and the characters. That's right, the replay value of Slay the Spire is at an extremely high level, and the frustration it brings to players isn't too intense. I believe in the end there will be many players logging thousands of hours. Only then did everyone fully understand, seriously contemplating the meaning of replay value. After dinner, Lu Datu changed the title of his livestream, and then clicked Start Stream. Lu Datu adjusted the camera upwards, revealing his round face that had been turned into countless memes by fans. Good evening, everyone. I, Lu Datu, have not been late for even a minute today. Let's hear it, haters. Instantly, the bullet comments began to flood in. What does today's livestream title mean? Are you not streaming Identity V today? I wanted to see your frustrated expression. Can you explain the title? What do you mean by vowing to clear a game with only a 0.3 completion rate? Lu Datu explained, it seems the brothers have noticed today's livestream title. We are not streaming Identity V today. You all saw that 4 games were launched on the Quantum platform, right? 1 game has a completion rate of only 0.3. Today, I, Lu Datu, will find out whether this game is too difficult or if those 3 in 1,000 just have 2 brains. After saying that, he opened the Quantum game platform, and his game library already had the 4 games. First, let's give Quantum Games a bit of promotion. The 4 games bundled together only cost 108, which is just over 20 yuan per game, Such a great deal. The bullet comments started again. Dado actually got a promotion from Quantum Games. Let's make money together. Tell us, Dado, how much did Quantum Games pay you? Lou Dado shrugged. They didn't pay me. I'm just a true fan. However, I did ask the staff from Quantum Games this afternoon which game is the hardest, and they told me that Slay the Spire has a completion rate of only 0.3. So I decided that tonight I must clear Slay the Spire. 0.3. Dado, are you serious? Quantum Games didn't give fake data, did they? I just played for 2 hours and haven't even seen the second layer boss. If it weren't for Data's live stream, I would definitely be grinding through Slay the Spire. Finally, a big streamer is playing it. I bet Dado won't clear it if he loses. He'll kneel in front of the entire live stream. Lou Dado wasted no words and directly clicked on the Slay the Spire startup icon. An assistant adjusted the camera for him and casually placed a cup of water on his desk, a clear indication that tonight's stream would likely be a long battle. Once the game screen loaded, an ancient parchment interface filled the screen. The official version did not inherit the progress from the trial version, and initially only the warrior character could be selected. The warrior is great. I love the feeling of a brawny man, the thrill of striking hard. It must be very friendly for beginners. The friends in the chat who had played Slay the Spire for a day instantly erupted. Beginner friendly. Ha ha ha, just wait. The warrior is indeed the easiest provided you know how to play. A heads up, the tutorial level of this game is designed to make you die. Lou Dado ignored the mocking tones in the bullet comments. The game had already begun. His character stood on the first level of the tower facing a branching map with different icons along each route. Some represented battles, some merchants, some question marks, and some campfires. Lou Dado glanced at the map and casually chose the route with the most battles, reasoning simply, how can you get stronger in a card game without fighting monsters? I hope Dado can still say this type of thing later. Looks like we will soon see Data's beginner skills flooding the chat. The first enemy is an ordinary cultist with 48 health points. An attack prompt appears above its head revealing an attack power of 6 points. Lou Dado glanced at the 5 basic cards in his hand, 2 strike cards, 2 defense cards, and 1 cost 2 points pain strike. He then played the pain strike, costing 2 points, dealing 8 points of damage and applying 2 layers of vulnerability. Following that, Lou Dado played a strike card exhausting 3 points, causing a total of 15 points of damage. The cultist lost 15 health points and retaliated with a slash, dealing 6 points of damage. Lou Dado, unfazed, continued to strike and defend in the next round, comfortably securing his first victory. When the card selection reward popped up, he did not hesitate to choose a card called Double Strike, which dealt 5 points of damage twice. Isn't this a powerful card that deals 10 points of damage for just 1 cost? With vulnerability, it directly becomes 12 points of damage. Lou Dado leaned back, hands off the keyboard, his expression incredibly arrogant. 0.3 clearance rate. Isn't it just about having hands? The barrage of comments began to flood in just wait. The second enemy was 3 small bugs. They had low health, but were numerous. Lou Dado pushed forward following the previous strategy, finishing with 9 points of health lost. The third enemy was a blue slime from which he lost another 11 points of health. Lou Dado's expression began to show subtle changes. His deck had increased from 10 cards to 13, yet it consisted only of variations of the same basic cards with no control over the cards drawn. Sometimes he drew 3 cards costing 2 on a 3-point turn and could only play 1 left, staring blankly. Why is drawing cards so frustrating? Lou Dado scratched his head. The barrage of comments began to gloat. Now you know what a deck cycle feels like, right? You chose every card and your deck is as bloated as your stomach. If you want delete cards, don't play tower climbing. That's the bloody lesson from those who have been through it. Lou Dado stubbornly retorted, I have my own plans. Then he followed the route into a question mark event, and a piece of text popped up on the screen. You discovered a mysterious altar with an old yellowed book on it. You can choose to read this book to gain a random relic, but there is a chance of being cursed. Ill gamble. Lou Dado, without hesitation, followed his life principle of never passing up an option that involves betting. The screen flickered, and something new appeared in the relic section. Orichalcum, which adds 6 points of block at the end of the turn if there is no blocking. Lou Dado was stunned for a second, then slammed his hand on the table. A divine artifact. This is definitely a divine artifact. Adding 6 points of block at the end of the turn means I am invincible, equivalent to getting 6 points of block for free every turn. The others just need to keep attacking. Some in the barrage thought the effect was great, while others believed it was not much to speak of, leading to a heated discussion about this relic. Lou Dado's assistant glanced at the data in the background. The popularity had already soared past 10 million, and the comment interaction rate was significantly higher than during the usual broadcast of Identity V. It seemed Slay the Spire was doing well. Lou Dado continued to advance in the game. The boss of the first layer was a giant slime king with 150 health points and an attack power of 18 in the first round. Lou Dado took a deep breath. He had many attack cards, and the cards he drew at that moment had high attack power. He began attacking directly. At the end of the turn, the relic provided him with 6 points of block. The Slime King's attack hit the block, causing his health to drop by 12 points. That hurt so much. Luckily, in the next round, the boss intent changed, and it did not attack. After several rounds, Lu Dadu was lucky enough to reduce the Slime King's health by half. Did you see that? I effortlessly knocked off half of its health. Who would still call me Dada the noob? Before he could finish, he saw the boss health suddenly split into 2 slimes when it was left with half health. Lu Dadu was confused. He hadn't played the demo version and had no idea the boss could split. Finally waited for this. So you took all high-cost attack cards, huh? Let's see how you win now. Lu Dadu hung his head. His character could not survive against the Slime King boss. The barrage unsurprisingly began to flood with Data the noob. Lu Dadu slapped his face hard. Brothers, this was an accident. I don't believe you can clear the first boss on your first play. Starting to speak tough now. Data's basic operation, every failure comes with various reasons. I have to say you really know how to create show effects. Lu Dadu, a bit flustered, said, now I will select a big shot to guide me. Players who have played for over 10 hours in the market, contact my assistant, send a screenshot of your game time, and we'll voice chat. After some hassle, Lu Dadu made significant progress under the guidance of the veteran player and finally cleared the first layer boss. Did you see that? This is strength. After showing off to the barrage, Lu Dadu began to enter the next layer. The difficulty of the second layer clearly stepped up. The enemies were no longer the silly standing cultists and slimes, but knights that could shield thieves, that could apply vulnerability, and slave leaders that could summon allies. Lu Dadu's forehead began to sweat. He felt that with the increase in difficulty, his dex attack power had become a bit weak. Thus, upon entering a merchant event, he saw several seemingly strong attack cards and bought them without a second thought, completely forgetting the previous reminder from the veteran player about deck bloat. Before long, his deck had exceeded 20 cards, and what cards he drew each turn increasingly began to resemble a mystery. Once facing an onslaught from 3 slave leaders, he failed to draw a defense card for 2 consecutive rounds, losing a third of his health. It's okay, Lu Dadu forced himself to calm down. Campfire for healing. He stopped in front of the campfire, choosing to rest and recover 30 of his health, a choice that meant sacrificing the opportunity to upgrade cards. Soon he stumbled upon the final boss, First Warrior, a giant knight clad in golden armor. With 210 health points, its attack power ranged from 12 to 24 points each round, and every few rounds it would gain a layer of metallic, automatically recovering block each turn. Lu Dadu's health steadily decreased, and the barrage was even more nervous than him. Dadu, quickly use a potion. You have 2 potions in your backpack. Don't hold back. If you save, you'll die. It's over, this round is going to fail. Sure enough, Lu Dadu was soon killed by the first warrior, and with a sigh, the barrage once again flooded with Dadu the noob. Dadu, oh Dadu, you have effectively treated my low blood pressure. I'm a bit tempted watching this. I might buy a copy to try it myself. I think this game seems quite good. It's not expensive either. Dadu, play one more round. You at least need to unlock the hunter right. That night, Lu Dadu played countless games, discovering a deeper understanding of them with each attempt. Such feedback allowed him to regain confidence every time. Finally, close to 1 a.m., Lu Dadu defeated the boss of the 3rd level. He dropped the mouse, raised both hands, and jumped up from his chair. I finally cleared it. Did you see that? This is strength. I told you I would clear it. Even at nearly 1 a.m., the barrage of comments was still abundant. This is unbelievable. Dadu actually cleared it in 5 hours. Are you still the Dadu I know? Forget it, Dadu was awesome today. Here's a gift for you. Various comments flooded the live stream, mixed with gifs. Lu Dadu looked proudly at the camera. Brother Slay the Spire has inspired me. If you feel your life lacks challenges, if you think your existence needs proof of a comeback from a bad hand, go climb this tower. It will knock you down countless times, but the moment you stand up, you will feel that there is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. Awesome Dadu is starting to give a victory speech. Is this still the Dadu I know? No, this is only difficulty 1. Dadu, you haven't faced the real challenge yet. This game has just begun. Seeing this comment, Lu Dadu asked in confusion, what do you mean? What is the heart? Some experienced players began to explain to him. First of all, this game has a total of 20 difficulties, and you've only cleared difficulty 1. You just cleared it with the warrior. The second character, the hunter, is now unlocked. If you clear it again with the hunter, you will unlock the malfunctioning robot. If you clear it again with the malfunctioning robot, you will unlock the 4th character, the watcher. The so-called heart is a hidden boss in this game. It requires the warrior, hunter, and malfunctioning robot to clear it once each to unlock the conditions for the heart to appear. After you have cleared it once with all 3 characters, the next time you start a new game, you need to collect 3 gem fragments, green, red, and blue, before defeating the 3rd level boss, then unlock the 4th level heart. After reading the explanation, Lu Dadu was taken aback. Why does this mean the game has just begun? Exactly. If you play seriously, it would take at least hundreds of hours to complete all the game content. Lu Data had no sense of defeat on his face. Wow, with such rich content, this money is well spent. The comments were still rolling in. This game is only 38 yuan to buy, but it's a steal. You can play it for hundreds of hours. Spending 38 yuan on a legendary game, and you won't even see a splash. I won't say any more, folks. I'm going to buy the game. Just buy the bundle. After playing 4 games, it feels like half a year's worth of fun. In the following days, Lu Datu was continuously streaming Slay the Spire, and the booming popularity prompted more streamers to begin streaming these 4 new games from Quantum Games. This time, Xu Hao did not arrange for anyone to find streamers for collaboration. It was entirely a spontaneous act by the streamers. 1 week after the game was released, the data was compiled. Xu Hao was once again met with a round of applause from the entire company. Plants vs. Zombies broke 2.8 million in global sales in 7 days, with the trend of sales growth being the highest. This game, with its appealing art style and low entry barrier, attracted a large number of casual players who usually do not play games. The player community often features complaints from players such as a 50-year-old mother fighting with her child for the computer to play Plants vs. Zombies, or a dormitory full of people gathering to discuss how to arrange plants. People of all ages love this game, and it quickly became the second game to break out of the niche after Happy Farm. The top-selling game was Stardew Valley, with sales of 3.1 million copies in 7 days. It's worth noting that this is a pixel-style farming game, and just a week ago the entire industry believed that such an art style could only sell to nostalgic players with a market ceiling of 2.0 copies. Ultimately, the sales of 3.1 million copies turned all analysts who had made market predictions into laughingstocks. Stardew Valley excels not only in revitalizing the farming simulation genre on its own, but also in expanding the player base beyond Happy Farm. It offers players emotional value as if they are in a true gaming utopia. The core of the game, of course, is farming. You must continuously till the soil, plant seeds, water, and harvest in a cycle that repeats. Yet the systems that grow around this core are incredibly rich. Real-time combat mechanics in the mine's social development, with over 30 residents of Pelican Town, seasonal festivals, collection task lines at the community center, designing layouts for the greenhouse, and managing industries like brewing and pickling. Each subsystem has reached the completion level of an independent product, yet they naturally interconnect. On the surface, Stardew Valley has a leisurely atmosphere, but upon deeper exploration, you will find its core is filled with efficiency anxiety. Every day has limited stamina, each season's crops have a time window, and if you miss a birthday, you have to wait a whole year. Many players realize they need to plan their time and resources as if they were managing a real farm, but there are always new variables. If it rains, you don't need to water, just save stamina for the mines. Tomorrow is a festival, so wrap up gift giving today. When the day ends, the system automatically calculates today's earnings, and achievements come pouring in. Slay the Spire and the Clown card also had impressive sales at 2.4 million and 2 million copies respectively. Both games belong to the roguelike card genre, but they emphasize different thrills and gameplay. The Clown card leans towards numeric and explosive effects with a successful game, causing a large release of dopamine for players. However, it also has its own strategic gameplay, not merely a straightforward pleasurable experience. Boss blind bets impose various restrictions, prohibiting flushes, reducing straight scores, randomly blocking cards, etc., forcing players to continuously adjust their strategies. Returning to the starting point after death, maintaining replay value by unlocking new Clown cards, and difficulty modifiers makes the impulse to play again irresistible. Slay the Spire focuses more on high-level strategic gameplay, making it a game that players can study for a long time, revealing new content the more they explore. It is also recognized by players as having the highest replay value and the deepest strategic depth. The sales of these 4 games were outstanding, with a high approval rating maintained above 90, and the approval rate growth curve was increasing daily. Quantum Games once again became a sensation, prompting both large and small game companies to redirect their attention. It is estimated that the sales from this week brought Quantum Games 200 million in revenue. The pricing in the domestic market is very low, while the pricing in Europe and America is relatively high, contributing over 1/3 of the sales. More importantly, these games were released exclusively on PC and were exclusive to the Quantum platform. Exclusivity means no platform commission, as Quantum Games itself is the platform. There is also no distribution commission, as Quantum Games handles its own distribution. With such high revenue, can competitors afford to look away? Quantum Games. The company remains busy as the environment becomes increasingly constricted, leading to a sense of chaos amidst the hustle. This is under the condition that most of the art team for Sekiro has gathered references from outside. In Xu Hao's office, several people are seated. The art director Zhou Mingxuan, the operations director Su Lin, the financial director Yang Sha, and the legal advisor Li De have been called back from outside. The initial results of the games from Stardew Valley are quite good. As mentioned before, we should be looking to buy our own office building soon. Today, let's take a look at the few buildings we've shortlisted, and if they suit us, we can finalize the deal as soon as possible. Everyone felt a bit excited. After all, it's about buying a building. Following a startup company and having our own office is such an uplifting feeling. Boss, here are the summarized target properties filtered for quantum games. Su Lin held a stack of documents that Xu Hao and the others had already reviewed. The finance and legal teams had also verified the clarity of the property rights, checking for any mortgages or seizures. The building quality, land usage period, and current tenant situations have also undergone due diligence, and a third-party evaluation agency was engaged for a price assessment. Next, we just need to determine the specific property to complete the follow-up transaction. There are 3 target office buildings, with one located in the precious Futian district having only 7 floors and a total construction area of approximately 8,884.62 square meters, priced at 5,900 per square meter. Additionally, there is about 1,115 square meters of expansion space suitable for large enterprises to establish headquarters, showcasing corporate strength. The other 2 buildings are located near the convention center, not far from the current location of Quantum Games. This area is regarded as a potential growth zone, being close to Jiangxing University. Although it is not a high-tech hub, it has developed rapidly in recent years. The first building has 15 floors, a total construction area of 20708.8 square meters, priced at 2,500 per square meter. The total price is approximately 517 million. The other building only has 7 floors with a total area of 750 square meters, priced at 320 per square meter, totaling about 240 million. Let's go take a look and discuss further. If everything looks good, we can start preparing for the move, Xu Hao declared as the group set off in their car. News of the site visit couldn't be hidden from those left at the company. Seeing several executives leave together, everyone's excitement was palpable. They must be going to check out the buildings, right? Should be. Didn't Xu Hao say that once the games from Stardew Valley launch, they would look to buy a building? So, does that mean we won't have to be so cramped anymore? Absolutely. We should at least buy several floors. Who knows, we might even get a gym, a basketball court, or something similar. And we need a cafeteria and a supermarket too. Didn't Xu Hao mention wanting to create trophies and award displays? That's another floor accounted for. Wow, I can hardly imagine it. Having an entire building to ourselves would be so amazing. The first stop was Futian District, as it is a core area, which is still highly attractive. Thus, Xu Hao decided to prioritize this location. Sir, this building is located in the CBD core, with headquarters for South Pole, Hawaii, Huaguaping, and BYD, all having their own buildings. Choosing this location for Quantum Games is undoubtedly an excellent choice for expanding horizons. Xu Hao and the others entered the building. The interior decoration was quite ordinary, but the surrounding infrastructure was well developed. The building has 7 floors, but the floor heights are not particularly tall. How many companies here have active leases? Currently, there are almost no vacancies. More than half of the companies have contracts lasting over a year, with the longest still having 3 years left. Xu Hao frowned at this news, which was not favorable for Quantum Games. This meant that a comprehensive relocation could not occur for at least another year. The person in charge added, "However, we can communicate with the tenants. I believe we can clear half of the space within 6 months, though there may be some penalties, which would likely fall on your side." Xu Hao remained non-committal, noticing that Su Lin and the others appeared dissatisfied. He decided to drive directly to the next property. About 1.6 kilometers to the south of the convention center, Xu Hao and the others arrived at their next destination. It was a 15-story building with relatively few living amenities nearby, surrounded by various office buildings with mixed companies, but Xu Hao didn't seem to mind. In his hometown Rongqing, most companies in a cluster of office buildings were telemarketing firms, which was quite chaotic. Most importantly, this building had just been completed not long ago, with almost no leases signed, primarily based on intent. Upon entering the building, the decor on the first floor was much better, at least compared to the previous one. The upper floors, however, were still in a bare condition, making the place look very spacious. We have approximately 2,767 square meters of space per floor, with a ceiling height of 4.5 meters. Even after renovation and installation of ceilings, it will still appear very grand. I know your company plans to use it for its own purposes. The lease terms here can be completely disregarded. If purchased now, only simple renovations will be needed to make it ready for immediate use. The person in charge introduced a lot of information. Xu Hao carefully inspected each floor and found no major issues. After discussion, everyone felt this building was quite good. Xu Hao, should we look at the remaining building? Xu Hao shook his head. No need to check that one. 7 floors are still too small. I think this one is great. Everyone shared similar opinions. Xu Hao turned to the finance director and legal advisor. Sister Yang advisor, Li Il, leave the price negotiation, contract review, and risk management to you. If everything goes smoothly, we can contact the renovation company soon. Once the contract is signed, Quantum Games can move quickly. Due to the substantial amount involved, the down payment will go through a bank or third-party fund supervision account. Once the transfer is complete, we only need to handle tax payments and the transfer of ownership, and finally receive the property certificate and hand over the property with the seller to complete the deal. The entire process won't take too much time. The most time-consuming due diligence has already been completed. Next is price negotiation, contract signing, and payment, which can be wrapped up in a week or two. Tax payments and property transfer can also go through a green channel for enterprises, allowing it to be completed in a day, and obtaining the certificate won't take more than a week. Xu Hao exited the building, stood a bit farther away, took a photo of the building, and sent it to the company's group chat. What does everyone think of this building? Picture, within a short while the group chat erupted with a flurry of responses. Wow, 15 floors. Xu Hao is generous. Xu Hao, where is it located? I know this place that's very close to the convention center. It's only about 3 kilometers away. That's fantastic. This building is great. I live nearby. How should we plan? But that's a 15-story building. This building is quite large. Each floor must have at least 200 square meters. Xu Hao shared the basic information in the group, prompting another round of admiration. 15 floors, 200 square meters. Quantum Games is stepping up. I wonder when we will move. I can't wait to see the new office building. Xu Hao chuckled and sent another message. I have noted the names of those who have been slacking off at work. I expect you to come up with a new name for the building. The negotiation for purchasing the building lasted for 3 days, and in the end, Xu Hao signed the contract with a final price of 438 million. A drop from 1.7 billion to 438 million left Xu Hao quite satisfied. Such a significant reduction is also related to the current market conditions in Jiangxing. The vacancy rate of Grade A office buildings in Jiangxing remains high at over 25, indicating an oversupply that gives buyers a stronger negotiating position. The market trend favors quantity over price, with citywide rental rates falling by 11.1 year-on-year, leaning the overall market towards buyers. Meanwhile, the average price for bulk transactions has dropped to around 500 million. The 1.7 billion target aligns well with the current market mainstream, offering high flexibility in transactions. Ultimately, the contract settled at a price of 438 million. After signing the contract, Xu Hao let out a long sigh of relief, and the entire company was filled with excitement. The wider space gave a sense of great potential. After the news was announced, everyone suddenly felt a bit reluctant to leave their current office area. Alas, we have to leave soon, even though we've only been here for a few months. What's wrong? Are you getting attached? Then why not stay here and let President Xu continue renting, perhaps organize an event to reminisce about the past? After discussions throughout the company, the name of the new building was decided Quantum Gaming Tower. It's quite ordinary, yet it garnered over 50 support, instantly indicating whose territory it is. However, moving in cannot happen just yet. The renovation company has been selected, and they plan to first renovate the 2nd and 3rd floors. Once completed, they will move in, followed by renovations on the 4th to 15th floors. The floor plan for Quantum Gaming Tower has also been established. The 1st floor will feature a reception hall with a cafe and light meals designed in an ultra-minimalist industrial style, with a giant LED art installation. The cafe is set to operate its own brand, serving as a leisure and social hub for employees and visitors. The 2nd and 3rd floors will initially be used as office spaces, and once the higher floors are renovated, the 2nd floor will be entirely redesigned into an honor exhibition hall and future museum. Designed to museum standards, it will showcase the company's significant awards, milestone events, and research stories. It will also feature immersive displays of the established IPs, setting collections, original art models, and merchandise, regularly showcasing previews of games under development to enhance employee pride. The 3rd floor will be utilized for commercial facilities, incorporating a food court, convenience store, printing services, medical clinic, barbershop, and other convenient amenities. All the planning was a collective discussion among the entire company, with some employees dreaming about the plans in the middle of the night, sharing their inspirations in the company group chat at 3 a.m. After several days, the excitement surrounding the quantum gaming building gradually faded from within the company, and at this moment, September had already arrived. In September, there was a very important task to accomplish, which was the release of the first teaser trailer for Sekiro. The final cut had been completed and received approval from all senior executives, most importantly from Xu Hao. This teaser trailer has a total duration of 2 minutes and 30 seconds and will be showcased for the first time at this weekend's Magic City Comic Convention. Following that, the teaser will be simultaneously released on major domestic platforms like Bilibili, Weibo, and Douyin, as well as on international platforms like YouTube and Twitter, including the quantum gaming platform itself. The production cost of this teaser exceeded 10 million, utilizing real-time rendering across the entire engine, encompassing character modeling, scene construction, motion capture, special effects, lighting, and compositing in a complete CG production process. The character movements in the game were captured using motion capture technology, hiring professional martial arts instructors to design the Huagua swordplay routines, and the actions were performed by stunt actors, including core action libraries like long sword techniques, evasive maneuvers, and the mechanical aesthetics of the MO family's traps. The music and sound effects were all original, centered around the Guqin Bianzhong and war drums blending with modern symphonies. The entire teaser features Chinese voiceovers with multilingual subtitles, produced media distribution, and KOL promotional coordination. In the end, Xu Hao was quite satisfied with the final content. The portrayal of the world was quite well done, and the quality of the visuals at the beginning was exceptionally high. Xu Hao only watched it once, yet he vividly remembered the scene of the blood-red sunset, the dark crimson skyline, the withered trees, and the ash swirling in the wind among the ruins. Overall, the tone of the teaser was desolate, yet not hopeless, fierce, yet not ostentatious. It distinctly differed from the original Japanese version's sense of emptiness, as the new version pursued the weight of bronze-heavy weaponry and the slaughter of the Warring States period. Thanks to the art team's research, elements from the Warring States period were well integrated into the teaser, featuring cloud and thunder patterns on bronze artifacts, Chu-style seal script Guqin, and Bianzhong music, Huagua swordplay techniques, and the mechanical aesthetics of MO family's traps. These visual and auditory symbols collectively formed a clear recognition, allowing players to instantly identify this as the hard weaponry of the Warring States. Thus, it truly deserves to be the first 3A hardcore action game from Quantum Gaming. At this Magic City Comic Convention, Xu Hao did not personally lead the team. Besides the staff taking the Sekiro teaser to the exhibition, Identity V would also be showcased at the CJ. Xu Hao could imagine that even if it was just a teaser and not a playable version, the first teaser for Sekiro and the showcase of Identity V would definitely steal the spotlight from all other companies at the entire Magic City Comic Convention. September was also the back-to-school season, with schools resuming normal classes. Lin Xiao also left his teammate's house and returned to school. During this period, Lin Xiao was unsure how he managed, as that teammate, with the ID muscle monster, turned out to be a girl. Moreover, she was single, living alone, recently graduated from university, and had joined a local small enterprise. Lin Xiao was stunned when he first saw her, and he actually ended up living with her even though he had to sleep on the sofa. After the shock, Lin Xiao settled into a routine of doing household chores during the day, playing solo games after completing his tasks, and having dinner together with her when she returned from work, followed by training with the team. Currently, Lin Xiao was spending almost all his energy on Identity V. The second phase of the Abyss Call event was nearing its end, and their team, named Dawn Team, was ranked 13th in the nation, having secured a spot in the top 100 for the third phase. Lin Xiao's fame was skyrocketing within the gaming community, as players familiar with the game all knew that the Dawn Team had a skilled survivor known by the ID Dawn. What surprised Lin Xiao even more was that their team had received a message from a major internet company, the short video platform Douyin, wanting to sponsor them and name their team. After discussions between the captain and Douyin, the Dawn Team changed their name to Douyin Dawn Team with a sponsorship fee of 18 euro per month until the offline competition concluded. Lin Xiao never expected that before even obtaining the competition prize money, they would already have earnings, with the only requirement being to give it their all, ensuring daily training to guarantee entry into the offline competition. For Lin Xiao, this was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. With a total of 7 members in the team, each person would receive over 10,000, and Lin Xiao no longer needed to work part-time outside of school on weekends, even though many of his graduated seniors still earned less than 5,000. For the first time, Lin Xiao felt that playing games could lead to a promising future. Boss, the second phase of the Abyss Call for Identity V has concluded, and the top 100 teams in the rankings have been confirmed. Several teams have shown a remarkable lead, and some major internet companies have even sponsored these teams. Xu Hao was listening to Su Lin's report on the Abyss Call event. This outcome is quite good. The sponsorship from major internet companies indicates that the event's popularity has been recognized. Xu Hao continued to instruct, for the next phase, we must ensure the process runs smoothly and address the various requests from the teams. The Abyss Call, following the first phase of the ranking competition, has once again pushed the popularity of Identity V to new heights. A total of over 1900 teams participated in the first phase of the ranking competition, which means more than 1.33 million players personally took part in the event. Although the cost of participating in the online event is very low, the formation of so many teams also indicates a deep connection within the player community. By the way, how is the progress in the ACG anime comic game market? Su Lin immediately replied, currently, in the Identity V player community, we are regularly releasing character diaries, birthday letters, and character CG shorts in the form of manner file decryptions. These methods aim to guide players from discussing how to allocate points for the director, how to quickly kill, to discussing the tragic past of the director, his father-daughter relationship with the gardener. According to the plan, this is a crucial step in transforming functional players into emotionally invested and lore-driven players, marking the beginning of nurturing the first batch of character chefs in this world. The effects achieved so far are quite good, and there is a certain level of discussion regarding character settings and related topics in the community. Xu Hao nodded. The Magic City Comic Con is approaching. You should plan the exhibition activities for Identity V yourself. Oh, I want to see how well you have learned during this time. Su Lin nodded solemnly. For this Comic Con, she intended to put into practice what she had learned from Xu Hao. If successful, it would significantly smooth the IP development of Identity V. Returning to her workstation, Su Lin called a meeting for the operations department. The ACG user segment is currently another very important direction for us aside from the Abyss call. The recent official novel and CG have received a good response among our users. Next, we should fully launch the expansion into the ACG market according to the established plan. The entire operations team began to ramp up their efforts. With the previous official work in place, the push wouldn't be too difficult. Yi Lu is a girl in her 20s working as a freelance illustrator, and Yi Lu is her ID. Aside from her work, she also posts some original illustrations in the ACG community. Although she has few fans, they are very loyal. She also plays Identity V, having played it since the first day of its launch. She plays as the survivor and the doctor, and she particularly likes the girl in a white coat with a stubborn gaze. However, she has never shared any game-related content in the ACG circle. The two communities are kept separate in her mind like water and oil. Gaming is gaming and ACG is ACG. Discussing it would seem strange to others. Until recently, she saw the official release of the Identity V novel Manor Chronicles. The first volume of Manor Chronicles unfolds from the director's perspective without lengthy battle descriptions or numerical skill explanations. Instead, it depicts this burned man sitting alone in the office of an abandoned factory, watching the textile machine he once took pride in gather dust, reminiscing about the home he can never return to. At the end of the novel, the director's daughter sends a letter which has been soaked by rain, leaving only the last line clear: "I know it wasn't your fault." In fewer than 2,000 words, the novel moved Yi Lu deeply. She intended to share this novel in her Identity V gaming group, but ended up posting it in the ACG group. To her surprise, the ACG group erupted with several players of Identity V. Regardless of whether they were gamers or not, discussions about the novel's plot began, and in the end, everyone was teasing one another. "So you play Identity V too?" A scene suddenly appeared in Yi Lu's mind, prompting her to open her drawing software. She then spent over an hour drawing a scene of the Dr. Emily sitting by the window in the medical room. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on an old medical notebook held in Emily's hands. The edges of the notebook were worn and yellowed, filled with densely packed text, and on the windowsill sat a small pot of white daisies whose owner was unknown. She did not draw Emily's face, but only the profile. However, any player of Identity V would surely recognize who the person in the drawing was. Yi Lu posted the finished artwork simultaneously in both the ACG community and the Identity V community, titling it simply, "She has healed many, but cannot heal herself." On the player community side, while this doctor is drawn beautifully, although the style is somewhat different from the game, it is so delicate. Is this a new skin? Is this Emily? A painter actually drew something for Identity V. How unprecedented. Don't say that. If the official released this skin, I would definitely buy it. So flavorful, how Emily's image suddenly feels more vivid. ACG community. I haven't seen this girl before. Which new anime is she from? Gothic style of those Lolita girls would probably love it. Isn't this the Dr. Emily from Identity V? Identity V. Is that the name of a new anime? It's a game and the characters are all very aesthetically pleasing, resembling a surreal Gothic art style. It's actually quite suitable for cosplay. Yi Lu was very pleased that her artwork received simultaneous recognition from both sides. To her surprise, when she woke up the next day, her artwork had actually become popular on both sides. Likes, comments, and shares were all very high, unprecedented data for her. As Yi Lu scrolled through the comments, her heart raced. She couldn't quite describe this feeling, as if something she had secretly hidden for a long time had finally been seen by others. Yi Lu refreshed the comments only to discover likes and replies from the official account. Classmate Yi Lu, the official Identity V team invites you to become a Manor co-builder and participate in the Identity V secondary creation event. Please check your private messages. Yi Lu immediately opened her private messages. The so-called Manor co-builder means that the official Quantum Games intends to strongly support the secondary creation of Identity V. Illustrators, writers, cosplayers, model makers, prop makers, costume designers, etc. Anyone participating in the secondary creation of Identity V and submitting their work can join the Manor co-builder project. The officials will finally award various secondary creation contents based on the completeness of the works and player voting, and they mentioned wanting to cover all excellent works. For the final outstanding creators, there is even a chance to go directly to Quantum Games to participate in designing character skins, peripheral designs, and more. Yilu was unsure if her illustrations qualified as outstanding works or if she counted as an excellent creator, but she knew that she had gained an important opportunity. The private message sent to Yilu, which is also the officially announced Manor Co-Builder project, has been shared in both the player community and game announcements. In addition to the content sent to Yilu, the Manor Co-Builder project also revealed that Identity V will participate in the Magic City CJ exhibition. At the exhibition, there will be live gameplay battles, previews of game updates, cosplay competitions, and a series of other activities. Participants can win in-game skins and various rewards, while the cosplay competition offers cash prizes. This is not the first time the CJ organizers have received requests from game companies to participate. Theoretically, anyone can hold events as long as they pay. However, even if game companies came in the past, they struggled to penetrate the two-dimensional market due to their focus on various legendary games. Identity V is different. The game's artistic style and character design naturally attract two-dimensional users. These users love content, adore characters, and are willing to spend money on them, but they do not play legendary games as those games do not produce the content they desire, only numerical values. Identity V stands out. The worldview and official creations relating to its characters have been gradually enriched, successfully catching the attention of the two-dimensional community. With official promotion, the effects will quickly manifest. Within a few days, fan-made content surged. The artist community is the most prolific in producing works, especially in the current era of AI, where text-to-image content and original works rapidly dominate the community, becoming the fastest content creators. Of course, the quality of the produced works varies greatly, but the quantity is substantial. A large output signifies activity, prompting the community to quickly modify its layout, adding a new section for fan creations. Following closely, various fan fiction began to be published. Based on different characters' official settings, authors unleashed their imaginations, and various types of novels started circulating in the community. Some even directly used Identity V as a background setting and published them as fan novels on web literature platforms. However, the most grandiose and widely circulated were the cosplayers. A series of official photos released created a powerful visual impact. On the first weekend after the announcement of the Manor Co-Builder, a medium-sized comic exhibition was held at Ma Lake in Hangzhou. Although it was not a large-scale exhibition, everyone who attended that day posted the same type of message in the community: what's going on? Why are there so many cosplayers from Identity V today? Some people conducted rough statistics, finding that there were about 40 groups of Identity V cosplayers in the free travel area. What astonished passers-by even more was that these cosplayers did not appear sporadically. They seemed to surge in simultaneously from various entrances at a prearranged time. Characters like the Red Butterfly, Jack Gardner, Dr. Director, Priest, and Prophet were almost covering the majority of the game roster. They gathered in the central resting area of the exhibition hall, forming an ever-expanding circle, with photographers holding cameras and onlookers with phones outside the circle, while cosplayers inside adjusted their wigs and props. Subsequently, similar situations appeared at comic exhibitions across various locations. Initially, it was a spontaneous behavior, but later organized group photo shoots began to emerge. Some cosplay groups even rented an entire old Western-style building for shooting, filming from early morning until late at night. These numerous cosplay works will be photographed at the exhibitions and later published in the fan creation section of the community. Some popular professional cosplayers received a lot of likes, and the official even directly invited those high-quality cosplayers to participate in the cosplay competition at the Magic City CJ. Compared to some amateur-organized cosplay competitions, Quantum Games was notably more generous, offering prizes and rewards significantly higher than those of other organizers, prompting several major domestic two-dimensional communities to decide to participate in the Magic City CJ. The funniest moment was when streamer Lu Datu announced during a live broadcast before the Magic City CJ that he would participate in the Identity V competition as a contestant. At that moment, the live broadcast almost caused the bullet screen server to crash, as most viewers declared they would go offline to call him Big Head Vegetable in person. Lu Datu was forced to explain repeatedly that he was not a vegetable, but the more he insisted, the more the bullet screen flooded. As a result, Lu Datu got carried away and announced on the spot that if he did not make it to the finals, he would perform a costume change and cosplay as Dr. Emily. This caused the bullet screen server to crash. Thus, the Magic City CJ commenced. This is the largest anime exhibition in the country, with last year's total attendance over 4 days reaching more than 4,000, and this year is expected to be even higher. The proportion of attendees from outside the Magic City exceeded 60, with over 1,000 from abroad. More than 300 companies exhibited, covering various fields such as games, anime, smart hardware, and AI. Of course, there were relatively few game industry exhibitors aside from established big companies attending. The only new force present was Quantum Games. Quantum Games' exhibition area is in Hall E7, which is not particularly large, but the organizers showed great courtesy by providing the best location at a relatively low price. At 7 a.m., a line had already begun to form outside Hall E7, and the queue quickly grew longer. The most eye-catching were the numerous cosplayers in the line portraying various characters from Identity V. Even the same character had different skins. At a glance, it felt like the characters from Identity V had taken over the venue. Upon entering, most people headed straight for the Quantum Games exhibition area. In front of the exhibition area, there was a particularly large photo frame for audience photos. Inside the exhibition area, there were numerous promotional materials, various merchandise for sale, plush toys, acrylic standees, character badges. On the first day of CJ, various Identity V activities were held in Hall E7, with the biggest highlight being the game competitions featuring several popular streamers like Lu Datu and Lulu Jia. After Lu Datu announced his participation in CJ, other streamers followed suit, also promising to cosplay if they did not make it to the finals. Lulu Jia was fine being a girl, and good-looking her cosplay would only have a completely positive effect. However, for male streamers like Lu Datu, dressing as a female character would definitely become a source of embarrassing history, though it would also inadvertently increase the topic's popularity. As a result, Lu Datu completely failed in his first match. Half an hour later, the 1.8-meter-tall Lu Datu wobbled out of the changing room in a pair of enormous Mary Jane shoes. His wig was askew, revealing the short sideburns beneath, and thick powder was caked on his rough skin, making him look like someone who had just painted a wall. Lu Datu's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his facial muscles quivering. Oh! A loud gasp escaped the lips of both the audience present and the viewers in the live stream. Oh my god, it's too painful to watch. At the new International Expo Center in Magic City, it is the third day of CJ. The booth for Nanji Games is located deep within Hall N2, covering an area of 800 square meters, making it one of the largest booths at the event. 30 customized machines are lined up in a row, all displaying the latest version of Blood-Soaked Sand City, slaying monsters, acquiring loot, and the battle for Shabak City, familiar formulas, and the classic red and blue color scheme. The sound system continuously plays the roar of the spokesperson wielding a dragon-slaying blade, while the floor is covered with red non-slip mats. At the center of the booth stands a 3-meter-tall statue of a warrior with its giant sword pointing towards the ceiling. From any commercial metric, this booth is a success. The line for merchandise stretches from morning until afternoon, with showgirls holding QR code signs weaving through the crowd, offering gift cards for scanning. Back-end data shows that in just 3 days, the number of new registrations has reached several tens of thousands. But what is this frustrating sense of defeat? Xu Hao, the head of Nanji Games' secondary studio, is sitting in the lounge on the second floor of the booth. The online discussions about Magic City CJ are all focused on the neighboring E7 Hall's Quantum Games. At the offline competition, countless streamers are dressed in women's clothing. The Mansion Co-Builder project has its first batch of winners beaming with joy. The cosplay contest has even drawn international attention due to the Gothic festival's popularity. The exhibited effects of Blood-Soaked Sand City, which Xu Hao is responsible for, seem quite good. After over a decade in the industry relying on the platform of Nanji Games, he feels as if he has never lost. However, now witnessing the vitality of the competition, Xu Hao feels quite shaken. From the second-floor lounge looking out towards the exterior, the E7 Hall is still filled with people lining up to enter. It is already the third day at noon, and Xu Hao has never seen such a scene. The door to the lounge swings open, and Lao Sun, the chief artist of Xu Hao's team, strides in, slamming a stack of design drafts onto the table. They want to know the theme for the new version next quarter. Lao Sun's tone carries an unmistakable fatigue. Wuxia or Xinxia? What's the difference? Xu Hao does not turn around. No difference. Wuxia just changes its skin, and so does Xinxia. After the skin is changed, it's still about monster hunting, strengthening merging regions, and city sieges. Lao Sun slumps onto the sofa, staring at the fire sprinkler on the ceiling for a while, then says something completely unrelated to work. I just took a look at Hall E7. Xu Hao turns to look at him. Their people are on stage discussing character settings, the origins of Gothic aesthetics, and how Victorian architecture has influenced the design of the mansion maps. There were over 200 people in the audience. No one was on their phones, no one seemed distracted, and there were even people taking notes. I have been in game art for 17 years, and I have never seen players taking notes on what I've drawn in any setting. There is still a difference. Those listening are the ones creating secondary content. Quantum Games is pushing for secondary creations, and the group has researched this approach. I heard that President Tianmi has been holding many meetings recently, and the pressure is mounting. He might be reaching his breaking point. Lao Sun knows what Zhao Haiping is referring to. Their positions grant them access to some of the more confidential matters within Nanji Games. Since the launch of Identity V Tianmi has initiated a secret project, President Yi Wenyan's temper has become quite volatile over the past few months. It is evident that the project is not going smoothly or the pressure from the COO and board is too great. Lao Sun leans in closer, jokingly asking for Identity V. They say Tianmi has 6 months to create something similar. Do you think it's possible? Zhao Haiping has clearly heard about this matter, a hint of sarcasm appearing on his face. I know creating a game of the same quality in 6 months is simply a joke. 6 months is enough time for them to copy the code and throw together a bunch of stick figures. They wouldn't even need to test the game, and that should satisfy the deadline. Having inexperienced leaders oversee the experienced is simply infuriating. Even a few technically savvy individuals know that without 2 to 3 years, how could one create a competitor to Identity V? Let's change the topic. How should we handle the next game? The company is currently copying various gameplay styles from Quantum Games, and the results are not bad. Our revenue has improved. Should we follow suit? Sure, but we won't copy. Let's try to innovate ourselves and see if we can come up with some new gameplay. You know, if we do this, we only have one chance to make mistakes. If it doesn't work out, I'll probably have to leave. If I have to leave, then so be it. I feel like I can't stay here any longer. On the E7 Hall side, the organizers are feeling both joy and worry. The good news is that this CJ has attracted a particularly high level of interest, and just the attention on Quantum Games has generated countless topics. If this continues, booth fees and sponsorship fees will likely increase. The downside is that the overwhelming popularity has significantly raised the venue's pressure. Managing just the E7 Hall is particularly troublesome. The venue even suggested a one-way entry policy, but after much discussion, they were persuaded to abandon the idea. In the organizers' lounge, some staff members are discussing the grand event of this CJ. The allure of Quantum Games is just too great. No, it's because the appeal of other participating game companies is too weak. Didn't you notice? Many people went to other places to claim prizes because they saw the queue at E7 was too long. Once they got their prizes, they went back to line up at E7 again. It's strange how others have held cosplay contests too. Why is there such a huge gap in effectiveness? Clearly, you're not a gamer. The trend among player communities has shifted from traditional major studio games to Quantum Games. Isn't this just a new company? Why is it like this? Let me put it this way, while everyone is still using Nokia, one company has launched a fully mature smartphone at a lower price. How do you think users will choose? No wonder. Someone pushes open the lounge door. You guys are still slacking here. Hurry up and get to E7. The crowd there is about to explode. A group of staff rushes to the E7 hall, quickly overwhelmed by the crowd. What's going on? What's happening? Why are there so many people today? Someone sweating profusely explains, this morning Quantum Games announced they would reveal a game trailer at CJ. So what if they announced it? What does an unexpected crowd explosion mean? The person bitterly smiles. These people are all here for the trailer. They came all this way just to see a game trailer. This is outrageous. Someone recalls the earlier smartphone analogy and suddenly thinks of the previous excitement surrounding the iPhone. Quantum Games announced that their AAA game Sekiro will release its first game trailer today. Players and media who saw the news are rushing to CJ. This is insane. It's just a game trailer. Why are these players so crazy? At 2 in the afternoon, the E7 venue in Magic City CJ opened its doors only for exit, while a crowd gathered outside with players expressing their dissatisfaction. Both the organizers and the venue staff were taken aback by this situation. What should we do? If this continues, what if something happens? There won't be any more CJ events in the future. At this critical moment, Quantum Games stepped forward. After discussions, the venue staff moved large screens from other venues outside, notifying the crowd that trailers would be released simultaneously at both the E7 venue and outside. Due to the chaos and inadequate arrangements at the scene, the trailer release was delayed by a whole 2 hours. However, many players and gaming media were not impatient, and as long as they could see the trailer in the first instance, it was worth it. These players were undoubtedly loyal fans of Quantum Games from the days of Happy Farm to the most devoted group now. They had a pursuit for game quality. And the gaming media that arrived naturally sought first-hand information about the new game Sekiro. In today's gaming market, gaming media are the most perceptive individuals. They know that every game released by Quantum Games would create a storm. If they didn't rush over, it would be a dereliction of duty as media personnel. Of course, most of them had received news in advance. Quantum Games would definitely notify these well-known media about the release of Sekiro. However, the media's heightened response led to a large gathering, greatly increasing the pressure on the venue. Security doubled the personnel, and numerous staff were simultaneously adjusting the large screens inside and outside the venue. Finally, at 4:30, it seemed everything was ready. Su Lin stood behind the control panel to the side of the main stage, one hand on her earpiece and the other gripping a walkie-talkie. Today she was dressed in a black suit dress, her hair tied in a neat low ponytail. Today she was the person in charge on site, making all the decisions. This was Quantum Games' first 3A release event, and success was the only option. Is the signal for the outdoor big screen coming in A? Yes, all three signals are synchronized. The main screen inside the venue, the outdoor big screen, and the live stream on all platforms are under control. Sound. The venue uses line array speakers, and the outdoor big screen uses temporarily installed outdoor speaker systems covering a range of 200 meters. Beyond that, it relies on the live stream. Testing it. Testing is complete. Everything is ready. Su Lin nodded and sent a message to Xu Hao. Ready, let's start. After sending the message, Su Lin directly commanded, let's begin. The noise inside and outside the venue surged like a boiling pot. Some people were live streaming with their phones, others sat on the ground with pillows from Identity V under their bottoms, and some donned limited edition headphones released by Quantum Games the day before. Furthermore, many who could not make it to the venue kept refreshing the live streaming platform on their phones. Despite the stream having been live for over 10 minutes, the screen only showed a black screen and busy people. Suddenly, the noise in the venue increased as both the indoor and outdoor Quantum Games hosts took the stage. Only when the host's voice echoed did the noise subside. Good afternoon to all our friends in the venue and the live stream. We at Quantum Games feel very honored by your enthusiasm. Next, we present the first trailer for Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. The screen flickered briefly, but remained black. However, everyone knew the trailer had begun. A sound of the guqin resonated from the darkness, and the image began to brighten. A desolate land engulfed in flames, the setting sun, like congealed blood, dyeing the boundary between heaven and earth in a dark red line. Charred tree trunks leaned at odd angles in the cracked earth as a fierce wind whipped up the ashes, creating an incredibly rich scene. As the camera pulled back, countless soldiers appeared on both sides of the frame, with the weapon of the leading general raised, both armies charged. Observant players noted the presence of war chariots, remarking, "It seems this war took place a long time ago." No one discussed it, everyone was focused on the content. The brutality of the war was depicted in just a few seconds of footage, summarizing in a bloodbath, with one side clad in dark armor, emerging victorious. The scene shifted, the army vanished, and a middle-aged man in a long robe, exuding an aura of celestial elegance, and with narrowed eyes appeared walking through the battlefield littered with remnants of war, as if playing. Suddenly the scene paused as a small hand grasped his robe. The camera panned down to a ragged young boy holding onto the middle-aged man, who turned to look back. A survivor in the battlefield of Azura. The middle-aged man crouched down to look at the surviving boy, whose eyes were filled with numbness. "Even so, do you wish to live?" The middle-aged man drew his sword, pressing it against the boy's neck. Better to die than to suffer. The boy made no move, his gaze still calm and steady. Blood trickled down his neck, yet the middle-aged man sheathed his sword. "Very well, I as a member of the Mo family am known for universal love and non-aggression. Even the wolf cubs that survive on the battlefield can be saved." He looked at the boy. "Wolf, from today onward you shall follow me." After saying this, the man extended his arms and howled to the sky. "Immortal Tao, elixir of life, the feudal lords of the world, the 7 nations in conflict." Ha ha. As the scene darkened, the sound of drums erupted at that moment. The drums were made of real construction drums, with the drumhead crafted from whole cowhide, producing a deep and powerful sound, like a giant beast awakening, beating its heart against its chest. The chime of bronze bells followed closely, with each note striking a metallic coldness that echoed the fervor of the war drums. The scene transitioned to a live combat demonstration. The first shot, the protagonist encountered 3 soldiers in black clothing at the ruins of a city wall, one of whom swung a thick bronze sword toward the protagonist. The protagonist raised his blade to counter. With a heavy clang of metal, his sword glided down the opponent's weapon, his body twisting as he thrust the blade into the enemy's throat. Blood sprayed forth. Before the corpse even fell, the protagonist had already turned and swiftly maneuvered behind the second enemy, piercing the blade into the back of their neck, resulting in another wave of blood splattering. In 4 seconds, 2 enemies fell. The footage displayed no health bars, no UI, only the clean and precise techniques of Hwagwa swordsmanship. The second shot, a shield-wielding enemy charged Hedon. The protagonist raised his left arm, the Mo family's mechanical arm, transforming in mere moments, launching an axe that pierced through the wooden shield. The enemy, unbalanced from the shield being breached, retreated, a red dot appearing above their head. The protagonist executed a swift thrust, and the enemy fell dead. In just 2 shots, everyone watching the trailer was left speechless. What was this? A movie? An action film? CG production? The third shot is the most hair-raising part of the trailer, where the protagonist faces off against a boss-level enemy in a sword duel. 2 long swords clash at a dazzling speed, and sparks from the metal collision explode on screen. Each block from the protagonist is not a hard stop, but rather a sidestep and a twist of the wrist with the sword's spine lightly touching the side of the opponent's weapon, redirecting the force outward. This is precisely the principle of sticky and transform from the swordsmanship of Huagua. After several consecutive exchanges, the rapid switching of offense and defense resembles two beams of light intertwining with the yellow tension gauge above both combatants visibly accumulating. Suddenly, the enemy commander assumes a stance, a giant seal character appearing above his head. Danger! The protagonist leaps into the air, the sweeping spear grazes his feet as his body flips, raising the sword high above his head, and at the moment of descent, he steps back the boss. Then the protagonist directly attacks, and after the opponent's tension gauge is filled, he leaps, stabbing the sword into the boss' neck, blood splattering once again. The screen briefly goes black, a heavy war drum sound echoes, returning to darkness, yet the drum beats quicken the heart. However, the next shot is not of battle, but reveals a scene of a mountain gorge. Thick fog mingles with the mountains, with wooden pathways connecting them, and below the paths lies a swamp shrouded in fog, where something is moving. The camera slowly pushes in, penetrating layers of mist, and in the deepest darkness of the frame, a giant vertical pupil suddenly opens wide. The scene shifts. At the peak of an unnamed mountain above the sea of clouds stands a Taoist temple. Inside the temple, a massive cauldron exhales ethereal blue flames. In front of the cauldron sits an old Taoist with white beard who slowly turns his face, half of it human and the other half a bronze mask with a dark red gem embedded in the mask's eye socket, resembling an eye that never closes. The scene shifts again. Among many ancient buildings, the protagonist stands in the tallest structure. He stands alone before a half-collapsed palace where the palace doors are slowly opening. In the darkness behind the door, a figure draped in a tattered royal robe emerges, his face obscured, appearing as if he has stood there for 100 years. All sounds disappear simultaneously. The protagonist grips his sword, and a hoarse, deep voice, as if scraped from the depths of his throat, resonates. I only want to know one thing: for whom should this sword be wielded? The protagonist stands with his back to the camera, the sword hanging by his side, the background ablaze with the burning capital. Flames soar high, thick smoke rolls, and sparks fly like fireflies into the night sky. The final notes fade away, and the sound of drums and chimes fills the air once more as 6 large characters appear and seal script on the screen. Sekiro shadows die twice. A line of small text below states produced by Quantum Games, releasing on PC, expected to launch at the end of 2026. The screen goes black suddenly. Silence fills the venue. A player in the front row suddenly jumps up, still holding a plush toy from Identity V, his face wearing an expression of almost speechless amazement. He opened his mouth several times before finally shouting, a hoarse, broken voice that barely resembled human speech, "Wow!" The sound of his exclamation toppled like dominoes. The venue erupted in waves of sound, drowned in cheers, screams, and applause. Most people didn't even know what to shout, but they shouted anyway. It wasn't enough to shout for themselves. They had to grab the shoulders of those around them, regardless of acquaintance, and shake them vigorously. If Xu Hao were present, he would certainly understand the feelings of the players on site. Putting himself in their shoes, if he lived in a world where only legends could be played for over 20 years, as a gamer, seeing the emergence of Sekiro, he would feel how excited he could be. Lin Xiao was also present, completely stunned, mumbling to himself, "Is this really a game that can be made? Is this really reality? Am I really watching a game and not a movie?" His teammate beside him shared the same excited expression. "There's an actual demonstration. This is a game. Oh my God, can we really play it in our lifetime? Did you forget? It's set to release at the end of this year." This is what Quantum Games promised. As the trailer ended, the screen showed the excited scenes of players inside and outside the venue. However, the reactions of the audience watching the live stream were no less intense than those present. Some jumped up in the classroom, hands clutching their phones, trembling uncontrollably, completely unable to hear the teacher's shouts. Some were in the subway wearing headphones, suddenly sprinting through the massive crowd, unable to suppress their inexplicable impulses. Others woke their babies who had just fallen asleep, bouncing around like madmen, completely unfazed, even while being beaten by their wives. In a self-media live broadcast area a little further away from the scene, a game streamer with 1 million followers on Bilibili was rambling incoherently in front of the camera. The barrage of comments streamed down like a waterfall on the screen, so fast that the specific content was barely discernible. Only a sea of exclamation marks was visible. The streamer took off his headphones, rubbed his face, and then gave a thumbs up to the camera, his voice hoarse. "Brothers, let me put it this way. As soon as this game appears, it will be the greatest game of the 21st century, locked in. I'm not talking about annual best awards or best action game. Just this combat system. If you put it in any country, on any platform, in any era, it's top tier." That sword fighting scene just now was thrilling enough to make my back tingle. I've never seen a game that makes disassembling moves the core gameplay. This game is called Sekiro, right? The story is still unclear, but it can't be too bad. The game's graphics rival Hollywood special effects. If it plays as well as it looks, it will be a total game changer for gaming companies worldwide. Everyone realized the same thing. This is not just a regular trailer release, this is a dividing line. Starting today, the gaming industry will undergo an evolution. In Hall N2, Xu Hao and Old Sun had been watching the complete Sekiro trailer through the window. After watching both were left with bitter smiles. The tides are turning. Yes, if Antarctic games do not keep up, even giant corporations will have their day to fall. It's not that easy to follow. Without market research, without successful cases, without sufficient experience, Antarctica wouldn't dare to gamble. Xu Hao concealed the surge of excitement within him, a fervor completely ignited by the Sekiro trailer. Old Sun, why don't we leave Antarctica and make our own game? Xu Hao said lightly, but it reflected his truest feelings. After watching the trailer, Xu Hao felt a surge of anger. To hell with Antarctic games, to hell with legend likes, to hell with skin swapping and paydoing. I want to create a real game. Old Sun smiled and glanced at Xu Hao. What? Still have passion at this age. But I think the same way because I've also felt a long-lost fervor. Let's do it together. Lu Ming had worked in game media for 17 years. He transitioned from print media to portal websites, then to self-media, ultimately becoming the editor-in-chief of IGN China. Lu Ming felt he had seen it all in this industry. In this world, the essence of games was simply leveling up by defeating monsters and acquiring gear with a graphical ceiling of 5D locked perspectives, and the end of gameplay merely involved changing skins and adopting new classes. For over 20 years, the global gaming industry seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand into a legendary era, with all competition revolving around whose drop rates were more thrilling, whose recharge points were more eye-catching, and whose siege battles had more participants. The biggest news he reported was a few years ago when a group from Ubisoft upgraded the monster models of a legend from a 32-polygon count to a 64-polygon count, with a press release circulating online for half a month titled Next Generation Graphics Revolution. So when Quantum Games released a one-sentence announcement last night, Lu Ming didn't take it too seriously. Xu Hao was indeed impressive, with Happy Farm and Identity V truly catching his eye. The 4 exclusive titles on Quantum's platform had indeed won several awards. These were certainly products of the peak of the era, but essentially they could not reach the level of being epic-making. Ultimately, the graphics and scale of these games fell under the category of minor works in Lu Ming's cognitive framework. With the technology of this era, it was entirely possible to create visually realistic and richly varied epic-making games, yet no one pursued it. Quantum Games had crafted enjoyable experiences, but they ultimately did not produce anything that would leave someone speechless in front of the exhibition stage. He had come to the CJ today, primarily to capture some footage of the Identity V exhibition area, aiming to analyze Quantum Games' promotional actions and to research what level of event production could be achieved. He didn't even take a front row seat, but stood at the edge of the media area, letting his colleagues take photos, feeling incredibly relaxed, until the grand spectacle of the Sekiro trailer drew his attention to the central screen. From the very start of the trailer, the sound of war drums and bells completely captivated Lu Ming. After 17 years in game media, he had heard countless game trailer soundtracks. Today's game background music falls into 2 categories: stirring battle songs and eerie cavern sounds. All sound effects are produced by electronic synthesizers, and all instrument timbres are MIDI samples. Lu Ming wasn't a music enthusiast, but he could discern the difference between the true instrument resonance and electronic simulation in Sekiro. The cost of sound effects could be over 50 times the industry average. As the visuals began to play, the opening CG was undoubtedly of cinematic quality. Just this segment of CG animation cost more than the total production cost of most current games. During the live demonstration, Lu Ming started to drop his jaw. He saw the protagonist clashing swords head-on with an enemy general, the 2 long swords colliding at a breathtaking speed, blocking, countering, and retaliating. Each impact produced unique spark particle effects, and every evasion had different animation sequences. This combat system is going to revolutionize the industry. In current legendary games, the combat system only has one mode: stationary damage output. Players and monsters face each other, taking turns to strike, with damage numbers floating above their heads, competing on who has the thicker health bar and higher attack power. The so-called operation at its highest level is simply moving while attacking, commonly referred to as kite fighting. Many game developers have even abandoned player control altogether, opting for automatic combat, euphemistically claiming to free players' hands so they wouldn't tire them out. However, Quantum Games presented a completely different combat mode in this trailer. The protagonist's attack, feedback, hit, feedback, execution, moves, and parry actions, all fluidly animated. Just by looking, one could feel a stunning sense of impact. Sekiro no longer centers around health bars, but instead determines victory or defeat through offense and defense. This is not a simple matter of attacking and defending, as an attack blocked by an enemy yields entirely negative outcomes. Blocking is not passive defense, rather it is an active means of attack. The entire combat process is a game of wits between the player and the enemy AI. In other words, this game will be challenging, but also incredibly satisfying. Based on Lu Ming's professional judgment, his understanding of Sekiro exceeds that of an average player. He wanted to comment on this combat system, but found himself lacking any reference system. Currently, all game media use the same evaluation system for reviews: graphics assessed by texture resolution, sound effects judged by whether the skill release sounds satisfying enough, and gameplay evaluated by the smoothness of the leveling curve and the reasonableness of drop rates. This system has been in use for over 20 years, with all review drafts following the same template, merely requiring changes to the game name and specific data. However, now this template evaluation system has completely failed in the face of the Sekiro trailer. He didn't know how to analyze the design logic of a sword-fighting combat system using the standards of legendary games, nor did he know how to use the vocabulary of 5D locked perspective graphics to describe the visual impact of a fully three-dimensional dynamic lighting scene. He didn't even know how to score this trailer because there were no options in his existing scoring dimensions for action design, parry mechanics, or balance of stance bars, and he didn't even have the terminology for these concepts. This was not the end. The protagonist could clearly use a mechanical arm in his left hand for transformative attacks, which surely indicates an auxiliary combat system in Sekiro. From the trailer, there must be more than one transformation mode, which means the gameplay will significantly increase. The live demonstration segment concluded, but the trailer was not yet over. Suddenly illuminated in the swamp's dense fog were enormous vertical pupils of furnace amidst flames in a Taoist temple and an old Taoist with bronze prosthetics. This is not CG. Lu Ming murmured, this is real-time rendering. It was not pre-rendered CG nor concept animations outsourced to special effects companies, but real-time rendered imagery within the game engine. The scattering effect produced when the sunset's volumetric light passed through ash particles, the depth of every texture on the cracked ground, the mottled marks on the bronze weapons due to rust. These details were not layered in post-production software, but were the result of the lighting system's real-time calculations within the scene. Having spent 17 years in industry reporting and conversed with countless lead artists about rendering pipelines, he was acutely aware of the differences between the two. If this were merely CG, that would suffice. For 2 to 3 million, any major studio could produce a stunning animation by outsourcing to top-tier special effects teams. But if it were real-time rendering, that would mean every frame in this trailer is showcasing the visual effects players would see when operating the game themselves in the future. The enormous vertical pupils in the misty swamp sent chills down Lu Ming's spine. It wasn't merely a visual performance, but a deeper level of technology. In all his years in the industry, he had never seen visibility below 5 meters in any legendary game, because 5D locked perspective graphics do not require distant views, skyboxes, or volumetric fog. The last few shots of the trailer showcased a complete world with infinite visibility, fully three-dimensional, where every frame was in real-time calculation of light and shadow. The last few shots of the trailer showcased a complete world with infinite visibility, fully three-dimensional, where every frame was in real-time calculation of light and shadow.